Chapter 76 Luo Lan, arrest Zoro immediately. Blood Fang. Luo Lan opened the box. There was a knife lying quietly inside. The blood-red scabbard had a strange beauty. Pick up the knife and slowly pull it out. At this moment, the strong blood aura suddenly dissipated. Even ordinary people can smell the blood in the air at this moment. You can imagine how thick this blood is. The blade is silver white, but there are several blood threads clinging to it, revealing a sense of weirdness. What surprised Luo Lan the most was that he was obviously not a swordsman, and he had not even learned kendo. But holding this knife in his hand gave him a strange feeling. That's right, it was as if this knife and himself had a deep connection in the dark, and even gave him a feeling that it was tailor-made for him. This is a very mysterious feeling. However, Luo Lan soon understood why he had such a feeling. One of the architectural features of the sword casting workshop. Finished product fit plus 50%. Good guy, even if I hold it, it fits so well, wouldn't it be even more awesome if it was given to Zoro? After all, that kid is surprisingly compatible with all kinds of demon swords. And this Blood Fang? Based on what we have seen so far, it should also be considered a kind of demon sword, right? Sato, what level has this sword reached? Report to the colonel, this is also what I don't understand. According to the quality of the materials and the subsequent forging process, it should be at the level of a peak good sword at most, but after it was actually forged, it was found that it has reached the level of a 12th level large sword, and it is still a relatively excellent type among large swords. Sato's face was puzzled, but also excited. As for Luo Lan, he naturally knew why this happened. Isn't it caused by the second characteristic of the sword casting workshop? That's right, the quality of the finished product is plus 80%. Directly enhance the Blood Fang from a peak level good sword to a top grade large sword. Tisk tisk. It just so happens that I feel a little bored with this duel. Zoro. Luo Lan shouted directly at the arena. The two had already set up their positions, ready to fight at any time. As a result, they had to stop after Luo Lan shouted. Luo Lan, what are you doing? Zoro shouted after taking out the Wado Ikimonji from his mouth. His face was full of dissatisfaction. After all, interrupting a duel is a very rude thing. However, Luo Lan doesn't care about these. He threw the Blood Fang in his left hand directly, drew an arc in the air, and fell towards Zoro while spinning at high speed. This knife is called Blood Fang, it belongs to you. Zoro raised his left hand and caught the knife directly. Then he slowly pulled it out a little. Hiss, this feeling. If Luo Lan felt that he was somehow connected to the Blood Fang when he held it, then Zoro felt that the knife was like a part of his body, without any feeling of holding an external object. It was a pity that Luo Lan could not directly see the data of Zoro's compatibility with the Blood Fang, otherwise he would have found that its value had risen wildly from the original 80% until it finally stopped at 130%. Come on, Ace. Let's compare, is your martial arts stronger, or, my swordsmanship is sharper? Holding the Blood Fang in his hand, Zoro became more confident. Pointed the knife at Ace and shouted immediately. On the sidelines, Luo Lan shook his head and turned away. Colonel, don't you want to watch? Sato was stunned. Since we already know the result, what else is there to watch? Is that so? Well, it has nothing to do with the sword. As long as Zoro cannot comprehend the art of slashing iron, he will never be Ace's opponent. As the words fell, Luo Lan continued to walk towards the branch building. As for Sato, he quickly followed. After all, he still had things to report. In the office. Sato, how many swords can be made from the two fangs? Are all of them as good as the bloody fangs? According to estimates, at least 300 swords can be made from all the materials, but only one of the quality of the bloody fang can be made. Sato answered directly. Why is that? Because the bloody fang uses the innermost material of the fang, which is also the most perfect material. Is it because the external material is contaminated and deteriorated? Yes. Sato nodded. Loyolan also understood. Isn't this just like human teeth? If you don't take good care of them, the outside will slowly deteriorate. However, 2 are enough. Just replace those 2 rubbish swords for Zoro. In this way, Zoro's 3 swords are all big swords. As for the other 300 swords, there is no one in the branch who is good at swords except Zoro. Just send them all to the front line and the Marines who join the King's Landing operation team. After all, they sometimes need to change back to Navy clothes for action, and they can't slack off on the Rhodes 1518 type. So, in addition to rifles, they also have to be equipped with some better swords as weapons. Well, it's decided. Sato, how long will it take to make all the swords? If everyone works hard to make them, it can be completed within 10 days. Okay, then 10 days. Yes, Colonel. After saluting, Sato left the office. Loyolan walked to the French window, and outside the window. It just faced the large parade ground. At this moment, the crowd around had dispersed. Only Zoro was left in the entire parade ground. He sat cross-legged on the ground, with the bloody fang sheathed and placed across his legs. He looked like he had entered into a state of sword meditation. Hey, it seems that although this kid lost, he gained a lot. Loyolan smiled. And it was at this moment that Zoro stood up. He walked to the center of the parade ground, pulled out the bloody fang again, and then he swung his sword towards the Taoist force tester in front of him. Visually, the sword movement was not fast, and even gave people a soft feeling. It seemed to have cut something, but it seemed that nothing was cut. Zoro slowly retracted the sword and turned to leave. And a few seconds later, one of the 2 thick iron pillars used to support the Taoist force tester actually. Suddenly, a smooth cut appeared, and then the entire device collapsed to one side. Finally learned how to cut iron. Seeing this scene, Loyolan showed a trace of relief. But soon, his whole face darkened again. Picked up the den mushi on the table and dialed out. Bulo bulo bulo. This is the military police office. I am Loyolan. Arrest Zoro immediately and put him in solitary confinement for 3 days. Colonel, what is the reason for the arrest? Deliberately destroying the Dao force tester on the parade ground. What? Got it, we'll go right away. Well, tell him that in addition to being in solitary confinement for 3 days, his salary for the next year will be gone, and he will be used to compensate for the repair costs. Yes, Colonel. Chapter 77 Blackbeard, there are bad guys trying to harm me. 157th Branch, Training Center. 20 times gravity environment. In the not-so-large single-person training room, a figure kept shuttling in it, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Finally, after several minutes, countless afterimages finally condensed into one entity. Who? Loyolan was sweating all over and exhaled a long breath. If you ask which of the 6 styles Loyolan is least interested in, it must be the gun. But if you ask which one he is most interested in, it is definitely shaving. At the same time, shaving is also the one he practices the most, and he even created several variations. For example, the shaving afterimage he just used is one of them. Speaking of the reason for shaving, it is actually very simple, that is, within 0.36 seconds, using high-speed stomping on the ground dozens of times to generate explosive reaction force to move at high speed. But how many times are these dozens of times? In fact, there is a saying. Generally, when you first get started with the 6 styles of shaving, this number is usually more than 20 times, and you can barely launch the shaving, but the movement speed is not very fast. Some physical masters in the Navy can even stomp 60 or 70 times in the same time. For example, Garp. So, for the same 0.36 seconds, the final effect will be very different depending on the number of times you step on it. Loyal self-created shave after image not only requires at least 40 times, but also requires that you use shave again and again without stopping to further accelerate. Only in this way can such an effect be achieved in the end. There are still many people in the Navy who can do the first requirement. But the second requirement? That's difficult. Even if GARP comes, I'm afraid it won't be easy to complete. Of course, Loyal created and practiced this move crazily not for close combat with anyone, but to cooperate with his own gun fighting skills to form a new set of tactics. Phantom gun killing formation. Yes, this is the name Loyal gave himself. However, this tactic still lacks the last part. A puzzle piece. It is also the most important puzzle piece, that is, the third stage of armament hacking, externalization. Without this step, although the tactics are exquisite, the attack power is always insufficient. Especially when dealing with some top powerhouses, even if the power of the bullet is amplified many times by Silas, it is still limited. At this time, armament hacking is needed to amplify. According to Loyal's understanding, the practice of armament hacking is divided into 4 stages. They are the first stage, covering; the second stage, extension; the third stage, externalization; and the fourth stage, internal destruction. Covering is easy to understand, that is, using armament hacking to cover a part of your body, or even covering the whole body. Extension means that in addition to covering yourself, it can also extend to other things, but the premise is this thing is connected to the body. For example, the sword in your hand, the clothes you wear, etc., are all possible. When the third stage is reached, the domineering aura can be released from the body in a short period of time, attached to the weapon to increase the attack power, or even thrown out to attack. If it is a swordsman, it is even more outrageous. Even attaching the domineering aura to the sword energy and swinging it out with the flying slash can be done. As for the final fourth stage, the domineering aura can be used to damage the enemy's body internally. This is much more brutal than external attacks. After all, no matter how much you train your physique, you are only strong on the outside of your body. And once someone breaks through the external defense, your internal organs are actually vulnerable. Of course, internal damage is not impossible to defend, but if you want to defend it, you also need to use domineering aura to defend it. To put it bluntly, the battle between the top powerhouses is actually mainly about domineering aura. Especially the armed color domineering aura. In the original work, is there any top powerhouse with weak armed color? No, not one. It's just a pity that Loyal has not awakened his domineering for long. His armament hacking is still stuck in the first stage. It is basically impossible to reach the third stage in a short time. After practicing frantically for a long time. After Loyal went back to the villa to clean up, he came to the branch building to handle official business. On the desk, there was the latest issue of the World Economic News. This was Loyal's order. In the future, every issue of the World Economic News would be sent to his office as soon as possible. Sure enough. Did Morgans choose this material first? But it's true. This guy just went through a round of big things. There is no need to directly put the scandals of the world government. Shanks's matter is more like gossip news, which is very suitable. Looking at the content in the newspaper, Loyal commented. There was a line of big words in the headline news on the front page of the newspaper. Shock. The 4 emperors' red hair was seriously injured by the pirates under Whitebeard. In addition to the headlines, there are also a bunch of editorials below. For example, Red Hair said, "I was not careless at the time. What is the purpose of the strong hiding in the white group for more than 20 years? Another example. It is rumored that Blackbeard has a special body and will become the world's first dual fruit ability user. Why do Whitebeard and Blackbeard have only one character difference in their names? Is it a coincidence or? Anyway, all kinds of news, some are true, and some are made up by Morgans. But no matter what, the content is really quite explosive. After all, an unknown pirate actually left 3 scars on Shank's face. And it was not because of Shank's carelessness. This is already shocking enough, okay? I guess the white group is now. I'm afraid it's very lively, right? Leaning back on the chair, holding the newspaper in both hands, Loyal enjoyed the rare free time. New World. Whitebeard Pirates. Main ship. How is it possible that Teach is so strong? I don't believe it. Morgans often starts with a map and makes up the rest. Not to mention that he didn't even have a map this time. Yes, this is most likely a plot of the Navy. I say stop arguing. Whether it's true or not, let Dad ask Red Hair, and we'll know. The captains quarreled. Finally, it was Marco who stood up and calmed the scene down. Dad, what do you think? Marco turned and looked at Whitebeard. No need, Red Hair, already here. Whitebeard drank a large bowl of wine and then said. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads. In the distance, they saw a pirate ship heading towards them. And all the captains knew the flag on the sail. It was the Red Hair Pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Jaws, call Thatch and tell him to be careful of Teach before things are clear. Marco, if you do this, Dad. I know, if it is proven that Teach is wronged in the end, I will kneel down and apologize to him personally, but now, it's better to let Thatch be careful. Okay, I'll contact him right away. Jaws nodded. Then he quietly left the deck and went to the lower cabin. But at this moment, no one knew that everything. It was too late. Chapter 78 Intercepting the Coke Power System. Humph, red-haired boy, put away your domineering, otherwise. Seeing that on the deck, as Red Hair walked along, those sons with weak strength fell one by one. Whitebeard was somewhat unhappy. This kid is too good at pretending. He always does this every time he comes. It seems that you can't start talking about things without stunning some people with domineering color. His eyes narrowed slightly. The domineering color was also released, and he directly hit back. For a time, the 2 terrifying auras intertwined, and even the deck of the Moby Dick had some slight cracks. You know, although this ship is not made of atom treasure wood, the materials used are also extremely top-grade wood. It is conceivable how intense the confrontation between them was. After more than 10 seconds, the 2 of them withdrew their domineering auras in tacit understanding. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? About Blackbeard. Humph, it's not your turn to take care of my son's affairs. Whitebeard snorted coldly. Of course, Shanks had expected such an attitude. After all, he knew this old man too well. Whitebeard, I didn't plan to talk to you about Blackbeard, but now that this matter has been exposed, everything is different. What do you think will happen to a guy who has been hiding under your nose for more than 20 years and is suddenly exposed? According to the information I got, he seems to be following Thatch to Fishman Island. Thatch is far from being Teach's opponent, Shanks said with a hint of meaning. Whitebeard frowned deeply. Although he hated to doubt his son without any hard evidence. But he had to say that what Shanks said made sense. A guy who could leave 3 scars on his face and hide in his own Whitebeard group for more than 20 years without being exposed. Whether it was strength or strategy, Thatch was definitely not his opponent. But all this was just speculation. As long as it was not confirmed one day, he should not doubt his lovely sons. And at this moment, Whitebeard suddenly saw Jaws running to Marco in a panic, not knowing what he was saying. Then Marco's face suddenly changed. Jaws, what happened? Why are you so flustered? Whitebeard shouted. Dad, Thatch. Something happened to Thatch. These things. And time, unknowingly, has passed for more than half a month. The Super Naval Academy was completed. As for the island-class propulsion device, because the project is too large, even if it is started at the same time as the Super Naval Academy, it is still more than 20 days away from completion. The buildings completed at the same time include the Ship Design Bureau, a new villa area and 5 dormitory buildings. The current Marines, researchers, and workers in the branch, all add up to several thousand people. Most of them have no houses to live in, so they have to build temporary tents. One is a bit outrageous, and the other is a temporary tent, which does not have the characteristics of a systematic building. In addition, there will definitely be more and more people in the future. Therefore, Loyolan still planned a large area in the jungle, specifically for building residential areas. Anyway, those dormitory buildings are cheap and the construction period is short. It doesn't take much time to build a large number of them. So, Loyolan ordered the construction of 12 5-story C-class residential buildings in a villa community for officers. The construction is currently in full swing. As residential buildings are completed one after another, a large number of people are happily moving in with their bags. In addition to the buildings, the recruitment of personnel. It almost drained Loyolan's points. First of all, the Super Navy City, the few instructors the system gave him at the beginning were not enough. As a last resort, Loyolan had to buy another A-level instructor as the chief instructor, and hundreds of C-level instructors, assigned to different subjects. Originally, I wanted to use all B-level instructors. But hundreds of B-level instructors. I can't afford them. I had to use C-level instructors to support the scene. As for the Ship Design Bureau, it also deployed an A-level talent, plus 2 B-level and 20 D-level apprentices. In short, after deploying these personnel and the characteristic imprints of so many buildings, Loyolan was really drained. There were only more than 3,000 points left on his body. Still poor. It seems that it is time to get the 1 billion Baileys in Nami's hands. Loyolan sighed and started to think about Nami again. Ship Design Bureau. Level, C. Architectural Feature 1, Design Ability plus 50%. Architectural Feature 2, Rigorousness plus 80%. Both are for designers. Loyolan is still very satisfied with this effect. And he came here today because Roy reported that he has completed the design of the first generation of warships of the branch. In the director's office, in addition to Roy and Loyolan, the foreman of the shipyard, Kylo, the head of the science department, Silas, and Tina, who was just appointed as the deputy head of the branch by Loyolan, all gathered here. Colonel, the warship we designed this time is different from the past. It is made entirely of steel and uses a number of new technologies provided by the science department, including full power devices, weapon systems, and long-range reconnaissance systems, etc. As soon as Roy spoke, the others said nothing. But Tina was stunned. Wait, Director Roy, you just said it's made entirely of steel. Yes. Roy nodded in confirmation. But, isn't steel unable to stay on the water? Sure enough, this is a bit beyond the scope for the natives of the pirate world. Loyolan looked at Tina's unbelieving expression and smiled bitterly. Colonel, is the waterline position of an empty ship the same as that of a ship full of cargo? Of course not. If there is too much cargo, the ship will sink a lot on the sea. Tina answered directly, thinking to herself, isn't this common sense? However, Roy smiled. Then, Colonel Tina, have you ever thought about why, since it will sink, it stops after sinking to a certain extent, instead of sinking all the time until it sinks? This Tina doesn't know. Almost everyone knows this phenomenon. But no one has ever thought about why. That's because the weight of the water displaced by the ship on the water surface is equal to the buoyancy that can be generated, and when the buoyancy is greater than the weight of the ship, then, even if this ship is made of steel, it can still float on the water. Of course, a solid iron block will definitely not work, because the same volume of water is definitely not as heavy as an iron block, so. Roy explained while unfolding a design drawing. This is a brand new structure, which I call a hollow structure. Using this structure, we can increase the total volume of the ship, thereby displacing more water in the water to generate greater buoyancy. Tina was confused. She immediately interrupted Roy. Otherwise, if I continue to listen, my eyelids will fight. Okay, anyway, the meaning is that this steel battleship can indeed float on the water, right? Yes, I can be sure of this. Hearing this, Tina nodded and stopped dwelling on this issue. And Roy continued to introduce. What we are going to talk about next is a new power system provided by the science department, called Coke Power System. Hearing this name, Loyolan's mouth twitched violently. Good guy, you made this thing. Does Frankie know about it? Chapter 79 Jun arrives, Branch evacuates. Coke Power System? Loyolan, is it the Coke that Tina knows about? Tina was confused. She knew about Coke. Although she didn't drink it very often, she had drunk it quite a few times when she went to a restaurant. But how did this thing become the power source for the new warship? Should be, maybe that's it. Actually, Loyolan really didn't know. Although he knew that the science department had a group that specialized in researching new power. But he really didn't know what kind of power they were researching. Who would have thought that Frankie's Coke power would be developed? Silas, how efficient is this power? If it's just used for sailing, a bottle of Coke is enough to support a large warship to sail 300 nautical miles. So much. Loyolan was also shocked. 300 nautical miles a bottle of Coke? Is it so awesome? It's worthy of being one of the original black technologies in the pirate world. Colonel, it's still in the early stages, and there's huge room for development in the future. You mean, this thing can be improved further? Yes, and there's huge room for improvement. Awesome! Loyolan secretly gave a thumbs up. I used to think that I should go to Alabasta to see if there is any oil. But now, with this thing, what oil do I need? Roy, keep going. Let me see how much more surprise you can give me later. Loyolan was in a good mood. Yes, Colonel. You should have noticed that this warship does not have sails, but uses propellers instead. This is also the inspiration I got from Tana. As he spoke, Roy changed a design drawing. The necessary force is generated by the Coke power device, and then through a series of complex mechanisms, it finally drives the two sets of propellers at the bottom of the ship to rotate. What speed can it reach? This is the question that Loyolan is most concerned about. The design cruising speed is 22 knots, and the maximum speed is 31 knots. What about the range? The power unit is maintained every 3 months and overhauled every 2 years. Apart from that, as long as the Coke is not exhausted, it can sail all the time. Very good. Loyolan was very satisfied. Then, Roy talked for a long time. He introduced the entire ship in detail. After he finished speaking, he gave the seat to Silas. Next is the weapons, which Silas can better explain. Colonel, the weapons are mainly provided by the second group of our science department. The main guns are 2 sets of twin 180mm caliber cannons. These are also 2 groups of newly developed naval guns, which have the advantages of long range and great power. And the secondary guns are still the results of the second group, 12 105mm caliber dual-purpose guns. In addition, the heavy machine guns just developed by the third group will also be deployed in large quantities on this warship. Awesome! Loyolan shouted in his heart again. Not only has it entered the era of ironclad ships, but it has even developed cannons. In addition, there are also dual-purpose secondary guns and heavy machine guns. It feels like it won't be long before the ROD 1518 type, which has only been equipped for more than 2 months, will be lost. Kylo? How long will it take to build one? Colonel, we haven't built this kind of ship before. The first batch may be slower. It is expected to be about a month, and at most 2 ships will be started at the same time. After thinking for a while, Kylo gave a preliminary estimate. This is different from the traditional shipbuilding industry in the pirate world. It requires the cooperation of several departments to complete. After all, those power systems, control systems, and weapon systems. He can't build them. Have you calculated the cost? Yes, Colonel, if you only calculate the material cost, each ship is about 380 million Baileys. What, so cheap? Luo Lan's eyes widened instantly. I didn't think 3.8 was too expensive, on the contrary, it was too cheap. You know, for the medium-sized warships of the Navy headquarters. That was just a 2,000-ton sailing ship, which cost 100 million Baileys. And now I'm building a warship that is twice as heavy as a large warship and is made entirely of steel. Only 380 million Baileys? Ahem, Colonel. Wood, especially the best wood used to build warships, is more expensive than steel. Hearing this, Luo Lan suddenly realized. Yes, for example, the ship of the protagonists in the original work, only the atom wood used for the keel and some key parts, cost 300 million Baileys. This doesn't include other wood, after all, Espagu and Frankie paid for all the expenses, otherwise the whole ship would cost more than 500 million. Although the Navy's large warships are not so extravagant as to use atom wood, the wood they use is definitely not bad. After all, if the wood is too bad, it will not be able to withstand the damage caused by the guns on the ship. In this case, 380 million per ship is reasonable for a steel warship that does not use expensive wood. Start work immediately. Submit the note and I will approve the funds. Yes, Colonel. Good guy, I was thinking of going to Nami to get a few hundred million for myself. As a result, I haven't started yet. And the 2 warships alone will cost 760 million. If I go to get more, I guess the normal operation of the branch will be in trouble, after all. The 157th branch has more than 3,000 people. Forget it, I'll think of other ways to get the points. That afternoon, when Silas and others took the note signed by Luo Lan to ask for money, Nami was furious. What, 760 million Baileys? Do you think I run a bank? I'm telling you, if you don't have Baileys, you'll lose your life. Fortunately, Tina came with a few people and pulled Nami aside to talk for a long time. Only then did she reluctantly take out a full 760 million Baileys from the warehouse. Sister Tina, we agreed that next time Luo Lan comes to me to ask for Baileys, you have to help me beat him up. Don't worry, Tina keeps her word. After hearing this, Nami finally gave the 760 million Baileys to the 3 people. Next. Rhodes Shipyard, Ship Design Bureau, Science Department, Manufacturing Department, and Intelligence Department were all busy. Various raw materials were continuously sent to designated locations through the black market. Later, the Intelligence Department got involved and shipped them to Rhodes Island in batches without anyone noticing. However, Luo Lan forgot one important thing. Brew brew brew. In the office, the Den Den Mushi suddenly rang. This is Luo Lan. I'm almost out of the doldrums. I'll be there in 2 hours at most. Click. Just one sentence, and then the phone was hung up. Damn it! How could I have forgotten this? Just by listening to the voice, Luo Lan knew who it was. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Jun. And I heard that the headquarters has decided to promote her to a candidate for Admiral, and even thought of a code name. It seems to be Dao Tu? Luo Lan jumped up. With this woman's strength, once she uses the observation haki, she will definitely cover most of Rhodes Island. By then, everything will be exposed. Pick up the den den mushy and dial it out. Bulo bulo bulo. Who's looking for Tina? Sister Tina, it's me. What's the matter? Sister Jun is here. Come if you want to. Tina hasn't seen her for a long time. It's just right for us to have tea and reminisce. Luolan was speechless for a moment. Sister Tina, have you forgotten that the situation here cannot be exposed? It seems to be the case. What should we do now? Tina reacted and asked immediately. Quick, help me evacuate the entire branch and let them all go to the east of the island to wait. Even if Sister Jun's observation haki is strong, it can't cover there. No problem, but what about you? Me? I'll take a few marines to dress up, and then go to the broken building outside to pretend. After saying that, Luolan hung up the phone. Rushed out of the office directly. Chapter 80 Jun and Tina. Quick, take off your clothes, tear some holes here and there, and then rub them on the ground a few times, and finally step on them a few times. Luolan shouted with several marines. The marines were confused when they heard it. What the hell is going on? However, this is an order, and although everyone was stunned for a moment, they soon followed it. Each of them was shirtless, holding a dirty and torn navy uniform in their hands. Luolan checked it and was quite satisfied. Very good, put on your clothes, and then take off your pants and do the same thing. Just as Luolan was issuing all kinds of weird orders here. On the other side, the entire branch also began an emergency assembly. Not only Marines, but also other logistics workers or scientific researchers, etc., everyone was the same. According to the order, under the leadership of the ministers, they set off to the easternmost side of the island. According to the shape of Rhodes Island, it is the farthest from Luolan in a straight line. Not to mention Jun, even if you come to a general. Even the observation haki can't cover it. After arranging the others, Tina also came to Luolan's side. After all, she also had to show her face, right? Why are you like this? Tina is shocked. Not only the Marines, but also Luolan was in tatters. Sister Tina, with this environment, how clean do you think I can be? Luolan pointed to the dilapidated building next to it. Well, it's true. Living in such an environment for a year, it's normal to be tattered, isn't it? But you are all like this, then. Looking at Luolan and others, and then looking at herself. This comparison. It's really a bit too much. Sister Tina, why don't you take off all your clothes and I'll take care of it for you? Get out. More than an hour later. A 5,000-ton large naval warship arrived. Luolan couldn't help but sigh that this world still has something. Look at the 3 mounted cannons in front, behind, left and right, plus the 2 rows of 12 guns in the bow, and the 2 rows of 12 secondary guns in the stern. Although they are all front-loading smoothbore guns, they are definitely much more powerful than the sailing warships in his previous life. The warship was not docked at the dock. Well, the dock was slightly knocked down by Tina's warship before, and Luolan didn't repair it. Besides, even if the dock was not damaged, such a large warship could not stop at all. They had to anchor more than 100 meters away from the coast, and then let out a small boat to send people ashore. Tina, long time no see. As soon as Jun got ashore, he quickly passed Luolan and greeted Tina. It was as if Luolan was a transparent person. Yes, it's been more than a year. Tina nodded. Although she and Zaiwen were not as close as best friends in the headquarters, they did have a good relationship. After all, there were only a few female Navy officers who could make it in the entire headquarters. Naturally, they knew each other and had a good relationship. Stinky boy. At this time, Zaiwen finally turned around. She looked at Luolan. Hey, Sister Zaiwen, did you bring the things for me? Don't be so slick. Although sister he asked me to send the things to you, I won't give them to you if you don't give me a suitable reason. Okay, I know it myself. This woman is very difficult to deal with. Luolan sighed slightly. I'm just too bored to stay here, I want to find something to study and kill time. Study? I'll give you the things, can you study them clearly? Sister Zaiwan, don't underestimate me. Humph, it's not that I underestimate you, Vegapunk has also studied this thing, but what's the result? As for you, hee. Zaiwan directly turned on the mocking mode towards Luolan. However, although he looked disdainful, his actions were not like that. He took out a bag from his clothes and threw it over. There are 3 portions of materials in it. You should know how to use them, so I won't tell you. Let's go, Tina, sit on my boat for a while. After throwing the things to Luolan, Zaiwan directly pulled Tina away. After all, she also saw Luolan's dilapidated building. It's not a place to sit down and have a good chat. After the two boarded the boat and headed for the warship, Luolan opened the bag in his hand. There were several pieces of bark in it, and it exuded a special fragrance. So, is this the material used to make life paper? What kind of tree is it? Well, none of this matters. The important thing is, a group of the science department specializes in genetic research. Let them study this thing and finally clone some and plant them in Rhodes Island. This should be possible, right? Well, it's decided. Of course, we have to wait until Jun leaves. After all, the entire branch has been evacuated at this moment. Large warship. In Jun's room. At this moment, the 2 cups of black tea on the table exude bursts of rich fragrance. Jun, I haven't congratulated you yet. I heard that your promotion order will come soon. What's the matter with promotion or not? The rank is still Lieutenant General, but with an additional code name of Peach Rabbit. Jun waved his hand. You are a bit too pretentious, is that a normal code name? No, that is the code name of a reserve general. She, when there is a vacancy among the 3 current admirals, you will be the next admiral of the navy. Tina rolled her eyes at Jun and said. But Jun just shook her head. She knew very well that it was not important to become a reserve admiral or not, what was important was whether she had the strength to be an admiral. If she did not have such strength, even if the position of admiral was vacant, she would not be able to go any further. And if she had such strength, then even if she was not a candidate for admiral, she could still be promoted. Admiral represents the face of the navy. Is the peak power on this sea. Therefore, it has nothing to do with military merit or position. Whether you can be promoted depends only on your strength. But it is obvious that I do not have such strength. Okay, let's not talk about me, tell me what happened to that brat. And you, what happened? Jun's expression suddenly became serious, staring into Tina's eyes. He asked. Tina doesn't understand what you mean by that. Tina's heart suddenly skipped a beat. But she still tried to control her expression and asked back. Tina, I used my observation haki to sense the strength of that brat after I got to the island. Although it seems to be a little worse than the elite vice admiral of the headquarters, it is not weaker than the ordinary vice admiral, right? And you are about the same as that brat. Don't tell me that your physique can grow to this level in just 1 year. Hearing this, Tina was also confused. She had awakened her observation haki, but wasn't it used to sense the opponent's attack and predict the opponent's next move? Could it be? After practicing observation haki to the later stage, there is still this ability? It's a pity that he didn't ask Luolan, otherwise Luolan would definitely tell him. Yes, absolutely. And in addition to this, there are n special ways to play observation haki. However, although she was shocked, Tina quickly reacted. Jun only talked about Luolan's and his own strength, and didn't say anything else. In other words, just as Luolan guessed. Jun's observation haki couldn't cover the entire island. He also didn't sense the more than 3,000 people who were evacuated to the east of the island. Okay, Luolan's physical problem has been solved, but he asked Tina to help keep it secret. As for Tina herself, since Tina awakened her domineering aura, her strength has been growing very fast. Maybe, it's the result of accumulated experience. After listening to Tina's explanation, Zaiwen frowned slightly. Chapter 81 The Hidden Truth. What Tina said. Zaiwen didn't believe a word. Because she could see that Tina was covering for Luolan. But what exactly is this brat doing? Tina, as long as you tell me one thing truthfully, I won't ask about the rest. Okay, you tell me. Did that brat betray the navy? Zaiwen was very serious. Even Tina, who had been friends with her for so many years, had hardly ever seen Zaiwen look so serious. No, no. Luolan did not betray the navy, nor did he do anything against justice. That point. Tina can guarantee it. Jun just stared at Tina's eyes. After half a minute, he finally looked away. Okay, I won't ask about him anymore, nor will I investigate. I hope. You're right. An hour later, Tina was sent back to Rhodes Island. And Jun's warship, after recovering the boat, turned around and left, heading towards the doldrums. At the same time, he was handling official business in his office. Bulo bulo bulo. I'm he. Sister he, it's me, Jun. Jun, how's it going? He put down the documents in his hand and leaned back in his chair. In my observation haki, Luolan's strength should be no weaker than the headquarters vice admiral. Has his physical problem been solved? I don't know, but the strange thing is that Tina's strength has also increased dramatically, and now she is not weaker than the vice admiral of the headquarters. This is impossible. He is different from Jun. Jun has been a guard in the Holy Land for a long time, so he hasn't seen Tina for a long time. But 3 months ago, she met Tina in the headquarters. At that time, although Tina was quite capable, she was only an elite colonel of the headquarters, infinitely close to the strength of a brigadier general. How could she improve several times at once and reach the level of a lieutenant general of the headquarters? The improvement of strength should not be so fast. Sister I also know it is impossible, but that is the fact. I asked Tina, although she was unwilling to tell Luolan's secret, she assured me, that Luolan did not betray the navy, nor did he do anything against justice. I can see from her eyes that she is not lying. In the office. After listening to Zaiwen's words, he thought for a moment. In that case, then don't worry about it. Okay, but sister Luolan is so upset with the marshal now, why did you keep the things from him back then? Obviously. Zaiwen nodded and agreed to this disposal. But suddenly remembered something, still can't help but speak again. Jun, Zhangguo had no choice in that matter. With Luolan's personality, if he knew that his brother was still alive but was sent to the Holy Land, he would. In short, he must not know about this. He sternly instructed. I understand, but... Jun wanted to say something else, but... He was interrupted immediately. Originally, I thought Luolan would only be an ordinary person for his whole life, and this truth, we would also hide it from him for his whole life. After all, we would rather go to the Holy Land to die. But now, I'm a little unsure. Let's wait and see what this little guy will do in the future. Will he have the strength to overturn the table? Hang up the den mushi. He remembered what happened in the past. After he landed on the island, Zhangguo called him. It was also in that phone call that Zhangguo talked to him a lot. Based on these contents, he adjusted his deployment and rushed directly to a certain location. Finally, the man was saved from Doflamingo. Well, it was not completely saved. Because he had completely fallen into a coma, and just when Crane ordered to return, 3 members of CP0 appeared, carrying the order of the 5 elders. Then, the man was taken away. Neither Crane nor Sengoku could stop it. Even the 5 elders ordered Sengoku and Crane to keep it secret and announced to the public that the man was dead. Then Luolan was released from the small black room of the headquarters and heard the shocking news of his brother's death. A few days after Jun left. Tana is back. Smoker had a great harvest this time. Not only did he bring back a lot of property, but also more than 300 people willing to join King's Landing. Some of them were rescued slaves, but more were civilians who were rescued by Smoker from pirates. They will first be sent to take ideological classes for a period of time, and then start recruit training. After the recruit training, according to Luolan's new rules, everyone has a chance to choose. What to choose? Choose a course you like and take the exam. Once you pass, you can be sent to the Super Naval Academy for further study. If you can graduate successfully in the future, Luolan promised. At least you will be awarded the rank of second lieutenant. Of course, it is not easy to get in. Now most people in the entire branch have tried. And in the end, those who passed the exam and successfully entered the academy. There are only 187 people in total. That's right, only 187 people were admitted out of more than 3,000 people. This is because the Super Naval Academy is recruiting students for the first time, and the exam questions are relatively simple. Otherwise, the number will be even less, and much less. Speaking of which, there are mainly 2 subjects in the Super Naval Academy that have signed up and currently have the most students. Shooting and Kendo. Mainly. Before the academy was just built, the instructors of various disciplines all came out to perform their talents. Enrollment, no need to shudder. But you have to admit that these 2 disciplines are really cool. One is full of sword energy, and the other is accurate killing from 2 kilometers away. In short, many people signed up for these 2 disciplines. If you must ask why? I guess many people will give the same answer. Because they are cool. After all, those other disciplines, such as navigation, ship design, battleship command, etc. If you ask them to perform their talents, there is really nothing much to see. After Ian led more than 300 people away, Luolan also came over. Smoker, did you do everything I said? Don't worry, it's all arranged. Okay. Luolan breathed a sigh of relief. And just a few seconds later, a figure rushed into the port. Luolan! You didn't steal anything, did you? I haven't even entered yet, what would I steal? Hearing this, Nami looked at Luolan's empty hands and also breathed a sigh of relief. Then she looked at Smoker. Smoker, how did you get this time? There aren't many Baileys, only more than 30 million. Although there are a lot of valuables, if we sell them all on the black market, we should be able to get more than 300 million. Nami frowned deeply. Because the qualification at the beginning really made her too sensitive. Not much Bailey. Fortunately, the following words made her frown relax. 300 million stolen goods. Well, not bad. He immediately did not hesitate, took 2 men, and rushed into Tana to count the goods in the cargo hold. At the dock, Jian Nami entered Tana. Luolan also spoke quickly. How much is the seized part? 360 million Bailey. Okay, although it's not much, it's also a great help. Luolan nodded with satisfaction. In a good mood. Chapter 82 Observation Radar. More than 10 days later. It was 2 days earlier than expected, and it took a total of 18 days. The 2 new warships have been completed. Except for Tina, who took over Smoker and led the King's Landing to sea, almost all the senior leaders of the entire branch have come to the port. Hiss! So big! I'm afraid it's bigger than the super warships of the headquarters, right? Smoker sighed. You know, when he was managing Rogue Town before, there were only small and medium-sized warships. It is conceivable that such a warship, which is even twice as large as the headquarters' large warships, brought him a strong visual impact. Especially the two sets of double-mounted main guns. Although the barrels are not much thicker than the main guns on large naval warships, the barrels are abnormally long. He was very surprised. After all, people in this world do not have the concept of cannons, and are still using smoothbore guns, or the kind that loads ammunition from the front. Luo Lan, how far can this naval gun shoot, and how powerful is it? Also, where are the sails of this ship? Where are they hidden? The most important thing is that I just found out that this ship is actually made of steel. Smoker hadn't returned from the previous meeting, so he wasn't very clear about the data. At this moment, he turned into a curious baby and asked questions non-stop. According to Silas, this set of double-mounted cannons has a maximum range of 22 kilometers. Of course, the farther you shoot, the lower the hit rate. Generally speaking, if you want to achieve an average hit rate of more than 10%, the range should not exceed 15 kilometers. What, 22 kilometers? Wait, even if the range is shortened, the hit rate is only 10%? Smoker was shocked at first, and then he looked down on it. If Luo Lan knew this, he would definitely complain like crazy. I'm talking about 15 kilometers, do you think it's the kind of 100 or 200 meters of bombardment you guys have? And this is without radar assistance, an average hit rate of 10%, isn't that high? Kylo, well done. Walking forward, Luo Lan patted the foreman Kylo on the shoulder. No, I can't do it alone. After all, steel warships are no longer something that shipbuilders can complete alone. Kylo shook his head. If it is a wooden sailing ship, then the shipbuilders will really take care of it from beginning to end. Even the final decoration work can be taken care of by you. For example, Ice Pagoda and Frankie in the original book. But now, to be honest, the shipbuilders only make a hull. As for other things, they are all made by other departments and sent over for installation. Their shipbuilders can't help at all. Okay, you are all great. But next, I want you to take small steps and run fast. Using these two warships as the basis, we don't require comprehensive technical iterations at once, but improve a part each time and build one or two to try. In this way, we can expand our fleet while verifying and improving it until we design a target ship that everyone is satisfied with, and then we can start mass production. Luo Lan thought about it. Or use the successful experience of the previous life. That is, the method of small steps and fast progress. Every batch will not be produced too many, but each batch will be improved to verify the new technology. Even if there is a problem, it is only one or two. At the same time, one batch after another, continuously manufactured. Until a target ship of a major stage appears, a batch of dumplings will be produced, and then the process will be repeated. After hearing this, Roy pondered for a long time, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, this method is really great. Yes, Colonel. Everyone came to the ship. Roy, I remember that there was no such thing in the original design. Pointing to the strange device erected above the island, Luo Lan asked. Yes, there was no such thing originally, but after the battleship was launched and outfitting began, the science department came up with a new thing and asked us to put the test product on the battleship for testing. Hearing this, Luo Lan nodded. No wonder the other ship next to it didn't have this thing installed. It turned out to be a new thing made by Silas, and it was a test product. Silas, what is the use of this thing? Luo Lan turned his head and looked at Silas. Colonel, this is the radar we developed by chance. Wait, you said this thing is a radar. Luo Lan was shocked. Is it the radar he was thinking of? Silas is so awesome that he has already studied Tana's radar? Colonel, although you asked me to study Tana's radar before, that thing is much more advanced than our current technology, and I can't copy it for a while. Then Although the principle is somewhat similar, it is not the same technology. The radar we built actually uses the observation haki. Observation haki? Luolan was stunned. This thing is indeed the same as radar to some extent. Wow, is this directly replacing the radar wave with observation haki? But the question is, can this thing be used like this? Moreover, no matter how strong a person's observation haki is, its coverage is very limited. I'm afraid that only the guy on Sky Island can cover dozens of kilometers. In fact, it is a device that can amplify observation haki, and in order to use it, the captain must also awaken observation haki. After a brief explanation, everyone came to the bridge under the leadership of Silas. Colonel, please look. Hey? This is... Following Silas's pointing, everyone looked over. There was a strange disc-shaped design on the left armrest of the captain's chair. The radar itself does not generate haki. If you want it to work, you need the captain to provide haki, and the way to provide it. The captain puts his left hand on the disc and outputs the haki of observation haki. Colonel, why don't you try it? Luolan did not hesitate, and sat directly on the captain's chair and pressed his left hand on the disc. There was just one thing Luolan did not understand. Output. How to output the haki of observation haki? Colonel, you just need to activate observation haki, and the rest, the corresponding device will solve it by itself. Silas reminded Luolan when he found that he did not know how to use it. Luolan nodded and closed his eyes. Observation haki. Activate. The next moment, he found something wrong. The disc pressed by his palm seemed to be extracting something from his body. This feeling was very strange, and even made Luolan a little worried. Colonel, rest assured, the extraction of haki will not harm the body. After all, the release of armament haki is also the separation of haki from the body, which is essentially no different from the extraction of observation haki. So that's it. What's next? Although Luolan asked this, he knew it the next second. It's no longer necessary. Because on the big screen in front, large and small light spots began to appear continuously. In the end, Luolan saw thousands of light spots. Hiss. Chapter 83 Confiscating the Tools of Crime. Are these light spots from our branch? Yes, and according to the size and brightness of the light spots, it also represents the approximate strength of each person. What about other things, such as the other battleship next to it? Colonel, the observation haki radar can only detect living objects. Okay. It's just the opposite of the radar in my concept. But it doesn't matter. After all, unless it's a ghost otherwise, how can there be no one on the ship? If someone is there, it can be detected. In some aspects, it is actually better than the radar on Tana. Of course, it would be best if both radars can be equipped at the same time in the future. By the way, how far can the detection range be? Luolan couldn't help but ask again. Colonel, this varies from person to person. The current increase is 12 times. If your observation haki can cover 2 kilometers, then the coverage range of the radar is 24 kilometers. So that's it. First of all, you must awaken the observation haki. Secondly, if your own observation haki is not strong, the coverage range is also very limited, then the coverage range of the observation haki radar will not be too large either. 12 times. If the guy from Sky Island comes, wouldn't it be able to cover hundreds of kilometers? It seems that when I go to Sky Island in the future, not only the gold and Enel's fruit, but also the hard network training method they use, must be obtained together. Luolan, one of these two warships is mine, right? Just as Luolan was thinking about the Sky Island issue, Smoker couldn't hold it back any longer. In his opinion, one of the two warships must belong to Tina, so the other one must be his, right? However, Luolan just looked at him quietly. Smoker, have you awakened your haki? Not yet. What are you talking about? Didn't you hear Silas say that if you don't have observation haki, you can't use it? Luolan complained directly. You are the most embarrassing person in the entire 157th branch, and you are the one who came out at the same time as Tina. Look at Ace. He didn't even know what haki was before, but he also awakened a few days ago. As for you, you have known about haki for more than 10 or 20 years, but you can't awaken it. Isn't it embarrassing? But even if this one doesn't work, isn't the one next to it also not equipped with that thing called radar? Smoker retorted. For the time being. Remember, it's not installed for the time being. Ah, by the way, even if it's Tana, it's my vehicle. Now I'm just letting you use it temporarily to go out on missions. In short, if you don't awaken your domineering aura, you won't have your own vehicle for the day. Hearing this, Smoker felt bad. Then why don't you give me the other ship and just leave it there to collect dust? Of course it's for Ian. But didn't he awaken his domineering aura either? It doesn't matter. Anyway, he hasn't installed the observation haki radar for the time being, right? Smoker felt that this statement seemed to make sense. But he felt something was wrong. Wait, I remember. That's not what you said to me just now, hey. Finally, he reacted and raised his head to argue with Luolan. But there was no sign of Luolan in the bridge. 157th Branch. Super Naval Academy. In the library. There were dozens of books in front of Luolan. And he was flipping through one. The name of the book was Domineering Training, Domineering Color. So, whether or not the Conqueror's haki can be awakened is actually deeply tied to a person's mental power. Although everyone is born with different strengths in mental power, it can be cultivated later. In theory, everyone can awaken the Conqueror's haki. That's not right. The original book clearly says that this thing is innate. If you are born with it, you have it. If you don't have it, you will never have it in your life. But the books given by the system will never lie. So, the key is that people in the pirate world don't know how to cultivate mental power, so the strength of mental power at birth determines whether a person can awaken in the future. Well, that should be the case. Luolan put down the book thoughtfully. Speaking of which, the textbooks in this Super Academy and the books in the internal library are really comprehensive. In just a few hours, Luolan has benefited a lot. As for mental power, Luolan has been a human for 2 lifetimes, so he has been strong from the beginning. Not to mention that his villa has the characteristic of continuously enhancing mental power. It's just that it hasn't awakened yet. According to the chapter on domineering training, domineering color, although the strength of the spirit determines whether it can be awakened, it is only a qualification. As for the final awakening of the domineering color, it still requires an opportunity. And this opportunity, just like a certain red eye disease family almost, it requires strong stimulation. Just like Luffy, the first time he burst out his domineering color was when he was threatened to smash the petrified Margaret. But where can I find this level of stimulation? Oh, my head is so heavy. However, just when Luolan leaned back in his chair, feeling extremely overwhelmed, the sound of sword chanting suddenly sounded, and in a corner of the library, a green sword energy flashed suddenly, cutting through more than a dozen bookshelves before finally dissipating. Looking at the mess on the other side of the library, Luolan was stunned. What's going on? Rushed over quickly, and the result was, I saw a guy in a green belly band holding an unsheathed blood fang in his hand. He fell to the ground and fell into a coma. Good guy, there is no need to check at all, it must be this guy messing around again. After all, every time this guy suddenly realizes something, no matter where he is, he will immediately draw his sword to test it. Similar situations have happened many times in the branch. At this time, 2 B-level instructors also rushed into the library. "Colonel, here. This guy is sick again." Loyolan was too lazy to explain and pointed directly at Soron on the ground. "What, this guy again? He has been put in solitary confinement twice, and he is still here." The 2 instructors were furious. After all, this guy is really a habitual offender, and he is the kind of habitual offender who has been punished many times and has not changed his ways. "Colonel, I will put him in solitary confinement immediately." "It's useless, he has been put in solitary confinement twice before." Loyolan shook his head. "Then, how about punishing him to wash socks for all the Marines? We've tried this before, and almost every pair of socks he washed was scrapped, and in the end the branch had to pay to buy new socks for all the Marines." "Oh, right, let's fine him his salary." "It still won't work. The branch provides 3 meals a day, and he doesn't need any money now." The 2 instructors looked at each other. They all smiled bitterly. However, Loyolan thought of a good idea. "Got it, you 2 confiscate his tools." "Colonel, do you really have to do that?" A colonel looked embarrassed and was a little reluctant. "Nonsense, do it immediately." "Yes, Colonel." The 2 looked at each other again and nodded to each other. Then, one of them pulled Zoro's pants, and the other took out a dagger. This scene made Loyolan dumbfounded. "What are you 2 doing?" "Colonel, didn't you ask us to confiscate Zoro's tools?" "The tools I'm talking about are his 3 knives, okay? Good fellow, you 2 biochemical people from the system. How could you think of that?" Chapter 84 Loyolan's Mental Self-Injury. 157th Branch, Naval Hospital. Zoro woke up from the hospital bed. He was still a little confused when he opened his eyes, but soon, his memory began to recover. That's right, after his unremitting efforts, coupled with the vast amount of knowledge he gained from the academy, he made his first flying slash in his life. According to what Loyolan said before, learning to cut iron is equivalent to half a step into the swordsman realm, and learning to fly slash means he has completely entered the swordsman realm. Clenching his fist fiercely, Zoro's face was full of excitement. He wanted to draw his sword immediately and swing dozens of flying slashes. But where is this place? After taking a look at the surrounding environment, Zoro finally reacted. And the next moment, he found a more serious problem. "No matter where this place is, where is my knife?" At this time, the door of the ward was pushed open, and an instructor from the academy walked in. Zoro knew this instructor because he was the instructor in charge of the kendo class in the academy. "Awake. Okay, I will announce the colonel's order." Because Roronoa Zoro released flying slashes indiscriminately in the library, a large number of facilities and books were damaged. As a punishment, Zoro's tools will be confiscated for 3 days. "Yes, that's your 3 knives. Come to me in 3 days to get them back, that's it." As soon as the voice fell, the instructor left the ward directly. Only Zoro was left, messy in the wind. Not only Zoro. All those who passed the assessment and finally entered the Naval Academy have made great progress. For example, Mary systematically learned ship design knowledge, which is far more advanced than this era. For advanced knowledge. Even the instructor praised that Mary would become the greatest ship designer in the future. For example, Nakago, he learned gun skills in the academy. Of course, it was not a cold weapon gun, but a hot weapon musket. In a short period of time, pistols, rifles, machine guns, sniper rifles, etc., all improved greatly. Even the matching fighting techniques with different guns were all learned. And Loyolan was also surprised to find one thing: Nakago's shooting talent. It was not worse than Usopp. Comprehensively, it was even much better than Usopp. Although both of them studied in the academy and entered the same subject. But Usopp had no talent at all when learning those fighting techniques with various guns. simply put all his talents in shooting. The final result is that the two are similar in shooting, but when it comes to physical skills, Nakago can beat 100 Usopp. In this case, in a one-on-one duel, Usopp will definitely lose. This is indeed a huge surprise. Of course, the surprise is not only in the Naval Academy. Silas also brought a surprise to Luolan. Colonel, Kaya's talent in genetics is simply too scary. Scary. This word is quite interesting. Especially Silas, an S-level scientist, can be called scary by him. What exactly did Kaya do in the science department? Yes, it's scary, not exaggerating at all. It's only been more than a month, but in the field of genes, besides me, Kaya can be called an authority in the entire science department. Don't you think it's scary? That's not the most important thing. Today, Kaya suddenly came up with a new theory, and that theory, once it is verified to be correct, I think I can open your second genetic lock, Colonel. If Silas came to tell him that he had found a way to open the second genetic lock, then Luolan would definitely not be surprised. According to the system's evaluation, he is a scientist of the same level as Vegapunk. But now it's Kaya. Since entering the science department to study with Silas, it has only been about 30 days. Is this the second authority in genetic science? After all, Silas said that if he is not counted, Kaya is already an authority. Isn't this the second authority? Is it so outrageous? This is the case with Nojigo and Kaya. It seems that the supporting characters who were marginalized in the original novel are really no worse than the protagonists. They may even be more awesome. Let me think about which other supporting characters appeared more often but did not get on board in the end. Maybe after they are brought back, they will all have other surprises. Silas, how long will it take to get the results? It will take about 10 days to verify. If the theory is correct, then further research will be conducted based on the theory. It may take as short as 10 days and a half months or as long as a year and a half. After all, scientific research. I understand. Luolan nodded. Although he is not a scientist, he also understands this kind of thing. It is impossible to determine the time, and just now. I just asked casually. Luolan is still very interested in the second gene lock. Silas had said that the first genetic lock was to unlock Luolan's physical limitations, so that there would be no more restrictions on his physical growth. And the second one must be something deeper. Could it be that, as many people in the previous life had speculated, he would gain various special abilities? If that was true, it would make up for his regret of not being able to eat the devil fruit. There was still some small expectation in his heart. At the same time, Luolan gave himself a thumbs up for bringing Kaya back at that time. This decision was simply too wise. The next day, Luolan came to the Underground Research Institute and lay on the test bench. This was what he had agreed with Silas yesterday. Instead of waiting for that opportunity that would appear at an unknown time, it would be better to take the initiative to create that opportunity through scientific means. Colonel, are you really sure you want to do this? If you don't do it right, it may cause serious psychological damage to you. Get all the equipment ready. Watching the head being covered by a strange device, Luolan. Silas was still a little worried. After all, this is mental self-harm. Don't worry, I'm not that fragile. Then. Okay. Seeing that Luolan still insisted, Silas had to nod in agreement. Then, he pressed a button. Just a few seconds later, Luolan's consciousness began to blur. Until completely lost consciousness. When the light reappeared, Luolan found he was in a strange place. A huge bird cage covered a large area. With a little confusion, Luolan walked forward. Finally, he saw other people. There were two men, one was seriously injured and fell to the ground, and the other pointed a gun at him. Suddenly, some memories began to appear, and Luolan finally remembered. Who were these two men? No. Bang! Everything is too late. Then, the scene suddenly changed. As if time went back, Luolan appeared again in the area covered by the birdcage. At the same time, the memory that had just recovered was lost again. Once again, looking around blankly. Chapter 85 Overlord Color, Awakening. Unconsciously, Luolan has gone through the process of thinking it through dozens of times. But each time he recalled it at the last moment, and it was too late to stop it. After that, he would return to the starting point again and forget everything. However, although the memory would be lost again, each time it would leave a new wound in Luolan's mind. Even at this moment, Luolan's face was already a little haggard. Where is this? It feels familiar, but also very strange. Over there, yes, that direction, although I don't know why, but I always feel that I should go there, and the sooner, the better. Dragging his tired body, Luolan walked towards it step by step. Why, I can't remember anything. Why? I always feel that there is a voice in my mind, as if it keeps saying, recall it quickly, otherwise it will be too late. Whether it is him or myself. What does this mean? Walking all the way. Luolan asked all the way. Not asking others, but constantly asking himself. But no matter how hard he racked his brains, he could not remember anything. Finally, he walked to that place again. In his mind, the memory of the two people's identities began to revive little by little. That is Doflamingo. And brother. Stop it. Bang. In the laboratory. Silas stood in front of the test bench, looking at Luolan's slightly pale face. He became more and more worried. It has been 7 hours, and the Colonel's condition is getting worse. Should I cut off the program? No, that is the Colonel's order, and I don't have the power to do so. After all, he is a cyborg, and a cyborg with a loyalty of 100, so it is absolutely impossible for him to resist any order from Luolan. So, if you think about it from another perspective, Luolan did not leave himself any way out this time. Because he also knew that Silas would not disobey the order and interrupt this program. Either succeed or die. If you want to awaken the domineering color in this way, how can you succeed without a price? Although there is some gambling involved. But Luolan believes he will definitely succeed. This program actually repeats the most horrifying scene in Luolan's heart in the form of a dream. Therefore, no one outside, including Silas, knows what Luolan is experiencing at this moment. Looking up at the birdcage above, Luolan is still very confused. But soon, he still took a step and walked towards the place of destiny. Along the way, he thought desperately. But just like the nearly 100 experiences before, he still couldn't remember anything. Until the two men appeared in sight again. Stop him now. It was that voice again. Who is it that keeps talking to himself in his mind? The next moment, a large number of memories rushed in crazily, causing Luolan to have a severe headache. Yes, I remember. That was Doflamingo, and my brother, Don Quixote family Rocinante. Stop it! Luolan yelled wildly. But obviously, Doflamingo did not react at all, as if Luolan did not exist. The finger slowly snapped down. At this moment, the whole world seemed to be slowed down countless times. Luolan looked at Doflamingo's finger with red eyes, staring at it, but there was no time to stop it. It was as if all the anger accumulated nearly 100 times before was superimposed on Luolan at this moment. An extremely terrifying momentum was born. Thunder began to roar in the sky. The whole world was printed with a layer of red. I told you to stop. Boom. The next moment, Doflamingo's whole body was flung out. Slowly opened his eyes. Although Luolan's eyes were not as scary as in the dream, some bloodshot could still be seen. He sat up slowly and asked a question. Where are the people? Why are they all gone? Unfortunately, no one could answer him at this moment. He jumped off the test bench and suddenly guessed something, and almost lost his balance. As a result, he looked down and saw Silas lying on the ground, even foaming at the mouth. He looked around carefully again. My goodness, more than a dozen white coats in the laboratory were all lying on the ground like Silas. If you look down from the top of branch 157 at this moment, you will find the entire branch 157 is full of people lying everywhere. Of course, not all of them. There are a few people who are still awake in various places in the branch. However, even if they did not fall down, their faces were pale at this moment. There was even a hint of fear in his expression. It was as if he had just experienced the end of the world. At the same time, Luolan also came to the ground. Looking at the miserable situation of the branch, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Good guy, is the range of his conqueror's haki so large? Otherwise, while everyone has fainted, I can practice it again. Otherwise, I can't release conqueror's haki at will. When he thought of this, Luolan immediately gave himself a thumbs up. He is really so smart. On the training ground, Smoker knelt on one knee on the ground, breathing heavily. After all, he came from the headquarters, had seen the world, and had seen the scene of Conqueror's haki being activated. This is Conqueror's haki. Who is it? Can it be Luolan? This guy? What the hell is he doing? Smoker felt a little puzzled. Even if you, Luolan, have awakened the Conqueror's haki, can you release it at will in the branch? Moreover, isn't your Conqueror's haki a little too strong? It's much scarier than the one I saw before. You know, that time was a big pirate in the New World, with a bounty of 500 million berries, but he wasn't as scary as you, okay? Smoker started to complain crazily in his heart. However, in the next second, the color of the entire sky world changed, dyed with a touch of red. Then, the sky thunder began to roll, and a burst of abnormal black thunder roamed around visibly. Finally, the terrifying atmosphere like the end of the world descended again. Luolan, are you done? Smoker cursed directly. Then he concentrated and began to fight against this momentum. It took a full half-minute before he finally stopped. Smoker felt his head buzzing. Fortunately, the guy stopped. Otherwise, if it continued for a while, I was afraid that he would fall down too. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, it was only a few seconds after he breathed a sigh of relief. The familiar scene appeared again, and the apocalyptic horror atmosphere also descended. Come again. Luolan, I'm going to fuck you. The next moment, Smoker couldn't hold on any longer. He lay directly on the ground and started to spit bubbles. Chapter 86 Baroque Works. That day, the entire branch, except Ace and Zoro, without exception, all fainted. Even Ace and Zoro, although they remained conscious, did not feel well. At this time, Luolan finally realized something. His conqueror's haki. There was something wrong. One was that the range was outrageous, and the other was that the mental impact was too great. It was not uncommon to stun ordinary Marines, researchers, and workers. But even Smoker, Ian, and BABY5 were knocked out. Even if it was because of the continuous impact of Conqueror's haki, it was definitely not normal. Is his mental power so exaggerated? Unlike physical strength, which can also test the value of Daoli, there is really no universal standard for mental power in the pirate world, let alone an evaluation method. Therefore, Luolan has always lacked a clear understanding of his mental power. But it doesn't matter. What he has to do next is to master the control method of Conqueror's haki. Otherwise, it will definitely not work if he kills everyone in the field without distinguishing between enemies and friends once it is activated. Like in the original work, those strong men can accurately apply the dominant color to a certain person in a dense crowd without affecting other people nearby. This kind of control ability is what Luo Lan urgently needs to master. As for the dominant color entanglement, it is still far away for Luo Lan. No need to consider it for the time being. 3 hours later. Oh my goodness, except for the 2 guys on the training ground who didn't faint and were looking at him with resentment. No one in the branch still woke up. This made Luo Lan smile helplessly. The after effect is a bit strong. Luo Lan. What happened? Hey? Sister Tina, you're back. Well, there was some trouble, so I had to return early. Tina fell from the air and nodded. Let's not talk about this for now. What happened to the branch? Tana called the port for a long time, but no one opened the entrance for Tina. Tina had no choice but to come and take a look. As a result, when she arrived at the port, she found that everyone had lost consciousness, and on the way here, the secret sentries in the forest were also killed. As for this place, Tina was shocked. Who was here? Could it be that guy with red hair who could overthrow the entire Rhodes Island with a domineering color? Tina looked anxious. In his opinion, only red hair could do this level of domineering color. After all, strength and range are 2 different concepts. Although Rhodes Island is not a big island, it is not small either. Can cover it all with a domineering color. Sister Tina, don't worry, actually. Not anxious? How can Tina not be anxious? We can't bear to offend the 4 emperors at this time. No. Shut up, you will enter Tana and leave in a while. Didn't give Luo Lan a chance to speak. Tina's interruption technique was directly maxed out. Luo Lan smiled bitterly, and then his eyes condensed slightly. Boom! In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and thunder roared. It was like a scene of the end of the world. Fortunately, Luo Lan only lasted for a few seconds this time, and then stopped. But this also brought a lot of pressure to Zoro and Ace next to him, and the look in their eyes when they looked at him became more resentful. Tina's situation was much better, after all, she was the second strongest person in the branch. But even she had a trace of cold sweat on her forehead. So, it wasn't one of the 4 emperors who came, but this guy Luo Lan? How is this possible? It's outrageous, but the facts are in front of her, and Tina has to believe it. Then, with a glance, she saw Smoker on the ground. Tina walked over and kicked him. It's useless. If Smoker hadn't fainted at this time, he would definitely refute it. You only felt it for a few seconds, and at least half a minute each time, and several times in a row, without rest. Do you try it? Even if you don't faint, it will definitely not be as easy as it is now. In fact, Smoker had just woken up, but he had just regained consciousness. Luo Lan released the Conqueror Haki once more to comfort Tina, but what happened? Smoker rolled his eyes again before he could even swear again, becoming the only person in branch 157 to faint twice today. It was really miserable. Normally, Smoker's willpower was pretty good, and he should be able to withstand the Conqueror Haki. But from what Luo Lan learned from the book Haki Training, Conqueror Haki, if you want to stun someone with Conqueror Haki, you need to have a lot of mental strength. At least 3 times stronger than the other party. At the same time, the strength of a person's willpower can play an amplifying role when resisting mental shock. And the amplification is quite large. For example, your mental power is 10, and the opponent's mental power is only 2, but his willpower is super strong, which may make him resist the Conqueror's color, and his mental power will be increased several times. Naturally, you can't stun him with mental shock alone. At the same time, this is why people in the pirate world believe that the strength of willpower is the only gold standard for whether you can resist the Conqueror's color. The reason is that the mental power of the natives of the pirate world is generally not high. But if someone's mental power is as high as 50, or even higher, and you still only have 2 Then, no matter how strong your willpower is, you can't resist it after all. Therefore, when everyone's mental power is generally weak, willpower is more important, otherwise. The strength of the mental power itself is more important. That night, everyone has woken up, and Loyolan has called all the management over. Sister Tina, you said you encountered trouble this time, so you returned early. What's the specific situation? Loyolan is still very concerned about this matter. At the current stage, the 157th branch is not yet exposed. Loyolan, you also know that because we can't go to the North Sea and the West Sea for the time being, Tina went to the first half of the Grand Line this time, which is commonly known as Paradise. At the same time, the scheduled routes are also set near the starting point of the Grand Line. Hearing this, Loyolan nodded. After all, the closer to the headquarters, the stronger the Navy's strength and regional control. In other words, the greater the probability of Junlin being discovered. Although the Navy can't do anything to Tana underwater, once it floats up and the Navy sends strong men to attack, it is still dangerous. Therefore, it is a relatively safe strategy to only operate near the entrance of the Grand Line for the time being. After all, this place is half a planet away from the headquarters, a distance of thousands of nautical miles. 3 days before Tina returned, she was ambushed. And they ambushed Tana twice in succession. Tana was ambushed? This is not a simple matter. There are prerequisites for an ambush. Either you design it and lure the opponent into the ambush circle, or you know the opponent's route and deploy it in advance. No matter which one it is, it's a big problem. Sister Tina, do you know what force ambushed you? Yes, it's Baroque Works. What, Baroque Works? With Tina's current strength, plus a whole group of Junlin Marines with an average DAO force of 200 or 300 per person. Beating up the Baroque Works, isn't that just a piece of cake? So, Loyolan knew what Tina meant. This is not a question of whether or not you can win, but a question of whether your whereabouts are known in advance, or even ambushed. If you can't figure out how the other party did it and solve this hidden danger, in the future, Junlin's actions will become very dangerous. Even indirectly expose the entire 157th branch. Sister Tina, tell me the details. Loyolan said in a deep voice. Chapter 87 Tana's Nemesis, the Fishman? At that time, Tina began to recall. In the first 10 days of entering the Grand Line, everything was normal. Almost every day, a large number of new pirate groups were defeated. After all, the pirates who can appear in this area are basically pirate groups from all over the world who have just entered the Grand Line from the upside-down mountain. There are almost no navy nearby. It is simply a treasure land for hunting pirates. In 10 days, a total of 107 pirate ships were defeated and countless spoils were seized. Of course, every time Junlin goes out to attack, in addition to hunting pirates and bringing back development funds for the branch, there is another important task. That is, bring people back. And these pirate groups that have just crossed the upside-down mountain basically cannot carry civilians or slaves they have captured on their ships. Therefore, although the results are remarkable after 10 days, less than 10 people were rescued from the pirates. So, Tina commanded Tana to continue moving forward, going deep into areas with a larger population and more frequent pirate raids. That is, the Kingdom of Alabasta. Alabasta at this time is not the Alabasta of 2 years later. Pirates are rampant in its waters, and the kingdom lacks strong. Although the kingdom army has hundreds of thousands of soldiers, they are all ordinary people and are powerless against the pirates. In addition, because of Crocodile's series of plans behind the scenes, the kingdom has begun to be somewhat turbulent, and it is even more impossible to concentrate on dealing with pirates. As for Crocodile himself, he has not yet started his Alabasta hero plan and is still hiding behind the scenes. Even many acts of looting are actually done by Baroque works pretending to be pirates. Therefore, Alabasta at this time is the most serious period of pirate chaos. It is for this reason that Tina wants to go here. Since we are here and know the situation here, let's sweep it. At the same time, we can save a large number of civilians from the pirates and select some of them to bring back to the branch. It's simply the best of both worlds. It's a pity that Tina doesn't know the plot of One Piece, nor does she know that Crocodile is hiding here. Otherwise, she will definitely be more careful. In short, since entering the waters of Alabasta, Tina easily defeated more than a dozen pirate groups. But she found that half of the pirate groups were disguised by a certain organization and were not real pirate groups. And this discovery also made her wonder whether a certain force was preparing to attack the kingdom of Alabasta. Otherwise, there was no way to explain this discovery. Immediately, Tina decided to capture some impersonating pirates alive and then find out which force was behind them through interrogation. The idea was right and the action went smoothly. Just the next day, Tina got the information she wanted. The name of this force is Baroque Works. However, when asked who the president of Baroque Works was, no one knew. This is of course, after all, even 2 years later, only Robin knew about it in the entire Baroque Works. So, an operation to hunt pirates, under Tina's command, became an operation specifically to hunt Baroque Works. 3 days later, Tina commanded Tana to an uninhabited island. The original intention was to let everyone come out to take a breath and rest for half a day before continuing the action. After all, even though Tana is very large, the internal space is also very good. But staying in it for a long time will also be very depressing. But just 3 hours later, more than 10 warships suddenly surrounded from the other side of the island. It was precisely because of the island's obstruction that Tana failed to discover it in time. After all, radar. In short, after this situation occurred, Tina immediately ordered everyone to return to the ship and personally cover the rear. Block the continuous shells. In the end, before being completely surrounded, Tana completed the rapid dive and escaped. This was the first ambush Tina suffered. As for the second time, it happened 3 hours later. At that time, Tina asked Tana to float to the periscope depth to observe the surrounding sea conditions. After all, it is a main channel, and there are many ships. But there is nothing special, all of them are cargo ships. However, just as Tina was thinking about what to do next, several cargo ships around her launched their cannons and shot in the direction of Tana. Fortunately, Tana did not float completely, and the front-loading solid shells in the pirate world were not very powerful. So, even if she was hit 3 times. But because a large part of the kinetic energy was removed after the shells entered the water, it did not cause much damage to Tana's outer armor. In the end, Tina felt that something was wrong and had to return to the branch first. After Tina finished speaking, Loyolan frowned deeply. Sister Tina, when you were ambushed for the first time, you should have been able to easily wipe out the enemy, right? Yes, and Tina did the same thing. She didn't retreat at the first moment, but counterattacked directly. However, Tina was blocked by a guy on the opposite side, and couldn't attack for a long time, so. Do you know who was able to block you? Tina shook her head when she heard Loyolan ask this. He was wearing a cloak, so you couldn't see him. But there is one thing I can be sure of, that is, this guy is definitely a natural ability user. Although he deliberately concealed his ability, even if he pierced his body, he couldn't cause any damage, and Tina didn't feel that she had attacked the entity at all. Plus, there was a guy next to him whose whole body could turn into a sharp blade and whose strength was very good, constantly interfering. In the end, Tina could only choose to retreat temporarily. Well, Loyolan basically knew who this guy was. Isn't it Crocodile? As for the other one Tina mentioned, it should be Das Bonus. In fact, if they really let go of the fight, Tina now has a high probability of not losing. But just like Crocodile tried his best to hide his own abilities, Tina also hid her abilities and could not go all out. In addition, Tana was hunted without weapons. Once those warships approached and bombarded, Tana would inevitably be seriously damaged. And this is the biggest reason why Tina chose to reason. However, Loyolan didn't understand how Crocodile tracked Tina. And the second time too. What method did he use? Could it be a fishman? Loyolan pondered. Everyone in the meeting room pondered. But suddenly, someone spoke, and this opening made everyone's eyes widen. Fishman? That's right. As for the Murlocs, other people really can't track Tana. But the Murlocs? It's hard to say. The most important thing is that even if Tana has sonar, the Murlocs, it's easy for them to mistake them for ordinary fish. In other words, even if there is a Murloc following Tana, I'm afraid it's also very difficult to find. Chapter 88 Sea Stone from the Black Market. If there are a few Murlocs in the Baroque studio, it's not surprising. However, this is really a blind spot, so Loyolan didn't think about it much. After all, when he was in the East China Sea before, there were only Murlocs in the Kokozia village, and they were all killed by him. Naturally, there is no such problem. But how to solve this problem now? Well, got it. Suddenly remembered something. Loyolan's eyes suddenly lit up. Silas, the new toy installed on the number 1 ship, I remember you said that it would not be blocked by obstacles like Tana's radar, right? Yes, Colonel. Then it should not be a problem to install it in Tana. It can be, but I haven't actually verified whether the seawater has an effect on it. It doesn't matter, just use Tana to test it. How long will it take? Loyolan interrupted Silas directly. This thing is a good thing. If the seawater does not cause obstacles, then it doesn't even need to surface like Tana's radar. Instead, it can be used directly while diving. Although it can also detect other fish, don't forget. This thing can also show the strength of the target, and the strength of an adult fishman is at least 20 or 30. After all, the natural basic strength is much stronger than that of humans. Therefore, the sight radar can easily distinguish whether a certain light spot is a fishman or a fish. Silas, how long will it take? It's estimated to take half a month. Hey? Why so long? Logically, we just need to make another one according to the previous set. It shouldn't take that long. Colonel, the energy is different. The energy used by Tana is very special. I still haven't fully understood it. The one installed on the new battleship uses Cola energy. Therefore, it cannot be used directly on Tana. It must be deeply modified. Okay, Loyolan understood. That's exactly what happened. It's like a car that burns oil, and suddenly the fuel tank is changed to a battery. If the engine is not changed to a motor, it will definitely not be able to be used directly. This is a truth. If you want to install and use the observation radar on Tana, you also need to redesign its interior. Well, design it according to Tana's energy. Okay, then half a month. Tana will stay in the port temporarily until the installation of the observation Haki radar is completed. Sister Tina, during the next period of time, you will help test the new warship. New warship, built? Hearing this, Tina was also stunned. After all, no one opened the entrance before, and later only used observation Haki to scan the port. So, Tina didn't notice the 2 warships. Immediately, she became a little excited. You know, Tina also participated in the meeting before the construction of the new warship. For its design indicators, it is quite amazing. These days, it's not just men who like big ships and cannons. Tina said, she likes it too. The next day, Tina took the people from Junlin and drove the No. 1 ship out. Anyway, the desolate sea is big enough for her to do whatever she wants. As for Loyal Lan, another thing attracted all his attention. Ian, have you confirmed it? It has been confirmed, but the price is a bit high, 300 million Baileys. Don't say 300 million, even 1 billion must be taken. Loyal Lan's eyes were full of desire. What on earth is it that makes Loyal Lan so regardless of the price? The answer is sea stone. Yes, a piece of raw sea stone has appeared on the black market recently. It weighs up to 27 kilograms. What does this mean? If all of it is used to make sea stone handcuffs, hundreds of pairs can be made. Logically speaking, such a large piece of sea stone must be worth more than 300 million, but there is a problem here, that is, this is a raw stone. You know, sea stone is very hard, and the only country that can process it is Wano country. Even the world government can't do this. So, a piece of raw stone is bought back, but it can't be processed. Naturally, the value drops a lot. Otherwise, if all the processing is done and then sold, the value can at least double. But these are not a problem for Loyal Lan. After all, Silas has mastered the processing technology of sea stone for a long time, and even made a few 13mm sea stone bullets for Loyal Lan. A whole piece of raw stone is just right for Loyal Lan. As for the 300 million, he can also take it out. You know, the cash that Tina brought back this time alone exceeded 500 million Bailey. Therefore, for this sea stone, Loyal Lan, he must get it. If you ask why this sea stone is so important, then Loyal Lan will definitely answer with 2 words, that is, Sky Island. After all, Loyal Lan's armament haki has just awakened not long ago. If you want to subdue Enelo by simply covering him, unless that guy keeps being stupid and just stands there without dodging and lets you hit him, maybe you can give him such a punch at the beginning. But what about later? Either that punch will kill Enelo instantly, or you are ready to lose. After all, the speed of the thunder fruit is second only to the flash fruit. It is not easy to hit him with a punch to the flesh again. As for Luffy in the original work, it can only be said that because he is the protagonist, the plot forcibly lowers Enelo's IQ and strength. Otherwise, there is no reason for him to lose to Luffy. Originally, Loyal Lan was going to train his armament haki to the stage of releasing it, and then go to Sky Island. But now there are so many sea stones. Once they are taken, Loyal Lan can let Silas make a large number of sea stone bullets. At that time, even if his armament haki is not released, he will have enough long-range effective attack methods. The Golden Country, that's it. If all the gold on it is converted into cash, Loyal Lan can even directly attack the S-level city builder. 300 million. It seems expensive, but relatively speaking, it's very cheap. Colonel, this matter is a bit troublesome. What do you mean? Loyal Lan frowned slightly. Currently, the black market has spread. At least 3 forces want to buy it, and the black market does not want to offend any force, so, they are going to auction it. And we, because we have a record of billions of Baileys in transactions with the black market in the past year, we have also received an invitation. Auction? This is quite novel. However, in this case, 300 million may not be enough. Did they tell us the time and location? 1 month later, Grand Line Volcano Island. Volcano Island? Where is this? Loyal Lan was not familiar with this place that did not appear in the original book. He immediately took out the map and searched for it, and finally found this place. It is the one closest to the East China Sea calm belt among the 7 routes of the Grand Line, and it is very close to the 157th branch. After crossing the calm belt, it is about 300 nautical miles away. Ian, go and reply to the black market, and we will participate then. Yes, Colonel. Chapter 89 The Man Behind the Scenes. Although Ian was told to reply, but after thinking about it, Loyal Lan always felt that something was wrong with this matter. Then, he thought of someone. He picked up the den mushi on the table. Bulu bulu bulu. I am Morgans. Morgans, it's me. As soon as he heard this voice, Morgans immediately put down the pen in his hand. This voice, he is so familiar with it. Why, what information do you have again? On the contrary, this time I'm looking for you for information. Looking for information from me? Morgans was stunned. There are still things he doesn't know. This is interesting. He immediately became interested. What do you want to know? The piece of sea stone that has been leaked in the black market recently, as one of the emperors of the underground world, you should have some news that others don't know, right? Why, you also have ideas about that piece of sea stone? Morgans was stunned. What, is there a problem? There is indeed a problem. I suggest you better not get involved. Luolan frowned. Is there really a problem? Tell me in detail. Hey, why don't you listen to my advice? Morgans sighed. Then he spoke slowly. First of all, there is no problem with this sea stone. It is indeed real. But, this is just a bait set by Doflamingo, the 7 warlords of the sea. This matter started with a batch of slaves he sent to the East China Sea before. A few minutes later, Luolan finally understood the cause and effect. In short, Luolan hijacked the slave ship and dug into Doflamingo's corner, that is, BABY5. And with Doflamingo's character, he would definitely not let it go. So, he mobilized the entire East China Sea's spies to find out who did it. It's just a pity. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find out. However, although he didn't find out, he did know some other things. For example, a mysterious new force has recently appeared in the East China Sea. It not only often cooperates with the Bounty Guild and exchanges a large amount of bounties with the Navy, but also has a large amount of transactions with the black market. In addition to this inexplicable new force, Doflamingo couldn't think of any other force in the East China Sea that could do such a thing. After all, apart from other things, Baby 5's strength alone can walk sideways in the East China Sea. Naturally, Doflamingo locked on this mysterious force. So, how to find this force? It's not that he didn't look for the Bounty Guild and the underground black market, but both sides were unwilling to disclose information. On the one hand, doing so would damage his reputation, and on the other hand, they also didn't know what kind of force this was. After all, Luolan was very careful every time he cooperated with them and didn't reveal his identity. Finally, under the pressure of Doflamingo, the black market compromised a little and revealed a piece of information to Doflamingo. That is, this force had asked the black market many times whether it could get sea stone. Finally, it happened now. Doflamingo took out a piece of sea stone and asked the black market to hold an auction. The black market naturally understood that Doflamingo wanted to find this force. After all, they told Doflamingo that this force wanted to buy sea stone. But it doesn't matter, the black market can just operate according to normal procedures. What Doflamingo does later has nothing to do with them. As long as there is money to be made, that's fine. After all, the sea stone given by Doflamingo is the real thing. Wait, is it your King's Landing that Doflamingo wants to catch? Suddenly, Morgans also reacted a little. Asked. What do you think? Okay, thank you for this time. I will have someone send 3 very interesting news to the old place later. Luolan did not take the news for free, but gave Morgans a very generous reward. Just as Luolan said, it would be 3 very interesting news. After hanging up the phone, Luolan walked to the French window and looked at his 157th branch. Doflamingo. I was originally planning to find this guy after returning from Sky Island, but since he came to my door, then I should settle the matter with you about my brother back then. In Luolan's mind, that fragment flashed again. The fragment that finally awakened the conqueror's haki. There were a lot of bloodshot in his eyes. Alabasta Kingdom. Rainy Land. Casino Rain Banquet. Miss All Sunday, haven't you sent back any news from those fishmen yet? There is news, Mr. Zero, but it's not good news, because they lost us. Crocodile frowned upon hearing this. Those fishmen are really trash. Mr. Zero, you can't say that. After all, the target has entered the calm belt, and if those fishmen follow in, it's no different from seeking death. The calm belt, is it from the East China Sea? Not sure, it could be, or it could just be deliberately disrupting our sight. Robin shook her head. She also witnessed the fight between the other leader and Crocodile that day. I have to say that the masked woman is very strong. If it weren't for the warship that ambushed at that time, which was about to threaten the underwater giant ship, it's hard to say who will win or lose between that woman and Crocodile. So, Robin doesn't think that this force will come from the East China Sea. You know, the nickname of the East China Sea is the weakest sea. How about I go to the East China Sea? No, you stay here. Crocodile refused without thinking. Just kidding, Robin is the most important part of his plan. How could he let her escape from his sight and run to the East China Sea? What if she ran away? Okay, you have the final say. By the way, there is one more thing. What is it? Today, there was news from the black market that a piece of sea stone weighing 27 kilograms will be auctioned. Mr. Zero. Are you interested? Sea stone. To be honest, although this thing is a strategic material, but at the same time, it is also the most hated thing for natural ability users. However, although he hates this thing, Crocodile has to admit that this is indeed what he needs. After all, only after having a large amount of sea stone can the ship pass through the calm belt without any obstacles. Although this method was developed by Vegapunk, only the Navy and the world government knew it at first, but now, as long as there is a little bit of channel, this is actually not a secret. Okay, I will reply to the black market. After Robin answered, he took out the Den Den Mushi and dialed it out. Chapter 90 Warring States Arrangement. Not only the various forces. Even the Navy got this information. Even warring states attached great importance to it. After all, sea stone is a strategic resource, and it is also the guarantee that the calm belt can still serve as a barrier to the four seas. It is not a big problem for a big force to get some. After all, the bigger the force, the more rules they do things. As mentioned before, the biggest harm to civilians is never done by the four emperors, but by the numerous small and medium-sized pirate groups. Every year, at least 90% of the civilians who die in vain due to pirate looting die from these small and medium-sized pirate groups. In other words, if sea stone is not strictly controlled, the pirates on the Grand Line will be able to break through the calm belt barrier and enter the four seas. The chaos created by this is definitely not what the world government or the Navy wants to see. He set up a trap and then deliberately leaked the news to us. What exactly does Doflamingo want to do? He probably wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife. In the office, looking at the angry Sengoku, he said after a slight pause. Killing someone with a borrowed knife? Tsuru, do you know something? Well, you should remember that Doflamingo sent a ship of slaves to the Goa Kingdom in the East Sea some time ago. Yes, I remember that there was a report at that time saying that the ship was attacked as soon as it entered the East Sea Prosperity Zone, and all the slaves and the people escorting the slaves disappeared. Zhang Guo nodded. The intelligence department had submitted a report on this news before, so naturally he had an impression of it. I just couldn't figure out what this had to do with Doflamingo's plan to kill someone with a borrowed knife. With Doflamingo's vengeful character, he will never give up. And judging from the current situation, he should have received some information from the black market. According to the situation he set up this time, maybe he knew that this force wanted to buy sea stone. After all, given Doflamingo's status in the underground world, it is not surprising that he can get some information directly from the black market. It must be said that Crane's ability to analyze intelligence is absolutely second to none in the Navy. Directly read a rough idea, and quite accurate. Do you know which force it is? I don't know, but I feel that the new force in the East China Sea called Junlin is very suspicious. Junlin. Zhang Guo fell into deep thought. He had also heard of this organization, especially in the past 1 or 2 months. Junlin is very active. First, a large number of pirates were cleared in the East China Sea, and then they appeared in the South China Sea. They also hunted many pirate groups. As for the recent news, the intelligence department has reported that they appeared near Alabasta. Like the East China Sea and the South China Sea, they hunted pirates again. However, it is precisely because they only hunt pirates that they have never had conflicts with the Navy and have never had a record of harming civilians. In addition, the Navy has too many things on hand recently. On one hand, they are dealing with the aftermath of the East China Sea, and on the other hand, they are also monitoring the meetings between the 4 emperors. For the time being, they have no time to care about the Junlin organization. Why them? Because in the East China Sea, no one can move that ship except them. Hearing this, Sengoku was stunned at first, but soon showed an expression of sudden enlightenment. That's right, there are people specially escorting on Doflamingo's ship. Although the strength is not very good, but in the East China Sea, it is definitely the peak combat power. This is not something that those inferior pirate groups in the East China Sea can deal with. How much information about the Junlin organization has your intelligence department collected? Very little, basically there are only 5 confirmed news. He shook his head. Then he took out a piece of paper from a stack of documents. First, all members of the King's Landing organization have uniforms, and they are more than 70% similar to the Navy uniforms except for the color. Especially their cotters, they will wear a black coat with the 2 big characters King's Landing written on the back. Second, King's Landing has a huge ship that can sail underwater. According to some witnesses, the ship is all black and more than 200 meters long. Third, the standard firearms used by King's Landing are far superior to the Navy in terms of range and power, and we have also found some things that are suspected to be bullets left after the King's Landing battle. The scientific forces are currently studying them. Fourth, King's Landing seems to have a way to quickly strengthen ordinary people, because even their grassroots soldiers are not weaker than the captains of the headquarters. Of course, it may be that the ones we have seen so far are not grassroots soldiers. This remains to be confirmed. Fifth, King's Landing has an extremely strong ability to project troops. It may be caused by some kind of devil fruit ability, or it may be that their ship itself has problems. It cannot be confirmed for the time being. In short, King's Landing can deploy troops thousands of miles away in a very short time. Yes, the Navy discovered the newly emerged organization King's Landing 2 months ago. But unfortunately, after 2 months, only this information was found. And the report also contained a lot of words such as maybe and perhaps. Alas, this era is already chaotic enough, and now there is such an organization emerging. I don't know whether it is good or bad. What attitude do you think we should take towards King's Landing? After a moment of silence, Zhang Guo sighed deeply. I think that for the time being, we should focus on collecting intelligence and not take any further actions. Well, I think so too, so what about Flamenco? Since he wants to borrow a knife, then even if we lend him this knife, who stipulates that the knife can only be used to kill people? He said meaningfully. Zhang Guo's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right, a knife can be borrowed, but it doesn't have to be used to kill people. On the contrary, through Doflamingo's plan, the Navy can take the opportunity to find out the background of this Junlin. As for whether to really take action in the end, we will talk about it later. If the 3 admirals are mobilized, it will make too much noise. After all, there are countless people watching them at any time, so let Momosegi and Chiton take charge of this operation, and at the same time deploy 5 elite vice-admirals and several warships. They have just been promoted to alternate admirals, and they just need to go out and show their strength to deter the sea. At the same time, let Kizaru be ready to support at any time, just in case. Sengoku quickly completed the deployment. Although the admirals were not mobilized, this force in the first half of the Grand Line. As long as the 4 emperors don't suddenly appear, it is basically an invincible force. What's more, Sengoku also arranged Kizaru to be on standby. If something really happened, with Kizaru's speed, he could leave the headquarters in an hour at most. Arrive. Okay, I'll arrange it. Hearing this, he nodded in agreement. Chapter 91 King's Landing version of Demon Slayer Order. 300 nautical miles away from Rhodes Island. On an uninhabited desert island, dozens of pirates are working hard. They sweated profusely, scattered in more than a dozen huge pits, digging out the soil one shovel after another. Captain, your treasure map is not fake, right? It's the 3rd day, and there's still nothing. Deputy Captain Machi gulped down a large bottle of water and then complained. Don't believe in your own captain, but those treasure maps that the captain got from nowhere are fake 10 times out of 10, and they have never really found treasure once. Yes, the deputy captain absolutely believes in the captain, but he don't believe in the treasure maps that the captain found. Especially this time, when the captain brought it back that day, the ink on it was not dry yet. At that time, I told the captain that he was cheated. But the captain didn't believe it. Oh! Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. It must be the wrong place to dig. Change the place to dig tomorrow. The treasure must exist. Hearing this, Machi's face turned black. But it's hard to say anything, after all, he knows his captain too well. Unless he realizes that something is wrong, it's useless to persuade him. Well, just work honestly. Picked up the shovel on the side and jumped back into the pit to dig. And at this time, whoosh! A sharp sound rang in the air. Before they could react, what was going on? Boom! A violent explosion suddenly occurred on the coast 200 meters away. Even the pirate ship where his own pirate group was docked was affected, and many wooden boards cracked. Captain, this seems to be a bombardment. Impossible, it's not my buggy bomb. Captain, your buggy bomb is just a concept, there is no real thing, don't try to touch porcelain, okay? A pirate complained on the side. Then, with a bang, he was beaten out by Buggy. Just kidding, some things you know, but how can you say them out? Whoosh 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 whoosh. At this time, 4 more voices sounded in succession. The next second. Boom 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 boom. This time, without any deviation, Buggy's pirate ship was blown up directly. The wreckage and wood chips were flying all over the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded. And 2 miles away, Tina stood in front of the porthole of the bridge, holding a telescope to observe. Naturally, she saw the miserable appearance of the pirate ship after being bombed. She was quite satisfied with the accuracy and power of the bombardment. Captain, we have found out that it is the Buggy pirates, and the current reward is 10 million Baileys. In addition, the captain of this pirate group, Buggy, is the person the colonel specifically wants to capture alive. Loyal specifically wants to capture alive? Tina was a little surprised. There is a list of only live in the branch, and Tina knows this. And she also knows the reason. To put it bluntly, the science department has been studying how to directly extract the power of the devil fruit from the body of the ability user according to Loyal's thinking. Therefore, if the pirates you meet have good abilities, don't kill them, bring them back and put them in the underwater prison first. Wait until the science department completes the research. Therefore, this is also another reason why Loyal urgently needs to get a lot of sea stone. Because the science department has already made things according to Luolan's idea. The rest is to wait for the sea stone to arrive to complete the last step. So, this Buggy's devil fruit ability is very strong? Do you know what Buggy's ability is? Yes, here is his information. Hearing Tina's question, the captain immediately handed over a booklet. It was the capture catalog that Luolan made, and the captain also turned it to Buggy's page. Can you break yourself into pieces? After awakening, you can even break everything you touch into pieces. Well, are there any suggestions left by Luolan? Development direction: directly decompose the mass of matter into energy, and its power will be presented according to Einstein's mass energy conversion formula. What the hell? I know every word, but why can't I understand it at all after putting it together? Also, who is Einstein? What is the mass energy conversion formula? Continue reading. Finally there is something I can understand. Hazard level, SSS level. Tina was really dumbfounded. She had seen some people in this booklet before, including Whitebeard's Tremor fruit, which was also marked as SSS level, right? As a result, Buggy's split fruit is also SSS level? It's outrageous. Continue reading the following content. Suspected of possessing lucky color domineering, it is extremely difficult to be killed under normal circumstances. Even if caught, it should be treated as R3 level. Tina almost threw this booklet away. R3 level? This is also a standard set by Luolan in the branch. The so-called R3 level means that when a person with special abilities is detained or escorted, he will be imprisoned in a special water prison. Simply put, it is a specially made cube filled with seawater. And you can imagine what it would be like to lock a person with special abilities inside, leaving only his head outside to breathe. But, do you really have to be so careful to deal with Buggy? There are 2 lines of small words below. It says, "Don't argue with me, lucky color domineering is real." Tina shook her head. Lucky color domineering, right? Anyway, just treat it as a test of the continuous output of the ship's guns. Order: target the deserted island 2 miles away, main and secondary guns cover the attack together. And fire 2 base shells for me. Yes, Captain. The Marine was stunned for a moment, then saluted and responded loudly. Lucky color domineering, right? Luolan, this is what you said, don't argue with you. Okay, Tina won't argue with you, and directly came with the King's edition of the Demon Slayer order. Doesn't he have the lucky color domineering? Then he should. He won't die, right? A few seconds later, the 4 main guns, plus all the secondary guns on one side, roared together. Not long after, the whole island was like purgatory. Tina came to her captain's chair and sat down, pressing her hand on the left disc. Observation Haki was absorbed continuously. The next second, the screen in front of the bridge lit up, and 2 spots of light appeared. One was composed of about 200 spots of light, which was obviously her own battleship, and the other was much less, about 30 or so, and it was still decreasing. The small island of less than 1 square kilometer was being bombarded at this moment. Moreover, each shell was extremely powerful, even more powerful than the cannons on large warships in the Navy Demon Slayer order. The Buggy pirates were stunned by the explosion. Fortunately, they had dug a lot of deep pits to find treasures, so they had a place to hide temporarily. Otherwise, they would have been wiped out. But if the bombardment continued, even if they hid in the deep pits one by one, it would be difficult to hold on. In the end, even if they were not hit by the shells, they would be buried alive bit by bit. Chapter 92 Buggy was caught. 2 bases of ammunition. After a full hour, the bombardment finally stopped. This small island, which was less than 1 square kilometer, was completely plowed. And those dozens of deep pits that Buggy had dug before. At this moment, they were all filled with soil. There was no sign of life at all. 2 miles away, in the bridge of a steel battleship, Tina also showed a look of surprise. Because, according to the observation radar, there is really a light spot left on the island. No, to be precise, it was just a light spot. But now, it suddenly became more than 10 light spots, scattered around the island. Good guy, is this lucky color domineering really possible? And, when the bombardment stopped, this guy also divided himself into more than 10 parts. If it weren't for this observation radar and the information given by Loyal Lan, I might really be fooled by him. After all, you can't find a living person after you go to the island. Even if you see that guy's broken hands and feet, you will only think that they were blown away during the bombardment, right? Come over and get everyone ready to land. Yes, Captain. The next moment, the warship started moving, heading towards the deserted island at an acceleration that was incomprehensible in this era. Go. It took less than 10 minutes to cover a distance of 2 nautical miles. They had already arrived 100 meters from the coast, lowered 3 rubber boats, and transported dozens of people to the shore. Hiss! As soon as they landed, everyone took a breath of cold air. In fact, the scene in front of them was too horrifying. The ground of the entire island was black at this moment, and wisps of green smoke were coming out from under the black soil everywhere. As for the bodies of the pirates? Sorry. Maybe those who hid in the pit at the beginning and were buried alive could not leave a complete body. Others who didn't have time to hide in. It's hard to find even the stumps at this moment. Captain, I found a strange broken hand. A Marine grabbed a broken hand and ran to Tina quickly. As he said, this is a strange broken hand, because there is no blood. There is no blood even at the broken end. Not to mention the blood, you can't even see the bones and flesh. Very weird. Immediately dig the whole island 3 feet deep, collect all the similar limbs, until you can piece together a complete person. Others don't know, but Tina has read the information. How could she not know that this severed hand belongs to Buggy? Besides, she had already known it very well through the sight radar before. After the bombardment, Buggy divided himself into dozens of parts and scattered them all over the island in order to get away with it. Now, how can he succeed? Yes, Captain. Hearing the order, dozens of Marines also took action immediately. And just more than 20 meters away, there was a pile of black soil buried under, with only his nose and one left eye exposed. After hearing the order issued by Tina, the whole person was not good. What is this? This is to play to death. No, I have to think of a way, otherwise I will really die here. But at this moment, Buggy suddenly felt that the sunlight was blocked, and it suddenly became dark in front of him. With a turn of his eyes, he realized the female naval colonel had appeared in front of him at some point. Then, she stepped on his head. It turned out to be the head. Tina is lucky. After a light kick, Buggy's head rolled out. When she saw that it was the head, Tina was in a good mood. After all, no matter how Buggy splits, the head is in a dominant position. In some ways, controlling Buggy's head is actually equivalent to controlling Buggy as a person. It is indeed lucky. Stinky woman, you dare to kick my nose. After rolling more than 10 times, Buggy was furious and started to curse. It turned out that Tina's kick just happened to kick him on the nose. This was a taboo for Buggy, so he immediately started to explode. But unfortunately, he only had his head, so he couldn't do anything except move his mouth. On the contrary, Tina stepped on Buggy again after hearing his roar. It was still on his nose, and he even crushed it hard. Buggy was so angry that he screamed. Half an hour later, the Marines turned the entire island upside down and recovered more than 30 parts that Buggy had scattered. Put them together one by one. Except for the head that was still stepped on by Tina, it was already very complete. Are you ready for the seawater cage for the ability users? It's ready, Captain. As they spoke, several Marines dragged an iron barrel that was not very big, but big enough to fit a person. This was sent by Tina from the warship within half an hour of searching the island. If you want to say that this iron cage is special, then there is nothing special about it. Even the material is so ordinary that it can't be more ordinary. Any adult can easily destroy it. But for a person with special abilities, such an ordinary iron barrel is a nightmare. Because its interior is filled with seawater. Immediately, the Marines opened the lid of the iron cage and quickly threw Buggy's limbs into the barrel. Suddenly, Buggy's head, which was stepped on by Tina, withered. Although these parts have been separated from the head, if they are soaked in sea stone or seawater, this side effect will still be transmitted to other parts of the body. Soon, even the head was put in. However, it was not thrown into the sea like other parts. Instead of being in the water, it was fixed on the lid of the barrel. Make sure that it can still breathe air even though it is powerless. 10 minutes later, everyone returned to the warship. Return? Yes, Captain. What, did you catch Buggy? Holding the den mushy, Luolan's eyes widened. Last time, he spent so much effort, but he didn't catch Buggy. Even made him sigh, that lucky color domineering is really awesome. But who would have thought that he would just take the warship out for a trial voyage, and he would happen to find the Buggy pirates, and in this desolate sea? No, how come your lucky color domineering is useless when you meet Tina? But speaking of it, Luolan is still in a good mood after catching Buggy. After all, this guy's devil fruit. If you learn more knowledge and have a big enough imagination, you may even develop the strongest devil fruit. In the end, Buggy still suffered from lack of knowledge. Otherwise, he would have become an adult nuclear weapon by now. Sister Tina, you can just send her to the underwater prison and let them treat her with the R3 standard. Is this necessary? Tina didn't understand. She had already been captured, and the process was not difficult. At most, he was lucky enough to survive the bombardment, that's all. How could it be so weird? Yes, it must be. Luolan's tone was firm and could not be refused. If he didn't have sea stone in his hand, he even wanted to use sea stone. Tie Buggy's whole body. Chapter 93. Did you make a fighter plane? Although it returned earlier than expected. But Tina also carried out a saturation fire attack. As she said, this warship can match the entire fleet of the Demon Slayer Order. The firing rate of the main gun alone is more than 3 times faster than that of the large naval warships. Not to mention the main gun range, shell power, and strike accuracy. Each item is far beyond the large naval warships. Even if the advantage of range is used well, a warship can even overthrow the entire naval fleet. After all, the range of 22 kilometers. And the main guns on the large warships of the Navy are just a little more than 1 kilometer. Using a speed of 30 knots to kite your entire fleet, there is nothing wrong with that, right? Of course, Tina also found some areas for improvement. For example, observation methods. Yes, the main gun can shoot 22 kilometers away, but standing on Cambridge, using a telescope can only shoot about 12 kilometers away. In other words, attacks from 12 kilometers away cannot be accurately located at all. Yes, there are observation haki radars on warships, but as mentioned before, the maximum detection range of this thing is about 10 times the range of the user's observation haki. Take Tina as an example. Currently, the coverage range of observation haki is about 300 meters. So, after using the observation haki radar, it is only 3 kilometers. Not to mention locating targets 12 kilometers away, it is not even as far as a telescope. And if you want to match the range of 22 kilometers, then the captain's observation haki basic coverage range must reach 2.2 kilometers. In this sea, how many people can use observation haki to cover a range of 2.2 kilometers? So, for the time being, although the observation Haki radar is useful in artillery battles, it is very limited. In the conference room, Tina spoke for almost an hour. Some are minor problems that only need to be adjusted. But there are also some big problems, and there is no good way to solve them. Roy, what do you think? As the director of the Ship Design Bureau, Roy is definitely professional in this area. Colonel, other problems are easy to solve, but the problem of the sight color radar is a bit troublesome. How about using the old method to temporarily deal with it? The old method? Yes, add a mast to the island and set up a lookout above the island. Good guy, this is really an old method. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the farther you can see, right? After all, Tina said that you can only see 12 kilometers away, because you are looking from the bridge. But if you add more onlookers on the island and directly raise the observation position by 20 to 30 meters, then you can naturally see farther, right? Although it is still unlikely to reach 22 kilometers, it is definitely much higher than 12 kilometers. This method is a bit old, but it is still acceptable as a temporary transition. I agree. Once Roy has finished designing, Kylo will immediately responsible for refitting the warships. Yes, Colonel. Well, the other is Silas. How is the progress of the close-in defense weapons of the warships that I told you about last time? After confirming this, Loyolan looked at Silas again. In fact, from the beginning, Loyolan thought that deploying 10 heavy machine guns on each warship, which were used for air defense and close-in defense at the same time, was still too thin. Therefore, he asked Silas to develop a more effective close-in defense weapon. It requires a fast firing rate, an instant barrage of bullets, and great power. If it can work automatically, it would naturally be better. Colonel, the indicators you mentioned last time cannot be achieved in a short time. Silas shook his head. What was Loyolan's request last time? 1. The rate of fire exceeds 1,000 rounds per minute. 2. The range exceeds 2 kilometers. 3. The bullet uses a 30 mm caliber armor-piercing bullet. 4. There are more than 10 requirements. But for now, Silas can't do most of them. A very key point is, it is too limited by the process capabilities. Many times it is not that things cannot be researched, but that the current process cannot do it. Just like Loyolan's chip in his previous life, you can design a 3 nanometer chip, but your process cannot make it. Because, you don't have a lithography machine. This is the same in the world of pirates. The fundamental reason is that the current technological development of the branch is a bit too distorted. There is no way around it, it takes time to do it bit by bit. In this case, how about increasing the number temporarily? Loyolan pondered for a moment and asked Roy again. In fact, it doesn't matter how many are deployed on the warship, even 50, but in this case, if we calculate 2 people per heavy machine gun, we will need to carry dozens more people. This will greatly reduce the living conditions of the personnel, the time that supplies can be maintained, and the amount of other ammunition reserves, etc. That's right, it doesn't matter how many heavy machine guns you want to deploy. After all, as long as there is a place to set up this thing, it's fine, and there are not too many harsh conditions. It's nothing more than a question of balance and trade-offs. Add it, each warship is equipped with at least 30 heavy machine guns, and it is required to form a firepower network with no blind spots in all directions. After careful consideration, Loyolan decided to add it. It may not be used in ordinary operations, but going to the volcanic island in a month, it still needs to be prepared. After all, there may be a big war at that time, and the original warship configuration, it is still not safe. This meeting lasted for a long time. In addition to the modification mentioned earlier, Loyolan also asked Roy to make improvements to the problems found. At the same time, build the second batch of warships, the number is also 2. Time is very tight, because Loyolan's requirement is that from design to completion of construction, the total time is only 20 days. As for Tina and Smoker, they were also assigned tasks. The time is also 20 days, and 4 groups of qualified crew members must be trained so that the 4 warships can be dispatched at the same time in a month. After deploying all the tasks, Loyolan prepared to go to the training center for training. However, Silas quietly stopped him. "Colonel, I just made something good, do you want to go and see it?" "What did you make?" "Hey, it's the thing you told me about before, the airplane." "What, you made an airplane?" Loyolan's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. "Let's go, lead the way, go now." "Yes, Colonel." About 10 minutes later, Loyolan finally saw the plane made by Silas and others. At first glance, it looked very familiar. It was too familiar. If I remembered the name correctly, it was exactly the same as the Morin Asaulnier L-type fighter in my previous life, right? Good guy. Silas, did you secretly travel through time without my knowledge? Otherwise, how could it be so similar? Although from the perspective of Loyolan, a time traveler, this thing is very backward. But it is undeniable that this is indeed a fighter. Even in his previous life, this thing is the world's first real fighter. Can it fly? Theoretically, there is no problem, but we haven't tested it yet. Okay, let me test it. With his eyes full of passion, Loyolan made the decision on the spot. "I want to be the first person in the pirate world to fly an airplane." Chapter 94 Silas, the requirements of the science department are not high. If you really want to say how powerful this plane is, it is definitely not. After all, it is just a very simple aircraft. Its flight speed and altitude are very limited, not to mention maneuverability. With Loyolan's current memory and comprehension, he has mastered the operation method in less than an hour. The plane moved to the avenue in the center of the branch, surrounded by a crowd of onlookers, each with a curious face. "Loyolan, can this thing really fly?" Tina is curious, and Tina is also worried. Tina ran over to touch and look around, and then asked Loyolan, who was already sitting inside. Silas said there is no problem. Besides, even if there is a problem, I can step on the moon step and it will be fine. Loyolan didn't care. This thing is still powered by coke, which means even if something goes wrong, it won't explode, at most it will just disintegrate in the air. For someone whose Deo power is almost 4,000 and who can use the moon step proficiently, what's this? On the contrary, Loyolan is a little worried about the length of this central avenue. Although Silas said that according to his design, 1,000 meters is enough for takeoff and landing, and the length of the central avenue is about 1,200 meters. Loyolan is not afraid of getting into trouble, but it would be a pity if this plane was damaged. After all, it is the first plane in the pirate world. It will definitely be put in a museum in the future for future generations to admire, right? "Colonel, there are currently 30 liters of coke in the fuel tank, which can sustain about an hour of normal flight." At this time, Silas also ran over. "Okay, can we start?" "Okay." Nodding, Silas immediately asked people to start clearing the area. "Make sure there is no one on the central avenue." Then, a Marine followed Silas' instructions, came to the front of the plane, reached out and grabbed a blade of the propeller, and swung it hard. "It's spinning! It's spinning! So fast, how can this thing spin so fast? Such a small thing, even if it spins, can it really send this iron lump into the sky?" The Marines were very excited and talked about it. Of course, there were also many people who didn't believe it. But it didn't matter, because just a few seconds later, the plane driven by Loyolan had already started moving. Along the main road in the center of the branch, the speed getting faster and faster. Finally, just as it approached the end of the central avenue, the wheels left the ground. Yes, at this moment the plane has slightly raised its head and lost contact with the ground. Flying, really flying. All the people watching in the branch were stunned at this moment. On the plane, Luo Lan was also very happy. In the previous life, I had dreamed of becoming a pilot since I was a child, but unfortunately I was highly myopic. At this moment, it can be regarded as a dream come true, right? The only drawback is that this plane. It is really too backward. But it doesn't matter, even if it has changed from 0 to 1, then the next 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, will not be far behind. More than half an hour later, Luo Lan's mood gradually became less excited, and he directly controlled the plane to land. Everything was very stable, without any accidents. Silas's things are always so reliable. Silas, flight speed, altitude, maneuverability, and firepower, all need to be improved, otherwise. With your current personality, you can't reach the actual combat standard in this world. After jumping off the plane, Luo Lan came directly in front of Silas. That's right, in the pirate world, such a character is really not suitable for actual combat. Even if you can fly into the sky, it's just a flying coffin. Facing a slightly stronger opponent, they can easily beat you down. Don't worry, Colonel, we actually have a follow-up research and development plan. Well, very good, tell me if you have any difficulties. Luo Lan nodded with satisfaction. He was very relieved to leave the scientific research to Silas. Speaking of difficulties, Colonel. I told you, tell me if you have any difficulties, just say it directly. Yes, in fact. There are still not enough people. What, not enough people? Didn't I just arrange hundreds of scientific researchers for you before? Luo Lan's eyes widened. So many people, are you not enough? Do you know that you have more people than the Marines in your own battle sequence? Colonel, there are many people in the science department now, but most of them are apprentices. What we lack now is not apprentices to help, but senior researchers who can really take charge of a project. Okay, Luo Lan finally understood. In other words, as many projects can be carried out as there are senior researchers. This is a very realistic problem. You can't let apprentices take charge of a project, right? Therefore, if you want to accelerate scientific research and expand the research field, you must have more senior talents. It's just. Among the talents that can be purchased in the system, researchers are the most expensive. An A-level senior scientist gets 10,000 points. And a strategic level scientist like Silas has reached a terrifying 1 million points. It's more than 10 or 20 times that of other types of talents. It hurts. But this money really has to be paid. After all, there are only so many scientists in the pirate headquarters, and they are all in the major forces. Bring in civilians and train them yourself? That's nonsense, I don't have that much time. In the end, I can only rely on buying. How many people do you want? Colonel, our science department's requirements are not high, 10 senior scientists and 100 mid-level scientists will be enough. Here, take this gun, aim it directly here and pull the trigger. Hearing Silas's request, Luo Lan took out a black pistol and put it in Silas's hand. Then he pointed to his temple. 10 A-level and 100 B-level? Still scientific researchers. Good guy, this calculation requires 200,000 points, that is, 2 billion Baileys. So you tell me that the requirements of the science department are not high? You usually have thick eyebrows and big eyes, but I didn't expect you to be such a person. Just 3 senior scientists, plus 20 mid-level scientists, take it or leave it. Yes, we want it. Rubbing his hands, Silas actually showed a sly smile. In fact, he didn't really think about having so many people at the beginning. But if you didn't ask for more at the beginning, you would get even less now. It can even be said that what Luo Lan gave at this moment is more than the amount he really thought of in his heart. Looking at this guy's appearance, Luo Lan also realized immediately. He gave too much. Unexpectedly, these biochemical people with thick eyebrows and big eyes are getting worse and worse. I don't know who they learned it from. Chapter 95, The second gene lock unlocking failed? Half a month. Loyal even handed over all official business to Tina and Ian to handle. As for himself, not only during the day, but also at night, he slept in the training center. He endured 20 times the gravity all day long. The progress is huge, as you can imagine. If Silas hadn't called him, he might not have come out until he set off for the volcanic island. It's really what Silas came to tell him was too important. Silas, are you serious? It's only been a month, have you really done it? His face was full of stubble, and even his hair looked like a bird's nest. But he still couldn't hide Loyal's excitement. What did Silas say? He said that the project of Group 1 was successful. It was mentioned earlier that Silas divided the science department into many groups, and carried out a large number of projects at the same time. And this group was the one that Silas was personally responsible for. It's specializing in genes. It's not the genes of the natives of the pirate world, but the genes of the Earthlings. More than a month ago, Silas told Loyal that Kaya showed superhuman talent in genes, and even accidentally discovered a new theory. And with this theory, the way was completely paved for how to open Loyal's second gene lock. The rest is the problem of verification and time. The results can be obtained in as short as 10 days and a half months, or as long as a year and a half. Of course, having said that, Loyal also expected it to be 10 days and a half months. But even if it's not 10 days and a half months, this time of a little over a month is still very shocking. It's done. Although I led the later stage, the biggest project is still Miss Kaya. Without the theory she accidentally discovered, maybe we still can't find the entrance, let alone enter it. Okay, you are all great. When can you anytime? Then what are you waiting for, let's go. No, Colonel, you don't need to tidy up. Before he finished shouting, Silas suddenly found that Loyal had disappeared. He could only smile bitterly and ran to the entrance of the research institute. Brother Loyal, why did you become like this? As soon as he entered the laboratory, he scared Kaya inside. In fact, Loyal's current appearance is too different from usual. Even his clothes are tattered, like a beggar. At this time, someone reacted and immediately borrowed some tools to clean up simply. After that, Silas just arrived. Soon, Loyal also saw a syringe, but unlike the first time, the liquid in it this time. It was not azure blue, but silver. It looked like mercury. Silas, it won't hurt as much as before, right? Should be, no way. To be honest, Silas was not sure, after all, no one had experimented with him. Oh, no. Loyal was his first experiment. Okay, come on. Loyal came to the experimental table where he first opened the gene lock with familiarity. He tore off his clothes, and then... Well, before she could lie down, a scream rang out in the laboratory. Kaya covered her face with both hands, turned around and ran out. Loyal was stunned. In the past, because the research institute was full of biochemical people, even if there were some women, they would not react. After all, they are all professionals. But Kaya, she is still a little girl who has not yet reached adulthood. Loyal scratched his head awkwardly, and then didn't think about it anymore and lay down directly. Now, there is nothing more important than unlocking the second gene lock by himself. Silas, come on. Okay, here I come, Colonel. After a moment, the mercury-like object was all injected into Loyal's body. Silas, did you study a thing? No reaction. After 10 minutes, Loyal finally couldn't help it. Turning to look at Silas, he started to complain. It doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. Silas was also confused. This was completely different from what he expected. In his expectation, Loyolan should fall into a deep sleep, and the whole process might last for 2 to 3 days. How could there be no reaction at all? It's unscientific. Half an hour. An hour. Soon, 3 hours passed. Loyolan still had no reaction. Silas, how about, you guys study it, and I'll leave first. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the tattered Navy Justice coat he had just taken off. Loyolan greeted Silas, but Silas seemed to be in a trance at this moment, without any reaction. Loyolan couldn't help but shook his head, and then walked out on his own. However, no one in the entire laboratory noticed that when Loyolan took the clothes just now. Although it seemed that he stretched out his hand to pick up the clothes, in fact, at that time, his hand was still a few millimeters away from the clothes, but the clothes were directly sucked up through the air and fell into his hands. If the system can display a certain key data at this moment, it will definitely show a percentage value. At this moment, the awakening level is 1%. Loyolan did not return to his villa, but ran to the training center again. It was still his single room. Time was tight, and he couldn't waste any time. He started practicing immediately. It was not until late at night that he finally stopped, exhausted. At this time, Loyolan didn't want to move at all, but it was a pity. The quilt was still 10 meters away. Even if he stretched out his hand, he couldn't reach it. He was ready to give up and lie down all night. Anyway, with his current physique, no matter how much he slept, he would not get a stiff neck or anything. But in the next second, Loyolan suddenly felt that there was something in his hand. What? I grabbed it with my hands. It's soft. Wait, isn't this my quilt? Wasn't this thing more than 10 meters away just now? How come it's in my hands now? Raised my hand and grasped it in the air in front of me a few times. I even grabbed the clothes I took off not far away in the air a few times, and even made several strange gestures in succession, but the final result? Well, there was no reaction. I think too much. As for what happened just now, I remembered it wrong. The quilt should have been there. Is it really caused by the crazy training for half a month, too much fatigue? Forget it, grit your teeth, and rest after this matter is resolved. Well, sleep. Chapter 96 Volcano Island. Groups of strong people. 10 days later. There are only 5 days left before the black market auction on Fire Island. At the port, almost 90% of the Marines in the branch battle sequence were called up. More than 800 people. At this moment, they all changed into the uniforms of the King's Landing, including Loyolan and a group of officers from the 157th branch. Tina number 1, Smoker number 2, Ian number 3, Nakago no 4. Zoro, Nami, and Ace, the 3 of you follow me to Tana. Now, everyone board the ship. Loyolan gave an order, and more than 800 people in the port rushed to the 5th ship. There were no surprises in the commanders of the first 3 of the 4 new warships, but this 4th one. To be honest, many people didn't expect it to be Nakago. In terms of strength, both Ace and Zoro are far superior to Nakago. After all, Nakago's cultivation talent is actually very average. Even after 2 rounds of Sea King meat improvement, plus a separate gravity training room. Now the Deo force value is not more than 1000. Although it is stronger than ordinary Marines, it is also limited. You know, there are many grassroots Marines in the branch whose Deo force value exceeds 500. Of course, Loyolan will not treat Nochigo specially just because he is an original character. The real reason is, Nochigo studied Fleet Command in the Super Naval Academy and his grades were very good. It can be said that at present, in addition to Tina and Smoker who have rich command experience in the branch, when it comes to Fleet Command, even Ian can't compare with Nochigo. Even Tina praised that Nojigo's command talent is almost comparable to Vice Admiral Jonathan of the G8 branch. Who is Jonathan? In terms of hard power, he may be the worst among all the Vice Admirals of the headquarters. But in terms of fleet command ability, in front of him, the three admirals have to stand aside. Because, Tina put Nakago and Jonathan together, which is definitely the greatest compliment. Nami, did you bring Bailey with you? Yes, but don't forget what you promised me. This Bailey is just for show, but you have to take it all back afterwards. Nami looked at Loyolan with a look full of vigilance. Well, not only can we bring back our Bailey, but we may also get a lot of extra gains. Extra gains? Nami, are you stupid? Asshole, don't say I'm stupid. Nami immediately got angry. Loyolan didn't care at all. Think about it, besides us, there are many other people going to the auction, right? Yes, that's right. Then do you think they all went empty-handed? Ah, you mean? I said you're stupid, but you still don't agree. We brought 1 billion Baileys to get the sea stone. Do you think others will bring less? Hiss. 1 billion per person. 10 billion for 10 people. 100 billion for 100 people. Nami's two eyeballs instantly turned into Bailey symbols, and they started to spin quickly like a slot machine. Loyolan took a look and realized that his trick was really. He was getting more and more proficient at it. He immediately patted Nami on the shoulder. So, take a long-term view. What's the point of always focusing on a small amount of money like 1 billion Baileys? Our goal is the stars. Ugh, at least 10 billion should be the starting point, that's worthy of our status. Yet. Nami nodded frantically. Loyolan laughed and turned to Tana. Half an hour later, the two sides of the mountain opened up, revealing the not-so-small Port-5 ships. Led by Tana, they slowly sailed out. A few days later, the King's fleet will surely shock everyone. After all, the cruising speed of the 4 warships is only 22 knots, so Tana had to slow down. It took 4.5 days to reach a place that could be reached in less than 2 days. Less than 1 nautical mile away from the volcanic island. The 4 warships did not come here, and as for Tana, she had already surfaced to the depth she was heading for. The large screen on the bridge showed a panoramic view of the volcanic island. At this glance, you can immediately understand why this island is called a volcanic island, because 90% of the area of the entire island is occupied by a super-large volcano. This island seems to have appeared in the original work of Loyolan Ji. It seems that there is a giant grilling meat in its crater. I don't remember the details very clearly, but it is this island. Retract the periscope and activate the observation radar. Yes, Colonel, the periscope is starting to retract. And the observation radar is already activated. Hearing this, Loyolan nodded. And then placed his left hand on the front of the left handrail, on a familiar disc. Why do I say familiar? Because this is exactly the same as the one on Tina's warship. The next moment, the screen image changed instantly. A large number of light spots also appeared one after another. There were thousands of them. The members of the bridge group all opened their mouths wide at this moment, with incredible faces. You know, in this month, because Colonel Loyolan was in seclusion, it was Tina and Smoker who were responsible for training them. And in this process, they also came into contact with the magic of observation. Let's not talk about Smoker, who had just awakened his domineering power, but even Tina only covered 5 or 6 kilometers. But now, what did they see? The coverage of the observation Haki radar has reached more than 60 kilometers. In other words, the coverage of their own colonel's observation Haki has exceeded 6 kilometers, which is outrageous. However, they didn't notice it. At this moment, Loyolan has frowned deeply. It's not that he is dissatisfied with the coverage of his observation Haki, but he also feels that it is too outrageous. Although I haven't tried the coverage of the observation haki for a month, I haven't practiced my mental power during this period. It stands to reason that there should be no improvement. But what is the result? Compared with a month ago, it has increased by 3 times. This is not normal no matter how you look at it. However, it is time to study this issue in detail. Luolan shook his head, threw away the messy thoughts in his mind, and continued to look at the large screen of the bridge. According to what the observation haki radar shows, in the 60-kilometer range, in addition to the nearly 200 people on Tana, there are about 300 people on the island and outside the island. There are more than 6,000 people. These 6,000 people form more than a dozen large light groups. And in these more than a dozen large light groups, most of the small light spots are concentrated together, which also means that they are on the same ship. But there are 3 large light groups, and the small light spots inside are scattered in several places. Obviously, these 3 large light groups are composed of multiple ships. That is, fleet. And what Luolan cares about most is, in those 3 large light groups, there are several light spots with particularly bright colors. They are strong. And they are not ordinary strong. In the 3 large light groups, all these super bright light spots add up. There are even more than 20 people. Chapter 97 Black Market Auction. The observation radar has 2 major advantages. One is that it can detect anything that is alive. The other is that it can distinguish the strength of each target. Here, it refers to the strength of the physique. Of course, some people will say that if you only practice the devil fruit without practicing the physique, will you be misjudged? First of all, according to the setting of One Piece, it takes physical strength to activate the devil fruit ability. As for the original work, Kizaru was said by Zifa to be too lazy in physical training, which does not mean that Kizaru's physique is poor. On the contrary, none of the 3 admirals have a poor physique. But Zifa believes that the main training should be physical and domineering, and the devil fruit is secondary. That's all. Therefore, it may not be possible to accurately judge the strength of a strong person, but it will never misjudge a strong person as a weak person. That's enough. At this moment, the 25 brightest spots on the big screen, according to Luolan's judgment, each one will not be weaker than the ordinary vice admiral level of the headquarters. At the same time, Luolan can basically judge one of the large light groups as the navy. Because there are 7 light spots at least at the vice admiral level, plus more than 20 light spots, although weaker, but it is estimated that there are also brigadier generals and above in the headquarters. And thousands of people are concentrated on 3 ships. Several such large sailing ships, plus the number of strong people. Basically, Luolan can't think of anyone else except the Navy. I just don't know who the Navy sent this time. I can use an unmanned drone to take a look, but most of them just take a look and then get shot down. Losing a super advanced drone in vain, and it can't be replenished at all. It's really not worth it. There are 2 other forces, and it is basically certain that one of them is Doflamingo. As for the other one, I can't think of one for now. But anyway, according to what we have seen now, if we count myself as one of the people who want to take advantage of the situation, there are 4 forces. Zoro, how about going to the island with me? No problem. Zoro stood up directly. He has been in the 157th branch for more than 2 months. He has been practicing hard all the time, and now he can finally move around. What about you, Ace? Of course. Okay, then Nami will take over the bridge, and everything will proceed according to the plan. Let's go. Luolan didn't waste any words and took Ace and Zoro away from the bridge. Nami sat in the captain's seat. Star to surface, and after confirming that Luolan and the other 3 have left, immediately dive urgently. Yes. According to the requirements of the black market. Each party participating in the auction can only have a maximum of 3 people on the island. If you violate this rule, you will be blacklisted by the black market in the future. As for the money needed for shopping, all the forces notified by the black market this time have long-term cooperation with the black market and have a lot of money. Therefore, there is no need to bring Bailey to the island to verify the funds. As long as the money is in place within 3 hours after the auction, you can pay the money and the goods. All 3 of them wore masks and came to the island on the moon step. They were immediately stopped by someone. Stop! You can enter only after registering your identity. It was a man wearing a black suit and white gloves. Like a butler. Loyolan habitually used his observation color to sense it. Well, the strength is not bad, at least 3,000 Deo force points are still there. Who said that there are no strong people in the black market? This strength is already very strong in the first half of the Grand Line, right? King's Landing, 3 of us. Confirmed, please enter. He looked at the booklet in his hand. The man bowed slightly and made a gesture of invitation. Then, a guy who was also wearing a black suit, but whose strength was obviously that of a small fry, led the way in front. And the man who looked like a butler. His eyes narrowed slightly. As an important figure in the black market, he naturally knew a lot of things. He knew more clearly why Doflamingo would take out such a large piece of sea stone and give it to the black market for auction. His real target was this King's Landing. Of course, Doflamingo promised that he would not take action on the volcanic island. As for the attack on the client after leaving the volcanic island, it had nothing to do with the black market. Therefore, without damaging the interests of the black market, they did not object to reveal some information to Doflamingo in exchange for more benefits. It's just that the black market didn't know the specific situation of this King's Landing. After seeing this, I will pay some attention. Haha, the 3 of them are not weak, one of them is even much stronger than me. What Doflamingo wants to do is not so easy. But these have nothing to do with our black market. After walking with the servant for about 5 minutes, a huge tent appeared in front of me, which should be the auction site this time. At this moment, more than a dozen forces have come inside. They may be 1 person or 2 people, but most of them are 3 people together. And most of them are wearing masks. Loyolan looked around. Then, he saw many familiar figures. Especially the 3 people sitting in the last row. 2 men, the one in the main seat is wearing a black fur coat, which has a flavor of the Italian mafia in his previous life. The other man is dressed in a monk's outfit, with snake patterns on both sides of the chest of his clothes, and even the word, tattooed on his chest. As for the last woman, tall figure and familiar clothes. Anyone who has seen One Piece can recognize her immediately. Who else can it be but Robin? The other 2 men are also easy to recognize. Crocodile and Dawes Bonus. Oh my goodness, these 3 guys are here too? It seems that this operation will have to add another mission. What mission are you asking? Oh my goodness, do you even need to ask? Of course it is to tie Robin back. This woman is too crucial, and her ability is also quite strong. After she is conquered, let her take over the intelligence department from Ian. That's perfect. As for Ian, he should focus on logistics in the future. This way, BABY5 doesn't have to assassinate him every other day because Ian is too busy. Well, Robin's matter is decided. As for the other 2, there's no rush. After this matter is over, take the sea stone back, and make sufficient preparations. On the way to Sky Island, just go to Alabasta. You can also negotiate a deal with Cobra at that time. Another half an hour passed. There are still 10 minutes before the scheduled start time. At this time, someone else walked in. Loyolan turned around and saw that he was numb. Why is it this woman? Only 3 people walked in. The leader was a tall woman with a spider tattoo on her thigh. Who else could it be but Dautu? Luo Lan was also very familiar with the two people following behind. Elite Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, A&D. Elite Lieutenant General Fire Mountain. Don't look at me, don't look at me. Just pretend I don't exist, and the main thing is not to use your observation haki to sense me. After all, they had just met not long ago. And Luo Lan was really afraid that she would use her observation haki to sense herself and thus doubt that she was Luo Lan. However, just as Luo Lan was looking forward to it, a special energy that could not be seen or touched had already wrapped around him. It helped him block the observation haki of others. Even when Dao-Tu used her observation haki to sense the whole scene, she frowned directly. Then she turned to look at Luo Lan and the other two. Because her observation haki could not sense any information from Luo Lan. It was as if that person didn't exist there at all. It was outrageous. And Luo Lan didn't know that a data that he couldn't see had changed again at this moment. At this moment, the awakening level was 47%. Chapter 98 Temporarily Added Auction Items. Dao-Tu stared at the three people on the corner. There was a hint of confusion on her face. Judging from the outfit, this should be the Junlin organization mentioned by Sister He. Doflamingo's goal this time is also one of the goals of his trip. Even in Sister He's explanation, finding out the details of Junlin is more important than the other tasks. But how to say this? Two of them, I can roughly sense their strength with my observation haki. Not weak, but just so-so, roughly between the Brigadier General and the Major General of the headquarters. But the person in the lead. She couldn't sense it with her observation haki, as if she was blocked by a mysterious energy, or maybe the person in front of her was just an illusion, and this person didn't exist. To be honest, this was the first time she had seen such a situation. After a while, Dao-Tu also retracted her gaze, took Flying Squirrel and Hua Shaishan, and walked to an empty space to sit down. Although the forces were a little wary of the arrival of the navy, they were not too surprised. After all, although this was a little rare, it was not completely unheard of. The black market was not pirates, and the navy also had transactions with them on weekdays. In fact, it was not just the black market, which of the emperors of the underground world had no cooperation with the world government and the navy. It seemed. The navy also came for the sea stone this time. Who made this thing a strategic material? Everyone present had understood it at this moment. However, since it was a black market auction, it was up to each person's ability. After the auction ends, it's all about ability. A few minutes later, three people came in again. They were just like the navy, not even wearing masks. Even so, no one dared to look down on them. Because everyone knew the guy who led the way. Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, who almost monopolized all arms trade in the underground world. At the same time, some people also knew his other identity, which was one of the emperors of the underground world. It can be said that Doflamingo and the owner behind the black market have the same status in the underground world. Doflamingo walked into the venue with Diamante and Treble, taking a step without recognizing relatives. On the way, his eyes hidden under the sunglasses kept staring at Luo Lan. Like Dao-Tu, he showed a little doubt. Hey, it seems that the crazy woman didn't recognize me. Luo Lan breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, he also looked at Doflamingo. Hey, 2 of the top officers came at once. These are only the ones who came to the island. The others on the warships. It seems that most of them have also come out in full force. Now, isn't it time for Morgans to take action? When he asked Morgans for information before, Luo Lan gave him a very interesting piece of news. He also told Morgans to release the news on the day of the auction. At the same time, let the news bird not deliver newspapers to the volcanic island and its vicinity. Compared to now, the latest issue of the World Economic Daily has been placed on the old man's desk, right? And the truth is just as Luo Lan guessed. In the marshal's office of the Navy headquarters, Zhang Guo's face was a little uncertain. In front of him, there was a newspaper on the desk. It was the latest issue of the World Economic Daily. And the line of glaring words on the front page news. Vice Admiral Virgo, the base commander of the G5 branch, is actually an undercover pirate. The content is even more explosive. Not only does it state that Virgo is the top red heart coder of the Don Quixote family, but also the first generation of Hera sent. It also states that the reason why Virgo was promoted so quickly was all because of the support behind Doflamingo. Even the former Vice Admiral base commander of the G5 branch was killed by Doflamingo. This is why Virgo was successfully promoted to the head of the G5 branch a few months ago. After seeing this, Sengoku was not feeling well. He knew Morgans well, and he might have exaggerated the matter to attract attention. But he would never write fake news. Tsuru, let Sakazuki from G1 go to G5 to arrest Virgo immediately, and then you will be responsible for investigating this matter. A pirate who not only went undercover in our navy, but also became the Vice Admiral base commander of a G-series branch. If he hadn't been exposed by Morgans this time, would he still want to climb to the position of Marshal? Tell Jun to arrest Doflamingo directly after the world over there ends. Sengoku was furious. Sengoku, if you arrest Doflamingo directly, I'm afraid the world government will not agree, after all. I know, but he has crossed the red line this time. As long as he is not killed, I believe the 5 elders will not do anything. Okay, since you insist. Although Sengoku said so. But Tsuru doesn't think so. The 5 elders tolerate Doflamingo, not just because he used to be a celestial dragon. But Doflamingo seems to have mastered some secret of the celestial dragons, and it is the kind that once disclosed, it will directly shake the foundation of the world government. Otherwise, he would have been arrested or killed long ago. As for the former celestial dragons? Report, they are no longer celestial dragons. The word former has no meaning. At the same time, as the man dressed as a butler entered the venue, this auction held by the black market finally began. Of course, it is impossible to hold an auction only for that piece of sea stone. Otherwise, it would be so monotonous. Therefore, the sea stone was arranged as the finale. In front of it are 11 special items carefully prepared by the black market. I have to say, the things are pretty good. There are even devil fruits, and they are not the kind of garbage devil fruits, but a superhuman, and his ability is pretty good. It was finally sold for 700 million, which is the highest unit price of the sea stone before it leaves the factory. After a full hour, the highlight of the day finally arrived, the 28-kilogram sea stone. At this time, Luolan waved to a servant beside him. Guest, what do you want? If I take out an item now, can it be added? Yes, but the valuation of the item cannot be less than 300 million Baileys. No problem, you ask someone to check the goods. Luolan took out a long box he brought with him and handed it directly to the servant. The servant nodded and thought the item would stay. After a while, the servant just now took advantage of the finale to trot to the stage. He whispered a few words in the host's ear. Immediately, the man who looked like a butler also turned his head to Luolan. He took a deep look at him. Actually, Luolan had no choice. Who made him spend 500 million to buy people for Silas before? The cash was not enough. Even if Nami's warehouse was emptied, there was only 1 billion Baileys. With today's situation, it might not be enough. Naturally, he had to make some money before the sea stone auction. Although he had the plan to rob the thieves afterwards, who could guarantee that he could definitely grab the sea stone? Naturally, it was the safest to take it first. It would be best if the arrangements after the auction could succeed. Even if they didn't succeed. But as long as the sea stone could be brought back, it would not be a loss. Chapter 99 Netherworld and Black Flame. 10 days ago. Luo Lan got a batch of precious minerals from the underground world through Morgan's Bailey worth more than 200 million. The amount is very small, only about 20 kilograms in total, and even less after refining. However, Sato also used it to make 2 swords in the end. The quality of the first one is the best, even comparable to the level of the Supreme Great Sword. But the second one, because the material after purification is not enough, has to be mixed with some other materials to forge. Although the quality is still very high, it is still a little worse than the first one. It is between the Great Sword and the Supreme Great Sword. However, even if it is classified as a Great Sword, it is definitely the pinnacle of the Great Sword. Now, the box given by Luo Lan contains this sword. According to the market price, this level of sword is worth about 500 million Baileys. However, the market price is the market price, which does not represent the actual transaction price. After all, the original book also said that the market value of the devil fruit is 100 million Baileys, but what is the real situation? Even the most rubbish devil fruit, you can't buy it with 100 million berries. It is completely a existence with a price but no market. The same is true for the Great Blade and the Supreme Great Blade. Market value 500 million? Do you believe that if it is sold for 1 billion, a large group of people will rush to buy it? Everyone, before starting tonight's finale, we temporarily added an item. Famous sword Netherworld. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Famous sword, Netherworld? Why haven't I heard of this sword? Whether it is the good sword of 50 crafts, the great sword of 21 crafts, or the supreme great sword of 12 crafts, there is no such name, right? And if it is not in these 3 categories, how can it be called a famous sword? Soon, the attendant held a long box and walked onto the auction table. After placing it on the display stand, it was opened. Black sword? This was everyone's first reaction. It was a black knife. Even from a distance, one could still feel a gloomy feeling. Even the temperature around it dropped a lot instantly. It could cause environmental changes. Could it be a supreme sword? Moreover, it was a sword that had been refined into a black sword. Supreme sword? This was a bit outrageous. Everyone, this sword was forged less than a month ago, so it is not among the famous swords, but according to our test, its quality should be between the Great Sword and the Supreme Sword. If it is classified as a Great Sword, then it is the pinnacle of great swords. Of course, if it is classified as a Supreme Sword, there is no problem. In addition, this is not a black sword, but because of its special material. Before the auction begins, all VIPs who want to participate can come on stage for a close contact. No matter how good a sword is, it is not suitable for everyone. Ordinary knives are fine, but when a famous sword appears in an auction, there will be this process. Give everyone a chance to confirm whether this sword is suitable for them. In other words, it is the degree of fit. But they don't know that this sword comes from the sword forging workshop of the 157th branch, and has the characteristic of plus 50 degree of fit. No matter who goes up, the degree of fit will not be low. After all, in the world of pirates, if the degree of fit can reach 70% or 80%, it is already quite high. And the sword produced by the sword forging workshop is not increased by 50% on your original basis, but plus 50%. There is a world of difference between the two. For example, if your original degree of fit is 20%, if it is increased, it is only 30%, but if it is directly increased, that is 70%. Suddenly, many people came on stage. Even Dao To couldn't keep calm. You know, although her Jin Kun Luo is a good sword, it is also at the middle level of the 21 great swords. When the host introduced Yuming just now, he said that it was at the top of the great swords and even qualified to enter the ranks of the supreme great swords. Good guy, now the entire navy does not have a supreme great sword. How could Dao To resist this attraction? On the stage, Everyone who looked at and touched Yuming up close showed a touch of shock. Because this sword and themselves. It really fits too well. They believe that as long as they take this sword, their own sword skills will definitely be greatly improved. Even Daotu, at this moment, is stroking Yuming gently, showing a look of desire. But she has no money. Although he is a lieutenant general of the headquarters and a candidate for general. But with the salary of the navy alone, how can we afford such things that cost hundreds of millions or tens or even hundreds of billions? He took out the phone from his clothes, but was very hesitant. Should he make this call or not? On the other side, Luolan and the other three were at their locations. Luolan, did you really sell this sword? Nonsense, there are only a few of us who use swords. And this one is a defective one. Instead of keeping it to collect dust, it's better to exchange it for some Bailey to develop a branch. Defective. Then why did you give it such an awesome name? Netherworld. Zoro complained crazily. Look at his two new swords, one is called Blood Fang and the other is called Red Blood. Although the names are okay. But when put together with the name Netherworld, it is obviously the first one for nothing. Are you stupid? How can you get a good price without a great name? Is that so? Of course it is, and you have time to care about this, you might as well practice hard. When you can practice the armament haki to the external release and integrate it into the flying slash, I will give you the black flame. Hearing the word black flame, Zoro was silent instantly. That's right, black flame is also a sword, and it is a sister model of the Netherworld. That is, another sword forged with meteorites. A real supreme sword. And among the supreme swords, it is definitely super strong. However, in order to motivate Zoro, Luolan did not give him the sword directly, but set an assessment goal. That is, when Zoro can practice the armament haki to the third level and integrate it into the flying slash, Luolan will give him the black flame. As for the Netherworld that is about to be auctioned, in front of Black Flame, it is indeed just a defective product. After all, after forging Black Flame, the materials were not enough, so some other materials had to be mixed in. Only then was Netherworld forged. Isn't this a defective product? About 20 minutes later, all those who wanted to participate in the auction went up and took a round. At this moment, the host saw that everyone had returned and sat down. Finally, he spoke. The famous sword Netherworld, the starting price is 300 million Baileys, and each bid must not be less than 10 million Baileys. Now, start. Chapter 100 Dover raises the price, Daotu throws away 1.5 billion. 500 million Baileys. At the beginning, someone directly added 200 million. Although the face cannot be seen because of the mask, but just the knife on his waist alone, Luolan already knew it. Although he looked down on the Netherworld, even a great swordsman, let alone a swordsman, could not resist its temptation. Even if it meant risking all his wealth, he would not hesitate. 550 million Baileys. 700 million Baileys. Seeing someone raise the price, the first swordsman who called the price directly raised the price by 150 million Bailey. He looked determined to win. However, although he called it so readily, in fact, 700 million Bailey was all he could afford. Sure enough, in the next moment, 750 million Bailey. Hearing this shout, the swordsman immediately became depressed. Because he knew that the next competition had nothing to do with him. As for robbing? Forget it, I am just a lone ranger, isn't that courting death? Soon, in less than 3 minutes, the price had been called up to 1.02 billion Bailey. At this time, there were only 3 people bidding, and the speed of bidding was getting slower and slower. Basically, they shouted 10 or 20 million Bailey at a time. At this time, at the end of the 3-person competition, the 4th person joined in. 1.1 billion Baileys. Everyone looked over at this moment. As a result, it was discovered that it was the Navy, and it was one of the 2 admiral candidates just announced by the Navy, Dao. At this point, the other 3 were silent. The reason was simple. Dao could come out to bid, so it must be an order from the Navy headquarters or the world government. Because, even if it was an admiral, it was impossible for an individual to come up with so many Baileys. And since Dao had bid, it would be meaningless for anyone to compete. Do you still want to compete with the Navy and the world government? To see who has more money? Yes, they can continue to bid. Even if they don't really want to buy it, it can also make the Navy spend a few $100 million more Baileys. But is it really necessary? There's no need. You get the benefit, and the Navy and the world government will hate you afterwards. Why bother? So, although the 3 of them were very unwilling, they really stopped bidding. However, there are people here who are not afraid of the Navy that they are afraid of. 1.2 billion Baileys. Doflamingo, what do you mean? FFFFFFFFFFF. This is an auction. Does Vice Admiral Momosato want to snatch it by force by not allowing others to bid? Doflamingo was not afraid at all. Not to mention the Navy, even the 5 elders, he, Doflamingo, was not panicked. After he said this, the whole venue was noisy. Some people whistled, and some people started to make a fuss. They didn't dare to offend the Navy too much, but since Doflamingo ran out to take the lead, why don't they work harder to wave the flag and shout in the back? This made Dao's face pale. Humph, 1.3 billion Baileys. 1.4 billion Baileys. 1.5 billion Baileys. Gritting her teeth, Dao tried to suppress her anger and shouted again. This was the bottom line given to her by he, and it was also the maximum amount that the Navy headquarters could support her with. If it were someone else, they would definitely not be treated this way. But Dao is at least a candidate for admiral. As a great swordsman, she wants a good sword. It's normal for the headquarters to take out 1.5 billion Baileys to support her. Phew, the Navy is really rich. This sword belongs to you, Dao, the candidate for admiral. Doflamingo was smiling. But Momosegi was about to explode. Originally, 1.1 billion Baileys would have been enough, but now there was an extra 400 million for no reason. That's 400 million. It's enough for the Navy to build 4 new warships, okay? But soon, Momosegi calmed down. Because when she contacted Crane just now, she had been informed of Virgo's matter. At the same time, Crane asked her to be prepared, saying that Sengoku had contacted the 5 elders and wanted to apply to cancel Doflamingo's title of Shishibukai and arrest him. Humph, let you laugh. When the order is officially issued later, your good days will be over. At this time, Diamante received a call, and then his face suddenly changed. In Doflamingo's ear, whispering something. Let's go. After a moment, Doflamingo's face was also very bad. He stood up and left with the 2 people. Seeing this scene, Dao also stood up and left with Flying Squirrel and Hua Shaishan. Only Luolan, watching the actions of the 2 groups, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Damn it! In the Admiral's office at the Navy headquarters, Zhang Guo smashed the Den Mushi directly to the ground, smashing it to pieces. Den Mushi, who did I offend? I will never rest in peace. Sengoku never thought that Doflamingo would plant an undercover agent in the Navy and even climb to a high position. But in the end, the 5 elders had no intention of arresting him. They kept scolding him, saying that he was a waste and that he had been undercover for more than 10 years without being discovered. Even when he proposed arresting him again, the 5 elders clearly refused. They also warned him that if he dared to mess around, they would immediately replace him as the marshal. Anyway, during the half-hour call, Sengoku was scolded for at least 29 minutes. This treatment was unparalleled. Fortunately, Garp had not returned yet, otherwise he would definitely have mocked him. Why don't you dare to fight with the 5 elders? At the same time, Volcano Island, outside the auction venue. How was Virgo exposed? It was Morgan's. The front page of the World Economic News he published today is about Virgo. Damn Morgans, what on earth does this guy want to do? Dover, the important thing now is Virgo. Although he has fled to Dressrosa, there is news that Akainu of the G1 branch has already led people to set off, and the target is Dressrosa. Diamante was a little anxious. Not to mention that they are not in Dressrosa, even if they are all. They will definitely not be able to withstand Akainu. The most terrible thing is that Sucrose is still there. What if something happens to her? That would be a big problem. Let's go, let's talk about Junlin later, let's return to Dressrosa at full speed first. But Dover, is there enough time? It's okay, I will contact the 5 elders on the way and have a good chat with them. Doflamingo gritted his teeth. He said with a gloomy face. Although the situation is not favorable to me, I, Doflamingo, also have a trump card. The 5 elders. They dare not do anything to me for the time being. Doflamingo, are you going to run away? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 3 figures instantly appeared in front of Doflamingo, blocking his way. Vice Admiral Momosato, what do you mean? Don't talk nonsense, stay here and don't move until the arrest order is issued. Arrest order? FFFFFFFFF. Are you sure? Hearing this, Doflamingo laughed. At this time, the Den Mushi carried by Momosato also rang. Brew brew brew. I am Momosato. Jun, it's me. Sister Tsuru, I have stopped Doflamingo and his group. Is the arrest order issued? Jun, let them go. Momosato was dumbfounded. What did Sister Crane say? Let them go? Sister Crane, this. Let them go, be obedient. I understand. Crane's voice suddenly became serious in the Den Mushi. Dao had no choice but to do it honestly. Doflamingo, who had listened to the entire conversation between the two, laughed again. The 5 elders dared to order me to be arrested? Navy, you think too much. Chapter 101. You can ask, but I can choose not to answer. Looking at Doflamingo's arrogant look when he left, Dao clenched his fists tightly. Tato, what should we do next? Go back to the auction house, we still have a mission to complete. King's Landing? Flying Squirrel asked. Dao nodded, then turned around and walked back. In the venue, the finale was brought up by a waiter and placed on a weighing device. Soon, the data was displayed. 28.17 kilograms. Everyone, if you have any doubts about this, you can come up and verify it yourself. The host said with a smile on the stage. But no one came forward. Okay, let's get started. That's right, don't waste time. Hurry up, there will be a big show after the end. The people in the audience all urged. There is no need to go up and verify it. They trust the black market in this regard. If they really want to cheat, as long as it happens once, their credibility will completely collapse. To covet a little bit of cheapness, they will ruin their reputation for many years. People in the black market are not that stupid. Moreover, as one of them said, the big show after the end is the key. Now, that is, several major forces just grabbing the first place. Let's finish it quickly, let's watch the show. Although most forces will not participate in the grab after the auction, it doesn't affect their watching the show, right? Okay, since everyone is so anxious, we won't waste time. One piece of sea stone, weighing 28.12 kilograms, the reserve price is 500 million Baileys, each bid must not be less than 100 million Baileys, start now. The host shouted loudly. And below, someone immediately shouted the price. 510 million. Bah, you dare to shout 10 million? 520 million. You are so arrogant, isn't it just 10 million? 530 million. 540 million. Unlike the previous auction of the Netherworld, the rich forces basically did not move at this time. Only a few people shouted for fun. After all, everyone knows that this thing will be hyped up to more than 1 billion today. Why don't you shout a few times when there are only 500 million now, so that you can feel a sense of participation? Otherwise, who will dare to shout when it reaches more than 1 billion? What if the host knocks the hammer to make the deal? How can you pay? So, they are quite lively at this moment, until... Waste of time, 1 billion Baileys. Everyone is getting excited, but suddenly this sentence comes out, and everyone is stunned. They all look in the direction of the voice. Oh my goodness, is it that Junlin organization? The forces that can come here to participate in the auction have more or less their own intelligence channels. Maybe they don't necessarily pay attention to Junlin's actions in the East China Sea and the South China Sea. But some time ago, the actions in the waters near Alabasta have been thoroughly spread. Speaking of which, they are all very interested in the Junlin organization. 1.1 billion Baileys. Sure enough, after someone really started to shout the price, others who wanted it also took action immediately. It was a woman's voice, and that voice line. A perfect queen voice, with a hint of charm. Luolan knew who it was without even looking. It was one of the members of the pirates' main character group. Robin. Sister with 79 million Baileys, how about giving me the sea stone? 1.2 billion Baileys. As soon as Luolan opened her mouth, she said something that many people didn't understand. But Robin was shocked. As for Crocodile, he turned his head and looked at Luolan. Although his face couldn't be seen, his eyes were exposed on the mask, but they exuded a dangerous look. This guy actually knew Robin's identity. After the auction is over, he must not stay. In Crocodile's heart, Luolan had already been sentenced to death. To be honest, if it was on Alabasta, a giant island that could be called a small continent, Luolan would still feel a little troublesome. But... on the sea. Crocodile, are you serious? As long as the ship is sunk, you will be finished, and you don't need to do anything yourself. As for the lady who just said that Robin is 79 million Baileys, she is actually warning Crocodile. Translated, it means: I know Robin's identity. If you compete with me again, you know the consequences. Sure enough. Although Crocodile stared at him. But the three of them stopped bidding. However, if nothing unexpected happens, something unexpected will happen. 1.3 billion Baileys. Dao Tu strode into the venue and shouted. Luolan frowned deeply. This crazy woman. I sold the sword for 1.5 billion, and the black market will take 20%, which means that I can get 1.2 billion. Add the 1 billion I collected before I came, a total of 2.2 billion. If it weren't for this crazy woman messing around, 1.2 billion would have been won. Now it's good, we have to pay more. Luolan doesn't think the Navy really wants to bid for it. After all, the world government has already monopolized 90% of the production in Wano country. And the current auction price has increased several times. Unless the Navy is crazy, it will really want to participate in the bidding for Sea Stone. Even if they don't want it to flow into third-party forces, they will definitely snatch it afterwards, not buy it with money. So, Dao Tu is just messing around. 1.4 billion Baileys. Vice Admiral Dao Tu, if you add one more time, I will give it to you. Keep your word. Just like threatening Crocodile just now, Luolan is also threatening at this time, but the target is different. It became Dao Tu. Translated, that is. I know you don't really want to buy it, but if you continue to make trouble, then I will let you really buy it. See how you report it when you go back. Dao Tu frowned slightly, and then found a seat to sit down. He stopped bidding. The host on the stage showed a look of boredom. But he could only repeat 3 times whether anyone wanted to raise the price. He knocked down the hammer. Congratulations to the Junlin organization for bidding for the finale commodity, a piece of sea stone, at a price of 1.4 billion Baileys. As the host's voice fell, this auction also came to an end. Next, individuals or forces who brought enough money to the island can directly make transactions, and those who did not bring money to the island can arrange for one person to leave the island to get the money. Until 3 hours later, all commodity transactions were completed. Zoro, you go. No, Ace, you go, just bring 200 million belly. Okay. Ace nodded, got up and left. Luolan originally wanted to ask Zoro to go, but then he thought, this guy is a road idiot. Who can guarantee that he can bring belly within 3 hours? So, let Ace go. On the other side, Dao Tu also asked Wuju to get the money, and he and Hua Shaishan came to Luolan. Chat. Sorry, I don't want to chat. What if I have to talk to you? Then 3 questions. Luolan counted 3 fingers. To be honest, Luolan has a headache now. He really doesn't want to talk to Dao Tu. After all, she held him when he was a baby. They are too familiar. Even if she was wearing a mask and deliberately changing her voice. But the more she spoke, the more likely she would be recognized. What do you mean? For a moment, Dao Tu didn't understand what Luolan meant. It means that I can answer at most 3 questions for you, and we can start. Okay, 3 is 3, the first question, what is your name? Luolan suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated this woman. Refused to answer. Didn't you say you would answer 3 questions? Yes, but I didn't say you can't refuse to answer, and you have 2 more chances to ask questions next. Luolan said lightly. In front of him, Dao Tu's eyes were spitting out flames. Chapter 102 The First Battle of the King's Landing Fleet, Part 1. Vice Admiral Dao Tu. You have 2 questions left, don't waste your chance. Luolan was reminding. Don't waste your chance by asking questions that I can't answer at first glance. Upon hearing this, Dao Tu clenched her fists tightly. But soon, she sighed and relaxed. Okay, then the second question, will you be an enemy of the Navy? The answer does not lie with me, but with the Navy. What do you mean? It's very simple. If the Navy does justice, then I will not do it, but vice versa, it's hard to say. Dao Tu's eyes widened suddenly. You guys are going to turn against Tian Gang. We have always been the ones who claim to be righteous and then fight those evil forces, such as pirates. But when it comes to you, it becomes a question of whether our navy is just. Okay, I won't argue with you on this question. Next is the third question. Stop. Before Dao Tu finished speaking, Luolan interrupted her directly. Vice Admiral Dao Tu, your 3 questions are over. What? Even if you add the one you refused to answer, it's only 2 questions, okay? How come only 3 questions are used up? Hey, Vice Admiral Dao Tu, let me help you calculate it. For the first question, you asked my name, right? Dao Tu nodded. For the second question, you asked whether I would be hostile to the Navy, right? Dao Tu still nodded. Yes, there are only 2 questions, how come there are 3 questions? Hey, it seems that Vice Admiral Dao Tu's memory is not very good. For the third question, you asked me what I meant by the sentence I just said. Does this count? As human beings, we value integrity. If we say 3 questions, it means 3 questions. But, if you want to ask more, it's not impossible. Just calculate it as 100 million Baileys per question. Well, how about it? Although Luolan's serious face under the mask could not be seen. But this serious tone almost made Daotug bite her own silver teeth to pieces. "Get out of here!" His expression instantly lost control, and he cursed loudly. He walked to the other side angrily and sat down, his chest heaving violently. Hua Shaishan was left standing there alone, very embarrassed. Luolan was secretly happy. From childhood to adulthood, only this crazy woman had bullied him. Today, I finally got my revenge. At the same time, 27 nautical miles away from the volcanic island, 3 sailing ships were sailing at full speed towards the direction of Sabayati Island. And the leading ship was the main ship of the Don Quixote family. On the bow deck, Doflamingo put down the den mushi, his face a little gloomy. "Dover, are the 5 elders?" "No, they won't continue to pursue it." "Then, humph, they won't let go of Virgo's matter." Doflamingo snorted coldly. Just now, he had a phone call with the 5 elders. It was the same as always, using the secret he knew as a threat. But what was the result? Part of it was as he wished, the 5 elders would not pursue the matter anymore, and Doflamingo's title of Shishibukai would not be revoked. But the other part, the 5 elders were still holding on to it. That is, the Navy wanted to arrest Virgo. According to the 5 elders, this matter has become known to the whole world. If Virgo is not arrested, where is the face of the world government? Therefore, Virgo must be arrested. If Doflamingo really wants to expose the secret, although the world government will be in great trouble, Doflamingo will not live to the next day. One Virgo, or the destruction of your entire Don Quixote family, choose for yourself. In fact, the 5 elders also know that as long as Doflamingo is not forced into a desperate situation, he will not take risks. After all, the secret is like a nuclear bomb, which is only a deterrent before it is launched. Once launched, that is the end of everyone dying together. No one can escape. Dover, what about Virgo? There is no way for the time being. After Akainu arrives in Dressrosa, tell him not to resist and stay in Impel Down for a while. I will think of a way after the storm has passed. Okay. Diamante nodded and took out the den mushi to connect. And just at this moment, whoosh 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 whoosh, a series of sharp wind-breaking sounds passed through the air. Immediately afterwards, boom 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 boom, more than 10 shells were fired around the 3 sailing ships. Then they exploded suddenly. Although none of them hit, 2 of them landed very close to one of the sailing ships. They directly tore a hole in its side. Seawater poured in crazily. What's going on? Dover, we're under attack. I'm not blind. Who attacked and from where? No one can answer this question. Although we know the direction from which the shells are coming, when we look over there, there is nothing in sight except the vast sea. After all, the understanding of artillery by the native pirates is still at the stage of bombardment at a distance of 100 or 200 meters. Even the triple-mounted cannons on large naval warships have a maximum range of only 1 or 2 kilometers. Beyond visual range artillery strikes? They have no such concept at all. I'll kill them, you guard the ship. Dover, be careful. Without a response, Doflamingo directly used the method of moonstep and string fruit to rush towards the direction of the shells. And more than 10 kilometers away, 4 huge steel battleships have all turned sideways, facing the target with their sides. Above the island of one of the ships, there stands a bare but more than 30 meters high steel pillar. The top of the pillar, the marine observed with a telescope in one hand and held a den mushi in the other, constantly saying something. More than 10 seconds later, boom 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 boom, 4 battleships, 16 main guns, roared again. Captain, we found that target number 1 has left the battleship and is coming towards us, very fast. The observer reported urgently with a telescope. In the bridge, Tina also made arrangements quickly. The main guns continue to attack according to the observer's guidance. At the same time, tell all the secondary guns and heavy machine gun groups to prepare for battle. Send this order to the other 3 ships at the same time. Doflamingo is coming from the air? Unless it is some special flying fruit, or a super-fast fruit like Flash and Thunder, otherwise. It is a death wish to rush forward from a controlled position. Even Doflamingo, who relies on the string fruit to get a faster speed than the moon step, is still very slow. The 4 warships together have dozens of dual-purpose guns and hundreds of heavy machine guns. Tina doesn't believe that Doflamingo can hold on. She clearly remembers what Loylan said before. All fears are due to insufficient firepower. At the same time, personal force is only the last barrier. Sister Tina, you have to adapt to the fighting style of the new era, instead of, like a barbarian, rushing up at every turn and fighting with the opponent. Tina picked up the Den Mushi. Ian, Doflamingo is here, let BABY5 be ready. Understood. Chapter 103 The First Battle of the King's Fleet, Part 2. This time, the Don Quixote family can be said to be out in full force. With such strength, it would have been a very easy task to defend the 3 sailing ships under bombardment. But this time it was different. Because the speed of these shells is too fast. And the most fatal thing is that you can't intercept them at close range. Origi did this just now, and the result was, although he hit the shell, the terrifying explosion directly blew him away. Not only close interception, but even close-range interception is not possible. The power of the shell after it exploded was enough to injure people more than 10 or 20 meters away. This was because the people in this world were strong enough, otherwise the killing range would be even greater. This also caused the interception rate to plummet. Boom! A shell passed through layers of interception and landed directly on a sailing ship. It instantly blew it in two. The situation was extremely bad. On the other side, Doflamingo finally saw the enemy. His eyes suddenly widened. What is this? 4 things made of steel, lined up there. Each of them had 2 sets of terrifying twin-mounted cannons, which were constantly bombarding the distance. Doflamingo almost thought he was hallucinating, and couldn't help but take off his sunglasses and rubbed his eyes. As a result, what he saw was still the same. He was stunned immediately. But soon, he came back to his senses. The family was being attacked by the enemy, and he had no time to be in a daze. The string fruit was constantly activated, like a swing in the air, and the speed was getting faster and faster. Finally, after 3 minutes, the distance between the enemy was less than 2 kilometers. At this moment, he could already see the people on the 4 warships. Aren't they wearing the uniforms of King's Landing? Good guy, I originally wanted to use this option to hunt you, but you actually wanted to hunt me in return? It's just a pity that guns are always guns, no matter how strong they are. But as long as the people who use guns are dealt with, everything will be over. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of danger emanated through his sunglasses. However, at this moment, a flash of fire suddenly flashed on the 4 steel warships in his field of vision. The next moment, dozens of shells came directly towards him. Like a big net. Of course, this is not a problem for Doflamingo. He is not a beginner of observation haki, who can only passively sense the movements of living people, but can sense all targets that threaten him. Whether it is a person or an object. He even moved a little less than 1 meter to ensure that he avoided all the trajectories of the shells. However, this is an extremely backward idea. He didn't know that there is something called proximity fuse. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions instantly enveloped Doflamingo. After dozens of seconds, the thick smoke produced by the explosion gradually dissipated, revealing the scene inside. A large number of lines were entangled, like a cocoon, protecting Doflamingo inside. Moreover, this is not a simple line, because these lines all exude a dark luster. Obviously, Doflamingo added the armed color to it when he activated his ability. Even Tina couldn't help but sigh after seeing this scene. This guy's actual combat experience is really rich. From the time the shell was triggered by the proximity fuse to the explosion, Doflamingo may not even have 0.01 seconds. But it happened that he reacted in such a short time. And he successfully defended it. Don't give him any chance. All secondary guns continue to output, and at the same time, all close defense heavy machine gun groups start barrage coverage. Ian, is BABY-5 ready? While giving orders, he asked Ian with a den mushy. For the use of secondary guns and heavy machine guns, interception is definitely no problem, but to say that Doflamingo is killed directly, Tina still thinks it is not enough. Therefore, she needs a killer. BABY-5 is the strongest killer in her hand. For the 157th branch, Baby 5's fruit ability is absolutely amazing. Imagine that when she learns and understands the structure of certain weapons. Well, some weapons that Silas cannot make according to the current technology. But the devil fruit has no restrictions on technology. It's ready, Colonel. Action. Understood. The sound of artillery fire continued without stopping for a moment. There was also a lot of machine gun fire during the period. So much so that Doflamingo has not lifted the defense until now. He can only bear it. On a battleship of King's Landing, BABY-5 stood at the bow. Her arms turned into a huge device. From the perspective of people in the pirate world, there is nothing strange, just two oversized metal boxes. But if Loyolan was here, he would definitely recognize it. This thing. Isn't it the vertical launch device from my previous life? What did Silas teach her? But then again, standing it upright on the deck like this really has the style of a certain country. You know, in Loyolan's previous life, there was a country whose vertical launch system was not buried under the deck, but placed on the deck. Quite a wonder. And this scene that BABY-5 created at this moment. It really feels like that. Wife, Colonel Tina has given the order to start the attack immediately. Is it okay? Ian was a little worried. After all, Doflamingo was Baby 5's former young master. It's okay, husband. Under Loyolan's influence, the two of them have even started to change their words. Now they call each other husband and wife all day long. BABY-5 nodded and said firmly. Immediately, a long, pointed metal object shot upward from one of the vertical launch devices. The next moment, a fierce flame ignited at its tail, and it accelerated and sent it into the sky, rushing towards Doflamingo. The second and third shots were fired one after another. It was not until the 32nd shot that it finally stopped. BABY-5 immediately knelt on one knee on the ground, gasping for breath. You know, when the weapon fruit changes, the more complex the structure, the greater the physical consumption. Create such a terrifying two vertical launch systems, plus launch 32 missiles. It was just a little bit short, and BABY-5 was squeezed dry. Hiding in the cocoon made of the string fruit and the armament color. Doflamingo's face was extremely gloomy. Such an embarrassment. How long has it been since the encounter with Crane many years ago? Damn Junlin, how can the weapon be so powerful? Almost, just a little bit. I was about to lose defense. Fortunately, I can still withstand such intensity. Suddenly, Doflamingo felt something and his face changed. It was the warning of the observation color. And it was a warning that could threaten his life. What on earth was it? There was no more time for Doflamingo to think. The next moment, the first missile hit the black cocoon composed of lines. The huge power was far beyond the reach of those naval guns. It blew it apart directly. Then came the second, the third. And even the 32nd. The whole sky was instantly dyed red by the flames. And a broken figure also fell from the sky. Slammed into the sea. Chapter 104 Crazy Woman? Could he be? The target has been shot down. The observer shouted in the bridge. Immediately, a cheer rang out. That was Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, but a strong man of this level was killed by them. And he was killed nearly 2 kilometers away. How could he not be excited? Everyone, be quiet, Tina. However, the cheers did not last for 3 seconds, and Tina's loud shout was heard. The next second, the big screen in front lit up. Obviously, Tina activated the observation radar. 1.8 kilometers away, the bright spot was much dimmer, but it still exists. In other words, Doflamingo is not dead yet. Keep bombarding the Don Quixote family fleet, and drive the warship over to perform the salvage mission. I want to see the person alive, and the body dead. Tina waved her right hand and ordered. Yes, Colonel. On the other side. Volcano Island, the venue of the black market auction. At this moment, Ace returned here with 2 suitcases full of Baileys. After handing them over to the people in the black market, he also got the sea stone. At this moment, in Loyalland's perception of the color of observation, there were countless eyes that were not kind to him. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Sure enough, the auction was just a warm-up, and after it was over, that was the beginning of the main film. How about answering a few more questions for me? Our navy can provide some cover for Junlin. At this time, Dao Tu had subsided and came to Loyalland's side again. No need. I feel more likely to get into trouble if I'm protected by a crazy woman like you. Let's go. Loyalland waved her hand. Ace and Zoro also stood up. They left together. At the same time, people from various forces also started to act, except for some forces that hadn't sent money yet, leaving one person behind. A&D. Dao Tu was standing there in a daze. Crazy woman? Although the voice was completely different, this name, and the tone. He wouldn't. Dao Tu was completely confused. Although Loyalland called her sister Zaiwan most of the time, every time he was annoyed by her, he would call her a crazy woman. The tone of these 3 words was exactly the same as that guy who was in Junlin just now. Lieutenant General Dao Tu. On the side, Hua Shaishan saw Dao Tu in a daze and also shouted. Sorry, I'm thinking about something. Vice Admiral Dao Tu. People from all forces have already taken action, what about us? Well, you stay here and wait for the flying squirrel, I'll go and see first. By the way, you contact the fleet and ask them to set sail immediately and approach the volcanic island. Understood. Hua Shaishan nodded. Then he took out the Den Mushi and dialed it. And Dao Tu turned and walked out. Is it you? I will definitely find out. Loyalland, why did you call that female navy crazy woman just now? Hearing Ace's question, Loyalland, who was in a good mood just now, froze in an instant. Crazy woman, did I just call that? Yes. Damn. Why did he make such a low-level mistake at the last minute? Could she have recognized me? No, I have deliberately changed my voice, and this woman is not very smart, so she should. You won't think too much, right? Besides, even if there is doubt, what does it matter? I just need to never admit it. Yes, that's it. At this time, Loyalland's Den Mushi rang. Bulu. I am Loyalland. Loyalland, the fleet of the Don Quixote family has been defeated, and its cotters have been captured, but what's wrong? Doflamingo was rescued by an unknown force. What's the situation? Loyalland frowned slightly. On the sea, can you save people from Junlin? How to save them? You know, the maximum speed of Junlin's warships is even more than 30 knots. Even if you can save he left, but could he escape Junlin's pursuit? Unless he was someone with the ability to fly, or someone with super-fast abilities like Kizaru and Enelu. Otherwise, it would be impossible. Soon, Tina explained the situation in detail. Only then did Luolan figure out how the other party saved him. Simply put, Doflamingo fell into the sea, but when Tina commanded the warship to salvage, a ship suddenly emerged from the seabed. After taking Doflamingo away, he quickly dived. Even the depth of his dive exceeded the detection distance of Tina's observation radar. In other words, he dived at least 5,000 meters. So Tina couldn't track him. So who is the person with a submarine in the pirate world? It must be Law. Trafalgar Law. However, one is the wrong time, and the other is. His broken submarine can't possibly descend to a depth of 5,000. In this case, there is only one answer left. That is, it's not a submarine, but other ships that have been coated. I have to say that the coating of the Sabayati archipelago is really awesome. Not to mention 5,000 meters, even tens of thousands of meters. Can dive down without any pressure. In terms of depth alone, it directly beats Tana. I know, let's not worry about this matter for now. As for Doflamingo's cotters, you know, all the ability users will be treated according to the R3 standard. Okay, next we will go to the volcanic island and are expected to arrive within an hour. Well, there are guests coming, I'll hang up first. Hang up the den mushy. Luolan turned around. Sure enough, more than a dozen people from different forces appeared in the field of vision. What? You can't wait before leaving the volcanic island. Luolan glanced around the whole place. In his perception, these people are all quite strong. But they are just quite strong. Because there are only 4 really strong forces in this auction. 1 Navy. 2 Don Quixote family. 3 Baroque works. 4 King's organization. Now the Don Quixote family has been killed. Baroque works, they are still in the auction venue. As for the Navy, at least today, they should not attack him. So, the remaining ones are only some small and medium-sized forces, or individuals. Not to mention Luolan, even Zoro and Ace are enough to deal with. You two have been staying in the old nest for almost 3 months. Why don't you go up and move around? Leave it to me. Get out of my way, you bastard seaweed head. No way. Luolan raised his hand to cover his forehead. Oh my goodness, this pair of funny guys is about to start again. You two, go together and see who kills the most. Good idea, I agree. Zoro was excited and slowly pulled out the Wado Ikimonji. I agree too. Let everyone see today whether my martial arts or his swordsmanship is stronger. Ace also lifted his sleeves. Then he turned his head and looked at Zoro. The next moment, the two of them attacked almost at the same time, and a shaved rushed up. At this time, a figure also flashed and appeared, coming to Luolan's side. It was Dao Tu who followed him out before. Chapter 105 The 79 Million Lady who followed Luolan. You just let the two of them go. They are enough. Really? Dao Tu did not comment. But she did not say anything more, but watched. In her observation, the strength of these two guys was not bad, between the Brigadier General and the Major General of the headquarters. Compared with the people who came to intercept, they were not much weaker. But there were more than 10 people on the opposite side, and there were only 2 people. Can they really win? Dao Tu felt very suspenseful. On the other side, the ships of various forces were also approaching the volcanic island. If the number of people was counted, there were even more than 2,000 people. But they did not know at this moment that they who thought they were hunters were actually all prey. And the real hunter was Junlin, who was regarded as prey by them. On the island, the abnormal 2-on-17 battle has begun. There were 8 people watching Zoro. And 5 of them used swords. This made Zoro very interested. But first, we had to get rid of the 3 guys who didn't use swords. Because they were an eyesore. Itoryu. Iai, shishigij. Whoosh. A sound of breaking wind was heard. Zoro disappeared from the spot, and when everyone locked his position again, he had appeared behind a guy in a dress. And, the Wado Ikimonji had been put back into the sheath. The man in the dress had a sword scar deep enough to see the bone from his left waist to his right shoulder. Blood spurted out like crazy. A few seconds later, he fell to the ground, no longer alive. Hiss! Everyone around him took a deep breath. In fact, none of them saw how and when Zoro drew his sword. Too fast, the action was really too fast. At this time, Zoro also turned around and looked at the other 2 of the 3 people in the group without swords. And he took the posture of Iai. On the other side, compared with the technical Zoro, Ace rushed forward directly, and fought with the 9 people in front of him in the way of fist to flesh that Loyolan hated the most. Unlike Loyolan, Ace learned all 6 styles and even developed many derivative moves by himself. This shocked Daoto, who was watching the battle on the side. 6 styles of the Navy. And it doesn't look like a beginner. At least 3 years of hard training. Although the other guy with a sword is not as obvious as this guy, his previous sword skills obviously incorporated shaving into it. The most important thing is that the shave he launched before the attack stomped the ground at least 50 times. This level. Even the vice admirals of the headquarters can rarely reach it. In terms of physique alone, the 2 of them are indeed not much stronger than the opponents, but whether it is reaction speed or the proficiency of various skills, they are far superior to everyone on the opposite side. You are so familiar with the Navy's 6 styles, is it you? Daoto couldn't help but turn her head and look at Loyolan again. And Loyolan had cold sweat on his forehead. This crazy woman, why is she looking at me again? Are you really doubting me? That doesn't make sense. Even if Zoro showed some shadows of the 6 styles, and Ace used the 6 styles directly. But who said that only the Navy knows the 6 styles these days? Although this thing was created by the Navy, there are so many people on the sea who know this, right? No, I have to finish the things here as soon as possible and then go back to Tana. And this crazy woman. It's better to stay away from her. However, at this moment, Loyolan seemed to have discovered something, and his eyes narrowed slightly. President of Baroque Works, what, do you want to get involved? 3 people came towards him, and it was Crocodile and his group. Why did he come out when the fight started outside instead of earlier or later? Loyolan knew exactly what this guy was thinking. He just wanted to see if he could take advantage of the chaos to kill him, the guy who knew Robin's identity. Then, Loyolan suddenly felt a strong murderous aura. And the source of this murderous aura was none other than Daoto beside him. He even stared at Crocodile and even put one hand on Jin Kun Luo. It was as if he was warning the other party not to act rashly. This action did not make Loyolan excited, but his heart sank. Daoto's chance of guessing his identity has increased a lot. You two, what are you doing so slow? Hurry up! He immediately shouted at the battlefield ahead. He didn't want to stay here for a moment. What, are you anxious? Daoto's mouth slightly raised. No, I just think they are too slow. Is that true? Well, Loyolan is sure now. Daoto has 100% doubted him. Oh, what a trouble! On the battlefield, the 2 people who heard Loyolan's shouting just now also sped up suddenly. They were trained under 20 times gravity, and their regular speed and explosive speed were far beyond the same level. It only took 5 minutes. Soran cut DOW and 3 people were killed, and the remaining 4 people also withdrew from the battle circle and admitted defeat. As for Ace, he was like a human-shaped beast with full firepower. Coupled with the extremely proficient Navy 6 styles, he directly killed 4 people and disabled 1. The other 5 people saw that the situation was not good and also withdrew from the battle circle and admitted defeat. How about it, Seaweed Head? I killed 5 people, 1 more than you. No, you only killed 4 people, 1 didn't die, so it doesn't count. Zoro directly refuted. Ace was unwilling on the spot. What do you mean those who didn't die don't count? You, Seaweed Head, are playing tricks. And seeing the 2 people who were about to quarrel again, Loyal had to speak up. Otherwise, who knows if these 2 guys will suddenly spit out some secrets when they quarrel. There are a lot of outsiders here. Shut up. Whoever talks nonsense again will be locked up in a small dark room for a month. Swish. Hearing this, both of them turned pale. 1 month? Are you sure this person can come out alive after being locked up for a month? Well, even if he can come out alive, are you sure he is still mentally normal? You want to lock him up for 1, 2 days, or even 3 days. Neither Ace nor Zoro panicked. After all, they were often locked up and were used to it. But 1 month. Even these 2 funny guys kept their mouths shut at this moment and dared not say a word. Okay, if everyone is fine, we will leave. After the voice fell, Loyal looked around. Then turned around and left with Ace and Zoro. No, Loyal, aren't we going to rob them? Rob your head, rob them here? What's the difference between that and robbing the black market? Loyal complained directly. On the island, they brought up, or sent someone back to get the money, and Bailey who will be brought up soon. That's all the money to be handed over to the black market to handle the delivery of the auction items. If you go up to rob, what's the difference between that and robbing the money from the black market? The reason why they attacked me is because I have already completed the delivery with the black market. Whether the auction items are robbed or kept, it has nothing to do with the black market. And I'm going to do the same thing next. Even worse. Tisk, you are so timid. Under the mask of Ace, there is a look of contempt. This has nothing to do with courage. Today you robbed the black market. Tomorrow we sell the stolen goods, or buy what we need. Who should we go to? Loyal complained again. And this time, Ace didn't say anything. Because he realized that this black market, it seems that it really can't be robbed for the time being. Because Loyal had told me before that if a good devil fruit appeared in the black market one day, I would buy one for me. Well, at least before I get the devil fruit. Can't rob it yet. I say, 79 million lady, you have been with us all the way. Are you not coming out yet? Just as Ace was struggling mentally, Loyal voice sounded again. Chapter 106 Knockout and Takeaway directly. Wearing a golden mask, Robin walked out from behind a big tree. This big tree is 300 meters away from Loyal and their location. After all, with Robin's devil fruit ability, she didn't need to get too close to hear the conversation of several people. And the distance of 300 meters, in her opinion, was absolutely safe. But who would have thought that she would still be discovered? How did you find out? Robin didn't run away, but came directly in front of Loyal and the other 3. In fact, if she could run, she would definitely run. But she knew very well that her success rate of escaping was infinitely close to 0%. In this case, it would be better to. Nearly 20 years of survival experience made her understand how to protect herself better than anyone else. To be precise, how to save her life. For this, she did not hesitate to deceive, use, and even betray. It's very simple, observation hacky. Hacky? It seems that I have heard of it somewhere. Hearing this, Robin also pondered, but for a while, she really couldn't remember it. When and where did she hear it? Okay, now that you've caught me, what are you going to do next? Are you exchanging me for ransom, or do you like my sister and want to take me home directly? Or, well, it is indeed old Robin to say this. But I have to say that her queenly voice with a strong temptation is really lethal. Even Luolan felt numb when hearing this voice. I am going to offer you a new job. If you are willing, come with us, if not, then knock him out first and take him away. I'll give you 1 minute to think about it, start now. Robin was dumbfounded. Good guy, what do you mean? If you agree, I will go with you, and if you don't agree, I will knock you out and take you away? Is this guy so domineering? Since you have recognized me, you should also know who I am following now. Are you sure you want to do this? Isn't it Crocodile, who ranks last in the 7 warlords of the sea? Luolan waved his hand disdainfully. He looked like he didn't care at all. And that was exactly the case. If it was in Alabasta, Luolan would still feel a little troublesome. But on other islands, or on the sea, Crocodile is nothing. Let alone myself, even Ace and Zoro can beat him up. If it was Luffy who had the aura of a protagonist, he would be able to beat him with 300 to 500 points of force. After all, in the original work, when Luffy killed Crocodile, he probably only had 300 to 400 points of force at most. The end of the 7 warlords of the sea? Robin didn't know much about the strength of the 7 warlords of the sea. She even thought that these 7 people should be about the same, and when the 7 of them were tied together, they could even tie with the 4 emperors. In fact, many people in the pirate world have such a misconception. The reason is that the world government has been advocating the 3 major forces and the balance between the 3 major forces. Therefore, many people mistakenly believe that the 4 emperors equals marine headquarters equals 7 warlords of the sea. But what is the actual situation? It is the 4 emperors marine headquarters 7 warlords of the sea. It can even be said that both the 4 emperors and the marine headquarters can easily destroy the 7 warlords of the sea. To put it bluntly, the 7 warlords of the sea were originally a bad idea that the world government came up with because the pirates were too powerful. Win over a group of pirates and fight against other pirates together with the navy. So, in a 2-to-1 situation, some balance was finally achieved. This is still the case when the 4 emperors do not stick together. Otherwise, if the 4 emperors come out together, even if the navy and the 7 warlords of the sea join forces, they are still far behind. Of course, Robin doesn't know much about these things now. After all, she has just entered the Grand Line not long ago, and she has been wandering around the 4 seas before, so naturally the news is very poor. But at this moment, she has understood what Luolan said, that is, Crocodile is a guy who can't be on the stage. Really? Or fake? For a moment, Robin couldn't judge. At the same time, there was no time for her to analyze these problems slowly. Because 10 seconds left. What? Only 10 seconds left? Robin was very entangled. After all, in addition to seeking protection, there was another important reason why she worked for Crocodile. That was that Crocodile could let her see the text of history. If he betrayed her now, then... Before Robin could continue to think, she suddenly felt a pain in the back of her neck. Consciousness gradually blurred, and finally, completely lost consciousness. Sorry, time is up. Let's go back to Tana, there are still many things to do next. Luolan directly reached out his hand, picked up Robin in a princess hug, and prepared to leave on the moon step. Wait a minute. Behind him, Dao Tu's voice came again. It made Luolan feel overwhelmed. Why did this crazy woman catch up with him again? Wait a minute. Vice Admiral Dao Tu, is there anything else? I just received news that more than 20 sailing ships are approaching here, and their target is you. Are you talking about them? Put Robin down and hugged him with one hand. Luolan pointed to the sea and said. On the sea surface in the distance, more than 20 sailing ships have appeared. Coming here. Dao Tu was shocked when he saw it. He has the intelligence of the navy, but he knows it very well. That more than 20 ships were fully armed and carrying a large number of people. There were also many experts. If Loyal Lan went there like this, it would be difficult to fight in the sea where there was no foothold. The best way was to stay on the volcanic island and lure the other side to fight. With the support of the Navy fleet, it was enough to suppress all forces here. Lieutenant General Dautu, do you believe that they will not survive for more than a minute? Loyal Lan, I don't have time to joke with you, you must listen this time. Seeing Loyal Lan say this, Dautu thought he was talking nonsense and called out Loyal Lan's name directly. But he hadn't finished speaking yet. Dautu's eyes widened instantly. She was stunned. Because what she saw originally were the more than 20 sailing warships on the horizon. This moment was like entering hell. A large number of shells fell one after another, and 2 sailing ships were directly destroyed. Then, less than 20 seconds apart, a series of shells fell. 2 more sailing ships were hit. On the sea, flames shot up into the sky. What the hell is this? He saw it clearly just now, a shell, an explosion, directly blew a medium-sized sailing ship into 2 pieces. This power, even the cannons on the Navy's large warships can't do it, right? Loyal Lan. And the Junlin organization. What weapon is in his hand? At this moment, just over 100 meters away from the coast, a huge metal creature suddenly surfaced. Lieutenant General Dautu, you recognized the wrong person. Besides, the person who picked me up has arrived, so we will leave first. After the voice fell, Loyal Lan picked up the unconscious Robin again. Stepping on the moon step and leaving the coast. Only Dautu was left there, messy in the wind. Chapter 107 30 Pieces of History. A naval battle took place outside the volcanic island. 3 hours have passed. On the sea, various wreckage fragments of sailing ships and a large number of crew members who lost their lives were scattered. 3 large naval warships lowered more than 20 small boats. A large number of marines searched the area. Vice Admiral Dautu, did you see what weapons they used? It should be a naval gun. Although I was far away at the time and couldn't see it clearly, it was definitely a cannonball. But if it is a cannonball, its power is many times greater than that of our Navy. Although it is all wreckage. But everyone can still analyze a lot of things from the wreckage. In particular, the weapons used by the other party were so powerful that they were completely scared. According to estimates, under the same weapon attack, a large naval warship can only be hit by 3 or 5 shots at most. Bulu bulu bulu. At this time, Dautu's den den mushi rang. I'm Dautu. Lieutenant General, we discovered another battlefield while patrolling, about 27 nautical miles away from the volcanic island. Did Junlin do it too? Not sure, but based on our identification of the dead, the attacked ship should be the Don Quixote family's ship. You mean the Don Quixote family, that guy Doflamingo? Dautu's eyes widened. Her face was full of disbelief. Yes, according to the on-site investigation, there should be 3 sailing ships destroyed, and we checked all the dead, and did not find Doflamingo and other Don Quixote family cotters. I see, you continue to investigate there and see if there are any more discoveries. Yes, Lieutenant General. Hang up the den den mushi. Dautu's expression at this moment is very wonderful. Could it be that he did it too? He. Is it Loyal Lan? In a cabin of Tana. Robin had taken off his mask and was lying on the bed. Loyal Lan was sitting on the side, reading the newspaper to kill time. Well, when I returned to Tana before, I happened to see a newsbird flying by. Loyal Lan politely asked for a copy. On the bed, Robin slowly opened his eyes. He was confused at first, but soon remembered something. He stood up suddenly. Then he began to check his body. Don't look, I didn't do anything. Little brother, such a good opportunity, why don't you take the opportunity to do something? At this moment, Loyal Lan was not wearing a mask. His face was completely exposed in front of Robin. At the same time, Robin also understood one thing. That is yes. The other party would never let me go. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible for me to see his face. Fortunately, I was no longer anxious, but started driving. Robin, there are 30 historical texts in total. Following Crocodile, you can only see the one in Alabasta in the end. And it's not the kind of historical text you want to see. According to Loylan's memory, there are 2 historical texts in Alabasta. Of course, one of them is original to TV. It's hard to say whether that one exists in this real pirate world. As for the one in the mausoleum, Robin was very disappointed after seeing it in the original book. Because it records the location of Pluto, and this is not what Robin wants. What she wants is those stone tablets that record the real history. Especially the stone tablets that record the blank 100 years of historical texts. Have you seen the historical text in Alabasta? Tell me, what is recorded on the stone tablet in Alabasta? After hearing Loylan's words, Robin suddenly became uneasy. Grabbing Loylan's arm, she kept asking. That one. It records the information of Pluto, the king of the underworld, and his current location. It doesn't have the history you are looking for. No. I spent so many years, even at the cost of joining Crocodile. In the end, was it all in vain? With a pale face, Robin lost all her strength in an instant and fell on the bed. Even her eyes were a little distracted. It seems that this information has brought her a big blow. But this is normal. After more than 10 years of hard work, she finally found out the whereabouts of a historical text and made great efforts for it. In the end, it only recorded Pluto? If it were someone else, they would probably be ecstatic, but Robin. He really had no interest in Hades. Robin was completely confused about what to do next. There are a total of 30 historical text tablets. At this moment, Loylan's voice rang out. Just the first sentence brought Robin back to his senses in an instant. And Loylan was still talking. Among these 30 historical texts, there are 4 red signpost steels. According to the contents on them, we can piece together a sea chart to Raftel. As for the remaining 26, they are historical text steels, including 9 important intelligence steels. Like the signpost steels, when the 26 historical text steels are pieced together, they can form a complete article, and its content. That's the real history you've been pursuing. Yes, it's the history of the blank 100 years. Coincidentally, I know the whereabouts of most of the steels. Would you consider the suggestion I gave you before? Stand up and walk forward. Put your hand on Robin's shoulder. Loylan invited Robin again. What if I still refuse? Old rules, knock him out and take him home first. Putchie. Hearing this, Robin laughed out loud. Remember that this guy said the same thing on the volcanic island before. At first, I thought he was joking. But what happened? He really did it. Okay, I agree, but how are you going to deal with Crocodile? He won't give up easily if you steal me away. Robin was a little worried. After all, in his opinion, Crocodile was very strong. Especially his natural ability, which was naturally invincible. How to defeat? She couldn't imagine it at all. Well, we will arrive in Alabasta in about half a day. After I finish my business with Cobra, I will take you to see the stone tablet, and then just wait for Crocodile to come back in Alabasta. Hearing this, Robin widened her eyes. Are you crazy? Boss, we still haven't found Miss All Sunday. Is there something wrong? Go back to Alabasta first, and then mobilize all agents to dig out the details of King's Landing. Yes, boss. Das Bonus nodded. Half an hour later, a sailing ship from Baroque Studios sailed away from the volcanic island. Chapter 108 The Deal with Cobra. Alabasta Kingdom. Tana went north along the St. Dora River, and then sent Loyolan and others to the shore from the west of the capital Alubana. Late at night. In the palace, after a busy day, Cobra dragged his tired body into the bedroom. Who is it? However, just when he was about to lie down on the bed and have a good sleep, he suddenly found out. There was more than one person in the room. Yes, by the moonlight, he saw 4 figures. Your Majesty Cobra, don't be nervous, it's me. Loyolan walked out of the shadow in the corner and took off the mask. You are Loyolan. After seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Cobra remembered. Yes, Cobra and Loyolan had met once, but that was 10 years ago. At that time, Cobra visited the Navy headquarters for some things, and Loyolan was there when he had dinner with Jean Guo. After all, at that time, Rosinante had gone out undercover, and Loyolan was Jean Guo's adopted son. Naturally, they attended together. The reason why Cobra could still recognize Loyolan at first sight was because at that time, Loyolan said something to him that really impressed him. Your Majesty King Cobra, you are very kind, but as a king, once you are too kind, it will only lead to the end of the country's destruction. Loyolan was only 10 years old at that time. Because of this, he was directly scolded by Jean Guo. He even drove Loyolan off the table and asked him to go back to face the wall and reflect. But no matter what, Loyolan left a very deep impression on Cobra. Yes, I am Loyolan. We shouldn't have seen each other for 10 years. Well, exactly 10 years. Is your coming here arranged by Marshal Jean Guo? Hearing this, Loyolan and the other 2 didn't react, but Robin. He trembled all over. Marshal Jean Guo? Loyolan? Could it be the Navy? No, it's not Jean Guo. I was kicked out of the Navy headquarters by him a long time ago. What? Cobra couldn't believe his ears. After all, in his cognition, Loyolan was Jean Guo's son. You know, when Jean Guo introduced Loyolan to him, he used the term son instead of adopted son. Therefore, Cobra always believed that Loyolan was Jean Guo's biological son. That's why he reacted so strongly. After all, isn't this the same as abandoning his own son? If it were me, I would never do such a thing as driving Vivi away. Let's not talk about this first, King Cobra. Do you know that Alabasta has been targeted by someone? If I hadn't come here this time. In the last 2 years, this country will change hands. Cobra's eyes widened instantly. Although a lot of things have happened in the kingdom recently, it won't be destroyed in 2 years, right? Loyolan, you. Don't worry, this person next to me was originally Crocodile's deputy. Let her tell you what will happen in Alabasta in the next 2 years. Loyolan interrupted Cobra directly. Then he patted Robin on the shoulder. Immediately, the latter also took off the mask. You are. When he saw Robin's face, Cobra's eyes widened again. Obviously, he recognized Robin's identity. Haha, it seems that His Majesty Cobra knows who I am. Robin smiled lightly. He didn't care about these, after all, his reputation was indeed big enough back then. One of the 8-year-old demons. How could he not be a household name? Then, Robin spent about half an hour to tell all of Crocodile's plans in detail. Cobra. His face was pale. He simulated countless times in his mind. What would he do after each plan was implemented? In the end, he had to admit it. He was completely tricked by Crocodile. And, as Loyolan said, if there is no accident, in 2 years at most, the entire Alabasta will collapse. From then on, it was controlled by Crocodile from behind. Loyolan, does Marshal Sengoku know about this? I don't know. Then tell him quickly. You don't have any evidence. Hearing this, Cobra was stunned. That's right, he didn't have any evidence. And he also couldn't tell the Navy or the world government that Crocodile's target was Pluto. Otherwise, even if Crocodile was dealt with, the next one to target Pluto would be the world government. The result would not be much better. But if we don't tell Marshal Sengoku, how can we fight against Crocodile? Cobra had a headache. Although Alabasta had the largest ground army in the pirate world, that is, hundreds of thousands of kings. However, there was no strong man who could fight against Crocodile. This is the purpose of my visit, Your Majesty Cobra. Crocodile, I will help you solve it. In return, I need you to help me recruit a group of soldiers in Alabasta in the name of the Kingdom Army. 2 years, I will train these soldiers to be stronger than Gaga and Bell in 2 years. Yes, everyone is stronger than them, or much stronger. By then, I will return 20% of the soldiers to you, how about it? Hiss. Ignore what I said before. Cobra heard it clearly. Roland said that within 2 years, he would train all the soldiers to be stronger than Bell and Gaga. Could it be that I give you 100,000 soldiers, and you can return me 20,000 bells in 2 years? No, according to what Luolan said, it is much stronger than Bell and Gaga. Luolan, are you serious? Yes. Then there is no need to recruit soldiers. I will directly transfer people from the King's Guard to you, and even the training of new recruits can be skipped. No. Luolan directly rejected this proposal. Just kidding. The King's Guard are all your die-hard fans of Cobra. How much time will it take me to brainwash these people? It may not be possible to brainwash them. This guy who usually looks like a good guy with thick eyebrows and big eyes. I didn't expect him to be so bad. Actually, Cobra didn't think as much as Luolan, he just thought. The people in the King's Guard are of better quality, and they don't need to be trained from scratch for discipline or anything. Your Majesty Cobra, I only want new soldiers. Okay, how many do you want? The first batch of 5,000 people. No problem, then Crocodile. Don't worry, he will return to Alabasta soon, and I will wait for him here. Luolan interrupted Cobra with a gesture. Then said. However, Luolan didn't say one thing. That is, it's right to wait for him, but I won't wait for him in the desert of Alabasta, but before he enters Alabasta, directly kill him on the sea. Chapter 109 The Best Source of Soldiers. For Luolan, using the previous method to bring people back to the branch. 1 is low efficiency. Tina and Smoker take turns to go out, and it takes about half a month to run around. In the end, only 100 or 200 people are brought back. Another is that it is easy to be noticed by the world government or the Navy headquarters. After all, as Junlin shows up more and more, they will sooner or later track down Junlin's movements, and the result is, every time Junlin takes action, many civilians disappear. How can this be possible? Maybe the world government will use this as bait to send people to infiltrate the 157th branch in the future. Therefore, Luolan needs a safe source of soldiers. If you ask, where in the world can you recruit a few thousand soldiers without attracting other people's attention? It must be Alabasta. As the largest kingdom in the pirate world, it has a population of tens of millions and hundreds of thousands of regular royal troops. Here, the kingdom recruits tens of thousands of people every year, and as many as hundreds of thousands. In the name of the king, recruiting a few thousand more people will not be strange to anyone. It is simply the best place to recruit soldiers. That night, Luolan talked a lot with Cobra and finalized many details. In the end, he also agreed to Cobra's additional request. That is, take Bell away as well. Cobra's logic is simple. Luolan can train ordinary people to be stronger than Bell. Then, if Bell goes with him, wouldn't he be stronger than others in 2 years? You know, Alabasta is also a kingdom that has been plagued by pirates for many years. Cobra is very eager for strong people. Especially for Belle, who is 100% loyal to the royal family. How could he not want it? If Loyal Lan hadn't been very resistant, he would even want to send Akalem and Kaka over. But, speaking of this, the reason why Loyal Lan finally agreed was also it's because of Belle's ability. Animal system, bird fruit, falcon type. After improving his strength, he can be a scout for the King's Landing fleet, or even a gunner in over-the-horizon artillery calibration. That's quite suitable. Soon, 7 days passed in a flash. Inside Tana's bridge. On the main screen in front, the detection results of the observation radar were displayed. Although the screen was full of dense light spots, one of the light spot aggregates was particularly eye-catching. Because, compared with other light spot aggregates, there are several light spots that are obviously brighter. It is the sailing ship that Crocodile took when returning from the volcanic island. This has been confirmed. Now, just wait for it to enter the ambush circle. Now Tina is hiding behind an uninhabited island with 4 steel battleships. It just won't be seen by ships passing on the main route. Loyal Lan, can you really make this arrangement work? On the side, Robin always felt that it was a bit disruptive. Does the natural system have such a weakness? The Robin at this moment is not the Robin 2 years later. He thinks that the natural system is invincible. He doesn't know what Crocodile's weakness is, so he has this reaction. Loyal Lan's mouth corners slightly raised. Any fruit has weaknesses. Of course, if you want to find the weakness of a person with ability, the best way is to learn. These days, knowledge is power. Although Robin can also be called a scholar. But what she studied is archaeology. Knowledge of physics and chemistry. Robin is also illiterate. After returning to the 157th branch, I have to find someone to help Robin cram basic knowledge like Kaya. Colonel, the target has entered the ambush circle. Send a message to Tina immediately, and start the attack according to the predetermined plan. Yes, Colonel. A sailing ship heading to Alabasta. Crocodile stood at the bow, his face very gloomy. Originally, Robin was just sent to eavesdrop on the people of King's Landing to find out where they came from. But what was the result? Robin was gone. You know, Robin was the key to his entire plan. Without her, even if Alabasta was taken and the stone tablet was obtained, it would be useless. Because no one could understand what was written on it. Damn! If I had known, I would not have let Robin go. Boss, we are almost to Alabasta. Contact all agents immediately after landing and ask them to come to you in to see me. No problem, but Miss All Sunday is not here, and no other agent has seen you, boss. I am afraid you will not be able to prove your identity when the time comes. Das Bonus did not know Crocodile's identity at first. Even when he was on the volcanic island, he did not know. It was only when Robin was there that he learned that Crocodile was the real boss of Baroque Works. But now Miss All Sunday is missing, and no one can prove the boss's identity. At that time, even if I speak up, I don't know whether others will believe it or not. You know, Robin used to contact and give orders to the agents of Baroque Works. In short, it is very troublesome. Prove your identity. No need. If you don't want to listen to my orders, then kill them. Crocodile burst out with a strong murderous aura. To him, it didn't matter whether these agents recognized him or not. Disobedient? Kill a few people, and the rest will obey. That's all. Even if I'm really not the boss of Baroque Works, so what? Whoosh 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 whoosh. At this moment, a series of sharp whistles sounded in the sky. Then, more than a dozen shells fell at a very fast speed, and one of them even hit the stern directly. For a moment, wooden fragments flew all over the sky. The entire stern was blown up, and seawater poured into the ship crazily. Damn, who is attacking us? Boss, the bombardment was launched from behind that island. Impossible, we are at least 3 kilometers away from that island, so doesn't it mean that the enemy hiding behind the island is at least 5 or 6 kilometers away from us? Crocodile didn't believe it at all. Where is the fire? Cannons be fired 5 or 6 kilometers away. This is unscientific, right? Boss, although it is a little unbelievable, according to the trajectory of the shell just now, it is definitely there. Mr. 1, release the boat immediately, let's go to the island first. Yes, boss. Although it is 3 kilometers away. And someone is bombarding him. But Crocodile had to make such a choice. Who made him and Das Bonus both devil fruit users? If the boat is gone, others may be able to grab a piece of wood to save their lives. But they really have no choice but to wait for death. Or drowned. Soon, Das Bonus carried a small boat and threw it into the sea. The two jumped on it immediately. Mr. 1, you row the boat, I'll be responsible for intercepting the shells. Okay, boss. Das Bonus nodded and picked up the 2 oars on the boat. He rowed frantically. At this time, the second batch of shells finally fell. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Sandstorm. With a flip of his palm, a mini sandstorm suddenly formed in Crocodile's hand. Then he threw it forward. After leaving his hand, the sandstorm quickly began to expand, hundreds of times. It blocked the path of the shells and forcibly changed their trajectory. In the end, none of them fell within 100 meters of the boat. Crocodile didn't have time to react just now because of the sudden situation. But now, with preparation, his ability is still very suitable for interception. Not only can he intercept from a distance, but he also has a lot of skills to kill in a large area. This means that he doesn't need to intercept accurately, but only needs to determine the general direction. Humph, it turns out that using this trick on the sea is more than 10 times less powerful than in the desert. Looking at the sand roll in front of him, Crocodile was very dissatisfied. But there was nothing he could do. Who made him? On the sea? Chapter 110 The agents who turned against Tian Gang withstood the artillery fire all the way. After more than 10 waves, Das Bonus finally rowed the boat to the edge of the island. Although it is only an uninhabited island of less than 1 square kilometer, it can give people with abilities a sense of being down to earth. Especially, people with abilities who can't fly or use the moon step. Compared with the previous journey, I feel much more at ease now. Well, why are you here? I just got on the island and didn't have time to catch my breath. Crocodile and Das Bonus were dumbfounded. Because a large number of people walked out from behind those trees or rocks. They were all members of Baroque Works. Almost all of them were present. They held a strange device, and the back of the device was connected by a pipe, extending all the way to in the sea? Crocodile felt puzzled. Crocodile, and Das Bonus. Surrender. What the hell? My own men shouted to surrender? Are they rebelling against Tian Gang? Do you guys know who I am? Of course I know, the famous King's 7 warlords Crocodile, and the traitor Mr. 1 Das Bonus. A woman walked out of the crowd. I don't know whether to say her figure is good or bad. That waist is so thin that it is indescribable, and it is matched with a pair of super long legs. Well, it is not a good review. And she is Miss Double Finger of Baroque Works and also the partner of Das Bonus, Pola. The user of the superhuman thorn fruit. A traitor. Pola, what nonsense are you talking about? Das Bonus was also stunned, and at the same time, a bad premonition rose in his heart. Could it be? Asshole, I am the president of Baroque Works, your boss. Crocodile's face was extremely ugly. Miss. All Sunday said that you would definitely say that, after all, we have never met the president, but in order to prevent us from being deceived, Miss. All Sunday has brought the president to meet us. How can you be so ugly? So. You can't deceive us. Good guy, Crocodile finally understood what was going on. Feelings, lo, that woman been betrayed me, and even brought someone to impersonate me? However, Robin, do you really think that you can fight me by controlling these guys? I am Crocodile of Sand. With a flip of his hands, a sand curl appeared in each palm. Crocodile didn't want to explain anything, just as he said before. Even if he is really not the president of Baroque Works, so what? Kill a group, and the others will obey. In this world, strength is always respected. However, do it! Pola shouted. Dozens of agents pressed the switch of the device at the same time. The next moment, dozens of high-pressure water jets were ejected in a row. Some rushed straight to Crocodile, some shot directly into the sky, and then fell like rain, covering a large area. There are also cooperating with each other, using dozens of water columns to weave a water network. It also enveloped Crocodile. In fact, this method is generally useless for people with special abilities. After all, according to the original setting, although people with special abilities are afraid of water, they cannot soak in it. Just being washed by water will not have any effect. But Crocodile is different. He has the sand fruit of the natural system. Although being splashed with water will not cause weakness, his movements will be restricted for a short period of time. After all, sand can't flow after being soaked in water. This is not because of the problem of being a landlubber, but simply because water is the nemesis of the sand fruit. Even if you don't have the armament haki, you can still catch Crocodile's entity as long as your fist is wet. It has to be said that this guy's natural system is really the most targeted one among all natural systems. There is precipitation from the air, direct attack from high-pressure water jets, and even more than a dozen people forming a water network. In addition, Crocodile was unprepared. He was hit instantly. Stiff all over, unable to move. At this time, several agents of Baroque Works also immediately brought out a metal box filled with seawater. While Crocodile was unable to move, they lifted him up and threw him in. Boss! Your opponent is us. Seeing this, Das Bonus wanted to rush up to save him. But he was blocked by Pola and Von Clay. Although Das Bonus was very strong, it was impossible to defeat the two of them in a short time. He could only watch the metal box with only Crocodile's head exposed, being carried away by a group of people from Baroque Works. In Tana's bridge. Robin widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. Is this the end? Crocodile didn't even have a chance to fight. She really couldn't believe that the natural system that she thought was invincible before was actually captured like this. It's too outrageous. Zoro. Luolan smiled and said nothing. Turned to look at Zoro. What? That guy, the two of them can't beat him alone, go and move around. Why do you want me to go? Seeing that Das Bonus was full of muscles, Zoro was not very interested. He is a kendo player, are you sure you don't want to go? Kendo? Zoro was puzzled. Because he didn't see Das Bonus with a knife. Luolan, this guy, is he kidding me? However, since it has come to this, I have to go. After nodding to Luolan, he turned and left the bridge. Luolan, are you lying to him? This guy doesn't even have a weapon. On the side, Ace complained. He is obviously unarmed, what nonsense is kendo? I should be the one to fight this kind of opponent. I love the physical fight. Hearing this, Luolan smiled and shook his head. Ace, do you know what devil fruit that guy ate? What fruit? Superman type, quick-cut fruit. Ace tilted his head and a series of question marks appeared. Well, Luolan originally thought that he could make some associations after hearing the name of the fruit. As a result, with this ability, he can change his entire body into the shape of a blade, such as arms, legs, feet, and even fingertips. In other words, although he looks unarmed, he is actually He is covered with blades. Chapter 111, Sengoku's Decision. Pola and Von Clay. At this moment, they are covered with knife wounds and gasping for breath. Although the two of them are in the upper reaches of the Baroque works, their power is definitely considered to be top. However, compared with Das Bonus, they are still far behind. In just a few minutes, they were defeated. However, there are more than just them on the island. At this moment, more than 20 other agents have also surrounded them and are ready to fight together. Leave him to me. Just when the war is about to break out again. A voice came from the air. Then a figure fell. Is it you? Pora saw the person clearly and remembered him immediately. Wasn't this one of the two people standing behind the boss when Miss All Sunday brought the boss to meet them that day? Other people around also reacted. Who asked Zoro to carry 3 swords with him? The feature is too obvious. It's impossible not to remember. Not only the agents of Baroque works, but also Das Bonus recognized the person. After all, he had seen him on the volcanic island. Although Zoro was wearing a mask at that time. But the same clothes, plus 3 swords. Are you from the King's Landing organization? It doesn't matter who I am. Defeat me, or be defeated by me. Zoro took out the Wado Ikemonji from his waist along with the sheath. Then, he lowered his body slightly and took a stance of drawing his sword to slash. Das Bonus's eyes suddenly focused. He also practiced kendo, so he could naturally feel an unusual sharpness from Zoro's momentum. He didn't dare to be careless at all. With a thought, all parts of his body revealed blades, which was very scary. The next moment, the two of them started almost at the same time. The speed was so fast that all the agents widened their eyes, especially Pola and Von Clay. Only then did they realize. When Das Bonus fought with them just now, he was not at full strength. The two figures crossed each other, each maintaining the posture after the attack, motionless. Until a few seconds later. All the transformed blades on Das Bonus' body shattered, and then a large amount of blood spurted out. Finally, he fell to the ground with a thud. It's not that strong, it's not even the level of cutting iron. Zoro said disdainfully as the Wado Ikemonji slowly returned to its sheath. Actually, although Das Bonus can be considered an alternative swordsmanship, he does not consider himself a swordsman. It is even more impossible for him to practice according to the path of a swordsman. It is understandable that he has not reached the ability to cut iron. At this moment, a bunch of agents around were all dumbfounded. Das Bonus was defeated in one move? However, they did not know. At this moment, Zoro's body alone is 10 times stronger than when he faced Das Bonus in the original work. Not to mention, this guy can not only cut iron, but also use flying slash. Das Bonus. How could he be his opponent? The reason why he spent one move is because, no matter how little, it still takes one move. In the Bridge of Tana. Through the drone footage, Robin was also surprised to see Zoro defeat Das Bonus with one move. That guy who was silent every day was so strong? Luolan, what are you going to do with the people in Baroque Studio next? Robin suddenly remembered something and asked. After all, the agents of Baroque Studio were just deceived by her and Luolan at this moment, and it was not considered surrender. Moreover, Luolan's attitude towards pirates would probably not accept it. Although she didn't know what kind of force Junlin was these days, through Luolan's conversation with Cobra and what he usually said to her, Robin could already judge Luolan's attitude towards pirates. At the same time, even if Junlin has nothing to do with the Navy, it is definitely not an evil organization. And many people in Baroque works. That is really notorious and has committed many crimes. You have all the information on these agents, right? Yes, after all, I founded the entire Baroque Works agency. And even most of these agents were recruited by me. Robin nodded. Although Crocodile was behind the scenes, the establishment of Baroque works and the recruitment of agents were all done by Robin. After all, Crocodile usually had no time to do these things, and he was a hands-off boss. You screen them and keep those who have not killed civilians. What about the others? Devil Fruit ability users will be arrested and detained, and the rest will not be kept. Loyolan was very calm, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing. But to Robin, it was very scary. You know, there are more than these agents on the island in Baroque works. There are also 1,800 million elders and 200 billion elders. Add them all up, that's more than 2,000 people. According to Loyolan's standards. I'm afraid that less than 1/10 of them will survive in the end. In other words, 90% of the people have to be killed? If I hadn't killed civilians before, would Loyolan have killed me too? Robin shuddered. Send a message to Tina, and ask him to take people to the island to deal with the aftermath, and at the same time capture all the agents of Baroque works, detain them and wait for processing. Yes, Colonel. The communications officer answered loudly in the bridge. Navy headquarters. Marshal's office. At this moment, Sengoku, Crane, and Garp, who had just returned to the headquarters after seeing his grandson, were all gathered together. Of course, Daoto and Shitun, who had just returned an hour ago, were also here. According to you, Doflamingo is very likely to have been killed by Junlin and captured. It's impossible to be sure, this is just my guess. After all, according to the on-site investigation and the naval battle that broke out outside the volcanic island. Daoto shook her head when she heard Sengoku's question. As she said, there were only the wreckage of the Don Quixote family's sailing ship and the bodies of a large number of minions at the scene. At the same time, there was no trace of Doflamingo and his subordinates, but at the same time, there was no real evidence that it was done by Junlin. Sengoku fell into silence. This matter is not a small matter. You know, Doflamingo is the most special one among the 7 warlords of the sea. And it is very likely that he has mastered something that the 5 elders are extremely afraid of. In this case. Ha 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 ha, isn't this good for Sengoku? Before, you wanted to take down Doflamingo, but the 5 elders disagreed. Now the people of Junlin have done the job for you. This result is different. Garp laughed while eating donuts. Sengoku's head was full of black lines. Shut up, Garp. Do you think this is over? No, the trouble has just begun. The 5 elders will definitely order the navy to attack Junlin next. Sengoku glared at Garp fiercely. He cursed angrily. And just at this moment, the den mushi on the desk suddenly rang. The 4 people in the room had the same 3 words flashing through their minds. As expected. Chapter 112 Migration, Target Com Belt. Sengoku picked up the den mushi. As expected, it was the 5 elders. As soon as he came up, he started to curse at him. After 10 minutes, he finally got down to business. 5 elders, there is no direct evidence to prove that it was done by this Junlin organization. Even if it wasn't, the maritime force they have has exceeded the limit we can tolerate. But they haven't done anything except fighting pirates. Sengoku felt that he could still fight for it. But Sengoku, we are giving you orders, not asking for your opinion. Just execute them. If you can't do it, just say so. We'll replace you with someone capable. Oh my god, it's this sentence again. How many times has Sengoku heard this sentence during his years as a marshal? But he couldn't do anything about it. It's not like he really refused and then was deprived of the position of marshal. It's not that he is so attached to the power of the marshal, but once he is removed, the world government will be replaced by a completely obedient guy. Then the navy will not even be able to keep the last bit of limited justice. He had no choice but to agree. Soon, the den mushi was hung up, and Sengoku looked around at the 3 people. And conveyed a look. The meaning is, It's what you heard. If there is any way, hurry up. Zhangguo, why don't you dare to fight with the 5 elders? I was. Garp, shut up. Zhangguo was very upset. I asked you to come up with a solution, but you said all this? Besides, did you fight with the 5 elders that time? After so many years, you are still bragging about it. Zhangguo, what are you going to do next? Crane, who had been silent since just now, spoke at this time. And when she spoke, Garp was also serious for a rare time and looked at Zhangguo. Issue a wanted order first, and don't take any action for the rest. After a moment of silence, Zhangguo made a decision. It's okay to issue a wanted order, but who should be wanted? There are only a few people we have seen in Junlin at present, and they are all wearing masks. Besides, we don't know if those 3 are the leaders of the Junlin organization. What should you write on the wanted order? Never mind for now. Find someone to draw 3 portraits according to Dao Tu's memory. Then the leader will be the leader, and the other 2 will be cotters. Okay, what about the reward amount? He nodded. Then he asked again. This question also gave Zhangguo a headache. If it is set too low, the 5 elders will definitely cause trouble. But if it is too high, so, 800 million baileys for the leader, 300 million for the other 2. 280 million for the one with 3 knives. Let's leave it like this for now. All matters have been discussed. Dao Tu followed he away. On the way. Jun, why are you a little absent-minded today? Sister He, Wait, let's talk in my office. He raised his hand to interrupt, and then took Dao Tu to his office. You can tell me now, is it related to Junlin's affairs? Sister He, I really can't hide it from you. Dao Tu smiled bitterly. Sister He, the leader of Junlin seems to be Luo Lan. Luo Lan? Are you sure? He was also shocked when he heard this. Luo Lan, who was exiled to 157 by the warring states a year ago, and you told me. He is not only now at the level of a lieutenant general, but he is also the leader of Junlin? How could such an outrageous thing happen? Not sure, but my intuition tells me that it's him. Jun, don't tell Zhangguo about this yet, go to branch 157 again and get things clear. Okay, Sister He. He pondered for a long time. Still decided not to tell Zhangguo. After all, the relationship between Luo Lan and Zhangguo is too complicated. In addition, Zhangguo, the old stubborn man, might make things worse. So, let Dao Tu run again to confirm. As for what to do next, we'll talk about it later. In short, headache. 3 days later, the king's fleet arrived at Rhodes Island. Luo Lan immediately called a meeting of all the senior executives. That's the thing. I don't know what Dao Tu will say when she goes back, but if we continue to stay here next, we are likely to be fully exposed. At the main seat, Luo Lan talked about the situation on the volcanic island and the fact that Dao Tu had already suspected him. This made everyone very worried. Is branch 157 strong? Very strong. But it is not strong enough to challenge the world government, let alone the attack of the entire Navy headquarters. Yes, branch 157 needs time, more time. Luo Lan looked around at everyone. Then, I decided to relocate branch 157. No, relocate? This is a branch, how to relocate? Everyone was confused and didn't understand what Luo Lan meant by this. Luo Lan, are you going to flatten the entire branch and rebuild it somewhere else? Tina couldn't help but ask directly. After all, in her opinion, isn't this what relocation means? How else can we migrate? We can't take the whole island away, right? Sister Tina, actually more than 2 months ago, our branch started a secret project called Island Level Propulsion Device. Now, hundreds of meters below us, deeper in the underground research institute, a large number of these propulsion devices have been installed. Once activated, they will be enough to provide power for the entire Rhodes Island. And the target of this migration, I set it to, within the comm belt. Hiss. A large number of propulsion devices are installed at the bottom of the island. Once activated, it can even provide enough power for the entire Rhodes Island? Are you sure you are not kidding? However, even if this is true, but... Suddenly Tina thought of another thing, that is... Luolan, what about the underwater prison? What about the underwater prison? This question, the others also reacted. That's right, even if what you said is true, how can this underwater prison be taken away? It can't be left here, right? No, I will build a new prison after the branch is relocated. As for the underwater prison currently in use, just abandon it. Of course, although it is abandoned, it does not need to be destroyed. It can be used as an underwater base here in the future. In short, all departments are ready, and we will leave in 3 days. Luolan waved his hand and settled the matter. After the meeting, Luolan also came to the warehouse. After all, the harvest this time was not small. In addition to the Don Quixote family and the forces outside the volcanic island, there was also the wealth of the Baroque works. Luolan really had a good time this time. A rough calculation showed that the Bailey alone was 7 billion, not to mention other property that could be sold on the black market. If you really add them all up, it will definitely exceed 10 billion Bailey. It takes 3 billion to upgrade to a B-level city builder. For the rest, you can build a lot of them yourself. However, before that, there is another problem to solve, and this problem is... At this moment, she opened her hands to block the warehouse, staring at her fiercely. Nami. Chapter 113 Super Clone Factory. Looking at the 15-year-old girl in front of her, Luolan had a headache. Nami. I can leave you 1 billion of the Bailey I brought back this time, and you must hand over the rest. I want half. You have so much money that is useless, and the branch is in urgent need of this money now, so stop making trouble. Luolan, you bastard, you promised me personally when you took 1 billion Bailey from me before leaving. Nami pointed at Luolan's nose and cursed. What did I promise? You told me not to stare at this mere 1 billion Bailey, there is gain only when there is sacrifice, and after we go to the volcanic island to rob, the 1 billion I spent will be rewarded several times. I think I did say that. When I asked Nami for money when I didn't have enough money. I did promise it. Could it be that I really have to leave 200 million or 300 million for Nami? But if I leave her so much, I won't even have enough points to upgrade to a B-level city builder. Nami, let me take all the 7 billion berries I brought back this time. Don't worry, listen to me. Nami's face became more and more unfriendly after she spoke. Luolan said quickly. Look, didn't you only spend 200 million berries this time? You still have 800 million left. After dealing with the property on the black market, there should be 3 to 4 billion, right? I'll give you all of them, how about it? As she listened, Nami looked at Luolan suspiciously. She almost wrote I don't believe you on her face. Well, in fact, the 3 to 4 billion later. Luolan didn't really want to give it to her, but planned to think of other ways later. Anyway, get the 7 billion today first. Can I really trust you? Yes, you can believe it. As the head of the 157th branch, my word is as good as gold. Luolan patted his chest and promised. Then write an IOU. IOU. Of course, otherwise who can I go to if you default on the debt? Hiss. You actually want me to write an IOU? This girl is getting harder and harder to fool. Okay, it's just an IOU, I'll write it. He took the paper from Nami, then took out a pen from his clothes, wrote it quickly, and signed his name at the end. Here. Nami took it, checked it carefully, and found that there was no problem. Finally nodded and made way. Loyolan waved his hand, and several people behind him immediately entered the warehouse and carried out boxes of Bailey. As for the IOU he wrote, that was to deal with the current situation. I had specially asked Silas to customize the pen. That special ink will be 100% completely effective in a week at most. Send. IOU? No, after a week, it was just a blank piece of paper. Loyolan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his cleverness. Back to his office. Loyolan recharged all Baileys immediately. Ding, the host has recharged a total of 728,000 points, and currently has 731,000 points remaining. System, upgrade my city builder level immediately. Ding, the host has been upgraded to B-level city builder, consuming 300,000 points, and currently has 431,000 points remaining. Ding, upgrading to A-level city builder requires 1.5 million points. Well, it's getting more and more expensive. A-level costs 1.5 million, and then upgrading to S-level in the future, I'm afraid it won't cost tens of millions. But these are not what we need to pay attention to now. At the same time, the system's voice continues to sound. Ding, the host has obtained a B-level city builder gift pack *1. Would you like to open it now? Open it, hurry up. Upgrade gift packs are good stuff. When I upgraded to sea level, I was given a land assault submarine Tana. Although it was an unarmed version. The B-level upgrade gift pack this time should have better stuff, right? Ding, the B-level city builder gift pack has been opened, and the host has obtained the following items. City builder points *. B-level standard construction team *2, 3-month contract. High-level talent extraction opportunity *1. S-level building extraction opportunity *1. Building upgrade module open. Sure enough, points are a must for every gift pack. Last time it was 10,000, this time it was directly 100,000, equivalent to 10 Baileys. Very good. Construction team, this time gave 2, the time did not change, still a 3-month contract. High-level talent extraction opportunity, this is also a good thing. At least you may get an A-level talent, and there is a high probability that it is S-level. S-level building extraction opportunity? I haven't seen this before, but you can tell what it is used for by looking at the name. As for the last building upgrade module? System, explain what this building upgrade module is for. Ding, using this module, the host can upgrade a certain building and retain the original building characteristics, but the highest upgrade cannot exceed the host's current city builder level. Okay, Loyolan understood. Just like the D-level or C-level buildings built before. If you want to build a B-level one, you don't have to flatten it and rebuild it, but you can directly upgrade the existing building. In this way, you can spend less points and time to transform a low-level building into a high-level building. And the building characteristics are retained without loss, unless you refresh the characteristics yourself. Take the current branch's marine canteen for example. If we push it to rebuild a B-level 1, then the food energy level +2 feature will be gone. If I can't get this feature again, won't I cry to death? This feature of retaining features is simply great. I took a look at my remaining points, and there are still 513,000. Let's start working hard. System, start extracting high-level talents. Ding, extraction completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the S-level scientific research talent Sisovis. Ding, Sisovis will arrive within 3 days, please pay attention to the host to receive it. Scientific research? Oh my god, now Silas has a companion. At the same time, one more S-level researcher means that more scientific research projects can be accelerated. After all, although Silas is S-class, it is impossible for him to be responsible for all projects. For those projects that Silas did not participate in and were handled by A-class or even B-class scientists, the progress. It's really slow. Of course, the slowness that Loyolan mentioned is compared with those projects that Silas participated in. If we really compare it with the scientific research speed in the pirate world, except for Vegapunk, these A-class scientists are really no slower than anyone else. System, draw the S-class buildings too. Ding, the extraction is complete, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Super Clone Factory. Super Clone Factory? Is it the clone I thought of? If so, this is quite awesome. Loyolan quickly checked the instructions, and then a little disappointed. This is a bit different from what I think of as a clone. To put it bluntly, this is actually a factory. What does it make? It can make anything, but it can't make people. Because what he meant by cloning is actually imitation. For example, you will sending a Rhodes 1518 to the Super Clone Factory will allow it to be reverse engineered in a very short time. Then, produce something that is 100% identical. Yes, to put it bluntly, this is a counterfeit workshop. And the reason why it is classified as S-level. One is because of its extremely fast reverse research and development speed, and the other is it can be 100% counterfeited. However, ordinary weapons, in my hands, are already the most advanced in the pirate world. There is nothing to copy. Wait. Suddenly, Loyolan thought of something, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Can you copy the devil fruit? After all, Silas said that the devil fruit is essentially a product of genetic technology. In other words, this is also something that is produced. This seems. You can try it. Chapter 114, The Outrageous Prison Island. According to the system's instructions, anything that is manufactured can be reverse engineered in the Super Cloning Factory and 100% identical things can be imitated. And according to what Silas once said, although he didn't know how the devil fruit appeared, he was 100% sure that it was a product of genetic technology. In other words, this thing was artificially manufactured. So, Loyolan thought of the devil fruit at the first time. But then he thought carefully, in addition to the devil fruit, this super cloning factory has a greater imagination space. It is completely the type that only you can't think of, there is nothing it can't do. I can only say one thing. It really deserves to be an S-level building. Unfortunately, the 5 feature slots of the S-level building are refreshed once every 100,000 points. It is still not something Loyolan can play happily at the moment, otherwise I don't know what outrageous features can be refreshed. Okay, the 2 draws are used up. Next, Loyolan will start spending points. Navy Building, Grade D. Upgrade to Grade C, consume 1,100 points, 2,500 standard building materials, and take 2 days. Upgrade to Grade B, consume 5,200 points, 9,300 standard building materials, and take 7 days. Building feature 1 that can be retained, when processing administrative documents, focus plus 50%. As a symbol of the branch, what's the matter with a Grade D building? Upgrade directly. No consideration at all. System, upgrade the Navy building to Grade B. Ding, the Navy building is upgraded to Grade B, consuming a total of points, occupying a Grade B construction team quota, and taking a total of 7 days. Are you sure? Confirm. Ding, it is detected that there are still a large number of people in the building. After all are evacuated, the upgrade and renovation work will start immediately. In the past, it was built directly, and there was no need to consider this issue. But upgrading? Well, if the people are not cleared out, it is indeed impossible to start the work. But there is no rush, let's arrange everything else first. Loyolan continued to read. Well, let's take a look at the training center first, after all, 20 times the gravity is not enough. Maybe after upgrading to level B, we can get higher multiples of level B features? It is very necessary to try. Training Center, Level C. Upgrade to Level B, consume 7,800 points, standard building materials 8,500, take 9 days. Retainable building feature 1, building gravity 20 times adjustable, characteristic 2 effect bonus calculated. Retainable building feature 2, all characteristic effects doubled. Arrange. The system will upgrade the training center to level B immediately. Ding! The training center is upgraded to level B, a total of points are consumed, occupying a level B construction team quota, and a total of 9 days are spent. Are you sure? Confirmed. Ding! A large number of people are detected in the building. After all of them are evacuated, the upgrading and renovation work will start immediately. Got it, I'll go clear the site in a while. This prompt again, Luo Lan waved his hand directly, regardless of whether the system can see it. Checked his points. After upgrading 2 buildings, there are still 482,200 points. Then, Luo Lan upgraded the sword casting workshop, port, ship design bureau, factory, warehouse, and office building used by the intelligence department. Even the villa area and the marine dormitory building were not spared, and all were upgraded. This time, wow, I still have 231,400 points left. Sure enough, upgrading and renovation is much cheaper than rebuilding from scratch. Next, Luo Lan also checked the newly added buildings of the B-level city builder. It would be fine if you didn't look at it, but once you look at it, you're completely stunned. What the hell? There's also a naval aviation base? There's even a customizable fighter production line? After these 2 things are built, as long as Silas can research better fighters, he can directly form a naval aviation unit, right? Build. Luo Lan immediately issued a construction order. But soon, he was dumbfounded. He was used to the price of the upgrade and renovation just now, and now seeing the price of these 2 buildings. He can't get used to it at all. Naval Aviation Base. Level, B level. Site selection requirements, flat ground. Construction requirements, 1 B-level construction team. Working hours, 30 days. Material, standard building materials. Blueprint price, points. Feature slots, 3. Customized fighter production line, equipment, non-building. Level, B-level. Site selection requirements, B-level or above factory building. Construction requirements, 1 B-level construction team. Working hours, 10 days. Material, 7,000 standard building materials. Blueprint price, points. Feature slots, 3. B-level buildings are indeed expensive. However, no matter how expensive it is, you have to build it yourself. At the same time, customized fighter production line aroused Luo Lan's interest. After all, this is the first time that non-building equipment products have appeared in the system, and the site selection conditions must be at least a B-level factory building. In other words, he had to build a B-class factory first. And here, Luo Lan also thought of another problem. A B-class factory can have 3 B-class building characteristics. Then, a production line can also have 3 B-class characteristics. So, can the aircraft produced here enjoy a total of 6 building characteristics at the same time? Hiss. This is stacking buffs. By the way, could it be a bug? Thinking of this, Luo Lan suddenly froze, and then slapped himself. Damn, what are you thinking about? How could it be a bug? You know, the last time Luo Lan found a system bug and wanted to use it. Brother Tong just didn't act like a human being. This time. Brother Tong, don't show up again. Look, Luo Lan is so panicked that he doesn't even call the system anymore, but directly calls Brother Shang. Ding, after testing, this is not a system bug, the host can rest assured. Hey, is the system so easy to talk to this time? Well, the system has been certified, so I can rest assured. Arrange both buildings, and the production line is designated to be installed in a factory to be upgraded. As for whether to put these two buildings at the front of the queue, Luo Lan felt that it was unnecessary. One is that the fighter research on Silas's side still needs time, and the other is, before the factory is upgraded to Class B, the production line cannot be started. So, there is no need to jump the queue. At this moment, Luo Lan still has points left. Finally, Luo Lan looked at the prison-type buildings. Well, as expected, Class B also has two more prisons. One is an underground prison, which is a bit like a honeycomb underground research institute, but its scale is less than 1/10 of it. Including materials, a total of points are required, which takes 22 days. The other one is a bit interesting. Prison Island. Level, B level. Site selection requirements, sea surface. Construction requirements, 2 B-level construction teams. Working hours, 50 days. Material, standard building materials, including satellite island construction costs. Drawing price, points. Feature slots, 3. Hiss. Seeing this price, Luo Lan took a breath of cold air. How could a B-level building be so expensive? He was shocked and immediately checked the detailed description of the building. Chapter 115, A Bounty of 100 Million. After reading the detailed description, Luo Lan finally understood why this prison island was so expensive. Because as the name suggests, this is an island created out of thin air, and it is connected to the main island. If the main island moves, it will move with it. Good things are good things, but no money. I only have a few 100,000 points left, and there is a large area of upgraded and renovated buildings waiting to have their building features refreshed. Not to mention the problem of recruiting personnel. Spending more than 100,000 points here all at once, just for a prison? It's really unnecessary. Besides, I don't have too many prisoners to imprison now. After all, those who can be imprisoned by me are either people with special abilities or people whose hands have not been stained with the blood of civilians or navy. In other words, most of them are killed directly. So, it's better not to waste points. Luo Lan shook his head and immediately built an underground prison. In the end, I still have points left. 3 days later. All preparations are completed. With Luo Lan's order, the whole island trembled violently. Then, slowly moved. Although it is slow, it doesn't matter, after all, Rhodes Island is only 3 nautical miles away from the doldrums. Even if it was only 1 knot, it would be enough to enter the doldrums in 3 hours. After that, when it finally accelerated to 2.5 knots, it took about 20 days to reach the designated location. Compared to ships, there was no need to worry about attacks from sea kings this time. After all, it was a medium-sized island, and sea kings would not go ashore. As for destroying the propulsion device at the bottom of the island, that was a propeller hundreds of meters long. If sea kings really dared to get close, they would be mashed into a pulp. Luo Lan was not worried about this. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Colonel. Robin, what's up? Luo Lan was a little surprised to see the person pushing the door open. Shouldn't Robin be handing over to Ian these days? Why are you looking for him now? You're pretty free. As soon as Robin came in, he saw Luo Lan leaning against the back of the chair with his legs on the desk. He didn't have the attitude that a leader should have. Speechless for a while. Can't you relax at home? Luo Lan said unhappily. For him, the entire 157th branch was built by himself, so isn't this his home? So, why should he pay attention to his image? Okay, you are right. I just received a piece of information. Do you want to hear it? It's quite interesting information. Robin's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sly smile. What information? You are rewarded, a full 800 million Baileys. Robin placed 3 faxed bounties on Loyolan's desk. Haha, the Marshal rewards the Marines, and I reward my son. You are really amazing. Loyolan complained in his heart, and then picked up the bounty. The first one was myself, without a name, only the leader of the King's Landing organization, with a bounty of 800 million berries, dead or alive. The second one was Ace, also without a name, with a bounty of 300 million berries, dead or alive. The third one was Zorro, still without a name, but like Ace, he was a King's Landing organization cadre, with a bounty of 280 million berries, dead or alive. As for the photos of the 3 people, sorry, there are no photos, only 3 portraits. However, the style of the painting is too abstract, and Loyolan really can't praise it. What made Loyolan speechless the most was the reason for the bounty. It actually said that the King's Landing organization had massacred thousands of civilians on the volcanic island before. Good guy. Was the person I killed that day a civilian? Brew brew brew. I was just about to explain something to Robin. The den den mushy rang again. Loyolan took a look and found that it was a directional den den mushy. The one who called. It should be Morgan's, right? Morgan's, what's the matter? Did you know about the bounty? Yeah, I just saw it. I have to say that the 3 portraits are too abstract. Bad review. That's what you care about. What else? Loyolan asked back. Morgan's was stunned. Well, the 3 portraits are really. Even if he stood in front of you in the King's Landing uniform, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to recognize him. There's no way. Just like Loyolan said, the style of the painting. It's really too abstract. By the way, Morgan's, can I borrow your newspaper to make a statement? What are you going to say? Let me think about it. Help me condemn the Navy. This bounty is too careless. Well, that's about it. On the other end of the phone, Morgan's was dumbfounded. Is it necessary? But, okay. This statement is indeed quite interesting, maybe it can drive a wave of sales. Okay, I'll polish it for you and put it in tomorrow's newspaper. Thank you very much. This is a small matter. I have another matter to ask you today, and that is the key. Oh? What is it? About Doflamingo. Loyolan's expression suddenly became serious. This time I went to the volcanic island, originally intending to capture Doflamingo, but I didn't expect that he was rescued in the end. After thinking about it, Loyolan still couldn't figure out who did it. Could it be that Morgan's has news? Just today, Doflamingo offered a bounty in the underground world, a full 10 billion Baileys, as long as someone can provide useful information about Junlin. 10 billion Baileys, it's really a big deal. Although the amount is large, Loyolan is not worried. After all, no one knows that Junlin is in Rhodes Island, let alone. Now the whole of Rhodes Island has gone to the Com Belt. However, since this guy wants to mess with me, then I have to give him some return gift, otherwise it would be too rude. Morgan's, you just said that the next issue of World Economic News will be published tomorrow, right? That's right. Is it difficult to print an extra edition? What do you want to do? Morgan's frowned. This issue of World Economic News has already started printing, and the front page is quite explosive. After all, Loyolan has given me a lot of big news before. Add 1 edition. That is, add 1 page. It's not impossible to do it, but it will inevitably affect my rhythm. If the news is not explosive enough, then even if it offends Loyolan, Morgan's will never compromise. That's right, Morgan's, have principles. However, 10 minutes later, when Morgans heard what Lolan said, he immediately said, "What's the point of adding an extra page? Just burn the printed newspapers. Redo all the content on the front page and print it quickly. Make sure that this news can spread to every corner of the ocean tomorrow. Doflamingo, Doflamingo, how did you offend? Where is this guy who knows everything?" The next moment, Morgans began to write furiously. While writing, he laughed strangely. Chapter 116 Devil Fruit Peeling Experiment. The next day, when the newsbird delivered the newspaper, the whole world was shocked. For this front page, Morgans changed his previous style and the title only had 7 big characters. The Sorrow of Dressrosa. The explosive content immediately shocked the entire ocean. Especially the ability of Sugar's fruit, which directly scared everyone, especially the kings and nobles of those kingdoms. Pirates stealing countries. What are the world government and the navy doing? The kings of the member countries one after another sent Den Den Mushi to the world government. Today it's Dressrosa, then tomorrow. Will it be their own kingdom? How can they not be afraid? So, this time, everyone was very tough, pointing at the noses of the world government officials and scolding them. They had to give an explanation. Soon, the matter was brought to the 5 elders. Damn Doflamingo, he only knows how to cause trouble all day long. The blonde 5 elders, Shepherd 10 Peter Saint, slammed the table hard and cursed. But after the scolding, a headache followed. Extreme headache. Because this matter is really difficult to deal with. How many member states are making trouble now? There are more than 70, and the number is still increasing. They are basically member states on the Grand Line. The others nodded when they heard this. Indeed. The kingdoms of the 4 seas are very peaceful, and Doflamingo is too far away from them. If we don't deal with it, I'm afraid the number will eventually exceed half of the member states, which is not a good thing. That's right, if we don't handle it carefully, it is very likely to cause world turmoil. Well, although we can suppress it, suppressing dozens or even hundreds of member states at the same time will have a terrible impact. We must not use repression, otherwise the army will come in and interfere, and the pirate forces will also take the opportunity to make trouble, and the situation will be difficult to control. Then send CP0 to deal with Doflamingo to stabilize the member states' emotions. Finally, the curly-haired 5 elders, Gigalyasha Satan, made a suggestion. But everyone fell silent. If it were really that simple, it would be great. Doflamingo's identity as a celestial dragon is actually nothing. With the status of the 5 of them, there would be no problem whether they caught or killed him. But it happened. Doflamingo had a secret of the celestial dragons, and this secret must not be exposed. With this as a handle, he got the position of the 7 warlords of the sea, and then he was so bold as to steal Dressrosa. And all of this, the 5 elders could only acquiesce. Kill Doflamingo? The 5 old guys wanted to, but who could guarantee that Doflamingo didn't leave a backhand? For example, keep this secret in the hands of a diehard fan, and once he died, the diehard fan would immediately expose the secret. Therefore, even if he was threatened by Doflamingo, the 5 elders did not touch him. Killing him is definitely not an option. Topman Voculi, the mustachioed 5 elder star, shook his head and said, "This is not an option, and that is not an option either. So, tell me what you are going to do. Or we can capture him and send him to the 6th floor of Impel Down. This is a good idea. Either we tell the others who know about it, or we can lock him up for life. And as long as he is not dead, Doflamingo's backup plan should not be activated." Second. Suddenly, the eyes of the other people lit up. They all seconded. But who should we let do this? Well, if we draw a team from CP0 and let Sengoku send out a general, it will be a sure thing. Okay, but we have to find him first. CP is already investigating, and I believe there will be results soon. Okay, I'll leave this to you, Jigalyasha Satan Saint. The curly-haired 5 elders nodded and agreed. Navy headquarters. This is what happened. The 5 elders asked us to send a general to cooperate with CP0. At the same time, the childlike fruit user named Sugar sent a message to Akainu, asking him to capture the person, but be careful not to let her touch him. After catching the person, send him directly to the Holy Land. In the office, Sengoku said with a serious face. Sengoku, who are you going to let go with CP0? Aokiji, after all, Akainu is guarding the New World G1 branch, and Kizaru is the fast mobile force of the headquarters, and neither of them can move easily. Well, Aokiji is suitable. Crane nodded. For now, this is the only way. Cran, find a way to contact King's Landing. Wait until CP tells you the location of Doflamingo. Sengoku's tone suddenly turned cold. Pass the news quietly. Sengoku you. Crane's eyes widened suddenly. Since becoming the marshal, Sengoku has always obeyed the orders of the 5 elders. How could he say such a thing? But soon, she also recalled it. That's Doflamingo. To be honest, the hatred between Sengoku and him is really too great. There was no chance before, but now. There really is. Cran, I know what I'm doing. To this day, I still remember that kid standing here 7 years ago, with a look of disappointment. Since I have this opportunity now, I also want to take a gamble. Hearing this, he was silent. Then he turned and left. But when she walked to the door and was about to open it, she turned her back to Zhangguo and spoke. I know what to do. On the way back to his office, he sighed deeply. Zhangguo, do you know? The so-called leader of the king's organization you want to use is very likely to be the guy you mentioned. Luolan didn't know what happened in the Navy headquarters. At this moment, he was very excited. It was not because of Doflamingo, but after having the Sea Stone, Luolan's once unrestrained plan can finally be implemented. Colonel, this is the devil fruit peeling room made according to your idea. Refers to looking at a 5x5x5 meter metal cube in front of him, Silas introduced. We only have this little sea stone, how did you make it so big? In fact, the main body of this thing is still steel, but we coated a layer of sea stone powder on the outer surface. So that's it. Luolan nodded. No wonder it can be so big. It turns out that it is not made of sea stone all over, but only coated with a layer on the outermost surface. Then can we start now? Yes, as long as the test product is in place, we can start immediately. Very good, bring Buggy up. Luolan shouted. Then, a container filled with seawater with only Buggy's head exposed was carried in by 2 soldiers. What are you going to do? I tell you, Shanks, one of the 4 emperors now, is my brother, and even Whitebeard is an old acquaintance of mine. If you know what's good for you, let me go quickly, otherwise. Sent into the laboratory. Buggy instinctively felt something was wrong. He screamed immediately. Not to mention Shanks, even Whitebeard was carried out by him. But it was obvious that Luolan, who had read the original novel, ignored him at all. Let's get started. Yes, Colonel. Silas nodded and immediately directed the 2 Marines to take action. Chapter 117 Para-Human System, Split Fruit. A white coat came over and put a sea stone collar around Buggy's neck. Then, the 2 Marines opened the top cover of the container, carried Buggy out, and dragged him into the devil fruit peeling room. Finally, they took out an apple and put it on the ground. What are you going to do? Let me go, please let me go, I have a lot of treasure maps, all for you. The bad feeling in Buggy's heart was getting stronger and stronger. He screamed madly. However, what awaited him was a bang. The entrance was shut heavily. The completely enclosed space instantly fell into darkness, and nothing could be seen. And outside, Silas was also a little excited. Theoretically, there was no problem, but whether it would succeed or not depended on this moment. "Colonel, everything is ready." "Okay, execution." "Understood." Silas raised the corner of his mouth suddenly, and then pressed the huge round button on the device in front of him. Then, it was time to wait. After 3 full minutes, he waved his hand. 2 Marines stepped forward again and reopened the entrance. The next moment, everyone was stunned. Bucky, who was tied to the middle pillar, had been shot into a hornet's nest by bullets, and blood was all over the floor. At the 4 corners above, a machine gun was set up respectively. At this moment, a wisp of green smoke came out of the muzzle. Obviously, Bucky was killed by these machine guns. What is really amazing is that the apple that the Marine had placed on the ground before now has strange patterns. This. If it is not a devil fruit, what else could it be? A white coat immediately walked in, took out a long-prepared note, and stuck it on the new devil fruit. It says, "Para-human system, split fruit." That's right, they just successfully peeled this fruit out of Buggy's body. To stay away, it is actually very simple. First, sea stone has an absolute shielding effect on the devil fruit ability. Secondly, after the ability user dies, the devil fruit's energy will leave the host and find a new fruit to parasitize. In this way, things are simple. First, put the person in a space completely wrapped by sea stone, and then leave a fruit. Then, when this ability user dies, the devil fruit energy cannot escape from this room, because the entire room is covered with a layer of sea stone powder. And the result is the devil fruit energy that cannot escape from this room. The pre-prepared apple is its only choice. "Colonel, we succeeded." "Very good, next I will let Ian cooperate with you to escort all the ability users detained in the branch." "Understood." Silas nodded. Loyolan was also very excited, because he could predict that it would not be long before there would be a large number of devil fruits in the branch. And there were several very powerful fruits among them. For example, Crocodile's natural sand fruit. "Silas, you should also study it next to see if you can solve the side effects of the devil fruit, and is there a way for people to eat 2 fruits at the same time?" "Yes, Colonel." Silas answered loudly and took on the task. After all, a scientist who is not inferior to himself, Sisovis, came today, which also gave Silas more time. "By the way, where is Kaya? I haven't seen her recently." Loyolan looked around and found that he still didn't see Kaya today. He couldn't help but ask. "Colonel, after you failed to unlock the second gene lock last time, Kaya has been locking herself in laboratory number 2, trying to solve this problem. Speaking of which, it has been more than half a month." To be honest, if Loyolan hadn't mentioned it, Silas would have almost forgotten it. After all his thoughts every day are spent on scientific research. Loyolan nodded, turned around and left, walking towards laboratory number 2. That little girl, even though her physical problem has been solved, she can't work so hard. As they walked along, Loyolan couldn't help but feel distressed. In the number 2 laboratory, Kaya looked a little tired. At this moment, she was doing some kind of experiment, and her face suddenly became ecstatic. Finally what? "Ah, when did you come, Brother Loyolan?" The voice suddenly came from behind, which scared Kaya. Turning around, Loyolan was looking at her with a smile. "By the way, experiment. Brother Loyolan, I already know why your second gene lock couldn't be opened last time." Hearing this, Loyolan also became serious. After all, he couldn't eat the devil fruit, so he didn't have supernatural abilities. This is always a big regret. However, according to Silas, after unlocking the second gene lock, he should be able to awaken some extraordinary abilities. It's just a pity that it didn't work last time. So, Kaya found the problem, and Can I finally open the second gene lock? Why? Because the previous time, it didn't fail. What do you mean? Luolan was a little confused. If there was no failure, then why didn't I have any changes? Because, it takes time to open the second gene lock. How long? According to my theory, it should take about 3 months, but now it's been more than a month, so, there shouldn't be any changes. At this time, Kaya showed a hint of confusion again. Yes, although it takes a process, it is not opened at the end of the process, but it should be opened gradually along with the process. In other words, after more than a month, Luolan should not have no reaction. But I don't feel anything. Luolan spread his hands, feeling helpless. Brother Luolan, do you see the test tube in my hand? I see. Try it, there is an invisible hand, grab the test tube and bring it to you. A row of question marks stood up above Luolan's head. What the hell? Brother Luolan, don't think too much, just try it according to what I say. Okay. Seeing Kaya's extremely serious expression, Luolan couldn't say anything to discourage her. Just treat it as a game with this little girl. Then he stared at the test tube with his eyes. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Kaya, nothing happened. Brother Luolan, your method is wrong. Method? Well, first of all, you have to believe that you can do it, and you must believe it from the bottom of your heart. Kaya said seriously. However, this is a bit difficult for Luolan. Because, at this moment, he didn't believe it from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 118 Dao, How Can I Be a Rhodes Island? For a whole hour, Luolan was cooperating in the laboratory. However, in the end, nothing happened, which made Kaya deeply fall into self-doubt. Could it be? My theory is actually wrong? Seeing this scene, Luolan was a little bit reluctant. After all, she is still a 15-year-old girl, I shouldn't be so direct. Kaya, don't be sad, look, I just... At this moment, the two showed the same confused expression. Just now, Luolan wanted to do something funny to Kaya to make him laugh. Then he posed in a very second-year pose and opened his right hand towards the test tube in Kaya's hand. But what happened? Before he could perform the funny expression he had prepared, the test tube flew out of Kaya's hand and came to Luolan's right hand. The two stunned at the same time. Oh my god! What's going on? Could it be that what Kaya said just now was true, and has he really begun to awaken? And, this is telekinesis? Luolan's eyes suddenly widened. Then, he looked at the test tube in his palm. Fly! Fly up for me! Whoosh! The test tube instantly left his palm and floated in the air. Immediately, according to what Luolan thought in his mind, it actually flew out. Finally, it landed steadily on the test bench. So, the previous failure was because I was not good enough. And the reason for the success now? Is it because I wanted to make a funny show and didn't think about whether to believe it or not? As for this time, is it because I already believe it? Luolan understood a little. It's like you control your arm. First, you are 100% sure that your arm exists and that you will act according to your own ideas. To put it bluntly, if your right hand does not exist in your cognition, then you will not control your right hand. As a result, your right hand will not move. Well, this is very confusing. Even Luolan himself was confused by such thoughts. I simply stopped thinking about it. At this moment, Luolan suddenly felt a hint of murderous intent. Who is it? He looked around and instantly locked onto Kaya. So, "Brother Loyal Lan, you never believed it before, and you were just playing house with me." "Wait, Kye, it's not like that." "If it's not like that, why didn't it work before? Isn't it because you never believed me?" Loyal Lan really couldn't object to this. After all, he really didn't believe it before, even if Kye told him to try to believe it. But he still didn't take it seriously. "Indeed. I was wrong. Kye, I'm sorry." Looking at the angry Kye, Loyal Lan admitted his mistake directly. His attitude was so sincere. "Pucci. Just kidding, I'm not angry. Also, congratulations to you, Brother Loyal Lan. Once the second gene lock is completely opened, your ability should be able to create infinite possibilities." Kye said happily. She was really happy that Loyal Lan had become stronger. But soon, she was no longer happy. Loyal Lan's face was stern. "Kye, go back and have a good rest now. I will give an order to Silas and not allow you to enter the research institute within 3 days." Kye is now obsessed with genetics. Not allowing herself to enter the research institute for 3 days would be like asking for her life. She immediately started to act like a spoiled child. It's just a pity that Loyal Lan was completely unmoved. In her resentful eyes, Loyal Lan left the laboratory. One day, it only took 1 day. The 157th branch obtained more than 20 devil fruits. Natural system, sand fruit. Para-human system, split fruit. Para-human system, sticky fruit. Para-human system, floating fruit. Para-human system, stone fruit. Para-human system, explosion fruit. Para-human system, quick-cut fruit. A total of 23. Most of them were provided by the Don Quixote family and Baroque works. At the same time, there were also various forces from the Volcano Island naval battle. Of course, Buggy was also on the list. However, Loyal Lan did not plan to distribute all these fruits, but planned to learn the system of the Navy headquarters. 2 ways to obtain devil fruits were set. First, each devil fruit was put into the prices set, but the price is not Bailey, but military merit. At the same time, a complete military merit system is established in the 157th branch. Regardless of the rank, you can exchange it with your accumulated military merit. And it is not just the devil fruit, the good sword, the big sword, and the supreme big sword produced by the sword forging workshop will also operate in this way. Second, you can also receive it after making a major contribution and obtaining unanimous approval from the branch management. Of course, it is not a random exchange, but the branch gives you several fruits to choose from. If you are not satisfied, you can also give up the choice and discount it at half price for military merit. After all, most of the Marines in the frontline combat units are not biochemical people. And Loyal Lan. It is also necessary to customize some rules like this to improve these people's practice and fighting enthusiasm. This plan was directly supported by everyone at the branch high-level meeting. In addition, everyone also put forward various suggestions to make it more perfect and reasonable. Finally, 3 days later, the new military merit system that is unique to the 157th branch began to be officially implemented. It caused a jubilation among the frontline troops. That's the devil fruit. Even with the help of the Navy cafeteria and the training center, even ordinary Marines in the branch can have a 300 to 400 Dharma power value, but who doesn't yearn for superpowers? For them, aren't devil fruits the same as superpowers? So, all the Marines in the entire frontline combat sequence started their self-training mode. This made Loyal Lan very satisfied. East China Sea. Only 3 nautical miles away from the doldrums. The original site of Rhodes Island. A large naval warship arrived here at this moment. On the bow deck, a tall female general wearing a Navy Justice coat. She was dumbfounded. Such a big Rhodes Island. How did it disappear? Navigator. Yes, Vice Admiral. Are you sure we didn't go to the wrong place? Absolutely not. Dao Tu still believed in the navigator on her ship. After all, he had never made any mistakes in all these years. He was one of the best navigators in the entire headquarters. But the problem came. Where did Rhodes Island go? After a while, Dao Tu took out a den mushi. Bulu bulu bulu. This is Crane. Sister Crane, I'm Dao Tu. How is it him? This. I don't know what to say. Dao Tu was stunned for a moment. What do you mean by not knowing what to say? However, the next moment, after hearing what Dao Tu said, Dao Tu was also dumbfounded. Sister Crane, I'm here, but Rhodes Island is gone. Chapter 119 Arrested Violet. Jun, you said Rhodes Island is gone. Crane was a little confused. How could such a big island disappear? You know, Rhodes Island is not a small island, but a medium-sized island. Even the Golden Lion, the only one that can move islands, can only move some small islands. A medium-sized island. How could it suddenly disappear? Could it be? Did Jun go to the wrong place? But before Crane could ask, Dao Tu blurted out. Sister Crane, I have confirmed again and again that I am definitely not in the wrong place. Dao Tu's tone was extremely serious. For a moment, Crane was speechless. In fact, she didn't know what to say. Late at night. The capital of Alabasta, Albina. West side. The northernmost part of the St. Dora River. The more than 200-meter-long Tana slowly surfaced. Then, the top hatch opened, and a tall female figure wearing a mask came to the shore stepping on the moon. Your Majesty Cobra, are all the people here? Tina came to Cobra and asked. Well, the first batch is a total of 1,500 people, but can your ship take them all at once? That's 1,500 people. Even if it's a large Navy warship, there are only more than 200 people on it, right? No problem. Tina didn't care at all. The interior space of Tana is large in itself, and this is a de-armed version. All the missiles, mechas, torpedoes, etc. are gone. There is even more space left. In addition, it takes less than 2 days to get from Alabasta to Rhodes Island at Tana's speed. If you don't require extremely high living conditions, let alone 1,500 people, even more can be squeezed in. Hearing this, Cobra nodded and stopped asking questions. Then he gave Gal a few instructions and left. Then, these 1,500 people and Gal were continuously sent to Tana by boat under Tina's command. About an hour later, Tana left and everything returned to calm. It was as if nothing had happened. Not all of these Alabasta people who were taken to the 157th branch will eventually become Marines, and it still depends on the results of the recruits' training. Those who fail will be assigned to logistics, factories, and other places. Of course, some people with special skills may also enter special units such as the intelligence department. As for those who can't do anything, then let them do sanitation for the time being. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible to let them return to Alabasta within 1 or 2 years. At the same time, after they arrive in Rhodes Island and complete the recruit training. If you want to bring your family to live permanently, it is also possible. Loyolan has already discussed this with Cobra. Anyway, it doesn't cost a few points to build some residential buildings. Besides, even if it is an ordinary person, it is still okay to do logistics, workers, or odd jobs. The only regret is that Loyolan can only recruit male soldiers in Alabasta. After all, there are no women in the kingdom army of this country. If Cobra recruits women to join the army, it will inevitably cause a lot of attention, and even there will be large-scale protests within his own kingdom. This is not what Loyolan wants. So, we should find a way to recruit some women back. Otherwise, there are only a few women in the whole branch with thousands of people. This is too masculine. The soldiers under my command can't even find a wife. But where can I find so many women? This is also one of the problems that Loyolan will solve in the future. In a blink of an eye, several days have passed. The Dressrosa incident is still fermenting and is getting more and more serious. More and more kingdoms are putting pressure on the world government. Their number has even exceeded 100. On the world government side, before Doflamingo is captured, the navy has to take over Dressrosa first. And rescued King Riku III. However, in the process of handing the kingdom back to King Riku, some contradictions emerged. The navy led by Akainu successfully captured a group of important members of the Don Quixote family after arriving in Dressrosa. For example, Virgo. Another example. Violet and others who did not follow Doflamingo to the volcanic island. As for Sucrose, it seems that she had left in advance. Akainu searched the entire kingdom but could not find her. As for the captured members of the Don Quixote family, let alone not knowing where Sucrose went. Many people even don't know who Sucrose is. Then, King Riku negotiated with Akainu, hoping that he could release Violet. After all, she did not join the Don Quixote family voluntarily, but was forced by Doflamingo. If it were Aokiji, he would probably release her directly. At the very least, he would call Sengoku to ask if he could release her. But Akainu was not willing to talk to King Riku at all. In his eyes, pirates are pirates. No matter how you became a pirate, no matter if you have harmed civilians. As long as you are a pirate, there is a way to die. Release them? Haha, impossible. Just send Violet to a prison ship and send her to impel down with other captured people. King Riku has thought about asking the world government. However, the world government itself is in a mess, and they can't find the culprit Doflamingo to vent their anger. As a result, the 5 elders, who were driven to high blood pressure by hundreds of member countries, directly vented all their anger on King Riku. If you were not such a waste, how could Doflamingo steal your country back then? If Doflamingo hadn't succeeded in stealing the country, how could there be today's trouble? In the final analysis, the root of everything lies with you. As for your daughter? Humph, what's wrong with imprisoning pirates in Impel Down? We can't catch them now. Doflamingo, can't you control this useless King Riku? So, even if King Riku went to the world government, he still returned empty-handed. Want to rob? A Navy Admiral, several Vice Admirals, and more than 3,000 elite Marines. This is obviously impossible to succeed. But King Riku is unwilling to give up. What should I do? Late at night the day before Violet was sent away, a newsbird took advantage of the night and flew into King Riku's temporary residence. After placing a den mushi outside the window, it knocked on the glass window. Immediately, it left. King Riku opened the window and looked at the den mushi in front of him, and was confused for a while. In addition to delivering newspapers, when did this newsbird start delivering den mushi? Bulu bulu bulu. At this moment, the den mushi suddenly rang. King Riku immediately realized that someone wanted to establish contact with him. In addition, although he was able to come out this time because of the pressure from many allied countries, the root cause was. It was still because of Morgan's report. And this den mushi was sent by a newsbird, so. Which famous Morgans is it? Hello, King Riku. A very young voice came from the den mushi. So, Morgan's voice turned out to be like this? It sounds a bit like a young man. Hello, thank you Mr. Morgans this time, otherwise Dressrosa would have to. Before King Riku finished speaking, the young voice on the other side interrupted him. Stop, I'm not Morgans. Chapter 120 Attack on the Prison Ship. King Riku was stunned. After all, this den mushi was sent by a newsbird. So, he naturally thought the other party was Morgans. Isn't it the result? Who are you? Junlin, the one who provided information to Morgans so that you can see the light of day again. Junlin? King Riku, who had just been released, had never heard of Junlin. However, since the other party passed the information to Morgans, then Dressrosa, and himself all owe Junlin a favor. No matter what the other party wants, at least he will not hang up the Den Mushi now, but listen carefully first. Your Majesty King Riku, I contacted you this time to ask you something. What is it? You have a daughter named Violet, right? What do you want to do by asking this? King Riku immediately became alert. Don't worry, I won't do anything. I just want to ask her if she is willing to join the King's Landing. In return, we will ensure that Doflamingo is completely killed, and in the future, we will provide full protection for Dressrosa, no matter what if the opponent is the Navy, the Four Emperors, or the world government. King Riku was stunned. Is this King's Landing organization that he has never heard of so awesome? And no matter if it is the Navy, the Four Emperors, or the world government. But let Violet join such an organization that may fight with the world government at any time. To be honest, King Riku is unwilling. What if I don't agree? It's okay. I will come here in person and knock Violet out and take her away. No, what are you talking about? King Riku was dumbfounded. What do you mean if I don't agree? You can come here by yourself and knock my daughter out and take her away. What do you want to do, you guy? But soon the king sighed deeply. King's Landing organization, right? Yes, King Riku. I can't promise you this, even if you come in person. Oh, why? Because Violet has been captured by the Navy, and will be taken to impel down on the prison ship tomorrow. What? Why did the Navy capture Violet? If this woman remembered correctly, she was just forced to become Doflamingo's subordinate. King Riku, who did it? Admiral of the Navy, Akainu. Well, it turned out to be him. Then everything is easy to understand. For this Fami lifer a guy, as long as you have the word pirate on your head. It doesn't matter whether you were forced to join or not, or whether you have killed civilians or Navy, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that pirates must die. Well, it seems that I have asked some questions. Your Majesty King Riku can rest assured that after I rescue Violet, the conditions I promised you before will still be valid. Then, that's it for today. After saying that, Luolan hung up the Den Mushi. And King Riku was still sighing. What other ways are there to rescue Violet? Wait. Suddenly, King Riku remembered something. The man from Junlin just now seemed to say that after rescuing Violet, the conditions agreed before will still be valid? Violet? After rescuing? Is this Junlin organization going to take action? Can they really do it? I heard that in order to prevent Doflamingo from rescuing people halfway, this time there will be 3 warships and 3 elite vice-admirals escorting at the same time. Adding the marines of the prison ship, the number of soldiers alone is several hundred. Is this Junlin organization so confident? However, since I have no way, it doesn't matter whether Junlin really has a way or is just bragging. At least, it is also an opportunity, right? 2 days later. Rhodes Island. The original 3-story building has been transformed into a 15-story building. There are only 2 huge offices on the 15th floor, one is Luolan's branch director's office, and the other is Tina's deputy branch director's office. The 14th floor consists of 11 conference rooms, 1 large, 2 middle and 8 small. At this moment, Luolan, Tina, and Smoker are all gathered here, luxuriously occupying the only large conference room. What, you're going to rob the prison ship? Tina is shocked. Smoker's eyes widened. Tina, on the side, was also full of disbelief. Yes, just now, Luolan told the 2 that he was going to intercept the prison ship and rescue a person from it. This scared them directly. Can a prison ship be robbed casually? What's the difference between this and attacking the navy? But soon, after Loyolan told Violet about it, the two fell silent. Another important point is Violet's devil fruit ability, the superhuman stare fruit. Stare fruit? What is the ability? Tina was stunned and asked. There is a very troublesome ability. One is clairvoyance, which can expand one's vision to a maximum of 4,000 kilometers away, and the other is mind reading, which can read the other person's current thoughts. Hiss. Tina and Smoker are not stupid. He immediately realized how perverted this ability was. Do you understand now? Violet must not fall into the hands of the world government, otherwise. Although Loyolan did not continue, Tina and Smoker both nodded. It seems that this prison ship must be attacked. And Violet must be rescued and brought back to the 157th branch. It is not difficult for us to avoid harming the Marines on the ship and prevent other criminals from taking the opportunity to escape, but there is also a problem this time, that is. Akainu arranged 3 elite vice-admirals to follow the ship. They are Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Stoloberry. Good guy, it turned out to be these 3 guys. Should I say that they are really worthy of being under Akainu's command? They are all famous hawkish generals of the Navy headquarters. Loyolan, it's hard to deal with these 3 guys without hurting anyone. Smoker was kicked out of the headquarters a long time ago, but Tina was different. So, she knew the strength of these 3 people very well. Although her strength has increased terribly since she came to branch 157. Even now, she is confident that she can defeat one of the 3. But that is also under full strength. And if you fight with full strength, it is impossible not to cause injuries to the other party. It's okay, these 3 guys are very strong, even if they are beaten up, they will just lie in bed for a while at most. Didn't you just say that you can't hurt the Marines? Yes, but the 3 of them are vice-admirals, not Marines, as long as they don't kill or maim them. Tina was stunned for a moment. Is this double standard? But, Tina can only deal with 1 at most, and Smoker, I'm afraid it's almost there. It's okay, you deal with 1, I'll deal with 1, and leave the other to Ace and Zoro. As for Smoker, you'll be responsible for saving people. Listening to the conversation between the 2, Smoker was speechless. I felt that I had received a 10,000 point critical hit in my heart. You asked me to come to the meeting, but in the end I couldn't even get a supporting role? Chapter 121 Operation Name, Rescue the Princess. The prison ship set out from Dressrosa and wanted to reach Impel Down. What route should it take? There are 4 methods in total. First, enter the North Sea or the West Sea through the Calm Belt, then cross the Upside Down Mountain again and enter the Grand Line, then cross half of the planet to the end of the first half, and finally enter the Calm Belt again to reach Impel Down. Second, then leave the ship and cross the entire Red Earth continent with your bare hands. This method requires a transfer ship to be prepared at the other end of the Red Earth continent. Third, go directly across the Red Earth continent through the official channel of the world government. The first method is too time-consuming. After all, the entire voyage is thousands of nautical miles. The second method is even more impossible, and no explanation is needed. Therefore, the Navy's prison ship will only use the third method. After all, it has the qualifications to use the official channel, and the voyage is also the shortest. From Dressrosa to Impel Down, there are only more than 700 nautical miles. Even if the prison ship is not fast, it will take enough time to arrive in 10 days. Here should be the best interception location. Spreading the sea chart on the table, Tina pointed to a certain point on the doldrums and said, "This location is almost in the middle of the Navy headquarters and Impel Down. No matter which side sends reinforcements, it will take about 2 hours to arrive. However, there is still trouble, that is. Yellow Ape. The warship will take nearly 2 hours, but if Yellow Ape goes alone, I'm afraid it will only take a few minutes to arrive. Like Aokiji and Akainu, both need to take turns to guard the G1 branch, but Yellow Ape doesn't need it. And the reason is that he has a strategic mobile force. No matter where the problem is, he can arrive quickly. Luo Lan, what should Admiral Yellow Ape do? Once we take action, the headquarters will definitely send Admiral Yellow Ape over. A few minutes. I'm afraid there won't be enough time. Hearing Tina's words, Smoker also frowned. After all, they were right next to the headquarters, and Kizaru's problem could not be avoided at all. It doesn't matter. We just need to choose to act in the middle of the night. Unlike the two people who frowned, Luo Lan was very calm. What do you mean? Tina asked, puzzled. It's very simple, I know Borsellino too well. Yes, it will take him no more than 3 minutes to get from the Navy headquarters to our ambush site, but these 3 minutes refer to the time he receives the order and sets out from the Navy headquarters, and the time on the road is 3 minutes. If it is during the day, then counting the time it takes for the headquarters to get the news and notify Kizaru to set out, it will only take 1 minute more, that is, 4 minutes. But at night, it's different. Why is it different at night? Tina and Smoker were a little confused. As Navy men, aren't they all on call 24 hours a day? Even if they are asleep, they have to set off immediately when an order comes. Even if it is slower than during the day, it will only take 1 or 2 minutes at most, right? It doesn't make much difference. There is still not enough time. No, this guy will not bring the Den Mushi back home with various reasons when he goes to bed at night. For example, he left it in the office. For example, he left it on the way home. Another example, he used Den Mushi to call another Den Mushi and didn't hang up. In short, if you want to find Kizaru in the middle of the night, you have to send a messenger to knock on his door. And the General's Villa area is very close to the Navy headquarters building. The messenger will have to run for at least 10 minutes. Plus the time it takes to pass on the order, and for this guy to rub his eyes, stretch, yawn, and put on his clothes. It's impossible to complete it in less than 5 minutes. So, if we act in the middle of the night, we should have about 20 minutes. Tina and Smoker were stunned. Luo Lan actually knew all the habits and methods of General Kizaru. It's too outrageous. No, how can you be so good to General Kizaru, so much knowledge? Tina was shocked. It's very simple, because I taught him all those things. What, you taught me? His methods and excuses were all too low level. I couldn't stand it, so I taught him a few tricks. Smoker opened his mouth wide, and his jaw fell directly to the ground. Tina's eyes widened, and her worldview was shattered. Are there any other questions? Does the entire King's Landing fleet need to be dispatched? Smoker raised his hand and asked a question. However, before Luo Lan could answer, Tina rolled her eyes. Are you stupid? Even if the surface ship goes over and completes the mission quickly, can you escape Admiral Kizaru's search? Obviously impossible, after all, before we leave the visual range. Admiral Kizaru will arrive. Smoker was a little embarrassed when Tina said this. Okay, if there are no other questions, we will set off in 3 days. Then, it will take another 3 days to reach the target location and prepare for an ambush. After the operation begins, I will use the Conqueror's Haki to knock down all the Marines except the 3 elite Vice Admirals. Then, it will be me, Tina, Ace, and Zoro who will go out to hold back the 3 elite Vice Admirals including Ghost Spider. Smoker, you find Violet within 5 minutes and bring her to the deck. BABY5 will be responsible for intercepting and blocking her during the retreat. She doesn't need to be defeated, just delayed for a while. Finally, Tana will dive. The above is the entire combat operation. Tina and Smoker, while looking at the sea chart, listened to Luo Lan's plan. He pondered for a long time. Luo Lan, what if Kizaru brings the phone back that day, and receives the order and sets off immediately? Don't worry, I have already considered this possibility. I will prepare a few den mushi and arrange several marines to call Kizaru continuously during the operation. Hiss. This kid is too bad. Such a disgusting method can actually be thought of? In other words, even if Kizaru really brings the den mushi home that day, Luo Lan will rely on the method of seizing the line to delay the time for Kizaru to receive the order again. Of course, this is just a backup plan. Used just in case. In fact, based on Luo Lan's understanding of Kizaru, the probability of this happening is even less than 1%. Any questions? Luo Lan asked again. This time, no one was talking, and both of them nodded. Okay, let's go back and prepare, and set off in 3 days. Operation name, Save the Princess. Chapter 122 Demon Slayer Order launched. Grand Line. The end of the first half. Located between the Navy headquarters and Impel Down. A special ship modified from a large warship is sailing on the sea under the escort of 3 large warships of the same size. On the deck of one of the warships, Ghost Spider folded his arms and blew the sea breeze. On the side, stood a lieutenant colonel officer, who was his deputy. Lieutenant General, this escort is a little too grand, isn't it? What do you know? Doflamingo is a famous short-term protector, and among the people we escorted this time, there is one of his highest cadres, and Virgo is the shame of our navy, so we can't afford to be careless. Yes, Vice Admiral. The lieutenant colonel nodded. However, he was not worried about Doflamingo's attack. Let's not talk about whether he can defeat 3 elite vice admirals. Even if he can, this place is right next to the headquarters. If he dares to come, he will definitely not be able to leave. Boom! At this moment, a terrifying momentum came down instantly. The lieutenant colonel didn't even have time to think about anything, his eyes went black. The whole person had already fallen down. Although Ghost Spider still stood up, he was horrified. This level of domineering color. Who is it? He immediately took out the den mushi and tried to contact the headquarters. However, when the den mushi escaped, he found out. This thing was just like his adjutant, completely passed out. After all, den mushi is essentially a living creature. Throwing the fainted den mushi on the deck, Anigamo took out another golden den mushi. That's right, this is the Demon Slayer order. In order to prevent unexpected situations, Akainu personally handed it to Anigamo before departure. Spiders. This is a special den mushi that cannot communicate, but can only send signals. Moreover, only the corresponding silver den mushi can receive its signals. And the reason why the golden den mushi is used as the launcher of the Demon Slayer order is also reasonable. Because this special den mushi is naturally not afraid of the Conqueror's haki. Otherwise, if you use other den mushi as the launcher of the Demon Slayer order, as long as the opponent sweeps the whole field with a Conqueror's haki, you can't launch it, right? This is why Akainu gave the golden den mushi to Ghost Spider. It's not really for launching the Demon Slayer order, but it can pass the message when needed. Ghost Spider didn't think about it and pressed it directly. The next moment, in a special room in the Navy headquarters, a silver den mushi suddenly widened his eyes and shouted directly. Then, the alarm was sounded. The whole port was instantly in a mess. After all, it is not so easy to send 5 large warships to sea. And the news was also passed to the marshal's office. It was already late, and Zhangguo wanted to go back to rest after processing this batch of documents. Who knew that such a big situation would suddenly occur? Akainu's Demon Slayer order. Yes. What is the specific target? It is located between the headquarters and the Impel Down. There are no islands there. Wait, if I remember correctly, the prison ship escorting Virgo is scheduled to arrive in 2 hours, right? Yes, Marshal. The Marine nodded. And Zhangguo pondered for a while. No, this is not a normal demon slayer order. I am afraid that there is a problem with the escort fleet, and the Den Den Mushi cannot be contacted, so Ghost Spider and others came up with this method. As for the Demon Slayer order, it is probably given to Ghost Spider and others by Akainu temporarily. How long will it take for the Demon Slayer fleet to set off? 20 minutes later. Too slow. As soon as the words fell, Zhangguo picked up the Den Den Mushi. Brew brew brew. Brew brew brew. Brew brew brew. Bang. Damn Kizaru, he didn't answer the phone again. Go to Kizaru's house as quickly as possible and order him to set out for support immediately. Zhangguo slammed the table hard and shouted the order. Yes, Marshal. Just as Luolan expected. Kizaru forgot the Den Den Mushi in his office again and didn't take it home. So, Zhangguo couldn't contact him directly. He had to send someone to pass the message. At this moment, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Stoloberry have all left their warships and come to the prison ship. After all, except for the three of them, almost everyone fainted. Although the major generals barely managed to hold on, their condition was not very good. In other words, only the three of them could fight with all their strength now. Have you contacted the headquarters? No, the Den Den Mushi was stunned. Me too, but I used Admiral Akainu's Demon Slayer order, and it won't be long before the support arrives. Upon hearing this, both Doberman and Stoloberry's eyes lit up. Just get in touch. As for guarding the prison ship, as long as the person coming is not the four emperors, they still have confidence. And at this moment, Doberman suddenly felt something. Be careful, they are coming. After a moment, several figures fell from the sky. The clothes they wore immediately made the three of them understand who the other party was. Junlin, you are Junlin's people. Yes, but I'm sorry, we are in a hurry, so we won't chat anymore. Immediately, one of the figures faced Ghost Spider, and of the remaining four, two faced Stoloberry and one faced Doberman. As for the fifth figure, he rushed directly to the cabin. Damn it! Doberman and the other two naturally discovered the purpose of the figure. But unfortunately, they were all entangled by the other party at this time and couldn't get away at all. They could only watch as the figure rushed into the cabin. Luolan was dealing with Ghost Spider at the moment. Among all the lieutenant generals in the headquarters, except for Garp, Crane, and the two general candidates, Ghost Spider's strength is definitely the top one. He is proficient in 6 styles and life return. In addition, Ghost Spider's swordsmanship is also very good, and he can also use muskets. Most importantly, his domineering attainments in armament haki and observation haki are also quite high. As soon as Luolan came up, he started a close combat with Ghost Spider. This is the fighting method that Luolan hates the most, but there is no other way, because he cannot let him have the opportunity to rush into the cabin. Close combat is the best way. Holding 2 guns, Luolan's gun-fighting skills are fully utilized at this moment. He directly played with the 2 guns, Casual and Jackal. Ghost Spider, who had never seen this kind of fighting method, was very uncomfortable for a while. At the same time, he was also greatly shocked. His physical strength alone is not inferior to his own, and the fighting moves he used are so weird. This Junlin guy is so powerful. Chapter 123 Caesar took the opportunity to escape from prison. Close-range gun fighting, zero-range shooting, full-range arc ballistics, etc. Coupled with action prediction and reaction ability far beyond ordinary people. This is the gun fighting technique that Luolan originally created. Of course, it is now integrated with the color of observation. So, this is a combination of a large number of technologies, all of which serve 2 guns, covering all types of combat skills at long, medium, short, and even zero distance. Of course, the gun-fighting technique at this moment is not the complete form in Luolan's mind. Because, there is still one most important thing missing. That is, means of strengthening attack. Although the two guns customized by Silas are very strong, they are facing the level of elite lieutenant generals, especially those with very strong physiques. The problem of lack of attack power is magnified countless times. However, this problem is not unsolvable, and there are at least 3 solutions. First, add certain fruit abilities to the fired bullets. But Luo Lan can't do this, because he can't eat the devil fruit. Second, armament haki. Practice armament haki to the stage of external release, or even internal destruction, so that bullets covered with armament haki can be fired, thereby greatly increasing the lethality. At present, Luo Lan is still a little short of it and can't do it for the time being. Third, domineering haki entanglement. Like armament haki, Luo Lan can't do it for the time being. So, for now, against a strong man at the level of Ghost Spider, Luo Lan can entangle and even injure him, but he can't defeat him. Unless he can do any of the above 3 points. Luo Lan even feels that physical skills and swordsmanship masters are more difficult to deal with than natural systems. After all, there are almost no weaknesses. Bang! 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 Different sounds from the 2 guns in his hands rang out one after another. Ghost Spider quickly dodged a bullet and chopped the other 2 with a knife. Immediately, he wanted to go around Luo Lan's back and attack, but just as he was about to act, 2 more gunshots rang out. Ghost Spider braked the car abruptly, and the 2 bullets flew past his eyes, only a few centimeters away, and he could feel the burning of the 2 bullets on his face. Good guy, if he hadn't stopped in time, he would have been hit by the 2 bullets. He couldn't help but look uglier. Because the battle with Luo Lan reminded him of a battle with Katakuri in the New World many years ago. Yes, the exact same feeling. It was as if all his actions were seen through by the other party. Could it be that this guy, like Katakuri, also has the ability to see the future briefly with his observation haki? Ghost Spider secretly guessed. However, he really thought too much. Luo Lan didn't have such an ability. If Katakuri saw the future and was able to seize the opportunity, then Luo Lan actively create the future and seize the opportunity. To put it bluntly, it is to actively create your own flaws and lure the opponent to attack this flaw. So, Katakuri saw that the opponent was going to attack here, while Luo Lan lured the opponent to attack here. Although the result is the same, the path to this result is very different. Moreover, because Luo Lan's lure is very natural, it is almost difficult to detect. Just like Ghost Spider at this moment, he never thought of this possibility. He only knew that the opponent seemed to see through his future actions and shot the bullet into his path in advance. Yes, it was as if he was bumping into the bullet instead of the bullet shooting at him. This made him very uncomfortable when fighting. For a while, he felt a little restrained. On the other hand, Tina gradually fell into a disadvantage. After all, in order to conceal her identity, she could not use evil. The power of the magic fruit can only be used to fight with physical skills and domineering. Although her physical skills are not bad, they are still slightly behind Doberman. In addition, her domineering is also a little worse. Therefore, at the beginning of the raid, she relied on the detailed information of the 3 people given by Luo Lan, and the fact that the other party did not know her at all, so she had some advantages. But after a long time, after Doberman gradually figured out Tina's way, he would naturally fall into a disadvantage, which is also foreseeable. As for Ace and Zoro, they fought 50-50 with Stoloberry. Although there was a 2-on-1 reason, it was also because Stoloberry was the weakest of the 3 of them, and even among all the elite vice-admirals of the sea headquarters, Stoloberry's strength was at the bottom. In addition, Ace and Zoro did not need to hide their strength like Tina, so 2-to-1 was just right. In the cabin, Smoker came to a cell. He looked at the woman who fainted inside, and then looked at the photo in his hand. Well, the target is confirmed, it is Violet. He stretched out a finger and pointed it at the lock of the cell door. The next moment, the finger had turned into smoke and drilled into the keyhole. Soon, with a click, the cell door was opened. He picked up Violet and carried her on his shoulder. Smoker didn't waste time and left here directly. However, Smoker didn't notice. Just below where he found Violet, there was another guy who held the domineering color. At the same time, taking advantage of the opportunity when all the guards fainted. That guy also escaped from prison. If it was Luo Lan, he would definitely recognize him. Because, that guy's name is Caesar Courant. Smoker ran to the deck and left directly with the moon step. At the same time, a whistle was blown. No, stop them. Ghost Spider understood immediately after seeing this scene. The people they wanted to rescue have been rescued, and now they want to escape? Damn it, how can I let you succeed? Immediately, he rushed towards Luo Lan. He completely ignored the attack on himself. Even if he was injured, he had to entangle the opponent. The whole scene was completely turned upside down. Before, it was Luo Lan and his friends who entangled the three of them, not allowing them to have the opportunity to interfere with Smoker's actions. But now, it was the three of them who wanted to entangle the other party, not letting Luo Lan and his friends have a chance to escape. However, they were still a step slower, because when Luo Lan and his friends heard the whistle, they immediately left the battle circle and left with the moon step. Chase them, don't let them escape! Ghost Spider shouted. The next moment, the three of them also began to chase with moon steps. When both sides left the prison ship, a figure walked out of the cabin and came to the deck. At this time, it was only 8 minutes before the battle began. Even in the Navy headquarters, the messenger had not yet arrived at Huang Yuan's house. 3 minutes later, Ghost Spider and the other two were still following Luo Lan and the others closely. But suddenly, it seemed that he saw something, and Ghost Spider's eyes widened. What is that? I saw a black behemoth on the sea in front, attached to the water. At the same time, there was another figure standing on it. I saw that the figure opened his arms, and then his left and right hands immediately began to change, and instantly turned into two devices about 6 or 7 meters high, and kept throwing long objects into the air. And these things thrown into the air soon had flames at their tails, and then all of them began to accelerate, rushed towards Ghost Spider and the other two. Observation Haki began to warn frantically, which also scared the three of them. Immediately stopped the pursuit, took a defensive posture, and activated the armament Haki. Directly covered the whole body. Boom 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 boom. When everything returned to calm, 3 miserable figures appeared in the sky. This is because Luo Lan had told BABY5 in advance to reduce the charge of the missile by half, otherwise their fate would probably be the same as Doflamingo. As for surviving this wave, when the three of them recovered, the behemoth on the sea would have disappeared long ago. Ghost Spider was so angry that he roared unwillingly. Chapter 124 Eberly, I actually made all three of you look like this. King's Landing. So scary. On the prison ship, the 3 spider ghosts were all in a state of dismay. Ever since Admiral Kizaru finally arrived, he just looked here and touched there, and kept saying how scary it was. Especially, he kept mentioning how miserable the 3 of them looked now. He also used a very shameless tone. If it wasn't the Admiral, I would have at least punched him a few times. Well, the other party is the Admiral, and Spider Ghost won't go and die. Admiral Kizaru, all the criminals have been counted, and there are 2 people missing. At this time, several major generals who had not been stunned by the Conqueror's Haki before also ran out of the cabin and came to Kizaru. 2 people, I remember Spider Ghost said just now that only 1 woman was taken away, right? Kizaru asked while cutting his nails without raising his head. The 3 spider ghosts on the side were also stunned. They had chased him all the way before, and it was clear. He definitely took only 1 person, and it was a woman. Impossible, we only saw Junlin take a woman. Vice Admiral, there is indeed a woman among the two missing people. Who is it? Dressrosa's princess, Violet. It's her. Ghost Spider immediately remembered. After all, there was actually a big disagreement on whether to capture Violet. Those who said they would capture her and those who said they would not capture her were basically 50-50. After all, she was forced to join, and she had been secretly planning the cause of restoring the country. In essence, she was a pirate or a killer, more like an undercover. Moreover, Dressrosa was bullied by Doflamingo for so many years, which was originally the Navy's dereliction of duty. It was a bit unreasonable to capture Violet at this time. In the end, Akainu made the final decision: capture. According to his logic, no matter what the reason is, as long as you have served in the Navy, you should be arrested. I didn't execute you on the spot, which was a lenient punishment for you. Therefore, Ghost Spider was also very impressed with Violet. But he didn't understand why Junlin saved her. This woman. She has nothing to do with Junlin, right? It's still a hero saving a beauty. Junlin is really scary. Just as Ghost Spider was thinking, Kizaru's mean voice sounded again at an inappropriate time. But thinking of the other party's identity and strength, he still held back. There is no way, I really can't beat him. I had to turn my head to look at the Major General who came to report. What about the other man? It's Caesar Courant. Well, it's him. Kizaru, who was originally cutting his nails, suddenly stopped. After all, as the highest commander of the Navy's scientific forces, how could he not know Caesar? He entered the World Government Science class with Vegapunk, and ranked second only to Vegapunk. It was just a pity that he was arrested some time ago because of a new weapon test accident that caused heavy losses. However, if this guy escaped... Kizaru's brain was thinking quickly, but he didn't show any expression on the outside, and he still looked unconcerned. Could it be that he escaped while we were chasing Junlin? It's possible. Although I don't know how he did it, Junlin definitely didn't take him away. In that case, it won't be long, and he shouldn't be far away. That's right, we must start the hunt immediately. The three looked at each other and nodded. Then, they all looked at Kizaru. Look at me, I'm just here to support you. Now that I'm done, I should go back to sleep. Really? You didn't even give me a penny for overtime pay. The Marshal is so scary. As he said that, he turned into a flash of light and streaked across the sky. In the end, Ghost Spider and the other two left a few major generals here to wait for the arrival of the Demon Slayer fleet, and they... Each of them stepped on the moon steps and went in different directions. At this moment, they didn't know. Just 10 miles away, a small raft was floating alone on the sea. And the other sailing ship was diving with a huge bubble. Getting deeper and deeper. The Grand Line, 3,000 meters underwater. Tana didn't go directly to the calm belt, but went to the waterway on the Grand Line. Of course, it was in the opposite direction. After all, playing 3,000 meter diving in the calm belt. Absolutely a very dangerous thing. Once you encounter a Sea King, you won't even have a chance to fight back. Now Loyolan doesn't have any extra sea stones to put around Tana. Moreover, he just happened to go to Alabasta to pick up the second batch of soldiers. Just go to Alabasta first, and then cross the calm belt from there. At the same time, you can also avoid the search of the Navy, right? At the same time, Kizaru also returned to the Navy headquarters. In the meeting room. At this moment, all officers from the Vice Admiral level onwards gathered here in the headquarters. So, this time it was Junlin who took action, and the target was the Princess of Dressrosa, Violet. Yes, these guys are really scary, even the three of Ghost Spider were injured. Kizaru had an expression that said I was so scared, and his voice was as mean as always. Everyone present had long been accustomed to it and directly completed self-filtering. What about the number of casualties? Except for Ghost Spider, Doberman, and Stoloberi, the others are fine. What do you think is the purpose of Junlin taking Violet away? After a moment of silence, Zhang Guo asked the chief of staff. It may be related to Violet's devil fruit ability, but although the intelligence department knows that Violet is a capable person, it is still unclear what her ability is. According to the interrogation records provided by Sakazuki, King Riku and other royal family members are also unclear. Of course, it is also possible that they are unwilling to say it. After all, they are the kings of the allied countries, and Sakazuki can't do anything. However, since Junlin's people took action, it means Violet's ability is either extremely powerful or a special auxiliary ability, which may expose their secrets. And I am more inclined to the second possibility, he said. At this moment, he was basically certain that Junlin and Luolan were related. But at the same time, he also believed that Luolan would not do evil, nor would he attack the navy at will. This can be seen from the fact that no one in the entire fleet died this time, and only 3 vice-admirals were slightly injured. So, if Luolan had a reason to kidnap Violet, then he could only think of Violet's ability had the power to expose Luolan, and even the entire Junlin. It must be said that the chief advisor is the chief advisor. In the headquarters, he was the only one who could make such a quick judgment. Anyway, Junlin did attack the navy this time. There is no reason to explain this. I decided to increase the bounty of its leader to 1.5 billion Baileys immediately. The other 2 will also increase by 100 million Baileys each. In addition, according to Ghost Spider's report this time, there are 2 newcomers in Junlin. One of them can fight against Doberman alone, and the other one even forced back the pursuit of 3 Ghost Spiders with 1 attack, so that Junlin finally escaped. These 2 people will also be included in the bounty. Zhang Guo slammed the table hard. He once thought that he would offer a bounty according to the intention of the 5 elders on the surface, but in fact, he would do nothing. But this time, Junlin really attacked the navy, so he naturally couldn't let it go. Chapter 125. Since you don't refuse, it means you agree. Looking at the angry Zhang Guo, he sighed deeply. I tried my best to increase the bounty for my son, what's the big deal? Marshal, how much should we offer for the 2 newcomers in Junlin? A lieutenant general raised his hand to ask. The pink-haired woman who can fight against Doberman alone, 800 million. The other one who blocked and injured the 3 people including Ghost Spider, 1.2 billion. Zhang Guo said after a moment of hesitation. The others had no objection, which was quite reasonable. First of all, the pink-haired woman was able to monopolize Doberman, whose strength was considered to be in the upper reaches among the lieutenant generals, so the reward of 800 million Baileys was definitely not high. As for the other one, the woman who was responsible for blocking at the end, injuring 3 lieutenant generals including Ghost Spider with 1 move at the same time, this strength is almost the vice-chairman of the 4 emperors, right? No, the vice-chairman of the 4 emperors can fight against 3 elite lieutenant generals at the same time and even win in the end. But it is impossible to repel with 1 move and injure all 3 of Ghost Spider, right? Therefore, the 1.2 billion was not too much, but everyone thought it was too little. Only Crane was thinking on the side. Sengoku, this woman, should be the weapon fruit, right? According to Sakazuki, for Don Quixote's family-life interrogation of the members of the clan, the person who protected the slave ship to the East China Sea and disappeared at the end, is the one with the ability of the weapon fruit. Named Baby5. Hey? Sengoku was stunned. So Doflamingo's people? But, is there such a strong person under Doflamingo? 1 move to repel 3 elite vice-admirals. Even Doflamingo himself doesn't have this strength. Tsuru, is that woman named Baby5 very strong? Not strong, she is one of the 2 weakest core members under Doflamingo. Zhang Guo was stunned for a moment. After coming to his senses, he gave a "you're kidding me" expression. The weakest among the core members? Are you kidding? If this weakest guy can defeat 3 vice-admirals with one move, then Doflamingo must be one of the 4 emperors by now, right? No, he should be even more powerful than the 4 emperors. I'm just guessing, not sure. He was too lazy to explain to this guy and said lightly. Zhang Guo glanced around the conference room again. Okay, let's talk about King's Landing. Next is Caesar, who took advantage of the attack on King's Landing to escape successfully. Borsellino, Ghost Spider, and the others are currently searching around, right? Ah, yes, he even plans to let the Demon Slayer fleet that will arrive later join the search. That's no problem, I agree. Zhang Guo nodded. If we really want to talk about the danger, Zhang Guo still thinks Caesar is more dangerous. After all, this guy is a scientist, and he is a genius in the genius class, second only to Vegapunk. Once such a scientific genius falls into the hands of other forces, the result will be unimaginable. Therefore, the first priority of the headquarters now is not to look for Junlin all over the world, but catch Caesar first. And at this time, Zhang Guo's Den Den Mushi suddenly rang. Bulu Bulu. I am Zhang Guo. Marshal, I am Ghost Spider. How is the situation over there? Have you found Caesar Brown? No, this time I just want to report on him. Zhang Guo was stunned for a moment. According to the time, Caesar had been on the run for at most 10 or 20 minutes. Logically, it should be easy to find him. But here comes the problem. Ghost Spider and the others didn't catch him? Although this guy can fly for a short time, it's over the sea. Unless you fly hundreds of nautical miles, where are you going? The only places nearby are the Navy headquarters, Impel Down, and Marijoa. Or go further, to Sabayati? However, from that location to the Sabayati archipelago, Zhang Guo doesn't think Caesar can fly directly. You know, he doesn't have the real ability to fly, but uses elementalization to achieve the purpose of floating. One is that the speed is very slow, and the other is maintaining elementalization is a very physically demanding thing. Even for an admiral, it is impossible to maintain active elementalization for several hours or even longer. Ghost Spider, what happened? Marshal, we found the boat that Caesar escaped from, but there's no one on it. Well, is there anyone to pick him up? It should be, because according to the position of the boat, Caesar should have rowed here less than 10 minutes ago. Hearing this, Zhang Guo frowned deeply. According to Ghost Spider, Caesar was obviously taken away by someone. But who was it? Junlin? No, if they wanted to kidnap Caesar, they would have done it at the beginning. There's no need to do this now. So, who is it? The Navy is still searching frantically at the scene of the accident. And at this moment, in Tana, which has already run dozens of miles away, Violet finally woke up slowly. This is the main ship of the Junlin fleet. Who are you? Violet only noticed it when she heard the voice from the side. There was a young man sitting next to the bed. And the clothes he was wearing, weren't they the King's Landing that Doflamingo had been talking about some time ago? But, I was clearly on the Navy's prison ship, how did I come to the King's Landing ship? That's right. Suddenly, Violet remembered. Before I fainted, I felt a very strong mental shock. Overlord Haki. Dressrosa itself is anew the kingdom of the world, plus Violet has been in the Don Quixote family for so many years, how could she not know the conqueror's Haki? Are you the Lord of the King's Landing? The Lord of the King's Landing. Luolan was stunned. It's the leader of the King's Landing, this is the name given by Doflamingo. So that's the case, but this name is a bit high level. Luolan nodded, then touched his chin and commented. Pucci, you are really narcissistic. Okay, let's talk business. According to the agreement between me and your father, as long as I rescue you from the navy, you will join our King's Landing. Impossible, he will not agree to such a condition. Violet refuted directly. He knew very well what King's Landing was. After all, Doflamingo has been investigating. He even asked her to use her ability to explore islands one by one on the Grand Line. And her father, King Liku, would never agree to let her join this organization. It's not that Violet dislikes Junlin or doesn't want to join. She is simply saying that King Liku will never agree. However, I did propose this condition to your father, without any falsehood. Then I don't believe he will agree. Well, after proposing the condition, I hung up the phone and didn't give him a chance to refuse, so, since he didn't refuse, he agreed, no problem. This guy, what he said makes sense, but it seems that there is no reason at all. Violet was speechless for a while. Chapter 126, The Upgraded Training Center. Under Loyolan's friendly persuasion, Violet accepted her fate, but asked to talk to King Liku once and only join Junlin for 3 years. Loyolan naturally met such a request. Let alone this one time, Loyolan would not mind contacting King Riku at any time in the future, as long as he does not reveal the secret of King's Landing. As for 3 years, enough. Went to Alabasta for a tour and took away another 1,000 new recruits. Although there were many people, the accommodation was very unfriendly, and even the hangars and warehouses were all occupied. But it only took a day and a half to get to Rhodes Island, so it was not a big problem. Just bear with it for a while and it will pass. Finally, on the 5th day after the attack on the prison ship, Loyolan returned to the 157th branch. On the same day, the training center upgraded to B level. Completed. Training Center. Level, B level. Building Feature 1, Building Gravity can be adjusted 20 times, the effect bonus of Feature 2 has been calculated. Building Feature 2, all feature effects are doubled. Building Feature 3, not activated. The B-level training center has changed from 1 floor to 3 floors. The first floor has become a general training ground, the second floor has 72 small compartments, and the third floor. Like the second floor, it is also a single compartment. But it is much larger, with only 9. This is the change in the building. The rest is the features. 2 of them are inherited from sea-level buildings. One is that the gravity can be adjusted 10 times, and the other is that the feature effect is doubled. Loyolan is not going to move these 2, unless Feature 3 refreshes a higher level of gravity attribute. System, activate Building Feature 3. Ding, B-level buildings no longer give away initial features. Each activation / refresh requires 3,000 points. Do you want to continue? Continue. Loyolan had experienced this the last time he built the branch building. The refresh price of the feature has soared from 1,000 points to 3,000 points. And no more free times are given. Converted to Bailey, it means 30 million Baileys to refresh once. In 2 words, it's expensive. But no matter how expensive it is, you have to refresh it. After all, the training center is the best place to improve your strength. Ding, activation completed. Ding, building feature 3, building gravity 30 times adjustable. Myself. Is my luck so good? I was just thinking that unless I refreshed a high multiple gravity, the building feature 1 would not move. As a result, this is the first time to get an SSR? Don't think it's only 10 times more than before. You should know that the reason why the previous feature 1 was 20 times is because it was added by another feature. Otherwise, it would have only been 10 times. And now there's a new feature, once engraved, will immediately become 60 times. It is 40 times more than before. However, there is no rush to engrave. Now there is a new gravity feature, then the original one can be refreshed. System, refresh the building feature 1. Ding, deduct 3,000 points from the host, refresh completed. Ding, building feature 1, the awakening probability of special ability increases by 30%. What the hell? Special ability? Is it something like special function, or elemental ability? Is it so awesome? Check the feature description quickly. Okay, Luolan was totally overthinking. According to the system description, practicing in this building will increase the awakening probability of special ability. And it is not an increase, but a direct increase of 30% on the original basis. In other words, your original awakening probability is 50%, then after coming to the training center, this probability will directly become 80%. If you are 70% by yourself, then congratulations! Your awakening probability will be maxed out and become 100%. In other words, if you stay here and train today, it will be hard not to awaken. However, the special abilities mentioned by the system must be things that exist in this world and that normal people have the chance to awaken. This time, the scope is directly narrowed. And the only thing that fully meets this description is domineering. Is this to let my 157th branch learn from Amazon Lily and awaken domineering as a whole? Speaking of which, if Tina, who originally couldn't awaken the Conqueror's Haki or Smoker and others were thrown into the training center, wouldn't they? After all, even if your original awakening probability of Conqueror's Haki was 0%, wouldn't it become 30% under this characteristic? As long as there is a probability, then awakening is not a matter of time. The most important thing is that once the imprint is completed, you still have a characteristic attribute that doubles the attribute. In other words, the probability is not increased by 30%, but by 60%. This is outrageous, this time it is really outrageous. If this runs out in the future, thousands of Marines from the 157th branch will step forward together, and then form a domineering battle formation. Well, a battle formation composed of thousands of people, it is not known whether the quantity can defeat Shanks's quality. Luolan was a little excited and had a lot of random thoughts. However, is it really just a random thought? At this moment, no one knows. System, engrave, immediately engrave building characteristics 1 and 3. Ding, engraving is completed, please check the host. Building characteristic 1, the probability of awakening special abilities is increased by 60%, the effect bonus of characteristic 2 has been calculated. Building characteristic 2, all characteristic effects are doubled. Building characteristic 3, building gravity is adjustable 60 times, the effect bonus of characteristic 2 has been calculated. Done. Luolan waved her hand without saying anything. She led the people who had just disembarked and headed straight for the training center. Let's go and visit the renovated training center. I guarantee you'll be surprised. Hearing this, everyone thought of something and hurried to follow. Only Violet, who was still marveling at the port, was confused and didn't understand at all. Why were they so excited about a training center? She hurried to follow and wanted to see what was going on. About 10 minutes later, Violet's experience from entering the 157th branch to arriving at the training center could only be described in 2 words. That is, shock. Especially the modern office building in the center of the branch, which was almost entirely made of glass. It was completely shocking. Okay? Is this thing really something that this world can have? And when she entered the training center, her body suddenly sank. I almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, the gravity setting of the general training hall on the first floor was not high, so I didn't really fall down. After all, this place is reserved for ordinary Marines to train, and the gravity is only twice. Of course, now that the place is much larger, Luolan also reset the first floor. It is divided into 4 areas in total, with gravity ranging from 2 times to 5 times. Ordinary Marines can choose the appropriate area for training. Okay, the room on the 3rd floor, you can choose it yourself. Old rules, Tell me how many times you want the gravity, and I will adjust it. The next moment, several people rushed upstairs to choose their favorite room. As for Violet, it was a bit messy. Myself. To what place did he come to? Chapter 127 System Material Store darker than the black market. Training Center. 3rd floor. In Luolan's single room, the gravity has been adjusted to 30 times. More than a dozen streams of light are flashing in the entire space. From time to time, they will intersect with each other, just like a stunt flying show. Very beautiful. But in the next moment, all the streams of light seem to have stepped on the emergency brake and stopped abruptly. Only then can you see its body with the naked eye. These flying things are actually black bullets. These are not ordinary bullets, but all sea stone bullets. They were specially made by the science department using the sea stone that Luolan brought back before. A total of hundreds of such bullets were made. Among them, 36 13mm pistol bullets were delivered to Luolan. The rest were all sniper bullets, which were distributed to the newly formed sniper team, 5 rounds per person. This is a precious commodity. Even if the labor and the R&D costs of the science department are not counted, the material cost of manufacturing alone is 300,000 baileys per round. It's very expensive. Of course, this is also largely due to the fact that Luolan got it through the black market auction. For the same piece of sea stone, the price he paid is definitely more than 10 times that of the world government. This is also a problem that cannot be solved in a short time. Except for running to Wano country now and destroying Kaido. Then withstand the 3-way attack of the other 3 emperors, the world government, and the navy, obviously. The current strength of the 157th branch is completely unable to do it. Luolan waved his hand, and more than 10 sea stone bullets fell into his hand in a flash. After putting it away, Luolan pondered for a while. Sure enough, through the way of cultivating mental power, the speed of increasing telekinesis is very fast. Also, it is okay to use telekinesis to slightly control the flight trajectory of bullets, but it is still not suitable for direct killing. It seems that we still need to forge a batch of special telekinetic weapons. How about asking Sato? He did it as soon as he said it. With a wave of his hand, the king's cloak not far away floated over and was draped behind Luolan. It seemed that it was not affected by any gravity. A few minutes later, Luolan came to the sword forging workshop. At this moment, the whole workshop was busy. After all, the 2 rounds recruited a total of 2,500 new soldiers from Alabasta, and they all needed to prepare standard swords. Look, in order to catch up with this batch of equipment, the sword forging workshop is working overtime every day. Colonel, why are you here? Sato, I need you to help me make a batch of swords. Colonel, have you started to learn kendo? Sato's eyes lit up. He is a swordsmith, but his colonel doesn't practice kendo, which is a bit embarrassing. So, now Colonel Luolan finally needs me? His mind turned quickly, and Sato was full of energy. No, I didn't learn kendo. Then, Luolan raised his hand and stopped Sato from talking. Then, he stretched out 2 fingers and put them together, hooking them upwards. The next moment, a sword blank on the forging table, as if guided, instantly soared into the air. Finally, the sword head was facing up and hovered beside Luolan's 2 raised fingers. Sato was stunned. Colonel, you. This is my special ability, so I need a batch of good swords to maximize this ability. No problem. Sato nodded quickly. It doesn't matter whether the colonel learns kendo or not, what matters is the colonel needs himself. Colonel, what do you want? Well, let me think about it. Luolan pinched his chin and thought seriously. First, it doesn't need to be too big. Second, there is no need for a hilt, after all, I don't need to hold the sword with my hands. Finally, when you design it, you can focus all your attention on attacking, and don't worry about defense at all. Oh, by the way, if possible, it's best to add some sea stone powder when making it. Luolan set a series of requirements. Sato nodded repeatedly and quickly wrote them down. Colonel, I understand your request, but the branch doesn't have any good materials at the moment. It's okay, I'll take care of the materials. Okay, as long as if the materials are in place, I will definitely help the Colonel create a batch of special flying knives of the supreme level. Sato patted his chest and promised. Luolan nodded and left here. Next, he had to solve the problem of materials. System, why don't you have materials to sell? Ding, this system is very complete, but the host has never used the relevant functions. What is it? Is there anything for sale? Luolan was bored. I didn't know it a long time ago. This system is bragging, right? Ding, please check the building materials purchase module. Is it building materials I want? I want high-level materials for sword forging. Luolan vomited blood directly. So, the system thought I wanted building materials? Wait. Luolan suddenly remembered something. Although the system marked standard building materials when building, it is actually a convenient operation. If you want to save some, you can also prepare materials yourself. For example, arrange people to mine, smelt iron, produce glass, etc. In this way, you don't have to spend points for standard building materials. Of course, you can also prepare some by yourself and then buy some separately from the system. Speaking of which, there is really a separate building material purchase module in the system, but I have never used it. After all, it is better to order standard building materials directly from the system than to build a whole industry chain by yourself. In this case, in addition to basic materials, will there be some materials in those building materials? Luolan's eyes suddenly lit up. Quickly opened the building materials module. I saw. Standard basic building materials, 1 point per unit. 70% purity iron ore, 50 points per ton. 80% purity iron ore, 100 points per ton. 90% purity. A quick glance, all of them are basic materials. Scroll down. Ordinary glass, 0.2 points per square meter. Thickened ordinary glass, 0.3 points per square meter. Tempered glass. Scroll down. Forget it, there are so many that I have to wait to see when I can go, just search. Atom treasure wood. Luolan silently entered 4 words and started searching. The next moment, hiss. It really exists. Atom treasure wood branches, 1000 points per meter. Atom treasure wood trunks, points per meter. Atom treasure wood whole trees, points per tree. Luolan was stunned. Your price is more expensive than the black market. 10 million Baileys per meter of branches? In the original work, Frankie spent 300 million to buy a branch several tens of meters long. It was used directly as the dragon bone. If it were your price, it would be doubled. And buying the whole tree would cost 150 billion Baileys? Outrageous. But okay, it is understandable, after all, this thing has always been in short supply. Then, Luolan silently entered the 3 words sea stone. The result. Sea stone, points per kilogram. Sure enough, it is also extremely expensive. 100 million Baileys per kilogram. If it was the 28 kilogram piece I bought last time, it would be 2.8 billion Baileys? After thinking for a long time, Luolan actually found out. I don't know how to search for forging materials, after all. You don't know the specific material name, how can you search it? System, you still can't filter for me. Luolan was very depressed, and in his mind, he started to complain crazily. Chapter 128 Robin, you don't want to. Luolan had no choice but to go to Sato to ask. After all, there are tens of thousands of things in the material store, and he can't necessarily look through them one by one. Fortunately, as a cyborg, Sato's memory was still filled with knowledge of the pirate world by the system. After a while, he wrote a list according to the preciousness of the materials. There are hundreds of different materials. According to what Sato said, the materials here are the worst, and they are enough for him to make a good sword. As for the good ones, there is no problem surpassing the supreme sword. Good guy, Luolan also searched one by one. Dark gold stone, 300 points per kilogram. So expensive. Luolan first searched for the last material in the list. So 1 kilogram costs 300 points? Luolan remembered that in the original book, a finished good sword only cost a few million, but it's normal. After all, it's even darker than the black market. In fact, the material store is just a black shop disguised as a building material purchase shop, right? After all, when building a city, you can directly use standard building materials, which is cheap and labor-saving. And the people who really buy things from here are definitely not for building a house. Even Luolan, if he doesn't search specifically, he can only see those regular things. For example, iron ore, copper ore, sand, etc. It's said to be a city builder system, but it's secretly in it. A black shop disguised as a building material purchase shop is inserted. Of course, the system will never admit this, and will even ask you a question. Can't these things be used to build a house? Luolan shook his head and began to search all the materials one by one, and recorded the price of each material. At the same time, he also found that sea stone is also on Sato's list, ranking 21st. As for the others, well, each one is more expensive than sea stone. And the purple gold stone, which ranks first, even reaches points per kilogram. Wow, 300 million Baileys per kilogram? It's gone. In the end, Luolan could only buy a cheap material with a slight sigh. Prose metal. A metal he had never heard of. Well, among these 100 metals or ores, Luolan only knew sea stone. Anyway, make a batch and use it first. Anyway, with the characteristics of the sword casting workshop, it is estimated that this material can also be used to make a flying sword of the quality of a large fast sword. The main thing is cheap. Prose metal, 500 points per kilogram. It is only slightly more expensive than dark gold stone. The introduction said that this is a metal with a hardness close to sea stone, but without any special characteristics. It is suitable for Luolan's current needs. He bought 20 kilograms directly and asked someone to bring it to Sato. As for Luolan himself, he planned a trip to Sky Island. Speaking of which, although Sky Island has a lot of gold, even in the original work, the protagonists only took a little bit and exchanged it for 300 million Baileys. And that little bit is nothing compared to the entire Sky Island. In the original work alone, the golden bell pillar that required dozens of people to carry together. If all of this is converted into gold, it would probably cost at least hundreds of billions, right? Of course, although there is a lot of gold, you have to turn it into Bailey first. Here, another problem is involved. If Luolan takes out 100 kilograms of gold, then it will definitely be no problem to sell it at a good price. If he takes out 10,000 kilograms, then I'm sorry, it won't sell at all. One is that no one has the strength to eat it, and the other is 10,000 kilograms, people are not fools. Once these golds are put into the market, the gold price will inevitably plummet, and your mother won't recognize it. Not to mention, there are definitely more than tens of thousands of kilograms of gold on Sky Island. What, you said to sell them separately, selling a few dozen or 100 kilograms each time? It's useless, because for the market, you have extra gold out of thin air. Maybe it's okay once or twice at the beginning, but when the market gold increases sharply, people will react quickly. In the end, the gold price still plummeted. This is a very realistic problem, so after getting the gold, how to maximize its value? You have to plan it well. Of course, this is a later story. What Luolan is thinking about now is how to get to Sky Island. Learn from the protagonist group and rely on rising currents? Forget it, without the protagonist's halo, it is impossible to succeed. Otherwise, tie up Luffy and put him on the boat together. Can you get some of his bishop's halo? Luolan pinched his chin, as if he had a clue. Okay, let's put it aside for now and keep it as one of the backup plans. Next, in addition to the rising current, there are still a few methods left. One is the conventional way to enter the Sky Island, but if you use that method, it is impossible for all members to arrive safely, and some people will die. The only difference is how many people will die. This is mentioned in the original book, so Luolan gave up directly. Then, how about using technological means to go up? For example, make an airplane with a ceiling of tens of thousands of meters, and then fly up? It should be possible, but it will have to wait, after all. The science department has just made a test product, it's not that fast. By the way, there is another way, which is to find the golden lion. Then catch it back and peel out the floating fruit. Someone come! Thinking of this, Luolan shouted. The messenger standing guard outside the door immediately opened the door and walked in. Colonel. Well, go and call Robin from the intelligence department and Ace from the operations department to my office. Yes, Colonel. The Marine saluted and immediately ran away. The reason why they were called here was because Luolan was going to make two preparations. One was to ask the intelligence department to look for traces of the Golden Lion. The other was to ask Ace to go to Windmill Village and bring Luffy over. If the Golden Lion could be found by then, that would be the best. But if it couldn't be found, then Luffy's protagonist halo would be used. Soon, Robin and Ace came to Luolan one after another. Ace, go to Windmill Village. Windmill Village? Yes, bring Luffy here. We are going to a place next, and we may need his help. Ace was stunned for a moment. What can Luffy do to help? Moreover, that boy's determination to become a pirate is even stronger than his own at that time. Bringing Luolan here, isn't that a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? Luolan, what place is it? Sky Island. Sky Island. Before Ace could speak, Robin screamed first. Yes, she had heard of Sky Island. Well, from a book. Luolan, isn't Sky Island a legend? No, it really exists, but you can't just go there casually. Luolan shook her head. Then she looked at Ace. Ace, go and bring Luffy here. I won't catch him before he turns 17. And after he turns 17, this pirate era is over. So, he will never have a chance to be a pirate in his life. Hearing this, Ace nodded. He still believed what Luolan said. After all, this was one of the purposes of his staying here. To personally end the great pirate era created by that man. Okay, I'll bring him here as soon as possible. Well, next is Robin. Nodding to Ace, Luolan moved his eyes to Robin. Robin, you don't want to. Chapter 129 Machina, long time no see. Stop, what do you want to do? Luolan was startled as soon as she opened her mouth. Ahem. I mean, you don't want to miss the third historical text, right? The third historical text? Luo Bing's eyes suddenly widened. In the 7 days before, she waited for Crocodile in Alabasta. Under Luolan's guidance, she read 2 historical texts one after another. And now, the third piece that Luolan mentioned. Is there also one on Sky Island? Yes, there is one, which is embedded in the base of the Golden Bell, but to reach Sky Island. Soon, Luolan talked about several ways to go to Sky Island. Except for making airplanes and seizing the devil fruit of the Golden Lion, the other methods are too risky. After a moment of silence, Robin spoke. This is similar to Luolan's idea. That's right, so I need your intelligence department to start searching for the whereabouts of Golden Lion in the East China Sea. At the same time, I will temporarily transfer Violet to the intelligence department to assist you. How do you know Golden Lion is in the East China Sea? Someone told me, but I don't know whether it's true or not. But apart from this, there are no other clues at the moment, right? Luolan spread his hands and said. In fact, he didn't lie. Golden Lion did escape from prison, but it's hard to say whether he is over the East China Sea in the current timeline. After all, there are still nearly 2 years before the plot begins. It's just that it's possible. It's best to find him, and see if you can kill him while he's sick. Even if you can't find him, it's not a big problem, so just borrow Luffy's halo. A few days later, Ace took a small submarine and arrived at Windmill Village. Of course, he didn't show his true face at this moment, but wore the uniform of King's Landing and a mask. Along the way, all the villagers avoided him and did not dare to approach him. After all, the world government has been promoting the King's Landing in the East Sea these days. Traces, especially that Junlin slaughtered thousands of people on the volcanic island. Even in the village, there is a bounty order for Luolan and 5 others. This made him curious. After all, Rhodes Island has now moved to the doldrums and is not within the fixed route of those news birds. Therefore, the latest bounty situation is still unknown. And soon, Ace saw his own 400 million. Regardless of life or death. Stopped and stood in front of the bounty order. Ace was a little dissatisfied. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like him. And, 400 million? You look down on me too much. However, when he saw the bounty order next to him, he immediately calmed down. Well, 20 million more than a certain seaweed head. As for Luolan with 1.5 billion, and Tina with 800 million. He still accepted it, because he really couldn't beat them. But why does that woman who only hugs Ian and keeps flirting with him all day have 1.2 billion Baileys? Oh my god, is the Navy crazy? Although that woman is very powerful at a distance, once she gets close, she is really no match for me. Why is the bounty 3 times mine? Ace tore off the bounty order of BABY5 and tore it to pieces. Some nearby villagers hurriedly ran away. They were afraid that this demon who kills without blinking an eye would suddenly go crazy and attack them. Seeing this scene, Ace also sighed. Junlin obviously didn't hurt any civilians, but now he looks like this. And at this moment, a figure blocked him. It's you, the bad guy everyone is talking about, the one who kills without blinking an eye. I'm here, don't think about hurting anyone in Windmill Village. Good man, the person yelling at me is Luffy. It just so happens that I haven't beaten this guy for a long time. Under the mask, Ace's mouth corners slightly raised, and then bang! Luffy's whole body, like a kite with a broken string, flew out directly. Not to mention the villagers around, even Ace himself was stunned. I only used half of my strength at most, why is it so exaggerated? Good man, half? Ace has completely forgotten how strong he is now. What does his half mean? According to the last test of the power value before Ace left Rhodes Island, it's almost 5,000. That's half. That's more than 2,400, even higher than Keiku 2 years later. Is it difficult to kick Luffy away with one kick? Whoosh! With a direct slash, Ace appeared dozens of meters away. Then, he checked Luffy's situation. Sorry, I didn't know I was so strong. Next time, I'll be gentler and use 10% of my strength. If Luffy wasn't such a thick-skinned guy, he would definitely be pissed off by Ace's words. Are you comforting me? No, you are definitely finishing off the opponent. It hurts, just like Grandpa. Luffy rubbed his left hand and said. Ah, it's you, Bad guy. I was careless just now. Come again. Bang. Ah, no. I unconsciously attacked again. Looking at the deep pit on the ground in front of him, Ace was speechless. I'm really used to it, and the only difference from before is that my strength has increased more than 10 times. So, Luffy suffered. But this kid won't die, don't worry. Let's go to Makina to eat something first. I haven't been there for a long time and I miss it. Thinking of this, I didn't care about Luffy in the deep pit. I walked directly to the village. After a long time, the surrounding villagers finally dared to gather around. Hiss, that guy is so powerful, he slapped Luffy down with a slap, and he couldn't even see him. Is it the time to sigh about these things now? Why don't you dig Luffy out quickly? Yes, yes, everyone go back and get the tools, dig Luffy out first. Also, who will notify the village chief, and let the village chief contact Vice Admiral Garp, saying that his grandson is about to be beaten to death. For a while, there was a panic around the deep pit. And inside the deep pit, a hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed the ground. Then, with a whoosh, a figure rushed out of the pit. Who else could it be if not Luffy? Luffy, you're okay, that's great. Yeah, we were so worried just now. Everyone saw that it was Luffy, and they surrounded him one by one. You and I talked non-stop. Everyone, be quiet for a while, where did that guy go? He went over there. A villager pointed to a general direction and shouted. The next moment, Luffy started running wildly, stirring up a lot of dust along the way. Pushing the door open, Ace walked into the familiar shop. Please give me a seafood fried rice. Okay, please wait. Coming to the bar, Ace said. And Makina, who was busy, also responded with a smile, and then was stunned. Your voice. Ace. Makina covered his mouth and asked incredulously. Ace was also stunned. Good guy, along the way, including his stupid brother, no one recognized him, but Makina recognized him right away. Slowly took off the mask. Makina, long time no see. Chapter 130 Garp, just pretend you haven't heard of it. Hey, Ace, why are you back? Besides, isn't the clothes you're wearing the same as the king's organization mentioned in the newspaper? Makina was very surprised. Didn't Ace go out to sea as a pirate? How come he came back wearing king's clothes? What's going on? It's a long story. This time I came back mainly because I had something to do with Luffy. Luffy, he was here just now. Later, someone said that the king's killer was here, but he ran out directly. Speaking of which, the king's killer they were talking about, wouldn't it be you? As he spoke, Makina also reacted. He raised his hand to cover his mouth again. Yes, it's me, but the murderer thing is just made up by the world government and the navy. So, this person is you. Makina was startled, then remembered something, and immediately tossed around and found a bounty order. Pointing at the portrait on it, he asked. It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but once he said it, Ace's face turned black. I heard that Luolan went to the World Economic News to publish an article condemning him because of the bounty order portrait. I'll ask Luolan how much money he wants later, and I'll go and publish it too. These Navy guys are simply too perfunctory. Bang! At this moment, the door of the bar was kicked open by someone. You guy! I'm going to beat you up. Rubber rubber. He swung his right hand back and pulled it out dozens of meters long. Luffy was about to use his signature attack. However, in Luffy's vision, the person who was just sitting there suddenly disappeared. The next moment, boom! Luffy only felt someone holding his head, and then he came into close contact with the ground. At the same time, a loud shout was heard. Idiot, do you want to beat Makina away? Ace was face to face with Machina just now. If Luffy punched over, let's not talk about what would happen to Ace, but Machina, who was only half a meter away from Ace and facing him. It's definitely over. At this moment, Luffy's entire head was inserted into the ground. He was seen supporting the ground with both hands, trying desperately to pull his head out. However, he couldn't do it anyway. At the same time, his underdeveloped brain also issued a soul-searching question. Why did the voice just now sound so much like Ace? The next second, with a pop, Luffy finally pulled his head out and looked up. What? It's Ace. Why didn't you say it earlier? He. Seeing this scene, Ace was speechless. Well, it's useless to scold him. But, okay. This is Luffy, there's nothing I can do. Ace, why are you back again? Did you see my clothes? What's wrong with the clothes? Are you an idiot? Don't you see that this is the uniform of the King's Landing? What is the King's Landing? Luffy tilted his head and showed a confused look. And at this moment, Machina's voice suddenly sounded. Okay, Ace, come and eat first. Your seafood risotto is ready. Here it comes. Ace was too lazy to continue explaining to Luffy. After all, this guy couldn't understand at all. Besides, I was hungry. I went to the bar and sat down, picked up the spoon and started eating. Machina, your food is still delicious. Really? Of course, although the food in King's Landing is very good, the chef is very average. Speaking of which, the chef in King's Landing is indeed very average. Because they are all D-level cyborgs. Mainly because Loyal felt that spending too many points on the chef was not worth the loss. According to Loyal's idea, if you really want a good chef, you can go to the sea restaurant Barity one day and take everyone down in one pot. There is no difficulty, why waste points? Machina, I want it too. At this time, Luffy also sat at the bar, holding a fork in his right hand, and kept knocking on the table. At the same time, he shouted. Okay, when I made it for Ace just now, I also made your portion, wait. Soon, Machina brought up another portion of seafood risotto. Like Ace, Luffy buried his head in his meal, just like a starving ghost. At this time, the door of the bar was pushed open again. The one who walked in was Upslap, the village chief of Windmill Village. In his hand, he held a den mushi. At the same time, this den mushi also imitated Garp's face. Which bastard dares to touch my grandson? A loud roar suddenly came from the den mushi. Village chief Upslap looked at the two starving ghosts at the bar counter and was a little confused. Didn't those guys say that the people from King's Landing were about to beat Luffy to death? What's going on now? Ace, I seem to hear Grandpa's voice. Oh, I thought it was hallucination, but did you hear it too? Yeah, but Grandpa just returned to the Navy not long ago, so he shouldn't be here now. Maybe we both heard it wrong, he. Is that so? That makes sense, ha. The conversation between the two was directly transmitted to the Navy headquarters through the den mushi. Garp was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. These two damn guys. Wait, two? Was that Ace's voice just now? Ace, have you finally figured out that you don't want to be a pirate and come back to join the Navy with Grandpa? I don't know what Garp's brain circuit is. Just from Ace's return to Windmill Village, he thought of this possibility. Oh no, it's really the old man. What, Grandpa? Luffy, run! Even the fragrant seafood risotto was not wanted. Ace directly pulled Luffy out of the bar. Disappeared quickly. However, Garp was already used to such situations. He did not say much. Instead, he asked the village chief Upslap. Didn't you say that Luffy was beaten by a man from King's Landing? Where is that man from King's Landing? To be honest, Upslap was also boring. That's what the villagers told me. Wait, what Ace was wearing just now? Garp, what Ace was wearing just now was the uniform of King's Landing. And, I heard from those villagers that when he was wearing a mask before, he looked exactly like the person on one of your bounty orders, right? It's the one with a bounty of 400 million. Garp was also stunned when he heard this. At this time, Makina's voice came from the microphone again. Grandpa Garp, it's true. I just asked Ace, and he said he's no longer a pirate and has joined King's Landing. And he said the massacre of thousands of innocent people was made up by the Navy and the world government. On the other side of Den Den Mushi, Garp's heart skipped a beat. It's a good thing that Ace is no longer a pirate. But why did he go to King's Landing again? In the future, maybe being in King's Landing will be more dangerous than being a pirate. Also, what did I just hear? Ace is one of the 5 people in King's Landing who are wanted? Grandpa Garp. Seeing that Garp didn't say anything for a long time, Makina called out again. Oh, that thing, right? It was indeed made up by Zhang Guo who listened to the 5 elders. Junlin did kill a lot of people, but they were all damn bad guys, there were no civilians among them. Ah, I forgot, this matter cannot be told to the public, just pretend I never said it. Ha 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 ha. In the bar, the village chief and Makina. Speechless. Chapter 131 Who let her know too much? In the Navy headquarters. Garp, who hung up the Den Den Mushi, had a sad face. Why did Ace join King's Landing? Even being a pirate is better than joining King's Landing. Although Garp looks rough on the surface, he is actually quite delicate inside. He also has a very clear view of this world. King's Landing. Judging from the current behavior of this organization, it is likely that it will confront the world government sooner or later. And when that time comes... Wait. Ace went back to Windmill Village to find Luffy? I forgot to ask just now, what does this kid want to do with Luffy? Is he going to take Luffy to King's Landing as well? If Luolan knew what Garp was thinking at the moment, he would definitely complain like crazy. I would not want Luffy no matter who he wants. This kid is the type who is completely hopeless. Finally, he is just temporarily used. After I'm done with it, I'll definitely send you back to Windmill Village, so you can rest assured. No, I have to go back to Windmill Village. The more Garp thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He took out the Den Den Mushi and called. Brew brew brew. Zhangguo, I want to go back to the East China Sea to see my grandson, you grant me 3 months of vacation, immediately. Asshole, how long have you been on vacation? A month already. Warring States roared immediately from the Den Den Mushi. He was really angry. Garp, this guy, takes 3 months off to go back to the East China Sea every year, and this time is even more excessive. You've only been back to the headquarters for a month, and you're running away again? What kind of navy are you? Just retire and go back to the East China Sea, and hug your grandson every day. Then, he didn't even give Garp a chance to speak. He cursed for 10 minutes and hung up. Garp was so worried. He had no choice but to take out another Den Den Mushi from his pocket. Blue blue blue. It's me. What's the matter? A deep middle-aged man's voice came from the other side. The people from King's Landing went to Windmill Village. I can't leave here. Can you help me check what they want to do by contacting Luffy? Okay. The answer from the other side was still concise. Then he hung up the Den Den Mushi. Garp sighed deeply. He picked up the Den Den Mushi for the 3rd time and called again. And this time the target was Windmill Village. Windmill Village. At this moment, Luffy's nose and face were swollen and he looked very miserable. How is it, are you convinced? If you're not convinced, let's do it again. Ace was speechless. Should I say that he is really worthy of being Luffy? He has fought against me for more than 20 times, and he was defeated every time. But this guy is still full of fighting spirit. Now Ace, let alone a fair duel, can easily knock Luffy down with just one finger. Fight again? It's really meaningless. Okay, Luffy, I have something to tell you. What is it? How about going out to sea with me to a place? But shouldn't men go out to sea to adventure when they are 17 years old? That means going out to sea alone to adventure. This time I will take you, it's okay. Okay, where are we going? Luffy nodded as if he understood. Then he asked. Sky Island, have you heard of it? Sky Island. Luffy tilted his head and looked confused. Sky Island is an island in the sky. What, there is an island in the sky? Following Ace's finger, Luffy looked up at the sky. He shouted in shock. After all, for the Windmill Village, Sky Island is just like the legend, too out of scope. Ace, how to get there, tell me quickly. His eyes were full of stars, so dazzling. I don't know how to get there either. Ah! Hearing Ace say this, Luffy was disappointed. I don't know, but someone knows, so what, do you want to go? Go, I want to go. Okay, then you come with me tomorrow, and you will be back in about half a month. Okay. Hearing Luffy agree, Ace breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't care whether he went to Sky Island or not, the key was. Once Luffy was taken to Rhodes Island, even if Loyal refused to accept him, or Luffy did not agree to join the 157th branch. None of this mattered. However, it was a rare opportunity, so you had to provide a feast for the Sea King, right? For Ace, this is enough. After all, this can increase Luffy's dharmic power by 300 to 500. This kind of benefit can only be enjoyed in the 157th branch in the whole world. As a brother, I am worried about my younger brother. Looking at Luffy running towards Windmill Village as if he was going back to pack his luggage, Ace smiled bitterly. Although this guy seemed to be going back to pack his luggage, when he left tomorrow, he definitely didn't take anything. He knew his stupid younger brother too well. By the way, I didn't finish my meal just now, and then I played with Luffy for a long time. This stomach. I'm hungry again. Well, let's go to Makina's bar. When Ace came to the bar again, Makina directly brought out a large plate of seafood risotto. Just right, I just heated it up for you. Makina knew the two brothers Ace and Luffy too well. After all, when Garp was away, Makina had taken care of them for so many years. Thank you, Makina. Ace thanked him and started eating. Ace. What's the matter? Are you going to take Luffy away this time? Well, take him to a good place, and he will be sent back in about half a month. So that's the case, can I go with you? But, wait, what did you say, Makina? Ace suddenly reacted and looked at Makina in disbelief. Others didn't know, but he knew. Someone asked Makina if she was willing to go to sea. But she refused and didn't want to leave Windmill Village. So, Ace always thought that Makina had no interest in the sea. But what's going on now? Makina actually asked to go to sea? This is outrageous. Makina, what's wrong with you? Nothing, Grandpa Garp called me just now and asked me to keep an eye on Luffy and not let him kidnap you. Makina said with a smile. But how can I control you two? So, just go with me, and it can be regarded as fulfilling Grandpa Garp's request. After hearing this, Ace also nodded. So that's what happened. Wait a moment, Makina. Taking out a den mushi, Ace dialed it directly. Bulu bulu bulu. I'm Loyal. Soon, a young man's voice came out from inside. This also made Makina very curious, who was Ace contacting? Loyal, this is Ace. Luffy's business has been taken care of, but can I bring someone else with me? Who? The owner of the Windmill Village bar. Makina. Loyal Lan was stunned. What's going on with Ace? Why did he ask him to bring Luffy back, and Makina was involved? Loyal Lan, long time no see. Makina's voice suddenly came out. After all, Loyal Lan had been to Windmill Village with Garp before. He even bullied Ace. Naturally, he knew Makina. But is Ace an idiot? He actually called me next to Makina. Is he afraid that I won't be exposed quickly enough? Loyal Lan complained wildly in his heart. At the same time, he also decided one thing. Didn't Ace say that Makina was coming just now? Then come. Even if he didn't come, he would definitely give Ace the next order, which is: go, take Makina. Knock him out, take him away. Who told her? Know too much? Chapter 132 Luffy beaten by the soldiers. Sorry, Loyal Lan, I forgot that you and Makina knew each other. Ace scratched his head and said awkwardly. And Loyal Lan was speechless. Just because I don't know you, you can just call my name in front of outsiders? Okay, Makina, you can come with me. That's it, I'm dead. Rhodes Island, in the building of the 157th branch. Loyal Lan was speechless. Just tell Ace to go secretly and bring Luffy back. And everyone knows about it. It's really troublesome. Oh, that big mouth like Luffy and Garp. I must remember to keep my mask on and don't let this guy see my face. As for Makina, keep her as a cook. Anyway, it's impossible to let her go back in a year or two. Since Luffy has been dealt with, what about Robin? Dong dong dong. Come in. The office door was pushed open and a figure walked in. Loyal Lan looked up. Good guy, the devil appears as soon as you mention him. Robin walked in. What's the matter? There is some news about the Golden Lion. Where is it? Loyal Lan's eyes lit up and asked immediately. It's in the East China Sea. Violet discovered it by chance, but what happened? According to Violet, the Golden Lion seemed to have manipulated the island to fly to the North China Sea. And finally exceeded her observable distance and was lost. North China Sea. What is this guy doing in the North China Sea? Loyal Lan was also a little headache. He finally got some news, but it was cut off again. Moreover, he couldn't go to the North China Sea to investigate. Speaking of the four seas now, he could go to the East China Sea and the South China Sea at any time, but the West China Sea and the North China Sea. If Loyal Lan wanted to go to these two seas, he had to enter the Grand Line through the Com Belt, then enter the New World through Fishman Island, and finally pass through the Com Belt again from the New World to reach the West China Sea or the North China Sea. It was very troublesome. In particular, he couldn't drive Tana to the Sabayati archipelago for coding for the time being. There. It was too close to the Navy headquarters. Once the coding is done there, a large number of elite troops from the headquarters, even generals, will arrive before the coding is completed. So, the North Sea. For the time being, Loyal Lan is really powerless. Forget it, let Violet pay more attention to it. If you find it returning to the East Sea, tell me immediately. Okay, is there anything else? Well, you get ready and leave for Sky Island with me in 5 days. How are you going if the Golden Lion is not found? Don't worry, I have my own way. Loyal Lan said mysteriously. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. With the arrival of Ace and others, Loyal Lan's trip to Sky Island is finally about to begin. This time, he is not going to use Tana, but to use local materials. What does local materials mean? After all, the warships in the branch, whether Tana or the 4 new surface warships, are not suitable. Because they are too heavy. And there is no sail. If you want to follow the rising current to reach the Sky Island, the ship must not be too heavy, and the sail is also indispensable. Otherwise, it is impossible to press the ship firmly on the current. Therefore, Loyolan needs a sailing ship, preferably a small one. But the branch does not have one. The only sailing ship that can still be used is Tina's medium-sized warship. It is still too big and too heavy. So, Loyolan thought of a way to arrive quickly and use local materials. To put it simply, it is: first take Tana to Gaia Island, and then take the opportunity to clean up Mogu town. Finally, choose a suitable pirate ship from the pirate groups in Mogu town. After all, there are dozens or hundreds of pirate groups hanging around in that town almost every day. You can always find a small sailing ship that you like, right? In addition to Tana's operators, this time, in addition to Loyolan, Tina, Robin, Ace, and Zoro, 50 Marines will also be brought along. And all of them must be Marines who have learned the moon step. You know, nowadays, 500 Daoli points are not uncommon. Indiana the 157th branch, and there are at least hundreds of people. And since they have entered the superhuman realm, Loyolan will naturally let them learn the 6 styles of the Navy. It is not difficult to find 50 Marines who have learned the moon step. In this way, even if there is a problem during the rising current and the entire ship falls, everyone can save their lives. There are still a few hours before the scheduled departure time. Loyolan put down the documents in his hand, came to the huge French window, and looked down. Immediately, he frowned slightly. I saw hundreds of people wearing King's Landing uniforms surrounding the training ground, and in the middle of the crowd, a guy in red clothes and a straw hat is fighting a King's Landing soldier. If it's not Luffy, who else could it be? As for the one in King's Landing, Loyolan couldn't recognize the person. He should be just an ordinary soldier. After all, he was wearing an ordinary uniform. But Luffy seemed to be suppressed and beaten, and he had no temper at all. At the same time, Loyolan also found Ian on the training ground, and Baby5 who was shouting excitedly on the side. Both of them were wearing masks at this moment. Speaking of which, this was also arranged by Loyolan, as long as Luffy hadn't left. All important personnel need to wear masks. Quickly take out the Den Mushi. Brew brew brew. I'm Ian. Ian, what happened on the training ground? Ah, Colonel, it's like this. As soon as he heard Loyolan's voice, Ian immediately told the story. It turned out that Luffy was saying everywhere that pirates were cool and that he would become the Pirate King in the future. This caused dissatisfaction among many Marines, and they said that anyone here could beat up someone like Luffy. So, the future Pirate King was not convinced, and this scene happened. Good guy, this guy really doesn't care about the place when he speaks. If it weren't for the protagonist's halo, he would have died countless times with his way of doing things. Tell them, as long as they don't beat him to death. Yes, Colonel. Originally, Ian thought Loyolan would stop it. After all, Luffy was brought back by Loyolan specifically to Ace, and it was said to be related to going to Sky Island. But unexpectedly, his own colonel actually said such a thing. Speaking of which, he was also unhappy with Luffy. But because Luffy seemed to be very important to Loyolan's going to Sky Island. So, even if Ian was unhappy, he didn't say anything. But now, everyone listen, the colonel has said that as long as they don't beat him to death, then beat him to death and let this kid face reality. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel. Everyone shouted. The man on the field, who was still a little hesitant and didn't use his full strength. He became even more ruthless now. It was at this time that Ace and Makina ran over anxiously. Chapter 133, Magic Valley Town. What's going on? Ace looked around the field and breathed a sigh of relief. Just when I was training, I heard Makino running over and saying that Luffy was being beaten. I thought this kid had offended Smoker or even Tina. Wouldn't he be beaten to death? But when I ran over to see what was going on, what was that? Fighting a soldier alone? Why am I so anxious? Currently, none of the soldiers in King's Landing have awakened the color of armed color. And as long as there is no armed color, there will be no big problem. This is not as heavy as when I was in Windmill Village and hit Luffy hard. Who made Luffy have the rubber fruit? Ordinary fists really can't hurt him. Makina, don't worry, let him suffer a little, otherwise he might die in 2 years. Alas, but I see Luffy was beaten badly. It's okay, this kid has the rubber fruit, ordinary fists and kicks can't do it. Damn it. The words haven't been finished yet. Ace suddenly saw that the soldier on the field, who was accumulating power, suddenly covered his right fist with a layer of black. What does this mean? Ace knows it too well. The next moment, Luffy was punched and flew away, and fell to the ground after dozens of meters. It hurts. Covering his face, Luffy screamed. On the other side, the soldier who took action was also stunned, staring blankly at his black right arm. Is this armament color? I have awakened the armament haki. At that moment, he immediately fell into ecstasy, no longer interested in fighting with Luffy, and ran directly to the training center. Yes, it was not easy to awaken, and I must go to the training center to try it. After using the armament haki, how much can your Dao force be increased? An Ace came to Luffy. My stupid brother, now you know that your strength is so weak that you can't even beat a soldier in King's Landing. That's it, and you keep provoking. Don't you know that many of the people in King's Landing are civilians we rescued from pirates? If you don't change this, I'm afraid you will kill yourself soon after going out to sea in the future. After squatting on one knee, Ace patted Luffy on the shoulder, speaking seriously. But he didn't know that these after the words went into Luffy's ear, they didn't last even 7 seconds. And went out of his other ear again. Looking at Luffy's expression, Ace knew. This guy definitely didn't listen to what he just said. Forget it, it's useless. Or as Luolan said before, as long as we solve this age of exploration before Luffy goes out to sea. Naturally, we don't have to worry about this kid every day. Okay, do what you need to do, why are you all here? Luolan's loud shout suddenly sounded, and everyone scattered instantly. Only Luffy, Ace, Makina, Ian, and BABY5 were left in the entire training ground. Ace, take the boy to get the medicine, we will set off in the evening. Okay. Ace nodded, then dragged Luffy away. Luolan turned his head and looked at Ian. Ian, you and BABY5 too, what are you doing here? The next moment, 2 more people left. Only Makina was left. Makina, you can go and manage the Navy canteen for the time being, is that okay? Of course I can, but why do you have to wear a mask here? Isn't that nonsense? If Luffy sees my face, with his mouth, how long do you think I can keep a low profile? I saw it too, are you going to lock me up here? Not necessarily. Didn't I just say that if I let you manage the Navy canteen, you should be in charge, right? Luolan spread his hands. Said. Makina was dumbfounded. So, you're really not going to let me go back to Windmill Village? Don't look at me, blame Ace if you want to blame someone, it's this guy who called me in front of you and called me by my name. Yes, don't blame me, everything is caused by that idiot Ace. Falling in his mind, he reviewed this logic again. The final conclusion is nothing wrong. This is all Ace's fault. Makina didn't say anything else, but looked at Luolan deeply. Then he turned and left. 3 hours later. It was completely dark. In the port, a group of Marines in King's Landing uniforms were boarding the ship in an orderly manner. And when everyone entered, the hatch was firmly closed and locked. Tana slowly started. About 3.5 days. Gaia Island, Mogu Town. In a small, inconspicuous bungalow. Several men dressed as pirates were operating some strange equipment. And in one of the headphones, some conversations in a complex environment continued to be heard. and recorded them all. After a long time, several people breathed a sigh of relief. This group of guys is finally over. Ended. What the hell, they were drunk. Knowing that there are a lot of pirates here, why didn't the headquarters send troops to wipe them out? Are you stupid? There are no civilians on this island, so there will be no harm if we let the pirates run wild. On the contrary, we can get a lot of intelligence through monitoring. From the conversation between the few people, it can be heard that they are not pirates at all. On the contrary, this is a monitoring station established by the Navy General Staff 2 years ago. At that time, it was Loyland who presided over the monitoring plan. And the intelligence obtained here also provided a solid foundation for a lot of plans at that time. Come here quickly. Something happened. Suddenly, one of them shouted. The other two immediately came over. At this moment, in front of the three people was a small screen like an old-fashioned TV. In the picture, a group of guys in black uniforms took advantage of the dead of night and killed their way in. One of them, a guy wearing a mask, looked up and saw the surveillance den mushy hidden on the roof of a house at the entrance of the town. The next moment, the snow screen appeared. Nothing can be seen. That's Jun Lin, contact me quickly. Before he could finish his words, a black stream of light flashed in front of him. It directly beheaded the den mushy next to him. Then, the knife on the table seemed to be pulled up by someone and came into the air. After turning around, it turned into a stream of light again and flew back. If Loyland hadn't been training for the purpose, there would be no need to do this. With a domineering color, the magic no one in Valley Town can resist. In the room, the three people were stunned. What happened? However, just as they were stunned, dozens of members of the Junlin had rushed into the town with guns, constantly killing pirates one after another. Continuous gunshots, coupled with the wailing of a large number of pirates. The intelligence monitors of the three Marines. Trembling. Chapter 134 Familiar Woman. I surrender, don't kill me. Bang. After a gunshot, a blood hole appeared on the forehead. The whole person fell straight down. There was no life. Surrender is also death, fight and kill them. Go. However, what greeted them was dense gunshots. Of course, there were too many pirates in Mogu town, at least hundreds of them. Although the 50 Marines had guns far beyond the world, they could not completely stop the hundreds of people. After 3 rounds of gunfire, the pirates finally rushed to the front of the 50 soldiers of King's Landing, leaving behind more than 100 corpses. They began to fight hand to hand. At a distance, the guns in your hands are awesome. But after getting close, the advantage is ours. Kill these people from King's Landing. Seeing that the 50 soldiers of King's Landing were about to be swallowed up by hundreds of people, everyone was dumbfounded by what happened next. Although the hundreds of people surrounded them and made it impossible to see the battle inside, the figures that flew out one after another. They were all pirates. And inside the battle circle, all the soldiers of King's Landing had put their guns behind their backs, and then punched each of the pirates one by one, and beat them away one by one. Although Loyland brought only 50 people this time, the weakest one had more than 500 Dao strength. What does this mean? Almost as strong as Khalifa after the per capita plot began. This kind of strength. How could the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line compete with them? It was just like an adult bullying a child. Finally, someone couldn't stand the pressure and turned around and ran away because of fear. And with the first one, there was the second, the third, and even more. In a blink of an eye, the more than 200 pirates who had not been killed were all scattered. At this time, Loyland, who was surrounded by 50 soldiers. Free pursuit, no one will be left. Yes, Colonel. At this moment, the original formation quickly dispersed. The 50 king's soldiers broke up into small pieces and scattered around at a very fast speed. Sometimes you can hear a series of gunshots, sometimes you can see the figures of those who were beaten and flew across the sky. In short, the pirates in Mogu town have suffered a great crime. About 10 minutes later, the whole town slowly quieted down. At the same time, a team of soldiers escorted 3 people to Luolan. Report: these 3 people claimed to be Navy, so we didn't kill them. Well, they are indeed Navy, I will deal with it, you go to continue searching. Yes. The 3 Navy intelligence officers were all dumbfounded, right? This group of people is more like Navy than them. Look at the standard salute. Look at the well-trained movements. Look at that. If this were a different skin, even if it was said to be a direct unit under the command of a general, I would believe it. Marine, right? Yes, we are intelligence officers arranged by our headquarters in Magic Valley Town. It's okay, we in Junlin won't make things difficult for the Navy, but we can't let you leave until our mission is completed. Don't you mind? No, I don't mind at all. The 3 shook their heads frantically. Now the whole town is like hell. The bodies of nearly 1,000 pirates are everywhere. It's not an exaggeration to say that the blood is flowing like a river. This Junlin is even more terrifying than the description on the bounty order. Now people are talking to you politely, do you still dare to mind? Of course I don't mind. Take the 3 of them and blindfold them, then send them to the ship for detention, and release them after we come back. Understood. On the side, Ian nodded and waved. Immediately, several Junlin soldiers ran over, put a black cloth bag on the heads of the 3 people, and took them away. Ian, here you come responsible for the end, I need to find someone to confirm when the upwelling current will appear. Yes, Colonel. More than 10 minutes later. Relying on the terrifying range of observation Haki, Luolan came all the way to the other end of Gaia Island. That is, the camp of the Yuan Shan United Army. At this moment, the camp was in chaos. After all, the movement in Mogu town was really loud, and they couldn't have failed to notice it. Is it the Navy that attacked? I don't know, boss, let's retreat first. No, I will never leave before I prove that my ancestors did not lie. Boss. Luolan shook his head. With the first swish, the figure disappeared from the spot. When Luolan appeared again, he was already standing in the camp of the Yuan Shan United Army. I think you don't need to be nervous. Who are you? A strange man suddenly appeared, wearing a mask. As long as you are a human, you will be nervous, right? So you asked me not to be nervous, is it possible? However, Luolan was destined not to answer his question. In fact, I know everything you want to know. For example, the mystery of the disappearance of the other half of Gaia Island. For example, why the golden town of Sandora was not found back then. For example, does the golden bell described by Wenbula Rolando really exist? There are more things, I know them all. As long as you tell me when the upwelling current will appear, I will tell you everything, how about it? The people of the Yuan Shan United Army were shocked at first. But after hearing Luolan's last words, they all showed a hint of doubt. Especially the leader of the Yuan Shan United Army, Mont Blanc Kolokai. What is the upwelling current? Luolan was stunned. What, you don't know? Then, suddenly remembering something, Luolan covered his forehead with his hand. At this moment, there are still nearly 2 years before the plot begins. So, at this time, Mont Blanc Kolokai has not studied the upwelling current? But what does the original book say? I remember that seeing a special climate means that there will be an upwelling current the next day, right? But what special climate is it? Luolan really doesn't know. Upwelling current is a special current that goes from bottom to top and can even rush into the sky. Oh, you are talking about this. Every 1 or 2 months, the upwelling current you mentioned will appear. Do you know the current location? Yes, it's always in the same area. Hearing this, Luo Lan was very happy. As long as the location is clear, even if the time of the rising current cannot be calculated accurately. But we can also wait and see, right? This has already satisfied him. Immediately, Luo Lan did not break his promise and told Mont Blanc Colocaille a lot of things. Well, it was all about Venber Rolando and the Golden Country Sandora. Hearing a group of gorillas and monkeys, there, cried wildly. The next day, Ian brought a girl to Luo Lan. It is said that a pirate group arrived at Mogu town in the morning, and after being destroyed by Ian and his men. This girl who didn't know when she got on the ship was preparing to jump on the ship and run away after the pirates left. Then unfortunately met Ian and his men. Of course, Luo Lan didn't care about the process at all. What he cared about was, "Girl, the more I look at you, the more familiar you look." Chapter 135 Kalina twisting on the bed. Luo Lan knew her face at first sight. At second sight, she looked more and more familiar. Isn't this woman Kalina, who has a top singing voice, top stealing skills, and superb intelligence gathering ability? But why did this woman appear here? Well, if you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong. After all, it will be a long time before she runs to Tezzero. It just so happens. Nami, that little ancestor, is too noisy. How about taking Kalina back to take over the Ministry of Finance, and then let Nami be a full-time navigator? This idea is possible. Ian, take her to my room, I'll be there in a while. Luo Lan ordered casually. Ian didn't have any extra thoughts, he shouted loudly, and then took the person away. Only Kalina stared with her eyes wide open. No. What do you want to do? After giving Ian the order, Luo Lan went directly to the camp of the Yuan Shan Joint Army. Because he remembered that there would be a special climate before the upwelling current. What exactly is it? Well, cumulus clouds. When cumulus clouds appear in the south of Gaia Island, there is a 90% probability that the upwelling current will break out the next day. However, Luo Lan did not know what cumulus clouds looked like. He had to go to Mont Blanc Colocaille to ask. After all, he had been here for a while. After yesterday's experience, no one stopped him and he went directly to Mont Blanc Colocaille. Do you know cumulus clouds? Yes, isn't that it? Pointing to the sky in the south, Mont Blanc Colocaille said strangely. And look in the direction he pointed. Is this thing the cumulus clouds unique to Gaia Island? Sure enough, it was a very solid cloud. It looked a bit strange. Wait, if that's the case, the rising current is tomorrow? Thinking of this, Luo Lan immediately rushed back. Time waits for no one, there are still many things to arrange. However, when he returned to Tana and came to the door of his lounge, he felt something was wrong. Then he scanned with his observation haki. There was no one in the room. I miscalculated, asking Ian to watch her, it really didn't work. However, she shouldn't escape from Tana. The next moment, Luo Lan directly scanned the entire Tana with his observation haki, and immediately found Kalina's location. But, that place. Luo Lan's mouth corners slightly raised. This is an interesting farewell. In the bridge, Tina sat in the captain's chair. Nami, on the other hand, stood aside as a temporary first mate. At this moment, a strange device was suddenly thrown in, and even bounced a few times on the ground, rolling all the way to Tina and Nami. The next moment, a large amount of smoke gushed out, instantly flooding the entire bridge. And outside the bridge door, someone excitedly waved his fist. Got it! This ship can be sold for at least a few 100 million Baileys. I'm really rich this time. Luo Lan, 1 billion, are you looking down on Tana? Let alone 1 billion, even 10 billion, or even 100 billion is not good enough. Wearing a mask, Kalina entered the bridge. Prepare to control all the people who have fainted, and then completely control the ship. Wishes are beautiful, but reality is always extremely cruel. Kalina had just stepped into the bridge when a hand was placed on her shoulder. She turned her head sharply. Then she was stunned for a moment. Not only Kalina, but also the person who placed his hand on her shoulder was stunned. Fox spirit! Little thief! Why are you here, X2? Soon, a buzzing sound began to sound, and the thick fog with the effect of a drug was gradually expelled. Only then did Kalina realize that none of the more than 20 people on the entire bridge were affected. What the hell is going on? Actually, it's very simple to say, that is, the response to the emergency. All the King's Landing soldiers who can go out on duty have received the most rigorous training, and they are all well trained. When the thick fog appeared for the first time, they all held their breath. Not to mention that they didn't inhale it at all. Even if they accidentally inhaled a little bit, it wouldn't be a big problem for them now. How could they all be knocked down because of a little smoke? Karina, you dare to hijack even this ship, are you going to die? Don't talk about me, how come you also joined this organization called Junlin? I can join wherever I want, what do you care? Humph, I can hijack any ship I want, and you don't care. You don't want me to care, right? Then I won't care, let's see what you can do. Nami glared. You still don't appreciate it? I'm angry, I won't care. Hey, you guys are having a lot of fun. At this time, Luo Lan walked into the bridge. Looking at him and smiling. It's you. Although I haven't seen Luo Lan's face, but she still recognized the mask. After all, there were only a few people in the entire Junlin who wore masks, and the patterns on each person's mask were different. Come to think of it, didn't I ask Ian to take you to my room and wait for me to come back? Humph, you want to restrain me with a pair of handcuffs, you are too naive. Really, then? Luo Lan waved her hand, and 2 Junlin soldiers immediately ran in from outside. What handcuffs, leg irons, ropes, and restraints, etc. In a series of operations, more than a dozen things were directly taken care of. Well, good, send it to my room, and I will interrogate it after I finish other things. Yes, Colonel. 2 Junlin soldiers carried Kalina away. It's really. She is in that state now, she can no longer walk, and can only rely on others to carry her. Luo Lan, what are you going to do to Karina? Nothing, just communicate with her and convince her to join Rhodes Island. That's it. That's it. By the way, I plan to set up a new navigation department, including the training and management of navigators, the drawing of world charts, etc. I plan to let you manage it. Navigation department. Nami's eyes lit up. Isn't this department tailor-made for me? But what about the finances of Rhodes Island? So I have to convince Karina, and let her take over, right? That's right, her ability in financial management is no worse than mine, but why do I always feel that you have some bad intentions? Absolutely not, you are overthinking it. Anyway, this matter is decided, and it will be implemented after I return this time. As soon as the voice fell, Luo Lan turned around and left the bridge. Back to his own room. As soon as he entered, he saw a girl who was tied up all over her body, twisting and turning on her bed. My goodness, how long has it been? There are more than 10 kinds of bondage tools, and this woman has already handled 3 of them? Looking at the bondage tools that have been opened and scattered all over the bed, Luo Lan showed a hint of surprise. Chapter 136 Rising Current. Okay, the bondage belt is also untied. Next is the handcuffs, and then the leg cuffs. Do you think it's enough to blindfold me? I can handle it all with my eyes closed. Luo Lan leaned against the wall, without saying a word, watching the performance of someone on the bed with interest. To be honest, in order to untie various bondages, Kalina has to keep changing her posture. To some extent, it is still very worthy of appreciation. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Kalina untied all the bondages and pulled off the black hood on her head. Humph, if you want to pay attention to me, wait another 100 years. While that guy... It would be fine if he didn't turn around. Once he turned around, he was in a bad mood. He saw the guy he had cursed hundreds of times in his heart just now, leaning against the wall on the other side, looking at him. When did you come in? About 10 minutes. So what did you see? What did you see? The way you twisted and turned on my bed. Luolan took off his mask. He asked with a smile. Wait, why did you take off your mask? Is there a problem? Of course there is. That's a big problem. The whole world doesn't know what the leader of Junlin looks like. Now I see it. Then Is there any hope? Kalina was panicked. Are you going to kill someone to silence them? What are you thinking? I just want to ask you if you are interested in changing to a stable job. Are you going to recruit me? Kalina's eyes widened. Her face was full of disbelief. Yes, I need someone who can help me with my finances. Then why don't you just find Nami? Isn't she already with you? At present, she is indeed my financial manager, but, alas. Luolan was miserable. However, Kalina did react. I see. Is it because Nami kept blocking you when you needed money? Hit the bullseye. Luolan looked a little embarrassed. That's right, just like what Kalina said. Originally, Luolan valued Nami's ability to manage money, but forgot. This girl is too stingy. Every time you want to take money from her, you have to go through a series of hard struggles. So, once you find the right person, why not quickly change it? Ha 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 ha, you, the leader of Junlin, are being strangled by Nami. Wait, let me think about it. With Nami's personality, do you have to say all kinds of nice things and agree to a series of conditions every time you ask for money? As the leader of Junlin, I can't do it anymore. That picture is too beautiful. Haha, let me slow down. Looking at Kalina rolling around on her bed and laughing non-stop, Luolan's face turned black. I say you've had enough, otherwise I'm afraid I can't help it and will just kill her. Okay, I won't laugh anymore. Then tell me, how much money do you want me to help you manage, and how much is the salary? No salary, but I'll give you a 1,000th commission. 1,000th? Are you kidding? Kalina's eyes widened. If you give me a 10% commission, I'll let it go. But you told me 1,000th? I, Kalina, would rather die than surrender. What if I tell you that I want you to handle tens of thousands of tons of gold? So what? Wait, how much gold did you say? I don't know the exact amount, but there are at least tens of thousands of tons of gold. Impossible, even if all the gold in the world is added together, there is not that much. Although there is gold in the pirate world, it is really not much. Even if the whole world is added together, I am afraid it is not enough for tens of thousands of tons. Tens of thousands of tons, are you going to make it out of thin air? Kalina kept complaining in her heart. However, Kalina, have you heard of the golden country of Sandora? The golden country of the big liar Rolando. That's right. Luolan snapped his fingers. Kalina was completely dumbfounded. But isn't that fake? Of course it's not fake, and we will go to the golden country tomorrow. But you also know what will happen if tens of thousands of tons of gold appear in the market. Luolan shook his head and then said very seriously. The price will plummet. Yes, the price will plummet, but for me who owns tens of thousands of tons of gold, it is undoubtedly a huge loss. So, you want me to find a way to squeeze out the maximum value of this batch of gold? Yes, Is there a way? There is a way, but are you sure you can give me 1,000th afterwards? She was quite dissatisfied with 1,000th just now. Now she has completely changed her mind. 1,000th of tens of thousands of tons of gold. That's at least 10 tons of gold. As long as I operate it properly, I can indeed cash in all the gold before everyone reacts. Well, including the 10 tons of my commission. Okay, I'll do this job. When will I start working? No hurry, you will go with us to get the gold tomorrow, and we will officially start working after we return. The next day. A pirate ship has arrived at the designated location and is waiting. Luffy stood on the bow deck, looking around excitedly. Ace, where is Sky Island? Stupid, of course it's in the sky. In the sky, are we going to fly directly there? Ace tilted his head. He had been asked hundreds of questions by Luffy. Well, actually there were only more than 10 questions, but every time Luffy asked a circle, he would soon start again from the beginning. Ace turned his head and looked away, not wanting to pay attention to him. At this time, Nami, who was steering the helm, suddenly shouted. The wind has stopped, just like the doldrums. Even the sea surface has become quiet. On the entire ship, only Loyal knew. The upwelling current is coming. The next moment. Vortex, it's a super vortex. A soldier shouted on the side, pointing at the sea surface below. A super large vortex is slowly forming. Although the pirate ship that Loyal and the others were on was not in the center of the whirlpool, it was indeed within its range. At this time, even if they wanted to run, they couldn't. Besides, they couldn't run at this time, otherwise they would not be able to catch the rising current. Everyone, fix yourselves. Leave the rest to me. Soon, after hearing Loyal's order. Everyone took out a rope, tied it to a secure place, and then tied the other end around their waist. This was what Loyal had prepared long ago. The next moment, Loyal put his left hand on the bow and slowly closed his eyes. But soon, he opened them again. The whole sailing ship actually slowly left the water and floated up. Then, the ship slowly turned, forming a state with the bow facing up, the stern facing the sea, and in the air. Loyal, you did this? Tina was shocked. Tina couldn't believe it. When did Loyal have this ability? In fact, it was not just him, but everyone else was the same. Everyone looked at Loyal as if he were a monster. However, there was no time for Loyal to explain slowly. Because in the next moment, the rising current broke out. Chapter 137 The Role of the Halo Tool Man. This is much more shocking than reading the original work. When I read comics before, it was just a small water column, but what do I see now? Small water column? Ah, a water column with a diameter of at least 700 to 800 meters, this is really a small water column. Originally, it should be possible to wait for the rising current to push the ship up. However, Loyal was afraid that it was not safe. What if the position was a little crooked and it was directly blown up? So he used telekinesis to stand the whole ship upright. Then slowly put it on the current. This is safer. Then, as soon as it was put on, the push-back feeling. It would definitely kill any supercar in the previous life, and it would probably be similar to riding a rocket. If it weren't for the strong physique, it would be impossible to bear it. Loyal, the bow of the ship has left the current, think of a way. See, I know it myself, it only ran up a few hundred meters, and something went wrong. Loyal sighed. It is simply unrealistic to run all the way to a height of several thousand meters before this happens, as in the original work. As for flying in the end, that is even more outrageous. Loyal quickly used his telekinesis again to press the bow back tightly. Everyone on the ship breathed a sigh of relief. However, they breathed a sigh of relief, but Loyal was still very nervous. Because Using his telekinesis to directly control the entire sailing ship, the mental consumption is still too great. According to Luolan's own estimation, if he can do this for 5 or 6 more times, his mental power will be exhausted. This Luffy, as a Halo Tool man, how can he be useless at all? Looking at the bow of the ship, Luffy, who was excited and shouting, Luolan complained in his heart. Very fast, very fast. The crisis just now was not over for 10 seconds. This bow. It broke away from the current again and rose up. If we don't take care of it, it will only take a few seconds for the whole ship to turn upside down and fall down. There is no way. Luolan used his telekinesis again and pushed the ship back again. His mental fatigue intensified again. Nami, think of a way. I can't bear it if it happens a few more times. I'm thinking about it. Don't rush me. Nami shouted in response while commanding several marines to adjust the sails. Luolan looked up. He hadn't even finished half the journey. Luolan, the bow. Ah, I see. The next moment, Luolan pushed the bow back for the 3rd time. He was extremely tired. According to estimates, he could only do it twice at most. Forget it, just leave it to fate. If he fails, he will wait for the next rising current. This time, just take it as experience. Time, half a minute passed quickly. After 2 more telekinetic operations, Luolan's face became more and more sluggish. His mental power was completely drained, and his mental power was completely unusable. Looking up, there was still about 1,000 meters away. It seemed it was destined to fail. After returning, I will improve my mental power, and there should be no problem next time. Thinking of this, Luolan gave up. As for whether it was dangerous to fall, Luolan was not worried about this. After all, except for Nami, Robin, and Kalina, all the people who came this time could do the moon step. As for the 3 of them who couldn't do it, there were others to take care of them. First, free fall, and then wait for the last few hundred meters, and then continue to step on the moon step to slow down. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, the distance was when the surface cloud layer was less than 1,000 meters. The bow of the ship once again broke away from the current. Luolan smiled bitterly and shook his head, and then began to prepare. Well, get away from the sailing ship and prepare for a high-altitude free fall. However, just 1 second later, something that stunned everyone happened. A strong wind blew from nowhere and directly hit the deck of the entire sailing ship. The ship was pressed back to the current. A few seconds later, the entire sailing ship rushed into the White Sea. A question also kept ringing in Luolan's mind. What happened to the last strong wind? Could it be that the Halo Tool man really played a role? Luolan didn't know. But it doesn't matter. As long as there is a result. Above the white clouds, a sailing ship is floating here. On the deck, everyone was panting, as if they had just finished a round of devilish training. Even Luolan was no exception. Although he had gotten used to more than 30 times the gravity, he still needed time to adapt to this place with thin oxygen. Of course, this time would not be long. After just a few seconds, he had recovered almost completely. The rest of the people on the ship also recovered one after another. Is this the Sky Island? Why can the clouds hold up the ship? What's the principle? On the port side, Robin looked at the White Sea below with great curiosity. This is the White Sea, you can think of it as the sea in the sky. But I remind everyone that this White Sea has the same effect as the ordinary sea, that is, devil fruit users don't go down to seek death. In the sea, even if a user falls into the sea, as long as he hasn't drowned, he can be rescued. But in the White Sea, there is no such thing as the seabed below. Once you sink, it won't take long to get out of the White Sea, and then have a 7,000 meter free fall. Luolan said very seriously. Of course, it was mainly for Tina, Robin, Ian, and BABY5. After all, only the 4 of them who came to Sky Island this time were users of abilities. What about Sky Island? Robin looked around and asked again. Loyolan pointed upwards. We still need to go up 3,000 meters. We are currently in the White Sea at 7,000 meters, and the Sky Island is located in the White Sea at meters. How can we get up there? Is there an upwelling current? No, but there is a special route to the White Sea on the White Sea. We just need to find the entrance to that route. Loyolan shook his head. At the same time, he was also looking around to see where the high-speed sky road in the original book was. But unfortunately, maybe it was too far away. Anyway, Loyolan didn't see it. Nami, find a random direction to start the ship. Stopping here is not a solution. Understood. Nami nodded and immediately called several marines to take action. Soon, the sailing ship began to move. And at this moment, Loyolan suddenly raised his head and looked into the distance. The corners of his mouth rose slightly. Okay, we don't have to run around like headless flies. The tour guide is here. Finally, they were a little confused, but they all followed Loyolan's line of sight. There really was something in the sky. And it was flying towards them. As the distance got closer, everyone finally saw clearly what was flying towards them. Night. Riding a big bird. But why is the color of this big bird like this? Rows of question marks appeared above everyone's heads. Only Loyolan knew. The guy who came was actually the Sky Island they were going to. The former god. Yes, more than 4 years ago, this old man was a god. But later, Enel appeared with his priests and drove him away, thus occupying this Sky Island. But anyway, here comes someone who can show the way. It really saves a lot of trouble. Chapter 138 Super Insulated Shield, Luffy. Ganfowl. Although he is portrayed as a great man in the original work. But Loyolan doesn't think so. At least, when Ganfowl was still a god, Angel Island still occupied Arpayatu, that is the hometown of the Shandayans. After being driven down from the throne by Enel, you are willing to coexist peacefully with the Shandayans? Now that Angel Island is gone, you are willing to share Arpayatu with the Shandayans? This is just a wash. It's like you are so kind that you allow the Shandayans to return to Arpayatu. This Arpayatu. It's the hometown of the Shandayans, okay? In the end, it seems like you are great. It's just inexplicable. 2 minutes later, Gonfer arrived above the sailing ship. Everyone from Qingdao, my name is. Okay, Gonfer, don't waste time, just tell me where the entrance to the high-speed airway is. Gonfer was stunned. I wanted to introduce myself, especially the profession of Air Knight, which is so cool. But these people below don't play by the rules. This makes me embarrassed, right? Well, as long as you go in that direction, you can reach the gate of heaven. After passing through, you can enter the high-speed airway and go directly to Angel Island. Raised the spear and pointed in a certain direction. Ganfuer said. Don't you have anything else to say? Loyolan looked at Ganfuer with some evil taste. How could Ganfuer not know Amazon, the supervisor of the gate of heaven? Stop it. And since he knew Amazon, could he remind you that if you don't pay the entry fee, you will be wanted? And converted into Qinghai Bailey, only 100,000 Bailey per person? The reason why I didn't say this is not to deliberately make you think that you don't have to pay, and then go to Angel Island and conflict with Enelu. Although Enelu is very strong, this guy is probably thinking, what if someone from Qinghai can defeat Enelu? He is always thinking about how to return to the throne of God. This calculation. Seeing that Gonfer didn't say anything, Loyolan didn't bother to pay attention to him. He directly asked Nami to start the ship in the direction that Gonfer pointed just now. I have to say, after getting used to Tana's speed, This sailing ship is really too much for Luo Lan. The speed of 6 or 7 knots is simply crazy. After spending 2 hours, everyone finally arrived at the toll station. Yes, that's right. The highway air toll station called the Gate of Heaven. Amazon walked out of the room and took a lot of photos as soon as he came up. After finishing, he finally spoke. A total of 58 people, the entry fee is 1 billion XTOR per person. What, 1 billion per person? Hearing this, Nami jumped up and got angry. Although I don't know the value of XTOR, even if it's 1:100, that's 10 million Baileys per person, right? 58 people, that's 580 million Baileys. Where in the world is there such an expensive entry fee? Deliberately killing outsiders? Nami, be quiet. Luo Lan took 2 steps forward and shouted. Then. We don't have so much money. No, then you go. Is it okay? Of course. You can pay or not. Well, Nami, sail away. The conversation between Roland and Amazon made everyone a little puzzled. Luo Lan, what's going on? Tina is curious. As the sailing ship sailed out of the Gate of Heaven, Tina hurriedly asked. In fact, the exchange rate between XTAL and Bailey is 1. In other words, every 10,000 XTAL is equivalent to 1 Bailey, and the entrance fee to the Gate of Heaven is 100,000 Bailey per person. Luo Lan introduced. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. It sounded so terrible, but in the end, 1 billion XTAL is only equivalent to 100,000 Bailey? You say it's cheap, but it's not cheap. But you said it. In fact, it's just 1 month's income for an ordinary person in the pirate world. Is it expensive to enter Sky Island for a tour with 1 month's income? It's really not expensive, but... Then she said later that you can pay or not. What does that mean? It means that if you pay, you can enter legally, and if you don't pay, it's illegal. Hey! After a long time, the old woman said that you can pass even if you don't pay, so this is what she meant? So what happens if you enter illegally? What? Fine. According to Sky Island, according to the law, illegal entry is a Class 11 crime, and the fine is 10 times the original amount, that is, 10 billion XTOR per person. So, the supervisor just now was fishing for law enforcement. What else? Luo Lan spread his hands and asked back. Good guy, Tina is also convinced. This is to deliberately let you misunderstand, and then after you enter the Sky Island, come over and say that you are an illegal immigrant and impose a 10-fold fine? Played beautifully. What should we do now? Go back and pay the entry fee. After a burst of complaints in her heart, Tina asked again. Don't worry about it. We came here this time to kill their gods. By then, the gods will be gone, who will take care of us? Luo Lan didn't care. Okay, you have the final say. After hearing this, Tina stopped asking any more questions. After all, he had heard from Luo Lan about Enel. Tina was quite supportive of the idea of taking him back. So, Luo Lan was right. They came here to kill Enel. The gods have been killed. Who dares to continue to fish for them? Soon, the ship arrived at the entrance of the expressway. At the same time, a huge crab jumped out from below, used its huge claws to clamp the sailing ship and began to accelerate. Follow the expressway all the way up. About 7 or 8 minutes later, everyone finally arrived at the first destination of this trip. Angel Island. An island formed entirely of clouds. It makes people feel like they have come to a fairy tale. Karina, Nami, you two go to Angel Island and buy a batch of various shells here. Buy shells. Both of them tilted their heads. Shells, are they taking them back to collect? If it's not too much money and 2 stupid people, then what is it? Okay, when you go to buy them, you will know the special features of these shells. Loyal Lan was too lazy to explain in detail and just let them go and see for themselves. Then, Ian, you and BABY5 go find the location of Shandia's nest. Yes, Colonel. Well, next. Sister Tina, Robin, Ace, and Zoro, you guys come with me. What about me? Hearing the voice, Loyal Lan remembered. He did forget someone. Okay, you come with us too. Yeah! Luffy shouted excitedly. But he didn't know that the reason why Loyal Lan brought him along was because if he ran into Enel's punishment, Luffy. It's definitely a good insulating shield. You say, it makes sense, right? Chapter 139 Perfect Tool Man. Loyal Lan came to Sky Island this time with 3 main goals. First, collect various shells from Sky Island and bring them back for Silas and others to study. But don't underestimate these things. Maybe they can be mixed with conventional technology to develop some weird but practical things. Just like the observation radar that Silas made, it is definitely a great creation. Second, defeat Enel and seize the Thunder Fruit. For this goal, Loyal Lan even brought the Devil Fruit stripping room. Don't ask how such a big thing was stuffed into Tana. You know. Tana could have carried an M9, which is much larger than this room that is only 3 meters high. As for why it must be stripped on the spot? The answer is also very simple, because Loyal Lan currently has no means to transport the gold away in one go. It is not necessary to run back and forth to the Sky Island dozens or hundreds of times, relying on the rising current every time, right? Therefore, Enel's ship is very important. For this reason, Loyal Lan even brought that guy Kylo with him. After taking down Enel, let Kylo stay in Arpayato with a group of marines to take over the unfinished Arc Maxim. Third, help Shandia recapture Arpayato. After being taken away from home for 400 years, it is time to return it. At the same time, Loyal Lan needs to reach an agreement with the Shandians, that is, to borrow a small part of Arpayato's land and turn it into a forward base for King's Landing. And deploy a rapid response force of hundreds of people. Of course, it would be even better if we could recruit soldiers from the Shandians. After all, the physical fitness of the Shandians is quite amazing. As for Angel Island, Loyal Lan didn't want to pay any attention to it at all. He even planned to ask them to help the Shandians guard Arpayato when deploying the forward base. The people of Sky Island must obtain the consent of the Shandians, otherwise they are not allowed to enter. Loyal Lan and his party walked on the streets of Sky Island. He did ask a lot of people about the location of Arpayato. But unfortunately, every time someone heard this question, their face changed immediately and they left quickly. It was always fruitless. And not long after, about 30 guys suddenly rushed out from all sides and surrounded them. In fact, whether it was Loyal Lan or Tina and the others, they had already discovered these people. But they just ignored them. Because, it was really, these people were too weak. In terms of the perception of observation, they were only slightly stronger than ordinary Guohabing. There was no need to care about them. I am. One of them walked out. He was about to say something, but the next moment, he rolled his eyes and fell to the ground. He foamed at the mouth. Not only him, but more than 30 people surrounding Loyal Lan also fell at the same time. Needless to say, Loyal Lan naturally knew the White Berets and the commander of the White Berets, McKinley. However, Loyal Lan was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. What is the reason for surrendering and serving Enelu in order to protect the people of Angel Island from harm? Listen, what a familiar word. Well, in Loyal Lan's previous world, those puppet soldiers said the same thing. The fact is that all the members of Gonfer's God team were killed or locked up by Enelu. Only he didn't have any problems, and even got along well under Enelu. At least on Angel Island, the White Berets are definitely high and mighty. Isn't it just kneeling fast enough? I understand. Loyal Lan didn't like Gonfer very much. But for this kind of person, that's disgust. At this time, Loyal Lan slowly looked up at the sky, and then frowned deeply. The heart net is really powerful. Even my observation haki couldn't find you, but you can already lock me. Looking up, Loyal Lan whispered to himself. Yes, he also tried to use observation haki to search for Enelu, or the location of those priests. Unfortunately, it didn't work. So, they are definitely out of Loyal Lan's perception range. But at this moment, he was locked by Enelu. This shows Enelu's observation haki coverage is definitely larger than Loyal Lan's. Sure enough, the next moment, thunderclouds suddenly appeared in the sky and rolled violently. Luffy, borrow your body for a while. The invisible big hand composed of telekinesis instantly grabbed Luffy's limbs. Then, it started to pull. Well, it was like the ancient five-horse dismemberment, except that the head was missing. In just a few seconds, from a human figure, it was pulled into a huge piece of cloth. It covered a large area below. At this time, the thunderclouds in the sky had also finished brewing. Boom! Like a super-energy cannon fired from space to the surface, a lightning column at least 10 meters thick fell directly down. For a moment, the dazzling light made everyone unable to open their eyes. 20 kilometers away, Enelu appeared. He showed a touch of disdain, then retracted his heart net and stopped paying attention. He is a proud man. As the saying goes, men never look back at explosions. This also applies to Enelu. God. Never confirm whether the other party is really dead. Since the gods have taken action, there is no chance for mortals to survive. But what is the reality? On Angel Island, in front of countless Sky Icelanders staring in amazement, Loyal Lan released his telekinesis. Luffy's body, which had been pulled apart, also shrank and returned to its original appearance. At the same time, a puff of black smoke blew out of his mouth. Ace was stunned. Just now he thought Loyal Lan had used Luffy as cannon fodder. But now it seems that Luffy is fine? What happened just now? I told you to study more in your daily life. Luffy has the rubber fruit, and rubber is an insulator, so Enel's thunder is useless to him. So, Luffy is born to be Enel's nemesis. Ace's eyes widened, and he asked in disbelief. Before they set off, Loyal Lan had introduced Enelu to them. The user of the natural thunder fruit has extremely strong observation haki, and the fruit ability has been developed quite deeply. At the same time, the thunder fruit is also the fruit with the strongest attack power in the natural system. Just for the attack just now, Ace didn't think he could withstand it intact. Even if he activated the armed haki. But Luffy. This is a natural nemesis, right? No wonder Loyal Lan insisted on bringing Luffy to Sky Island. So that's what happened? Ace's mind was full of imagination. However, he didn't know that Loyal Lan was just for safety during the rising current. After all, Luffy was just a Halo tool man to him. As for the previous attack, who said he had to take it head on? Just dodge it. Although this lightning column has a strong attack power, it is only a thing with a diameter of about 10 meters. For people like them, it is not a big problem to dodge it. As for why Luffy was used, I just thought that since I brought him to Sky Island, he should be able to play a role, right? Otherwise, wouldn't it feel like Luffy was being used for free? So, as long as it can be used, try to use it as much as possible. Who made Luffy? A perfect tool man? Chapter 140 Intercepting a Lonely Person. The heart network expands the coverage of the observation color and locks the target. Then it strikes in a beyond visual range manner. And the attack power is so strong. To be honest, if Loyal Lan couldn't eat the devil fruit, he would definitely eat it himself afterwards. Loyal Lan looked around. All the people in Sky Island looked at him and his group as if they were looking at monsters. After all, if a person could survive the divine punishment without any injuries, what else could he be but a monster? Now, can anyone tell me in which direction our Part-2 is? Loyolan was too lazy to ask one by one. Through precise control, he slightly exuded a hint of domineering aura, which could scare these Sky Icelanders without really knocking them out. Sure enough, someone was willing to cooperate immediately. A Sky Islander pointed tremblingly in a certain direction. In there. Very good, let's go. Throwing off his king's coat, Loyolan led his men back to the sailing ship. Then, he set sail directly towards the direction pointed by the Sky Islander just now. It didn't take long before our Part-2 could be seen from afar. Compared with it, the Angel Island behind him was simply a dwarf, probably only 1/30th or 40th of the size of our Part-2. Even Gaia Island is only a small part of our Part-2. Yes, a very small part. You can imagine how big our Part-2 is. This is a real large island. It is almost 3 times the size of Rhodes Island. Loyolan, I remember you said that our Part-2 was originally an island in Qinghai and was washed up by the rising current. Yes, do you see the gap in front that looks like an inner bay? Yes, it looks like a big pancake with a bite taken out of it. Robin nodded. Loyolan was stunned at first, but soon laughed. Isn't the shape of our Part-2 like a big pancake with a bite taken out of it? This metaphor is really appropriate. Then do you know that the gap is the original Gaia Island? So that's why when Rolando brought people to Gaia Island, they couldn't find the Golden Land, and even the size of the island was different from what he described. Yes, so Rolando died quite unjustly. Loyolan nodded. How could that guy not be wronged? You said that such a big island has been fine for hundreds of years, but something happened after this guy left. As a result, he was called a big talker and was even executed for it. If he is not wronged, who is wronged? More than an hour passed. The sailing ship finally arrived at our Part-2. Everyone went ashore. At this time, someone in our Part-2 also noticed these uninvited guests. Ya ha 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 ha, you're still alive. I don't know how you did it, but this behavior. It's already a provocation to God. However, since you've arrived at the island of God, I'll give you a trial. If anyone can pass and come to my presence, before then, I will grant him the position of the high priest, which is above all other priests. Give an excellent performance and try to please me, mortals. Yeah ha 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 ha. On the golden throne, a shirtless man was chewing an apple while shouting in a very childish way. Or rather, performing. Soon, 4 white figures rushed out from the interior of the island and flew towards Loyolan and his group. At the same time, in the southern part of our Part-2. I got you. Although when he was on Angel Island, because it was more than 20 kilometers away from our Part-2, Loyolan's observation haki could not cover it. But now, Loyolan, who had already landed on the island, relied on the observation haki that covered a distance of nearly 10 kilometers. Finally found where Enel was. Just less than 10 kilometers away from his current location. And it was not just Enel, there were more than 200 people who seemed very weak, and 4 guys who were stronger than ordinary Sky Island people. Recalling the original plot, Loyolan immediately understood. Those more than 200 people should be the members of the god team of Angel Island's substitute god Gonfer who refused to surrender after being defeated by Enel, and were then beaten into coolies, right? Well, just like McKinley, the commander of the White Beret unit, who was stunned by Loyolan's Conqueror haki on Angel Island before. The only difference is that McKinley surrendered and submitted to Enel. But the 200 people did not. As for the other 4 people, they should be the 4 priests, right? Who? They are coming for us? Could it be that Enel has a second-year syndrome and is doing the trial of God again? Ace, Zoro, there are 4 of Enel's men coming to kill us, go and kill them. Understood. The 2 nodded immediately after hearing this, and then rushed forward, their faces full of excitement. Finally, they can fight. How can these two not be excited? Hey, Seaweed Head, let's see who has killed more. No problem, let's compare today, which is stronger, martial arts or kendo? Good. Loyal covered his forehead, quite speechless. These two guys compete with each other every day. Of course, Ace has a higher winning rate at present. There is no way, who let Ace join Rhodes Island half a month earlier than Zoro. Not to mention, before both of them joined, Ace's strength was much stronger than Zoro. So, Ace is definitely stronger in physique at present. However, unlike martial arts, which requires complete reliance on physique, although kendo also relies on physique, this reliance is much lower than martial arts. So, after entering the swordsman, Zoro also slowly won 1 or 2 times out of every 10 competitions. And Ace often praised him. Not bad, better than my stupid brother, who has never even beaten me once in all these years. That, big brother with a mask, can I go too? At this moment, Luffy spoke. Loyal was stunned. This kid is only 15 years old, can he do it? Although I don't care whether this kid is dead or alive, but if something really happens, it's not easy to explain to Old Man Garp. No, he has the aura of the protagonist, is it my turn to worry about his life or death? It's totally unnecessary, right? Okay, you go too. He, then I will also compete with them. This time, I must beat Ace. As he said that, he ran forward. However, within a minute, something happened that made Loyal laugh and cry. First, Zoro was running from south to north, but he turned to the east and missed all the enemies perfectly. Then it was Luffy, who was even more amazing. Before he ran far, he ran out of a circle, and now he has even gone behind Loyal and the others. As for Ace, he did not run in the wrong direction, but he was unlucky and fell into a pit. When he climbed out, he also just missed 4 priests. In fact, Loyal was even more speechless. Luffy is fine, but Ace and Zoro, you two are both capable of seeing and hearing, how could you miss the enemy? The 4 priests with Enelu, let alone seeing and hearing, even the heart net can be used. Don't they know to turn on the seeing and hearing color to take a look? Seeing the 4 figures, Loyal face turned black. This is really intercepted in vain. Chapter 141 Enelu, am invincible. Tina was shocked, the 3 of them were defeated so quickly. Without Loyal terrifying mental power, Tina's current observation haki can only cover less than 1 kilometer. So, she didn't know what happened at all. A face full of shock. After all, in her perception, the 3 people in front of her, although they have some strength. Let's not talk about Luffy, but compared to Ace and Zoro, they are definitely a lot worse. What's going on? Loyal face was still black, and he didn't know how to answer. It's so embarrassing. Sister Tina, let me do it. No, let Tina do it. With her right hand across Loyal, Tina said without question. She has been so uncomfortable during this period. After all, every time he acted as the king, he could not use his abilities, otherwise he would be recognized immediately. This time, he finally came to a place where the Navy could not see him. Should he vent his anger? Okay. Loyal nodded, took Robin 2 steps back, and handed the venue to Tina. I am Om, the priest in charge of the Iron Trial. By the way, the survival rate of the Iron Trial so far is 0%. Trial, start now. Whoosh. Bang. Boom. A shave and a whip kick. Then a cloud of dust rose a few hundred meters away. All added up, it might only take 1 second. Maybe even Om didn't understand what was going on until he died? Is it over? Although Robin knew that Loyal and his men were very strong. But since the volcanic island, this was the first time she saw Tina take action. After all, when they were on the volcanic island, Tina was commanding the fleet and did not go to the island. When fighting Crocodile, Luoan and others did not take action. They just gave Baroque Works a batch of pumps and high-pressure water guns, and that was it. So, this was the first time Robin saw Tina take action. Of course, these guys are not even as strong as the Shandayans in terms of physical strength. Let alone the current Tina, even Tina before joining the 157th branch, it would be no problem to deal with these guys. Is that so? If you don't believe me, look, 5, 4, 3. Luolan directly raised 5 fingers, and put one down every time he counted. 2. Boom. 1. Boom boom. When Robin reacted and turned his head to look over, Tina was the only one left in front. Where were the 4 priests? Only a few hundred meters away, 4 different directions each had a cloud of dust rising. With Tina's current Dongli value of over 6,000. Dealing with these 4 guys is like an adult bullying a child. Tina is not satisfied at all. How about letting me do that, Thor, or something? In that case, Sister Tina, you really can't do it. Why? Because your domineering is still at the stage of covering. Unless Enel gets crazy and fights you in close combat, then you have no way to deal with it. Luolan said seriously. Although in the original work, Enel really got crazy and asked Luffy to get close to him. Even when using skills, he had to get close to him before using them. But that was the protagonist's halo, plus the need for the plot. If it were Tina, Enel would probably not be so stupid. Just keep a distance and keep attacking. Tina doesn't even have a way to fight back. This is now a reality without the protagonist's halo and without plot killing. Sister Tina, if you're too bored. There's a huge python on the west side of the island, much bigger than ordinary sea kings. How about catching it, taming it, and then bringing it back to Rhodes Island as a pet? Luolan said with a smile. Tina was stunned. No, you want Tina to catch a snake? Yes, that's a python that's hundreds of years old. After taming it, let it help us hunt sea kings in the doldrums. Isn't that great? You really have a bad taste. Tina was speechless. Catch a snake? I don't know how to do that. By the way, Sister Tina, bring all the Marines with you, because the ruins of Sandora are also there, and you should have found a lot of gold ornaments. Okay, what about you? Me? Let's go meet Enelu. Is it okay to go alone? I'm sure, don't worry. Soon, the team split into 2 parts. Among them, Tina led 50 Marines to the west side of the island. Luolan, with Robin, continued to walk towards the central vines. At the same time, another 2 groups of people landed on Apaya Island. One group landed from the northwest coast of Apayatu. Ian and Baby5 were among the crowd. As for the other group, no, it should be said that the other one. Because only Gonfer landed from the southeast of the island, riding a strange-colored creature, and flew towards the interior of the island. And all of this was captured directly by Luolan's observation. The group in the northwest should be Ian. Since they came together, it means that the Shandayans have agreed to their proposal. That's great. As for the southeast direction, there is only one person. No, it should be one person and an animal. The speed is very fast, mostly flying. If I guessed correctly, it must be Gonfer. And the direction he was heading was a little off, not directly towards Enelu. Of course, Luolan knew exactly what Gonfer was planning. Because, if he flew in this direction, his goal would be the location of the more than 200 members of the God Team. He wanted to rescue the members of the God Team while he was entangled with Enelu. Haha, he used himself as bait from the beginning? Sure enough, people who once became gods can't help having dirty hearts. But it doesn't matter. Even if there are 200 more god guards, what can this guy do? In Luolan's eyes, there is no difference. It's just that one ant has increased to more than 200 ants, that's all. While leading Luo Bing towards the vines, Luo Lan observed the two groups of people who had just landed. Until Luo Lan, we're here. Robin. Looking up, the vines were indeed majestic. However, Luo Lan didn't care about these things now. What he cared about was, where is that guy Enel? Yet, ha 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 ha, I really underestimated you. You defeated 4 priests with a mortal body. This god recognizes you. From today on, you are the great priest under this god. From now on, whether it is the priest or the 50 divine soldiers, you will be in charge. No, have you awakened your white vision? Can't you feel that my physique is several times stronger than yours? Seeing Enel's second-year look and those equally second-year words, Luo Lan complained in his heart. In fact, Enel did sense it. He clearly sensed that Luo Lan was very strong. But so what? For Enel, he is a god who is immune to any attack. Therefore, no matter how strong mortals are, they still cannot attack him, let alone defeat him. I am Enel, the god of thunder. I am invincible. Chapter 142 Enel who was defeated twice. Watching someone pretending to be cool, Luo Lan silently took off his king's coat and handed it to Robin. Without the cover of the king's coat, all the equipment he carried was exposed. Casual and Jackal were in the holsters on the left and right sides, respectively, and a long leather bag was hung on the back waist. What was inside could not be seen for the time being. God, right! What a joke! Whoosh 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 whoosh! Streams of light flew out from the back waist continuously. The next moment, a full 12 black flying knives surrounded Luo Lan, very agile. At the same time, a mysterious energy began to cover his whole body. Enel frowned deeply. Because Luo Lan completely disappeared in his perception. It was as if the other party did not exist at all. This was the first time he had this feeling, and he felt something was wrong for some reason. But this feeling only lasted for a while before being forcibly suppressed by Enelu. That's right, he is a god, the god of thunder. Any attack from a mortal can't hurt him. In this case, what is there to worry about? Instead, he admired Luo Lan even more. His vision was indeed correct, this man was indeed qualified to be a high priest. Well, let this god personally I will conduct the final test for you. Ya ha 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 ha. Whoosh. 1,000,000 volts, discharge. After a burst of laughter, Enel turned into a thunderbolt and moved in front of Luo Lan in an instant. He stretched out his right hand and placed it on Luo Lan's shoulder. Then, he said calmly. The lightning flashed and was about to be released from his hand. But in the next moment, the terrifying lightning suddenly dissipated. Without a trace. Then, Enel shouted. Let go of me. At this time, Robin noticed. Luo Lan's left hand was firmly grasping Enel's right wrist. Enel kept trying to break free, but it was of no avail. Black. Is this the power he said that can capture natural ability users, armed color domineering? Although Robin has not been in Rhodes Island for long, she is no longer a novice. There are many things that she didn't know before, but now she knows them even if she hasn't seen them much. At this moment, she immediately realized that Luo Lan used the armament haki. Of course, although the armament haki can catch the bodies of natural types, it does not have the special effect of sea stone that makes natural types powerless. Therefore, Enel can still resist. If the right hand is caught, then use the left hand. 10,000,000 Ford discharge. Bang! Luo Lan didn't tolerate it either. While he was still shaking, he swung his right fist directly. He directly beat Enel to fly hundreds of meters away. In the end, he even smashed a big hole on the ground. Okay, I blamed the original work before. He obviously has such a powerful devil fruit, but he prefers close-range attacks. Is this guy mentally ill? Of course, Loyolan didn't think that he could kill Enel with just one punch. This was also impossible. If I had known earlier, I would have carried a pair of sea stone handcuffs with me, and I wouldn't have to grab his wrists, I could have handcuffed him directly. Wouldn't that be the end? Oh, what a mistake! Loyolan felt a little regretful. Robin was laughing secretly with his hands covering his mouth behind him. He took out a pair of sea stone handcuffs by the way. Loyolan, I brought them, do you want them? No, I still want to move around. Loyolan shook his head and continued to look ahead, at the dusty land. Sure enough, the next moment, the lightning flashed, and all the flying dust was instantly dispersed. Enelo's figure was revealed. At this moment, he was surrounded by thunder, and there was really a sense of sight of the god of thunder. However, the blood flowing from the corners of his mouth and the face that was distorted by anger were completely unrelated to the image of a god. Mortal, you are looking for death. With a gloomy face, Enelo raised the golden stick in his hand and knocked on one of the drums on the decorative ring behind him. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. What? The drum turned into a bird. Robin, who had already retreated outside the battle circle, was also surprised when he saw this scene. It must be said that the natural ability users are not strong or not. But their skills are indeed cooler than each other. Loyolan's eyes narrowed slightly. The 12 flying knives around him instantly turned into 12 streams of light and killed the Thunderbird directly. Humph, using this kind of thing to fight against the Thunderbird of this god, mortals are mortals. Enelo was full of disdain for this. The next moment, the two intertwined fiercely. I saw 12 flying knives surrounding the Thunderbird, just like 10,000 enemies constantly fighting in and out of the enemy camp. And every charge would reduce the number of enemies. At this moment, it was such a sense of déjà vu. Every time the flying knife pierced in and came out from the other end, it would leave a hole in the Thunderbird, and the thunder could not repair it. 12 flying knives, hundreds and thousands of times. A little bit adds up to a lot, and just like that, the Thunderbird was pierced with thousands of holes, so that it could no longer maintain. Completely dissipated halfway to Loyolan. If you want to ask, how did the 12 flying knives achieve such a result, it is actually very simple. Because when Sato made this batch of flying knives, in addition to special metals as the main material, he also added a lot of sea stone powder according to Loyolan's requirements. Therefore, it also has the ability to restrain the power of the devil fruit. Of course, this restraint ability only applies to the part that is directly touched by the flying knife. This is why it can pierce holes in the Thunderbird, but cannot directly break it. The reason why the Thunderbird could not maintain its size was that it could only rely on the accumulation of small things. Of course, in addition to this, Loyolan has many other killer moves. This time, he was fully prepared to deal with Enel. This is impossible. Mortal, what did you do? Enel's eyes widened. Shaking his head frantically. He couldn't believe what happened just now. Although it was not his strongest power, this move of Thunderbird. It was definitely a very serious move. But now, it was so easy to be blocked by this mortal. How could such a thing happen? Just when Loyolan was fighting with Enel. The western part of the island. The ruins of Sandora, led by Tina, the Marines have entered it. And launched a large-scale search. After all, it is not 2 years later, and there is still a lot of gold here. Even daily utensils are made of gold? Tina is shocked. Looking at the various gold products that have been found and piled up into a small mountain in front of her. Tina was completely shocked. Even the celestial dragons are not so extravagant, right? Hiss hiss hiss. Roar. At this moment, a special sound came from not far away. Chapter 143 Special Bullets. The sound is a bit like a snake, but it can also make a beast-like roar. Very strange. You continue to search here, I'll go up and take a look. Yes, Colonel. With the help of the buildings in Shandora, Tina jumped a few times, and then stepped on the moon step to the outside of the pit. Good guy, this is the python that Loyolan said is a little bigger than the ordinary sea king. You call this a little bigger? How big is the ordinary sea king? The smaller ones are more than 100 meters, and the larger ones are only a few hundred meters. But what about this guy? It's estimated to be at least 2,000 meters long, right? If there are several such pythons, connected together, you can fish directly from the Sky Island to the Qinghai below. Hiss! The giant python spit out its tongue and stared at Tina with its eyes. It seemed to be warning. Then, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth, as if it was going to swallow Tina alive. And this big mouth, let alone swallowing Tina, even swallowing a building in one bite, it would not be strange. It directly enveloped Tina. But the next moment, the big mouth could not close. Because several black iron branches that were hundreds of meters long just supported its upper and lower jaws in its mouth, making it keep the maximum opening and closing, and unable to complete the bite for a while. However, the black iron branches that kept creaking also indicated that it could not hold on for too long. A red figure quickly jumped out of the bloody mouth, and then the snake's mouth finally closed, and countless iron branches scattered from the air. Is the bite force so strong? Tina showed a trace of surprise. Although she did not use her full strength, she just made a few iron branches that were not thick, but it collapsed in just a few seconds, which was really unexpected. With a flip of her right hand, a huge iron branch that was obviously thicker than before, with one end sharpened and hundreds of meters long appeared. Like a huge javelin. Tina held the iron branch with both hands and smashed it down. The sound of breaking through the air sounded instantly, and the iron branch turned into a black stream of light. And then there was a loud rumbling sound. The iron branch actually penetrated the tail of the giant python directly and nailed it to the ground. Then, the whole sky was like a rain of black iron branches, and Tina threw down one after another. As if drawing an outline, they fell down obliquely along the sides of the snake body and deeply penetrated into the ground. After a while, hundreds of iron branches were arranged obliquely and staggered along the sides of the snake body. The whole giant python was trapped in it, unable to move. And Tina? At this moment, she also fell down and walked to the huge snake head. I heard from Loyolan that your name is Nolan, and you are very spiritual and can understand what we say. Hiss! Tina doesn't understand. Anyway, Loyolan said that even if you don't surrender, it's not a big problem. Treat it as food, the effect is better than those sea kings, don't waste it. Hearing this, Nolan's huge snake head was already sweating. Hiss! Tina said she couldn't understand. How about this, if you are willing to submit, stick out your tongue. If you are not willing, then spit it out. How about 2 times? Hiss! The python spit out its tongue. Really? Hiss! The python spit out its tongue again. If you dare to lie to Tina, I will eat you directly. Hiss! This time, the giant snake spit out its tongue twice. Tina nodded with satisfaction. Then she snapped her fingers, and the thick iron branches that trapped Nolan collapsed one after another. After finishing, Tina came to Nolan's tail and prepared to check his injuries. After all, in order to trap him just now, one of the thickest iron branches had nailed his tail firmly to the ground. Although the iron branches have been removed at this moment, the blood hole on Nolan's tail will not heal so quickly. As she watched, Tina's eyes became strange. No, there is still gold in your snake's body? How come as Nolan twisted, the blood hole in the tail actually? Various gold ornaments kept falling out? You guy, do you usually eat gold? Tina is shocked. If I take this guy back, can Loyolan really afford it? Even the celestial dragons can't afford to raise a snake that eats gold, right? How about killing it and using it as food? Tina thought about it very seriously. Nolan almost went crazy after hearing this. Hiss. On the other side, the whole area seemed to have been plowed by someone. The ground was charred. With only his eyes to rely on, Enel's attack accuracy was obviously much worse. The control of the timing of the attack was even worse. After all, he had been accustomed to the use of the mind net for so many years. Suddenly he was not allowed to use the mind net and relied solely on his eyes? In a short period of time, Enel really couldn't get used to it. On the contrary, Luolan was like a fish in water, very relaxed. After flashing a thunderbolt again, Luolan rushed forward. Instantly shortened the distance with Enel. This shocked Enel, and he immediately took the initiative to elementalize, turning into a thunderbolt and rushing straight into the sky. Finally, he was several dozen meters above the ground when he finally released his elemental transformation and reconstituted his human form. Luolan frowned, holding the silver-white caisson in his right hand, and raised it to fire 3 shots. A musket? Although there were few people from Qingdao who visited Sky Island, there were still some. Enelu remembered that the Qinghai people who came here before also used this. It looked quite intimidating, but in fact, there was no threat at all. Enelu was very disdainful and didn't even bother to hide. However, he found something wrong the next moment. Why were the bullets he shot different from those from the Qinghai people before, and why were they black? Black. Now, for Enelu, it was definitely a color that touched his nerves. When Luolan grabbed his right hand before, his hand turned black. And those flying knives that could break his thunder were also black. At this moment, the bullets fired from this gun were still black? Oh no, it's going to be bad. I must not take it head on. I have to dodge, I must dodge. Thinking of this, Enelu dodged to the side. Although he was very fast, he was still a little late, and was hit by a bullet on the left cheek, leaving a wound. Damn it, you dare! You dare! 200 million volts, Thor! Touching the scar extending from the corner of his mouth to his left ear. Enel went crazy. Directly releasing the maximum power, he completely transformed into a disembodied thunder god. The whole sky was filled with countless thunderclouds. It was like the end of the world. This was completely a change of environment. I don't know how Luffy, who couldn't even beat Bruno at that time and whose dharmic value was estimated to be only 300 or 400, won in the original work? The plot was too serious. This level of thunder, even if your rubber fruit can insulate, can't withstand the heat. Do you really think that rubber is omnipotent after it touches electricity? What nonsense are you talking about? If I want to deal with Enelu in this state, I can only use that thing. Remove the magazine of the black jackal. Then take out another magazine and push it in. Silas, I hope this kind of bullet is as effective as you said. Looking at Enelu in the sky, who seemed to be worshipped by thousands of thunders, Luolan slowly raised his gun. Then, bang! Chapter 144, Ganfuer's Plan. Bang! The 13mm caliber black jackal, the sound of the gun was very low. A yellow-orange bullet was fired instantly. Yes, it was not black, but a regular yellow-orange bullet. Enelu, who had been prepared, slightly turned his body and avoided it perfectly. It did not cause any effect. However, just as the bullet passed in front of him, it suddenly exploded. Enelu was shocked. But he felt his body and found that he was not injured. He was confused. What the hell was going on? The next moment, Luolan activated his telekinesis again, and the 12 flying knives instantly turned into black streams, attacking Enelu in the air from different directions. Do you think this thing will still work on me? He has completely transformed into a thunder god, and his speed is only lower than that of Kizaru. If he really wants to dodge, Luolan will definitely not be able to hit him with his current flying knife speed. He will start to perform immediately. However, a feeling of weakness suddenly appeared. Let alone dodge quickly. Even the Thunder God transformation seems to be unable to maintain this. What is going on? The next moment. Puff. 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 One flying knife after another pierced into Enel's body. And at this moment, Enel's Thunder God transformation also instantly disappeared, and he turned back to his original form. It fell from the air. It directly created a big pit. Boom! Putting away the two guns, Loyolan slowly walked to the pit. What did you do to my body? Enelu didn't even have the strength to raise his hands. After all, the 12 knives that were inserted into his shoulders, limbs, and other non-lethal positions at this moment all contained sea stone. Of course, what Enelu asked was not about the 12 knives. But why did he suddenly feel powerless just now, and that moment of stagnation was also the most direct reason why he was hit by the 12 knives. No matter how he thought about it, he didn't understand. How did Loyolan do it? You know that my bullets can hit your body, right? So what? The bullets are so slow that as long as you are not careless, you will never be hit. So, I didn't want to shoot you, but let it explode in front of you. Explode in front of me? It turned out to be that shot. But that's not right, that explosion has almost no power, not to mention hurting myself. At that time, I could confirm that I was not injured anywhere on my body. Are you confused? In fact, the purpose of that bullet was not to attack directly. And the subsequent explosion was not intended to hurt people. The real reason is that there is some sea stone powder deployed in that bullet. Once it explodes, these powders will instantly cover an area with a radius of at least 10 meters. Of course, because the quantity is small and these powders are processed multiple times, they are finer than ordinary sea stone powders and are difficult to detect with the naked eye. Then, you sent some of the powder into your body through breathing. Although the amount is small and it cannot make you weak smoothly like regular sea stone, it is still okay to temporarily stop your movements. What I want is that moment. Although he did not understand what sea stone was, Enelu intuitively realized that it should be the kind of black substance that can touch him. So, he inhaled some black substance into his body, so. I understand. At the same time, he was also sure that if it happened again, he would never be hit. However, would there really be a next time? At this time, Robin also came over. Without Loyolan's order, he jumped into the pit and took out the sea stone handcuffs. With a click, he put them on Enelu. After finishing, Loyolan also waved his hand, and all 12 flying knives were pulled out of Enelu's body, forming a circle and accelerating continuously. After using centrifugal force to shake off all the blood stains, one after another, they all flew back into the leather bag on Loyolan's waist. Neatly. Robin, give him treat the wound, or he might die of excessive blood loss. The devil fruit peeling room is still on the sailing ship. If Enel dies now, it will be a big loss. Okay. Robin nodded, and then started to work. And Loyolan turned around and looked at the southeast of the island. Hee, Gonfort, that guy, actually called all the people from Angel Island. Gonfort, how long do you want to see? Loyolan raised his head. Shouted. Then, Gonfort appeared on a big tree 100 meters away. This warrior from Qinghai, as the god of Angel Island, thank you very much for defeating Enel. Your great achievements will be remembered forever by the monument on Sky Island. So, you let so many people come to Arpa Yard, do you want to seize the fruits of victory? Of course not. The war between Angel Island and the Shandayans has lasted for 400 years. After what happened with Enel, I figured it out. It's time to end this war, let Angel Island and the Shandayans coexist peacefully, and share Arpa Yard together. How can you say that? Loyolan was really impressed. What does Arpa Yard have to do with your Angel Island? It's the land of the Shandayans, okay? In the original work, at least there was a factor that Angel Island was gone, which was barely justifiable. But now, Angel Island is still there. What qualifications do you have to share the land of Arpayard with the Shandayans? We don't agree. Just then, a shout came from the west. A group of people dressed in primitive tribes, one by one, were running towards here on skateboards. Loyolan even saw Ian and BABY5 in their team. At this moment, the two were also stepping on skateboards and having fun. Behind the Shandayans was a huge python. On top of its head stood a tall woman, Tina. Good guys, they all came together. Well, except for the three guys who took the lead and are now unknown. Since everyone is here, then let's talk it out. Enelu, I have defeated him, but Gonfer, the previous god of Angel Island, said that he would share Arpadu with the Shandayans. Weber, what do you Shandayans say? Weber was stunned when he heard this. He knows me? However, now is not the time to dwell on this issue. I disagree. Arpayatu is our Shandayan land. Why should we share it with Angel Island? That's right. We disagree. Angel Island is an invader. At worst, we can just keep doing it. Yes, we Shandayans will never give up even an inch of our land. After Weber expressed his opinion, the Shandayans behind him were indignant. One by one, they even took a posture ready to fight. This made Gonfer's face darken. He wanted to take action, but the more than 200 former members of the Divine Guard who had just been rescued were still very weak. As for the ordinary people from Angel Island, they had no fighting power. Not to mention the young man who defeated Enel, even those Shandayans. He was not sure to deal with them at the moment. It seemed that he had to endure it temporarily, wait for these Qinghai people to leave, and make plans after his Divine Guard was re-established. Well, since you don't want to, I won't force it. As soon as the words fell, Gonfer left here directly. Chapter 145 The Selection of Thunder Fruit. Seeing Gonfer leave, Loyolan did not plan to do anything. As long as he was content, Loyolan would not bother to care. If he was not content, Loyolan wondered why Angel Island had to change a god. Well, an obedient god. Sister Tina, please take some time to lead people to the southeast of the island to intercept the Sky Icelanders who were rushing to Arpayatu. By the way, send someone to find those three idiots. Tina nodded, and then patted the head of the giant python Nolan. The latter immediately understood and turned around and twisted away. At the scene, only Loyolan, Robin, Ian, BABY5 and a group of Shandayans were left. Weber, didn't your chief come? No, he is old after all, and it is not suitable for him to move quickly with us. So that's how it is. Ian should have told you my conditions. What do you think? Before answering this question, can I ask you something? Weber did not answer directly. Instead, sure. Then I will ask directly, what if we Shandayans refuse? Reject? That's a pity, but it doesn't matter. We will take some of the gold as a reward and leave. Loyolan replied. This is not to lie to them, but it is what he planned. After all, Loyolan's goal is to let justice reign in the world, so it is impossible to forcibly seize the land of Shandayans like Angel Island. As for taking some of the gold, as Loyolan said, this is a reward. The reward for helping you solve Enel and regain your homeland. It is reasonable. Are you sure? With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult to get rid of the entire Shandia tribe, right? It's indeed not difficult. Not to mention me, even my subordinates have several people who can kill your entire tribe single-handedly. Then you still. That's different. What we in Junlin uphold is justice. Do you think it's justice to rob other people's land? Weber understood the other party's thinking logic at this moment. It's completely different from those Angel Island residents who seem kind on the surface, but are extremely greedy when it comes to their own interests. This should be a Shandia tribe, an organization that can be trusted. Before coming, the chief had handed the decision to me, and now I have made the decision, which is: the Shandia tribe is willing to form an alliance with King's Landing, and at the same time, a piece of land will be planned in Apayardo for King's Landing to station. In addition, except for the Golden Bell, all the gold in Apayardo belongs to King's Landing. But in contrast, we Shandia tribe also have two requirements. Weber was very decisive. He even gave everything he could give. Such a straightforwardness surprised Loyolan a little. Tell me. The first condition is that King's Landing needs to guard Apayardo together with us Shandians. Shandians are not stupid. If King's Landing does not help, they will not be able to defend it. Otherwise, Apayardo would not have been occupied by Angel Island for 400 years. As for the reason, in fact, it is: the population of the mountain tribe is too small. There are only 200 people. Among them, there are less than 100 adults who can fight. An Angel Island. At that time, the god team under Gonfar alone had more people than the entire Shandia tribe. Not to mention that there are other troops besides the god team. As for the total population, it is more than 10 times that of the Shandia tribe. So, for now, Shandia needs King's Landing to guard Arpayatu together. I agreed. What about the second thing? In order to deeply bind our alliance, the Shandia people hope to arrange some warriors to join King's Landing. There is such a good thing? I was still thinking about how to recruit soldiers from Shandia. And they came to my door on their own initiative? What's the difference between this and pie in the sky? Okay, I agree to the second thing, and I guarantee that after the Shandians join the King's Landing, all the treatment will be the same as that of the King's Landing members, without any bias. Well, maybe you don't know yet, in our King's Landing, you can exchange devil fruits with military merits, and the reason why Enel can use the power of thunder is actually because he ate the devil fruit. Loyolan thought for a moment, and then added. After hearing this, all the Shandians were stunned. What did I just hear? They can exchange devil fruits with military merits in the King's Landing. And the reason why Enel has the power comparable to that of a god is because he ate the devil fruit? Really? Of course, maybe many people in Sky Island don't know about devil fruits, but in Qinghai, this is not uncommon. Aren't there many strong people in Qinghai? Of course, there are more people in Qinghai who can kill Enel with one hand than you can count with 2 hands. Hiss. The Shandians took a deep breath. Is Qinghai so awesome? After all, in their perception, Enelu is the most powerful being in the world. But now it seems. On that day, a tribal meeting was held within the Shandia tribe, and an important matter was decided. That is, all adult men in the tribe will join King's Landing. And please ask Junlin to take the strongest people to Qinghai. Because the Shandians understand that if they want to defend Arpayard, they must become stronger. And the most direct way to become stronger is undoubtedly devil fruit. Yes, join Junlin and work hard to gain military merit. Then exchange for devil fruit. In fact, it is not surprising that they have such thoughts. One reason is that the appearance of Enel makes them equate devil fruit with the power of God. They believe that devil fruit is the most powerful force in the world. Another reason is that devil fruit is indeed the shortest way to gain power in the early stage of the pirate world. Well, Loyolan doesn't care about these. Anyway, the super clone factory will be built in a month, and then the devil fruit will be copied in large quantities. The next day, Ian brought good news to Loyolan. The Arc Proverbs has been found. However, the completion of the Arc Maxim is only about 50% at this moment. Although the drawings drawn by Enelo himself were also found. But after Kylo looked at the drawings, he also found a very troublesome thing. That is, many of the equipment on it need to be made of gold. In other words, either the gold is transported to Qinghai for construction, or there must be a thunder fruit ability user. After all, if you want to operate on the whole, if there is no thunder fruit ability user, just making various molds will be difficult for everyone. But it doesn't matter, because Luolan has already decided who will eat the thunder fruit. The only drawback is that it can't be kept for cloning and imitation in the future. Since the ship and the blueprints have been found, Enelo is useless. Ian, send him to our sailing ship and peel off the thunder fruit. Also, find me Ace. That's right, Luolan plans to leave the thunder fruit to Ace. One of the important reasons why Luolan gave the flame fruit to Ian was that he thought the flame fruit could defeat Ace. Although there will be no Fire Fist Ace in the future. But it seems that having a Thunder God Ace is also quite good. Yes, Colonel. Chapter 146 Roger, an extremely selfish person. Thunder Fruit. Give it to me. Looking at the devil fruit in front of him with a very explosive appearance, Ace was a little confused. The Thunder Fruit has the strongest natural attack power. It is absolutely impossible to say that he doesn't want it. But is it really given to him like this? Nonsense, I can't eat the thunder fruit because of my physical condition. Ian has eaten the flame fruit. Tina and Smoker are also ability users. Zoro is obsessed with swordsmanship. If not for you, who else can I give it to? You picked up a bargain, why don't you want it? Then I'll give it to someone else. Hearing this, Ace snatched the fruit from Luolan's hand. He bit it directly. Don't want it. I'll bite it. Ugh. Luolan, how come this thing tastes worse than shit? What, worse than shit? Have you, Ace, eaten shit before? Luolan was stunned. And soon, Ace took a second bite, a third bite. In the end, he ate the entire devil fruit until there was nothing left. Is this kid so cruel to himself? Luolan's mouth twitched. Luolan, I would rather not have the ability than eat the devil fruit in the future. At this moment, Ace didn't know that it would be more than a month later. He actually ate the thunder fruit. Again. So, no matter what time, don't stand up easily. Then why did you eat so vigorously just now? No, I just took the first bite, so I had to bite the bullet and eat it all. Don't you know that you only need to take one bite of the devil fruit, even if it's just a small bite? What? Ace's eyes widened. There was a sense of sadness in his shouting. At the same time, he looked at Luolan with resentment. Okay, it's just a devil fruit, is it that serious? Go to Kylo and build the ship within 3 days. Luolan waved his hand. He drove people away with great disdain. Normally, the arc maxim should not be completed in 3 days, but Luolan does not need the complete arc maxim at present, as long as the power part is completed so that it can fly. As for the many other functions designed on the Enelo drawing, they do not need to be manufactured at this time. System, can I build a branch city? Although Luolan is stationed here, he does not necessarily need system buildings. But if it is possible, it will naturally be more convenient and make this base stronger. So, Luolan still asked the system. Ding, no. Well, I just asked, I really don't have much hope. However, ding, although the host cannot build a branch city, the scope of the construction team's activities is not restricted. What does it mean? Although the branch city is not allowed, the construction team can leave the city and build houses in other places? Ding, the host's understanding is correct. But for buildings that are not in your territory, the points and building materials consumption will increase by 20%. Okay, now Luolan understands. In other words, Rhodes Island is your territory, but Arpa Yard is not. Therefore, building system buildings on Arpa Yard will require 20% more resources. Is that right? Ding, correct. Hearing this, Luolan nodded. ARPA yard does not need to be too complicated for the time being, 1 or 2 dormitory buildings will be enough. As for whether to build an airport in the future, it depends on the progress of Silas and Sizoel. After all, Silas has only built a test aircraft for fighter jets so far, and it is far from meeting the actual combat requirements of the pirate world. Even if it is to be built, it has to wait until the science department has new results. Finish all the chores. Loyal came to the center of the island and stepped directly on the moon step to the top of the vine. I saw Robin sitting in front of the stone tablet of the historical text, constantly recording something in his little notebook. Robin! Are you not done yet? Almost done, wait a moment. The reason why Loyal came up was that he came to take Robin down at the agreed time. After all, with the height of the vine, it was not easy for Robin, who had not yet learned the moon step, to go down. By the way, Loyal, I found a message from Roger on the Golden Bell, which said, "I came here to guide this article to the last place." These words were not said by Robin, but by Loyal. At this moment, Robin stared at Loyal blankly. "Can you read ancient texts?" "No, I can't." "Then you." I said, "I know a lot of things, for example, this historical stele should record the ancient weapon Sea King, and I even know that the Sea King of this generation is the mermaid princess Shirahoshi." Robin was completely speechless. Because she had just translated the entire historical text. The content was exactly the same as what Loyal said. This man is really mysterious, even more mysterious than the blank 100 years. Looking at Loyal, Robin thought silently in his heart. Then, he looked at Roger's message again. "Loyal, what do you think Roger's purpose is? Although I have a guess, I still can't be sure, but..." At this point, Loyal paused. His expression also turned cold. No matter what his purpose is, because of the Great Pirate Era she opened, countless civilians have died in the past 20 years, and more civilians have been displaced. In my opinion, the damage she has brought to the world in the past 20 years is even worse than that of the Celestial Dragons. And this damage is still continuing. Indeed, from some perspectives, the opening of the Great Pirate Era has caused great damage to the entire world. Compared with the past, the number of pirates has increased by more than 10 times. You know. Among the 100 pirate groups, 99 of them enjoy burning, killing and looting. And those civilians who were killed by them or robbed of their hard-earned money are so innocent. In the past 20 years, these tragedies that have been countless, if you trace the source, all of them are Roger. The Celestial Dragons are a cancer. You, Roger, are even more of a cancer. However, I will personally end all this in the near future. Loyal clenched his right fist fiercely. Robin, I always agree with one thing. What is it? When you have the ability to change, don't hesitate, just do it, and when you don't have such ability, don't mess around, don't make the situation worse. Loyal turned around and said lightly. In his heart, Roger was the one who had no ability to do it, but he just messed around. For this, he even sacrificed countless innocent people. In the end, even his wife and son didn't have a good ending. Roger. He is an extremely selfish person. Chapter 147. Let's have a good chat with him. A week later. According to Enel's design, Kylo, Ace and some Marines finally completed the basic system of the Arc Maxim. That is, power conversion, as well as the lifting and propulsion devices at the bow, stern, and both sides of the ship. Well, in fact, there are 3 on each side, 3 at the bow, and 1 at the stern, a total of 10 large rotating blades. The reason why the Arc Maxim can fly is actually because of this thing. As for the others, none of them have been made, and they are not needed at present. Therefore, compared with Enel, the gold consumed is much less. It is not even 1/3 of the original. Of course, when the aircraft in the science department is developed, this ship can also withdraw from the stage of history, and the gold will also be dismantled and melted again. Ian, BABY5 and 50 Marines will be left behind temporarily. Loyal asked Ace to start powering the Arc Maxim, and then set off on the return journey. Navy Headquarters. Crane's office. Sister He, where did Loyal go? I don't know, but I'm sure of one thing. He will never let us find him until he has the power to compete with the world government. How do we explain to the Marshal? After all, the entire branch has disappeared along with the island. It won't be hidden for long. It really can't be hidden. According to the original arrangement, the next wave of regular supplies to Rhodes Island will be in the next 2 days. He nodded. Rhodes Island cannot be self-sufficient, so the Navy will send a batch of regular supplies every 3 months. Therefore, the report on the disappearance of Rhodes Island and Branch 157 will definitely appear on Jean Guo's desk soon. This matter cannot be hidden. I'll go talk to Jean Guo. With a slight sigh, he got up and left the office. A few minutes later, she appeared in Jean Guo's office. Tsuru, you're just in time. News about Doflamingo has come from CP. Did you get any results from the thing I asked you to do last time? It can be seen that Sengoku is in a good mood. As for the last thing he mentioned, it was actually let Tsuru find a way to secretly pass the news to King's Landing. Use those guys to solve the trouble of Doflamingo. Hey! Suddenly, Sengoku noticed that Tsuru had not spoken since he came in. The atmosphere was a little wrong. Sorry, Sengoku, there is something I have been hiding from you. What is it? Regarding King's Landing, I actually noticed the true identities of the core figures in King's Landing a long time ago. What did you say? Sengoku's eyes widened. His face was full of disbelief. It was not because Tsuru found out King's identity so quickly. But Tsuru had found out a long time ago, but he had never told himself. I'm afraid. Tell me, what's going on? If my guess is correct, the man you offered a bounty of 1.5 billion Baileys for is Loyal. Wait, tell me again, who is he? The son you exiled to Branch 157, Loyal. No, are you kidding me? This was Jean Guo's first reaction. After all, this was too outrageous. Loyal had physical problems since he was a child and couldn't exercise at all. A Dao force value of 5 is his upper limit. How could he be the leader of Junlin? Next, the pink-haired one in Junlin is Tina. Jean Guo hasn't recovered yet. He added another knife. Are you kidding me? You said even Tina? Although Tina is only a colonel, her strength is definitely the best among all colonels, and she is young. In the future, there is a high probability that he will become one of the core members of the Navy. That is, the level of Vice Admiral. Now even Tina. Wait, if Loyal is really the leader of King's Landing, and Tina has become a cadre of King's Landing, then Smoker, who was punished by himself to retire in Branch 157, is not. It seems that you have thought of it. According to Ghost Spider's report, when they were entangled by King's Landing, a white-haired man in King's Landing took the opportunity to enter the cabin and rescued Violet. And this man who has not been rewarded should be Smoker. Seeing Jean Guo's face suddenly changed. He knew that he should have reacted and personally ordered Smoker to be sent to Rhodes Island not long ago. What does this brat want to do? Learn from Garp's son, Dragon. Slammed the table hard. Jean Guo yelled. He did not leave, but stood by. He knew that this incident had a great impact on Jean Guo, so he needed to vent his emotions. However, Jean Guo did not rage for too long. It can even be said that it was limited to those 2 sentences. Then he sat down and fell silent. After a long time, take Garp with you and bring that kid back. I can't do it. No, although this kid has solved his physical problem and still has a lot of subordinates and weapons, it shouldn't be difficult to take him down if I take Garp with me. I said I can't do it. I know you have been taking care of that kid, but if you continue to let him go, once the world government finds out, it will be too late. Zhang Guo's face looked a little ugly. He thought he was going to favor Luo Lan again. After all, he was like this when he was in the headquarters before. But this time, he really misunderstood. It's not that he wants to favor Luo Lan, but I said it can't be done because Rhodes has disappeared. Now no one knows where Junlin is, let alone bringing Luo Lan back. Disappeared? You said Luo Lan disappeared? A medium-sized island. Yes, I originally arranged Dao Tu to go there to confirm again that Luo Lan is not the leader of Junlin, but when Dao Tu arrived at the location where Rhodes was, he found that the entire island had disappeared without a trace. This is impossible. Rhodes Island is not a small island. Even if the Golden Lion comes, it should not be able to directly fly a medium-sized island into the sky. Zhang Guo shook his head. Unbelievable. Zhang Guo was right to say so. In the original work, the islands where the Golden Lion formed a fleet were indeed small or even miniature islands. For medium-sized islands like this, which are often more than 10 or 20 kilometers in range, the Golden Lion really can't control them freely. After all, it's too big. On the internet, large islands or super islands like Alabasta. It is even more not the dish of the Golden Lion. Zengoku, now it is not a question of whether you believe it or not, but Rhodes Island has really disappeared. Of course, if you give him a call, you should still be able to contact him, after all. Jun and I have contacted him before, okay, nothing has changed. Zengoku. Have a good chat with him. Chapter 148 Doflamingo and Blackbeard. On the Arc Proverbs. Luo Lan stood at the bow, blowing the sea breeze. Suddenly, the den mushi in his arms rang. Bulu bulu bulu. I am Luo Lan. After the call was connected, Luo Lan said. However, there was no sound from the other side. Why don't you talk? Luo Lan asked again. But the next second, the voice from the other side made Luo Lan's face change. It's me. He was so familiar with this voice. Admiral of the Navy, Zhang Guo. He was also his adoptive father in this life. Marshal, what do you want to tell me? Luo Lan, do you have to talk to me like this? You are the Admiral of the Navy. So it should be okay for me to talk like this, right? Luo Lan's voice was still emotionless. This made Zhang Guo clench his fists. Okay, since you insist on doing this, let's get down to business. Now I am asking you in the name of the Admiral of the Navy, you. Are you the leader of Junlin? There was silence on the phone for a while. Then, Luo Lan let out a long sigh. It was He who guessed it. I knew that she might find us after we passed the volcanic island. Yes, Junlin was indeed founded by me. This answer. Are you satisfied, Marshal? Zhang Guo was silent. Although he had told him that she was 99% sure that Luo Lan was the leader of Junlin. But Luo Lan's personal admission at this moment still silenced him again in an instant. Luo Lan, what is your purpose in establishing Junlin? Does Marshal still remember the calligraphy hanging in your office back then? Calligraphy, you mean? Yes, it's that calligraphy, now hanging in my office. Luo Lan did not answer directly. Instead, he talked about the calligraphy. Yes, it was the calligraphy that said justice reigns over the world. But Zhang Guo had understood what Luo Lan wanted to express. Luo Lan, this cannot be done. The world government is much more powerful than you think. What you see on the surface is only a small part of the world government, and its true strength is so great that even if the navy and pirates are tied together, they cannot resist it at all. As a navy admiral, although he also cannot know everything. But compared to others, he obviously knows more. The navy and the pirates cannot fight against each other? It seems that I have underestimated the celestial dragons? But that's right, after all, in my previous life, the original work was not finished. Who knows what more outrageous background the world government and the celestial dragons will bring out later. From a certain perspective, what Zhang Guo said is indeed correct. If this world does not have a certain original protagonist, and there is no so-called time traveler like me, then, the celestial dragons are indeed an unshakable existence. Even if the whole world is against them. I understand what you said, but it won't be long before I will have the power to compete with them. Impossible. I am stating a fact. As for whether the marshal believes it or not, it has nothing to do with me. Luo Lan, stop now, I can still help you clean up, if you continue. Okay, Marshal, we have talked too much today, let's just leave it at that. Luo Lan, wait. Seeing Luo Lan wanted to hang up the phone, Zhang Guo also shouted quickly. However, before he could shout a few words, the phone had been hung up. Luo Lan looked at the Den Den Mushi in his hand and fell silent. The time when Zhang Guo discovered it was earlier than he expected. In this case, many things must be accelerated. Bulo bulo bulo. At this time, the Den Den Mushi rang again. Luo Lan was stunned. Could it be Zhang Guo calling again? He picked up the Den Den Mushi. Didn't we say that we would stop here today? Why are you still? It's me. And he, I thought it was. I thought it was Zhang Guo, right? Yet. Luo Lan admitted honestly. Okay, don't contradict him every time. In fact, he has always been doing it for your own good, even the incident that happened back then. Forget it, let's not talk about that incident. You shouldn't know it now. I came to you this time to tell you something. We have found Doflamingo's whereabouts. Doflamingo? Upon hearing this name, Luo Lan immediately exuded a strong murderous aura. Even Den Den Mushi trembled. And he, where is he? It's not possible to locate him accurately, but we already know who rescued him at that time. Who? This matter has always been a very confusing thing for Luo Lan. After all, except for Sucrose, all of Doflamingo's cotters were captured by him. So, who saved him? A pirate named Blackbeard. Is it him? Why, you know this guy. It seems. At this time, he confirmed one more thing. Morgan's previous revelations about Blackbeard were probably also provided by Luo Lan, right? Yes, I know him. He is extremely evil and cruel, but also extremely patient and able to disguise himself. Sounds like a very troublesome pirate. More than troublesome, if you want to ask, my suggestion is that you should use absolute power immediately to completely eradicate it. This surprised he. Is that Blackbeard so important? However, despite the doubts, he still wrote this down in his little notebook. And he, you should have other information that you didn't tell me, right? Yes, but I'm considering whether to tell you. You know me, even if you don't tell me, I will find it myself. He sighed. Because she really knew this. Even if he kept it a secret from Luo Lan, this guy would definitely find Doflamingo himself. But don't just waste some more time. Okay, but I have a condition. And he, you say. Tell me when we take action, and I'll let Jun go with you. And he. Don't interrupt. If Blackbeard is as troublesome as you said, then let Zaiwen go with him to avoid any unexpected situations. If you don't agree, then go find it yourself. He interrupted Luo Lan directly. Then he said forcefully. Of course, she also has some of her own ideas. And Luo Lan is also very clear about this. But 3 days later, Sister Zaiwen will go from the headquarters to Magic Valley Town, Gaia Island. She should be able to make it in time. Okay, I'll let Zaiwen go now. As for the information you want, I'll also let Zaiwan take it over. Okay. Luolan nodded helplessly. He knew that this was because he was afraid that after saying it, he might not go to meet up with Daotu. Anyway. Sister Tina. You heard what I said just now. Next, you follow Feng Zhouzian back, and I'll go to Gaia Island. Also, notify Tana and ask them to turn around and pick me up at Gaia Island. Luolan turned around. He said to Tina, who was standing behind him. Chapter 149 The Trio. After falling from Arpayatu. In fact, it was very close to Gaia Island. Of course, if it was the way Luffy did in the original work, then it would depend on luck where it landed. Maybe it was dozens or even hundreds of miles away. After putting Luolan down, the Ark Proverbs increased its altitude again and headed towards Rhodes Island. Walking into the Magic Valley town, I saw several people cleaning up the bodies. They were the ones Luolan had caught before. They had no choice, after all, even the Den Den Mushi was beheaded by Luolan. If they wanted to go back, they would have to wait until the headquarters found out that there was a problem with this site and sent someone over. This, I don't know how long it would take. Therefore, since they had to stay here for a while, they couldn't just look at hundreds of pirate corpses on the ground every day, right? In addition, without the surveillance target, they had nothing to do. Let's just clean it up. Dig a hole and bury all these pirates. Hey, are you three still here? You. Seeing Luolan, the three of them were scared and anxious. Didn't this guy leave? Why is he back again? Are you coming back to kill people? What? Luolan's mouth twitched. No, I make hundreds of billions per second, and I came back here to kill you. Do I look like such a free person? Hearing this, the three of them were relieved. Great, he didn't come back to kill people. By the way, I made an appointment with Daotu to meet here in 3 days. When you cook, can you also make mine? Okay, no problem. How dare the three refuse? Isn't it just one more person to eat? But... No, what did he say just now? We made an appointment with Daotu to meet here. Is the Daotu he mentioned the one we have in mind? This. What's the matter? No, I want to ask, is the Daotu you just mentioned the Vice Admiral Daotu of our Navy? Yes, is there any problem? Luolan said casually. Anyway, we have to wait for 3 days, and it is also interesting to chat with them here. Luolan said that he likes to see their shocked expressions every few words. 3 days. How many times can he make them look shocked? It was really too boring. Luolan decided to find something to do. But the 3 naval intelligence officers were dumbfounded. This, you are not afraid of Daotu? Will Vice Admiral Rabbit take you back? I am also a member of the Navy, why should I be afraid? The leader of Junlin is one of our own? The 3 looked at each other, wanting to confirm from others' eyes whether they were hallucinating. But the result? Are you from the Navy? Yes, speaking of which, I was the one who proposed and was responsible for the establishment of this monitoring station in Mogu Town. What? The 3 were shocked. Oh, by the way, this seems to be something that cannot be said, otherwise you can just pretend that I didn't say it just now. Luolan suddenly slapped his thigh. Then he shouted in regret. The 3 intelligence officers were numb. It's over. Did they hear something that they couldn't hear? Will he kill people to silence them? However, since he is a member of the Navy, it shouldn't be possible, right? I say, why are you crying? Why are we crying? Don't you know? Why do you have to find us and tell us a lot of secrets? We don't want to hear it, and we don't want to hear it. But, you are right, you 3 do know too much. Actually, you may not believe it, but the 3 of us are deaf. The 3 of them shook their heads. Then he said very seriously. What nonsense! The deaf man talked to me for so long? Just looking for excuses, please find a more reliable one, okay? Luolan's mouth twitched. However, Luolan really thought that these three guys were very interesting. Just take them back and let them be messengers for himself. In this way, the boring branch building might become much more interesting, right? Once this idea appeared in his mind, he couldn't take it back. He didn't care at all. Those three guys hugged each other and trembled. 3 days. It passed quickly. Luolan rarely relaxed for a few days. He fished every day and went to the bar to drink. Then he teased the 3 intelligence agents, and his life was quite rich. And it was on this day that Dao Tuo appeared. After the warship docked, she did not let the others get off the ship, but walked into the Demon Valley town alone. "You bastard, you're still wearing a mask!" Walked into the bar. Then sat down at the bar next to Luolan. Turned her head and took a look. Luolan took off her mask and smiled bitterly. "Sister Zaiwen, you're quite punctual." "Nonsense, if I'm late, you'll have another reason to run away, right?" Dao Tuo laughed and scolded unhappily. And in this scene, 3 people were seen on the other side of the bar. Yes, those 3 intelligence officers. At this moment, they were dressed as bartenders and were busy at the bar. As a result, not to mention Lieutenant General Dao Tuo. As a result, the man from Junlin took off his mask and called the other party Sister Jun. Hiss. Things that should not be seen are seen more and more. Are there any hope for the 3 of us? Hey? The 3 of them are not your people. Seeing the 3 people who began to tremble again, Dao Tuo frowned. No, they are the staff of the headquarters, stationed at the monitoring station in Mogu town. Oh, it's Sister He's people. But you took off your mask in front of them, are you okay? Hey, you 3, how about you pretend that you haven't seen my face? Luolan asked with a smile. The 3 of them were shaking and nodding frantically. Look, they agreed. Luolan spread his hands. Dao Tuo was speechless. No, that's it. Otherwise, Sister Zaiwen, you are not reminding me to kill people to silence them, right? Kill people to silence them? Or was it Lieutenant General Dao Tuo's suggestion? Just after recovering a little, the 3 of them started shaking again. Even more than before. Sister Zaiwen, shall we leave now? Do you need me to cover your eyes? No need, you can't see anything along the way anyway. Okay, wait for me to talk to the adjutant, and then we can set off. Okay. Soon, Dao Tuo left the bar. Luolan turned to look at the trio. Well, with the kind with a smile. You guys, isn't it time to pack up too? What to pack up? The 3 of them were stunned. You guys can go if you want, but what are we going to pack up? By the way, you 3 don't really think that you can be alright after hearing what you just said. There is only one way to solve this problem, and that is transfer to my position, and you won't have to worry about it. This. It seems to be a solution. But why do I feel something is wrong? The 3 of them tilted their heads. A string of question marks floated over their heads. Chapter 150 From Shock to Shock. Is this your ship? Yes, it's not bad, right? Arrived at Tana's bridge. Dao Tuo was stunned. After all, this way of visual operation with screens of all sizes in the room really shocked her. Captain, we have dived to a depth of 1,000 meters and are expected to arrive at Rhodes Island in 57 hours. Got it. After the bridge crew reported, Luolan also nodded. Tisk tisk, 57 hours. Although I don't know how you moved a medium-sized island, isn't it too bold to put Rhodes Island in the first half of the Grand Line? On the side, Dao Tuo tisk tisk twice, and then said slightly exaggeratedly. In her opinion, with the location of Gaia Island, it is impossible to leave the paradise in 57 hours. Therefore, the location of Rhodes Island must be within the paradise. If you want to say that there is something wrong with this statement, it seems that there is nothing wrong. But if you say that there is nothing wrong with him, this problem is very serious. In short, Luolan just raised the corner of his mouth slightly and did not respond to this. By the way, about Doflamingo's question, did you bring the things? Here you go. Dao was also very straightforward and did not make much trouble. Handed over a document directly. This was what he asked her to bring. After Luolan opened the document, she also read it carefully. Soon, she showed a strange expression. How did these two get mixed up? The general staff believes that Blackbeard is likely to have defected to Doflamingo. Defected? I say you are underestimating Blackbeard. Compared with him, Doflamingo is just a slightly stronger ant, that's all. It's not that exaggerated. Dao was a little unconvinced by Luolan's statement. However, Luolan didn't say anything else, but continued to read. And Caesar was also rescued by them. And it seems that there was contact with Kaido? So, is this the conclusion of the timeline? Despite a lot of changes, the final result is still moving towards similarities. Sachi was still killed. Marco is chasing Blackbeard all over the world. Caesar successfully escaped from the prison ship and got involved with Doflamingo. Then, Doflamingo began to contact Kaido. What a familiar script! Except for the unexpected actions of Kuriko, all other things are basically developing in the original direction. If this is the case, then Doflamingo, Blackbeard, and Caesar are mostly hiding. Hey! After reading all the information, Luolan sighed slightly. That place. It's a bit troublesome. Not to mention other things, it is a huge trouble for the fleet of King's Landing to go there. After all, the New World is not like paradise. It is impossible to enter the New World directly from the East China Sea or the doldrums on both sides of paradise. Either take the route of the underwater Fishman Island, or take the official route of the world government. Don't think about the latter. The former is also very troublesome. Because, it is necessary to send the sovereign fleet to the Sabayati archipelago first, and find someone there to code it. And there. It is under the nose of the world government. Luolan had a headache. More than 2 days later, Tana slowly entered the Rhodes Island naval port. The hatch opened, and Dao was the first to climb out. He immediately looked around. And a look of surprise also appeared on his face. This. Where is it? Don't look, Sister Zaiwan, I have said it before, you can't see it on the road, and you can't determine the location after you arrive. Seeing Dao's expression, Luolan naturally knew why. He said with a smile. Is this Rhodes Island? Yes, Rhodes Island, this is a fully enclosed port on Rhodes Island. Fully enclosed? Well, we hollowed out the entire mountain. Even if you pass by here from the outside, you won't see the port. Hiss, hollowing out the entire mountain, you are really generous. Dao's mouth twitched. He had seen the terrain of Rhodes Island. In the west of the island, there is a whole mountain range, and on the side facing the sea, there are hundreds of meters high cliffs. So, where he is now is in those mountains. Hollow out the entire mountain range, and then build a port inside. This is a big deal. Isn't it? And then, Dao's eyes fell on several warships in the port. These ships. Are they made of steel? Dao was shocked. When she was on the volcanic island, she saw the bombing of various forces, but she didn't see the steel battleships. After all, the battleships were farther away from the island, beyond the visible horizon. But now, she finally knew. What on earth destroyed dozens of sailing ships in a short time that day? If nothing unexpected happened, it should be these battleships, right? At the same time, Dao also noticed. There are thousands of staff members and hundreds of soldiers from the King's Landing in this port alone. This kid. How many people do you have? Let's go, take me to your nest to see it. Dao Tu took a deep breath and tried to control her emotions. Then, she said lightly. Okay, this way. Luolan didn't hesitate, nodded, and began to lead the way. If the port brought Dao Tu a shock. Well, I was shocked at this moment. A branch? No, it's just a town. It's a town with a completely different architectural style from the pirate world. It gives people a feeling that it doesn't belong to this world. Especially the 15-story building in the central position, which is all glass on the outside. It blinded Dao Tu's eyes. And the most frightening thing is that Dao Tu found that there are more than 10,000 people in this town. On the street, Dao Tu had a general understanding of the people he saw along the way. The people on Luolan's side can be roughly divided into 3 categories. The first category is the people in white coats, which is not uncommon, and there are scientific troops. They should be scientists, or doctors. The only difference is, are there too many people? Just walking for a while, Dao Tu has seen dozens of people, and this is just walking on the street. You know, the entire Naval Science Corps, all the scientists added up, only have dozens of people, right? As for the people working in those buildings, who knows how many there are? The second category is yellow work clothes. Although there are many subdivisions in the details, they are generally the same. Dao Tu doesn't know what they do. As for the third category, it is the one Dao Tu is most familiar with. Yes, soldiers wearing Junlin uniforms. Luolan, how many people do you have under your command? Not many, just over 10,000. You call this not many? Hearing this, Dao Tu rolled her eyes. Ordinary branches have only dozens of people. Even the G-series branches, except for the 2 in the New World, the rest are about a few hundred to 1,000 people. Tens of thousands of people, is this not a lot? They are all comparable to the strength of the G5 branch, okay? Moreover, Dao Tu's observation Haki can clearly sense it. Most of these soldiers in Junlin are much stronger than the Marines of the headquarters, and much stronger. Most of them have a Dao power value of more than 300. There are even many people with more than 500 people. Outrageous, this is too outrageous.